And their thermal weapons are too slow. And the mechas are too abnormally developed. They move very fast. Ordinary Japanese weapons can't catch up at all. They can do it at the same time. The reason for the high speed is that thermal weapons are not very useful at all. And the final battle turned into a high-tech melee. The mechas use melee weapons made of high-grade metals to fight with other mechas. The defense of these mechas can defend against thermal weapons, but cannot defend against melee attacks from the same mechas. Therefore, it was clearly a seemingly gorgeous high-tech battle. In the end, they became high-tech mechas, using cold weapons to fight passionately. But the old man directly told Sujie the exquisiteness of this batch of combat mechas. At the same time, the old man from the scientific research department did not need to say it. People also noticed that the weapons equipped on the mechas led by Sujie did not show any traces of melee weapons. Instead, they were all hot weapons. If they were stupid enough to think that the alien civilization, knowing that hot weapons were useless, still brought hot weapons, then they were too stupid. It is obvious that this mysterious alien civilization has enough confidence. They think that their hot weapons can easily break through the defenses of other combat mechas. Plus the superb defense that the old man mentioned before, when paired with the thermal weapons that they have not yet developed to catch up with the speed of the battle mecha. All kinds of expressions. This mysterious alien force is probably terrifyingly strong. But at this time, suddenly, a group of soldiers did not receive any orders and directly launched a desperate attack on Sujie's relatives. At this moment, countless senior officials changed their faces, and they also had some expectations in their hearts. Their faces changed drastically, and at the same time, they knew that the group of troops was probably either spies from Mars or spies from the moon. Now, they are planning to take the lead in hyping this group of alien forces to launch an attack and attract hatred to their blue star. At the same time, they are also looking forward to whether this alien civilization really has such superb technology, as the old man said. The next moment, Sujie also noticed that there were more than a dozen mechas, tanks and bombers rushing towards him. But Sujie didn't take it seriously. At the same time, Kakadong, who was famous for copying other people's abilities from the Red Knight world, drove the mecha directly in front of Sujie. The next moment, under the shocked gaze of countless people, the mecha controlled by Kakadong directly opened his right hand. The next moment, the smooth surface of the mecha emitted a barrier of countless energy particles. The first batch of attacks launched by the troops was directly blocked by the barrier. The next moment, Kakadong also stretched out his left hand. The left hand armor parts quickly reassembled and reorganized. Then, a huge laser cannon instantly shot towards the troops. This laser cannon had no recoil, and it was extremely smooth. Finally, it was like a long sword, accompanied by Kakadong's gentle swing. That batch of troops' armor, whether tanks, humans or planes, were instantly annihilated. Even before the explosion could be made, it was completely wiped out by the laser. This scene made the senior executives of the Blue Star almost collapse on the ground. Obviously, the old man in the research department was not wrong. This group of alien civilizations is so powerful and terrifying. It can be imagined. They had no choice but to surrender. Of course, these high-level officials also quickly issued a notice, saying that the troops had nothing to do with them and must be the work of spies. Sujie didn't take it to heart when he heard this. He knew whether it was a spy or not. According to the news from the intelligent brain, this was a test by a high-level radical. And it was a test without anyone knowing. He probably thought that even if it was exposed, he would stand up and take the blame. However, Sujie didn't intend to pursue this matter. They gave him a chance to show his strength. It would save a lot of trouble later. It's good. Sujie and others also stopped the mecha above the sea level. They also jumped off the mecha. They slowly stood in the square on the coastline. During this period, the senior executives at this moment, in the moment when Sujie and his group were so unprepared, they thought of many things. Some people thought that Mars must have surrendered. Mars has surrendered to another alien force. And they, the Blue Star, can only surrender if they want to continue to keep the fire and continue the race. After all, they are not the first, nor the last. There are also a group of people who think a little radically. When Sujie and others left the mecha and stepped onto the coastline, their first thought was, should we kill these people directly? Seize the mecha and research the related technology of mecha. At that time, not only will they not be colonized by alien forces, but they will become stronger and stronger. and even have the hope of leaving this galaxy. Of course, the radicals who had the second idea were so scared after seeing the way Su Jia and his group left the Mecha that they dared not say a word and dared not have similar ideas again. The reason is also very simple. Su Jia. This group of people did not leave the Mecha like others by flying in exoskeleton armor. They did not land directly in the Mecha with parachutes. They did not leave the cabin from a certain part of the Mecha by plane. Of course, they walked directly and smoothly in the void. They walked down slowly, as if there were stairs under their feet. Some people jumped down directly like Kakadong and stood lightly on the ground. At the same time, there were also some who pretended to be big, like gods. They hugged their chests and flew towards this side without moving a step. But no matter which one, it shocked the high-level officials of the Blue Star again, because they discovered an alien civilization. It turned out to be a fucking magic and martial arts dual cultivation, developing technology while cultivating immortals. To be honest, what happened today really shocked the Blue Star again and again. But no matter which one, they have made up their minds and must surrender. We can only hope this alien civilization will not enslave them too much. After landing, Su Jia also waved his hand and asked the superintelligent brain to issue a notice. They completely occupied the notice of the Blue Star, and Su Jia intends to rule this planet with absolute terror and oppression. The next moment, under the uneasy and cramped waiting of countless Blue Star people, the super artificial intelligence directly controlled all the video screens on the planet and made a cold and ruthless judgment. Some people saw a group of thousands of mechas on their computers at home. Some people saw a group of thousands of mechas on the screen of a building on the street. Some people saw it on their mobile phones. Submit or perish. The cold mechanical voice accompanied by the image of the 1,000-man mecha army informed the people of the Blue Star of their upcoming fate. When we rule this planet, you will be enslaved by us. Soon. Many people looked at the big screens they could see in panic. The superintelligent brain also paused under Su Jia's instructions. And then, in a cold voice, pronounced, "From now on, you will need to work intensively for 6 hours in the future. Only 3 free meals are provided every day. Snacks are only available once a day. And you can only choose your own dinner every day. If you want delicious food, there are only 2 hours of lunch break." As soon as these words came out, people all over the world were shocked for a moment. Then, all the fear and panic disappeared. This scene was naturally observed by the superintelligent brain. To be honest, the current superintelligent brain has some short circuits. He didn't understand. Could it be that his observation machine had a malfunction? Why did he say such terrible words? And in the future, these people on the blue planet would actually have similar joyful feelings? However, Su Jia didn't know about this at the moment, and he continued to speak with the superintelligent brain. After a short moment of self-abasement, the superintelligent brain suddenly became colder. He continued to pronounce with a cold voice. "Even if there are no jobs, we will create countless jobs, just to make you work. And even if you work overtime, the overtime pay is only 3 times. And after get off work, you will be forced to exercise for an hour. Let you waste your energy on this meaningless thing. There is only 1 day of psychological counseling a week. As for rest, we will abandon the law of the universe and only have 2 days off a week." Instantly, all human beings cheered suddenly. Only a few capitalists had gloomy faces. But those few people were drowned out by the cheers of the majority. There was even a middle-aged man shaking his son's shoulders frantically and roaring, Son, this is your godfather." But the son of the middle-aged man shook off his father and spoke seriously. "Bullshit. That's my real father." This time it was the turn of the super-intelligent brain to be silent again. How come this is completely different from what he expected? The host only paid Hong Yi 10 times the overtime paid last time. But soon, the super-intelligent brain still sorted out his emotions. Having too much wisdom is always so troublesome. The super-intelligent brain thought so. And then he thought to himself that he would let these people from the Blue Star see the real horror of hell. "You can't possibly get a monthly bonus. I will only give you a bonus every quarter. Only 4 times a year. And there are only 2 short 2-month annual vacations every year. Tremble. Be terrified. Because your salary will only increase once every 3 months." After saying all this, slavery is only in the future. The superintelligent brain stared blankly at the group of dancing humans, thinking. The host gave him a terrifying speech. He has completed it. Right? Should he? At this time, Su Jia was at the human headquarters base above the sea. Therefore, he did not hear the speech of the super-intelligent brain. Of course, even if he knew, Su Jia would not care. Anyway, Su Jia thought that under the threat of the super-intelligent computer's terrifying speech, the current human beings should have surrendered under his violent intimidation. He just stood quietly on the sea, waiting for the human officers in the huge base in front to come and negotiate with him. However, Su Jia soon saw a scene that made him very satisfied. He saw many base staff rushing out with excitement. Some even lay on the ground and bid farewell to his greatness. Su Jia thought, the super-intelligent computer's terrifying threat seems to be right. Even the staff of the human headquarters base were scared and surrendered. He was secretly happy in his heart, and planned to find a way to upgrade the configuration reward for the super-intelligent brain after returning. While rewarding the other party, Su Jia also waved his hand, directly settled in the military base in front of him. However, terror rule is not Su Jia's only goal. He planned to give some sweet dates. While Su Jia was thinking about this, he also muttered some of the meanings. The words revealed in Su Jia's mumbling shocked the staff who heard it. Those staff were really dumbfounded. They thought, what kind of environment are these humans from an alien planet in? And are you sure this guy is not speaking in a sarcastic way? Those just now are considered terrifying threats. Now we have to give some sweet dates? To be honest, the staff who heard this could not imagine that with such benefits. What else could make them happier? But soon, Su Jia directly issued some decrees. Let the super-intelligent brain send them to all humans. All humans who saw the new decree were immediately exclaimed and excited. Let me summarize it briefly. The content of the decree is also very simple and easy to understand. The general meaning is, from today on, all mankind is preparing for war. At the same time, the death pension is calculated based on the current age of the dead soldier when he is still alive. In other words, if you make 10,000 yuan a month, then, when you die, they will pay you all the money you could have earned if you were alive. When people thought that this was enough, the benefits would be enough for them to fight to the death. The second sentence of the decree shocked everyone again. The meaning is also very clear. Those who perform well will be resurrected. To be honest, not many people actually believe this sentence. But people still cheered, because there must be some fantasy. And it is not necessarily impossible. After all, there are still some possibilities. The third paragraph made people doubt life. The meaning is also very simple. After death, you will enter a spiritual world called Dream World where everything you wish for will come true. This statement immediately made people think of hell and heaven. And the warning that followed was, anyone who commits a crime will need to endure extreme pain before they can enjoy the conditions of the dream world. If it were placed behind the scenes, people would never believe in the two buoyancy. But with the arrival of Su Jia and other troops, all the so-called reign of terror promised by the super-intelligent brain before have been realized. People can't help but start to fantasize. What if the two seemingly unreal things behind are true? What if you can be resurrected after death? You don't need to be resurrected after death, but enjoy the dream world where everything you want comes true. But soon, people reacted. That's what they thought. Their strongest military base was suppressed and surrendered to this group of outsiders with almost no resistance. There was no need for them to deceive them. But they still said this. Immediately, countless experts felt that what the foreign forces said was true. If Su Jia hadn't said in advance that only outstanding contributors could enjoy the benefits of the afterlife, it is estimated that many people have committed suicide directly now. But even so, many warriors have become more fearless with such bonuses. Originally, their battles with Mars and the moon could only rely on human lives. But now, someone told them that they can enter a dream world where their dreams come true after death. They can also choose to resurrect directly. Who would not be tempted? Who would still be afraid of death? Of course. After all, the will to fight is still somewhat low. Originally, these human warriors started the war just to protect their homes. Now, their homes have changed hands. According to the original process, even if Su Jia requisitioned these human warriors again, their will to fight would be terribly low. But what a coincidence. The speech of the super-intelligent brain made humans suddenly feel how kind these aliens were. It was 3 days after Su Jia came to this planet. After everything the super-intelligent brain said was realized. That is, the current blue star is ruled by Su Jia and others. If it was not ruled by Su Jia, it is estimated that a large number of people will become traitors and lead the way. Of course, under all these welfare purposes, The capitalists are always the ones who suffer. But Sujia said, one capitalist is enough. The world does not need so many termites. Everyone gets the distribution of due work. But no one was dissatisfied. Because the extra time was enough for them to take out their leisure time to pursue their hobbies and enrich their spiritual world. And a week after Sujia came to this planet, he suddenly got a very critical piece of information from a human female staff member who looked at him with admiration and admiration. The moon requested support. Mars has sent a large army and is attacking the moon. In this regard, these days, Sujia, who has been tasting the customs and delicacies of the blue planet, also raised his spirits a little. These days, he left everything to the super intelligent brain. I feel a bit embarrassed. The war is about to come. He should also do his part. Afterwards, Sujia, Kakadong and others came to a renovated military factory under the human joint base on the Azure Star. Now, with the technical assistance of the super intelligent brain, humans can not only manufacture a level 5 or even level 6 mecha group like Sujia, but they can also manufacture a level 4 mecha at least. And Sujia's arrival also made countless old professors very excited. There are also countless soldiers who said, now, Sujia is the real master of their Azure Star. And after they learned that Mars was about to invade, they immediately said that they would do anything to defend their homeland and the saint. Yes, Sujia has been called the saint of the new human race. After Sujia learned of this title, he was also a little amused. But soon, Sujia said seriously, there are only more than 4,000 clones now. There are too many people who want to fight. If everyone wants to be resurrected, there will be no bodies to use. After these words came out, a respected general looked a little stunned. To be honest, after seeing Sujia's serious expression, he really doubted his life. He thought that the reason why the saint in front of him said that he could choose a dream world where his wishes come true after resurrection or death was some ruling rhetoric. Why did he feel that the other person seemed to be serious now? Soon, the general's hands began to tremble, because he had to imagine his 3 sons who died in the war, and his wife who he had known for many years. They all died for the country. And the saint in front of him had also given a more detailed description of his deeds after death. For example, after death, you will see the deceased in the so-called spiritual world. At first, he really thought that these were words similar to theology and Buddhism to rule the ignorant people. But now, he, the general, is really moved. He even wanted to try to die on purpose. Anyway, the current strength of the Blue Star has been unprecedentedly developed. There is no difference between having this old general and not having this old general. He is not the kind of person who clings to power. If I can really see my wife and children after I die. At first, Sujia just found a pleasing old general to analyze the current deployment and situation of mankind for himself. In addition, this old general is indeed righteous. And after seeing that mankind is developing better and better, Sujia is also very respectful to him. Therefore, Sujia admires this old general. Sujia also saw what the old general was thinking. To be honest, even if you can be resurrected after death, but when you are resurrected, you will automatically transform into a demon. Thinking of this, Sujia was a little unhappy. He patted the old general on the shoulder and said unhappily, don't think about going to die. Life is precious. As for you, don't you want to see your wife and children? I promise. If we can return with a great victory the first time, I will resurrect the person you want to resurrect based on your military merits. Anyway, when we rule this planet, the Pure Land has already been created and absorbed all the dead souls. It's just resurrecting a few people. Very simple. The old general was stunned by Sujia's words. To be honest, who would say resurrecting the dead so lightly? And the reason why Sujia said this was because of his own considerations. I think so. I always say that after death. The world always says that I can be resurrected. And these humans may not believe it. The same thing. Sujia did not want to send out the original team this time. He wanted the people of the current Blue Star to fight for him. The reason is also very simple. Even if Sujia can command more people. But after all, they are only people from 2 worlds. This cannot be called the ability of a hegemonic force. Therefore, Sujia really wants to conquer the Blue Star. I plan to let the humans of Azure Star follow me to fight in the future. Therefore, this time is a good running-in period. Therefore, I choose such a respected old general. Such a righteous old general. and find an excuse for him to revive his wife and children and set an example. I think other human warriors and other ordinary people will have to believe that they can revive without limit after seeing this scene. Of course, it is said to be unlimited. But in fact you need to queue up. There are many people who want to be resurrected these days. Generally, they are tired of staying in the dream world. Or they are annoyed by their family members nagging in the Pure Land world, and come out to breathe fresh air. But even so, after all, they are people from two different worlds. You can imagine how terrifying the number of people is. But Sujia still plans to make an exception for this old general. Of course, each world has a channel. It doesn't mean that people from all worlds are queuing in one channel. Humans in the Red Knight world are queuing in one channel. In the Xiaoxian world, humans are queuing in one channel. Now there is another Azure Star. So, although there are many undead souls on Azure Star now, Sujia doesn't want to resurrect them casually. He wants to leave the opportunity of resurrecting people as demon warriors to those warriors who died in battle. Soon, after Sujia's narration, the old general almost danced with excitement. After all, this guy is an old general. In fact, after Sujia came here, he asked the super intelligent brain to use medical methods that are completely beyond the current technology of the Blue Star. He repaired some disabled people, apart from other things. Just what Sujia did now. It made countless humans intend to swear allegiance to such a beautiful home. And seeing that Mars and the Moon were about to go to war, Sujia also began to prepare his own legion, ready to take advantage of the fire. And during the preparation period, on the other side, Hong Yi also successfully entered the city inside the city wall under the leadership of the captain. The towering wall sheltered everyone inside, looking at the people living and working in peace and contentment. It was obvious that they had forgotten the fear of being dominated by the giants. But Hong Ye did not show any strange expression. Obviously, for Hong Ye, escaping is not shameful. It would be nice if this so-called outdoor plateau could be maintained all the time. And this also made Hong Ye think about a question. Obviously, there is no war among the people within the walls. There is the threat of giants outside. This has promoted human peace. Does a common foreign enemy really promote peace? He murmured. But Hong Ye had to say it. This result is good. But Hong Ye really doesn't believe that humans will really stop fighting. Hong Ye has long seen through the despicableness of human nature. In the past, when the demons invaded his hometown, shouldn't humans still fight among themselves? Once the threat outside the city is contained, all this quiet and peaceful scene will be destroyed. And to eliminate all this, either pull everyone into the Pure Land, into a place where there will never be disputes, or let that adult rule this planet. Let this planet usher in a true utopian world. After all, there are more humans on this planet than just here. Before coming to this planet, Hong Yi had observed the human countries outside this small island. The wars that broke out there were no smaller than those in his world. Even because there was no spiritual power, the casualties were even greater. The things that were similar to the technology tree, the tanks and guns that were built. It made Hong Yi feel very sad. The backward weapons made Hong Yi clearly realize after seeing Su Jia's powerful fleet. Whether it was weak thermal weapons and gunfire, or huge interstellar battleships, most of their purpose was to kill their compatriots. The former was born simply to kill their compatriots. The latter may also be related to the racial war. But no matter what kind of thing it is, it has never been a symbol of peace, but a source of disaster. However, now Hong Yi has let it go. If these things that symbolize disasters can be carried forward under the hands of that adult, the world or the universe will usher in real peace. It is obvious. The adult in Hong Ye's mouth is none other than Su Jia. But this time, Hong Yi did not directly show his powerful military force. This time, traveling is always a trip for Hong Yi. Besides, he has already laid a Pure Land in this world, and has covered the entire world with Pure Land. Even if someone else dies, they will be reborn in the Pure Land. Therefore, it doesn't matter what choice you make. You won't care too much about other people's pain. Hong Yi plans to see what the people in this wall think. After all, the miserable situation of the exploration team is still vivid in Hong Yi's mind. If he hadn't been there to help, it is estimated that most of the exploration team would have died. And when Hong Yi came to this planet, he found something that made him feel heavy. Those giants were not created by nature. They were created by another country. What kind of hatred would make another country keep sending giants to this island? Let the giants hurt the people on this island. What hatred or resentment? Hong Ye will not interfere too much in this matter. But he wants to be a short witness. The premise is, Nothing will make him too angry. That's it. Hongye just thought that he would be a witness and observe. If there is no help from external forces, where will this world go in the end? Then, Hongye rejected the invitation of the Exploration Corps and the city's high-level officials. He casually found a house on the outermost layer, and he naturally asked for some money from the city's high-level officials and enjoyed life. During this period, Hongye surprisingly did not maintain his handsome appearance. I don't know if it's because he's afraid that his handsome looks will attract other women, or is he afraid of trouble? Anyway, this time, Hongye used his aging appearance and posture to play the role of a kind and benevolent old grandfather living in a small house in the outer city. I don't know if it's because he's getting old, or is it because Hongye really let go of his past hatred and paranoia. He was easily frightened by children when he was young, but now he is loved by many children. Among them, a pair of childhood sweethearts once promised him that they would get married in the future and invited him to the wedding. At that time, Hongye said in a joking tone that he would not live to that time, which caused the two children of the childhood sweethearts to cry. However, these short and peaceful days soon ushered in changes. In about 5 years, an accident happened, and it was an incident that made Hongye unable to hold back and take action. A super-large red giant that was dozens of times larger than other ordinary giants suddenly pounced on the city wall. This huge giant, which was 100 meters high, was rising and steaming with burning steam. At the same time, it kicked a big hole in the weakest part of the city wall. Countless hideous and terrifying giants rushed into the city with strange steps. The people were swallowed by the giants with desperate screams. At first, Hongye didn't want to get involved in this matter, even when he saw the mothers of his childhood sweethearts, who he loved the most among all his children, being torn apart and swallowed alive by a giant. Hongye just leaned on his crutches, looked in that direction and sighed. For him, it didn't matter whose death it was. After all, they could meet in the Pure Land. But others didn't know, and these were not enough to make Hongye suddenly change his mind about not taking action. The reason why Hongye decided to take action was also very simple. When he stood there quietly, watching the biological mothers of the two childhood sweethearts, and the other woman who was also his godmother, being swallowed alive by the giant, the boy and the childhood sweethearts had a face full of grief and anger, with fear and resentment all on his face. However, despite so many negative emotions, the child still chose to come to his doorstep and found him, an old man who was dying. Then, the child's innocent and trembling words came. "Grandpa, run!" Obviously, Hongye watched the mother die without saving her. But her child, he did not choose to watch her die without saving her. This scene immediately made Hongye a little stunned. A kind of shame. A sense of shame called self-esteem being trampled on arose spontaneously. He wanted to be an observer, but was affected by these people's emotions. Hongye first reflected on himself. Then he suddenly sighed. "Child, if you knew that Grandpa had such strength, but still chose not to save him, would you hate me?" Under the child's suddenly confused expression, Hongye suddenly threw down the crutches in his hand and walked slowly towards the giant with trembling steps. However, the trembling old steps became faster with each step. The hunchback straightened a little with each step. Even the gray hair turned from white to black with the progress of the steps. Blood-red eyes gradually emerged. The child behind him did not keep up. He just stared blankly at this side with the girl who promised to grow up and get married since childhood. Hongye also approached the female giant. The latter showed a weird smile directly, bent down and tried to grab Hongye, who was already middle-aged and had a bit of a domineering temperament. The next moment, the giant easily grabbed Hongye. However, he did not touch Hongye's body. Instead, he was isolated by the spiritual power entity that looked like a skeleton. "I know everything. I know everything about your empire's behavior." Suddenly, a majestic Dharma world slowly rose up. The palm of the female giant shattered, from half of the body to the whole body, and Hongye's cold voice seemed to reach everyone. "Why? The people on this isolated island can still live peacefully even under the threat of these disgusting monsters. What hatred or grudges made you break this tranquility? Don't you have to start a war? Do you feel happy only when someone dies?" Obviously, Hongye's words were not spoken to others. It was spoken to the three initiators who caused all this now. Whether it was the giant who was 100 meters tall, or the giants, a man and a woman, who were more than 10 meters tall. Everyone heard Hongye's voice. Although it was not loud, it could reach everyone's ears. When they spoke, they all had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Then, everyone saw it. A blue Dharmadhatu. It even rose higher than the city wall and surpassed the height of the supergiant, who was 100 meters tall. It continued to rise. Finally, the domineering figure of more than 1,000 meters and the extraordinary wings of the parrot appeared in everyone's eyes. The super red giant that just carried death and fear was now in front of the Dharmadhatu. It was like a child. It seemed so small. The three giants of different forms, but all chose to invade the city. No matter how big or small, could only look up at this huge Dharmadhatu. As a result, but before the three of them could react, anyone could react, the huge Dharma heaven and earth grabbed the head of the giant with a speed that did not conform to the laws of physics. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. After the giant head was crushed and exploded, a teenager with a terrified face struggled out of the platinum position. When Hong Yi saw the boy's appearance and roughly guessed his age, Hong Yi was really stunned for a moment. But it was only a moment. After all, it was not strange for a child of this age to go to the battlefield in his world. Not to mention those thoughts of pity. At this moment, no mercy, only death. Black flames rose up without warning, enveloping the bodies of the three giants. This is a flame that never goes out. Originally, Hong Yi did not have this ability. But when he became an alternative ancient god, all the abilities evolved in his world. Hong Yi can use them unconditionally and without restrictions. Ferocious shouts broke out. At the same time, any giant who approached or entered this city would have black Amaterasu flames rising from their bodies without warning. The burning speed of this flame is terrifying. It takes almost no 10 seconds. Even the headless giant that is 100 meters tall. They were all burned to ashes. Hong Yi, who killed everything in seconds, sighed suddenly. He glanced at the young man standing at his feet, staring at everything. At the same time, he knew that he and the other party should not have much to talk about. Therefore, he also continued to travel around the world and observe the laws of the world. He directly opened the Dharma realm and the huge wings behind him. He rushed straight into the sky. Hong Yi had already thought of the destination this time. He knew the origin of these three giants. Therefore, he naturally wanted to go and see. What exactly is their hometown like? They actually started such a meaningless war and massacre. After all, even if it is his world, if a war is started, it must be for the better of the people of his country. To fight for resources. To fight for better survival resources for the citizens, for the villages, and for the empires. However, this time's disaster. Hong Yi couldn't think of any benefit no matter what. Therefore, Hong Yi flew to a country outside the island with an inexplicable thought. Obviously, Hong Yi's trip this time. For that country. But it was not a good thing. At the same time, here, after a short journey, Su Jia also successfully arrived on the moon with the defense forces of the Azure Star. At this time, almost all the defense forces of the ecological base on the moon were dispatched to intercept the war outside the moon. Obviously, these troops on the moon did not want to bring the battlefield to their homeland. However, when Su Jia led the defense forces of the Azure Star to the moon, it was obvious that the soldiers who had stayed behind on the moon were a little frightened. Fortunately, Su Jia was not too interested in the massacre at present. In other words, the alternative destruction of the Red Knight world had almost nothing to do with him. Su Jia and the extinction of the Xiaoxian world also made those people not only not resist death. On the contrary, after learning about the dream world, they yearned for death even more. But obviously not many people in this world agreed with this proposal. Even these humans on the moon did not know about the relevant things at all. And Su Jia did not intend to carry out a massacre. It is still the same thing. His 10,000 races hall. It is impossible that all of them are demon warriors who have been reincarnated and possessed by the Pure Land souls and clones. Right? Is it really worthy of being called the 10,000 races hall? It would be better to marry a demon hall directly. But Su Jia has no interest in the relevant massacre. Those human defense soldiers from the Azure Star, however, do not have so many ideas. It is obvious. The years of fighting have accumulated too much hatred. Countless warriors have died and injured too many people in the process of defending their homes in the past. Among them, there are also civilians who were accidentally injured and died for no reason. Therefore, when the other side doesn't care about the death of civilians in your faction, how can you think that the other side will care about the death of civilians on your side? Therefore, there are quite a few excited people. want to attack the civilians on the moon. And Su Jie just groaned. Then he closed his eyes and expressed silence. And what Su Jie is expressing now is also very simple. Since all of you soldiers are my subordinates, then I will naturally let you do something happy instead of being depressed in your heart. But when Su Jie really agreed, the group of originally angry Blue Star Defense Force soldiers did not dare to take action. It's not that they are afraid of anything. They have never been afraid of war. But this group of soldiers thought of one thing. If they also started to massacre civilians, then what is the difference between them and the lunar army that day? To be honest, when Su Jie saw those people who were angry and blinded by hatred, but still restrained their inner desire to kill, and did not massacre the hundreds of millions of lunar people in the ecological cabin in front of him, Su Jie was a little surprised. But it was obviously in line with Su Jie's original intention. He never did this to create blood and tears. Instead, it was to achieve true great unification. But now, this group of people from the Azure Star has reached a certain standard in his mind. Of course, it is not enough to be a saint blindly. But if you really want direct unification, you still need to have the necessary broad mind. Jian was silent for a while. But Su Jie spoke instead. Kill. Don't spare a single one. The calm voice sentenced countless people to death. And when Su Jie made this decision, he thought of many aspects and considered many factors. Even a saint needs an outlet. Just now, Su Jie asked the super intelligent brain to retrieve some images of Azure Star invaded by the moon in the past few decades. Then I found out. Countless lunar legions. They looked down upon the civilians on the Azure Star and looked at them as inferior creatures and ants. Soldiers can have conscience. Soldiers can endure the rage of revenge. But as a commander, as their leader, what I have to do is to convince the soldiers. And Xiaozhong's determination to die. Su Jie also thought briefly about it. If he didn't take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the moon this time, in the future, even if he negotiated peace with the moon, this blood feud can't be easily resolved. So it's better to go to that trouble. And it's likely to be hated by some soldiers. Su Jie thought. It would be better to bear the infamy. Cut the grass and root it out. After all, it was not the army of Azure Star that first massacred the common people. It was the moon. Of course, if there was no Pure Land world left, Su Jie might not have done such an extreme thing. But since there is such a place as the Pure Land world, there is no need to take death too seriously. That's why the first world Su Jie chose to invade was the world of Hongyi. It is precisely because of the special existence of the Pure Land. It allows Su Jie to complete many things comfortably and at ease. Just like now. After all the people on the moon you are on are wiped out, Su Jie will set up a reward and punishment mechanism in the Pure Land world. The greater the evil you have done in your life, the greater the punishment you will have to bear. Then you can choose to go to the dream world, or be reborn as a demon warrior. This world needs karma. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to too many people. And for him, Su Jie, death is never the end. The next moment, following Su Jie's orders, countless Blue Star soldiers roared, as if they had a reason to vent, and drove their mechas into a large ecological base built on the back of the moon with special technology. This large base can support about 300 million humans. However, their goal this time is exactly this ecological base. And it was under the banner of killing all living creatures. As for what their commander said before issuing the order, no need to have psychological burden. They can all be reborn in the Pure Land. Those who are entangled in sin will suffer in 18 levels of purgatory. The good ones will soon become your partners in the fight. So, thin it out as much as you want. No cruelty. No humiliation. Only killing. And let them die without pain. After simply issuing a few orders that Su Jie took as the bottom line in his heart, Su Jie also sighed a little, looking at the artillery fire in front of him, listening to the sparks crying. Su Jie did not say much. When the war started, it was always the civilians who suffered. But as long as they accepted his rule, these things would not happen again. He sighed lightly. He simply separated a trace of his will and went to the Pure Land. He would judge the boundary between good and evil for this group of people. The evil should be punished. Such a familiar scene made Su Jie suddenly smile bitterly. His home planet. Some legends he heard in his childhood. For example, some sayings about hell and heaven. Could it be that they were created by pioneers like himself? He shook his head. Su Jie no longer cared about those things. Instead, He was ready to wait until this group of troops had settled their worries. They planned to directly wipe out the forces of Mars and the 3 pioneers. The remaining troops of the moon were also wiped out. The rest was to divide the territory, start a new journey. By the way, bring Hongyi back. As we all know, the 3 pioneers are stronger than any of the 3 civilizations. Now, they have joined forces with Mars. Even if the entire moon army attacks, they are definitely not opponents. They used to be invaders. Today, they are fighting to protect their homeland, facing opponents with 3 times their number. No moon soldier took a step back. It was at this time that they seemed to understand why the soldiers of the Blue Star wanted to stop them even if they had to die and use human lives when they invaded the Blue Star. Understanding does not mean agreement. In the eyes of this group of lunar soldiers, the only way for Azure Star to be truly happy is to accept their rule. The same philosophy as Sujia. But there are many differences. Because even at this time, the Lunar Legion still think they are superior. They still think that the people of Azure Star are inferior creatures, just like stray cats and dogs. In their opinion, the people of Whale Eye Star are similar to stray cats and dogs. Only by finding a new owner can they be happy. More arrogant and more selfish than Sujia. But this means that they are born to lose. But even if they lose, they won't lose so quickly. But when the frontline soldiers were still fighting with Mars and the alliance of the 3 pioneers, the emergency call from the rear immediately disrupted all the morale of the army. Help! Help! The Azure Star is coming! Instantly, all the lunar soldiers who rushed to the front line suddenly had red eyes. But they didn't think that the new people in the future were just seeking revenge. Instead, they thought, the people of the Azure Star are indeed evil people. Don't accept their control. It's okay to not accept their rule. Now, they dare to take advantage of the fire. Hurt them. It's simply a crime of death. Even the soldiers who just felt some sympathy for the Azure Star were called up and replaced at this moment. All he wanted was revenge. And the 3 pioneers also learned about this from the information channel. Instantly, the female pioneer among them sneered. See what I said? That guy is a coward. Originally, I thought the guy was arrogant and wanted to establish his own power. It turned out that they chose to build a space station next to the sun because they were afraid that the cooperation would not be reached and they would be killed by the Blue Star. Look, they are not cooperating with the Blue Star now. And they chose to sneak attack at this time. Okay, let's not waste time. Hurry up and use all our strength to deal with these guys on the moon in one go. Try to take down the Azure Star and the Pioneer at once. Finally, Mars. We will slowly discuss how to solve it. The words of the female pioneer were recognized by the other 2 pioneers. Obviously, Sujia has become a coward and a despicable person in the eyes of the 3 pioneers. The reason is very simple. In Sujia's view, everything is insignificant. But in their view, this is obviously a coward. Or, Sujia didn't think about it at all. And only the weak will think about these things. Of course, even if Sujia knew, he wouldn't care. Because, at this time, the moon had been completely wiped out. The power of the moon can be said to be a name only. But because of this, Sujia also gave orders directly. Intend to advance quickly. Because even Sujia, there is no guarantee that some scattered legions will go crazy. Suddenly drill into the Azure Star to cause damage. Even if the crazy person will be quickly dealt with by some defense forces left by Sujia on the Azure Star. But there will definitely be a small number of civilians affected. Even if Sujia has the ability of pure land. But if they can survive, it is estimated that no one wants to seek death. Of course, it was different from the Xioshan world where the overall world was already desperate at that time. That world has been peaceful for too long. It can be said that countless immortal cultivators have fallen into a state of madness because they cannot make further progress. There are also countless ordinary people who do not have so much respect for life under the oppression of immortal cultivators. Thinking of this, Sujia also laughed dumbly. Immortal cultivation world. What a gorgeous word. The result is a synonym that makes people more uncomfortable than hell. Obviously, the strength of personal force is not the right way after all. Mechanical ascension is the right way. Just like him, Sujia. Even the Galactic Empire is not a one-man show. Of course, he, Sujia, is an exception. But Sujia thinks that his exception is also good. He doesn't have too many pursuits. If you have to say it, his pursuit is probably what everyone pursues. Common prosperity and common growth. Some despicable means were needed in the early stage. But now it is no longer needed. Soon, the lunar army was quickly defeated under the attack from both sides. No miracles happened in despair. After all, how can there be so many miracles in this world? But soon, those dead lunar soldiers were reborn in the Pure Land. To some extent, this is also an alternative miracle. Because after passing Sujia's test, it is found that some people do not have too many sins. And for such people, Sujia usually gives the greatest tolerance. Don't tell the other party the truth about the Pure Land. Instead, let the other party sink into the dream world directly. And it is seamlessly connected with reality. For example, the soldier was killed. He suddenly woke up. He found that he was not dead, but got help from a high-level civilization. Or he got a system. From then on, the soldier climbed up step by step as the protagonist, relying on the system, until he became the strongest and the ruler of the world. He resurrected all his dead companions and partners. Possess everything you want. This is the Pure Land world. This is the dream world. And for Sujia, some are too weak. Some are not qualified to know the truth. In addition, after Sujia's evaluation, he found that this person is not a very evil person. Sujia will give such tolerance. And if he was kind in his life, then Sujia will tell the other person the truth. Choose to stay in the dream world. Or choose to live in harmony with his family in the Pure Land. Or choose to be reborn and return to reality as a demon. In addition to the good, some people with higher abilities will also have the right to choose. It can be said, Sujia is still very tolerant towards this group of people. And when facing extremely evil elements, unreasonable massacre, unreasonable slaughter, then it is even simpler. A dream. The world wants a person to atone for his sins. To punish. That is too simple. Of course, people like this are not without a chance of being freed. If this kind of people can recognize their mistakes, and find out through evaluation that this person really has a heart of repentance, they will also be told the truth. Choose to stay in the next real dream world. Or die directly. Yes. Treating extremely evil people. Sujia will never let them stay in the Pure Land. Let's not talk about anything else. A guy in the Red Knight world, who sacrificed countless people like an evil god. He is still suffering now. As for some, although they did evil, but there is nothing they can do. Or maybe they have other hidden secrets. After comprehensive consideration, Sujia chose to force those guys to fight for him. It can also be regarded as another kind of atonement and repayment. After all, fighting for him. Sujia. Protecting him. Sujia. Isn't it just protecting the Pure Land and the dream world? At first, the three pioneers really thought that Sujia was a very weak opponent. They even never regarded Sujia as an opponent. But when the three pioneers launched a wave of attacks, and found that this group of lunar defense forces were still resisting so tenaciously even in such a desperate situation, the three pioneers withdrew in the first wave. They planned to take a short break and then launch a second wave to completely wipe them out. After all, their mechas were not too high in terms of combat power. After all, compared with the 5th level mechas on the moon, their mechas were only level 3 in total. The scattered 4th level mechas were all borrowed from Mars with a thick face. The defense of these guys is really hard to break through. I really don't know what's the point of their stubborn resistance. That is to say, we have contacted several people on the moon and want to gather them. After all, wasn't that group of people's home on the moon attacked by that guy? But this group of ungrateful moon natives swore to die and refused. It's as if the destruction of their hometown has nothing to do with us. No matter what. Everyone must be careful. We have to admit that the remaining people on the moon now almost all have level 5 mechas. It is impossible to take them down in a short time. We must also be careful of their temporary counterattack. What's more, I actually have a better idea. Now, it can be said that if the remaining high-end combat forces are allowed to go crazy and destroy the surface of a level 1 backward civilization, they can do it in about 1 day. There is absolutely no need for us to fight with these desperate people who have lost their hometown. What's more, doesn't that lone pioneer like to do some sneaky tricks in the back while we are holding the pressure in front of him? Then why don't we just release these desperate people and let them come back to seek revenge on that guy? As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted the approval of the other 2 pioneers. I agree with this proposal. I will go to negotiate with Mars and let those moon people go back. Those sneaky guys, while we were fighting with these moon people, just sat in the back and reaped the benefits. Now let that guy understand the horror of the moon people. The next moment, the three of them stood up and contacted the Martian high-level officials. It took almost no time. The two forces all reached a unified cooperation. It was decided to release the moon people currently besieged by them. Obviously, these moon people must go back to take revenge as soon as possible. After all, on the battlefield, they died comrades. But the ones who died in the rear were the families of these moon people. Aren't wives and children the softest part of a man's heart? Now, all of these have been wiped out by that sneaky guy. Next, isn't it right to let that person bear the anger? Suddenly, even the Martian high-level officials were a little happy with the three pioneers. In fact, they regretted it when they started fighting. If they had known, they would have put the first target on the blue star. They really didn't expect that the strength of the moon was so strong. The strength of the level 5 mecha was so terrifying. This led to heavy casualties on both sides. But they were unable to take down the moon forces. Fortunately, the target of these moon warriors, who wanted to fight desperately in the end, was not them, but the cowardly young man who did such a cruel thing in the rear. Time passed bit by bit. After letting the main force of the moon go for a while, the female pioneer suddenly contacted everyone. The time is almost right. Even if the fight is not over, both sides are probably hurt. I think it's time for us to get involved. Upon hearing this, a high-ranking Mars official immediately said with a smile. According to what the three Masters Zhao said, the main force of the moon's army may have already destroyed the Azure Star, and that rat. Ha ha ha. You know what? It's really possible. While talking and laughing, Mars and the three pioneers pulled all the troops in one breath. Obviously, to put it simply, there are a lot of intrigues in the laughter. If Sujia's forces, the Azure Star, and the moon are all destroyed, then the next step is, it will be a battle between the two kings. It is obvious. Mars knows what the three pioneers are thinking. And the three pioneers do not intend to hide anything. The current cooperation is just cooperation, to push the extra three forces out. After that, the two forces will start a decisive battle. Therefore, no one has any reservations. Bring all their troops. Now is the day for them to destroy the rest of the forces. It is also the day to start the real final battle. But with the Star Sea battleship and countless combat robots rushing to the battlefield, they were not in a hurry to rush to the battlefield. After all, no matter how powerful the main force of the moon is, it should take some time to determine the winner. The main reason why the Daiji people were so grand was to prepare the army for battle. At the same time, all intelligent creatures have the habit of watching dramas. Therefore, during the rare time of peace between the two forces, they directly sent out unmanned cameras. Go directly to the battlefield they knew. Intend to see how the main force of the moon controls the weak blue star, and the other person who only dares to attack from behind. As the picture is presented, the pioneers and Martian high-level officials who were chatting and laughing also looked at the big screen with a playful look. But the result? When the drone captured the picture on the big screen, everyone present was stunned. The originally aggressive lunar army found the space fortress that had been opened on the moon with hatred. Before the moon, the army took action. But a sky-blue combat mecha jumped out directly from it. The speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye instantly destroyed more than half of the lunar army in an extremely exaggerated form. Before countless lunar mechas could react, they turned into expensive fireworks blooming in the starry sky. This scene directly shocked the Martian high-level officials and the three pioneers. One of them even murmured with a trembling mouth, Is this the legendary level 6 mecha? Obviously, even the high-level Martians with advanced technology still have some idea of level 6 mecha. The next moment, a male pioneer shouted in fear, Retreat! Let's retreat! It is obvious that he has anticipated the result. No matter if the opponent is the Azure Star or the lone pioneer. Once the opponent has a level 6 mecha, they have no way to resist. Even if it is not a level 6 mecha that ended the war, it is definitely not something they can resist. In fact, the pioneer guessed right. This is indeed not a level 6 mecha. It is a level 7 mecha operated by Sujia himself. Even the current super intelligent brain cannot create a level 8 war armor in a short time. Therefore, Sujia operated this only level 7 mecha to play a war game. For Sujia, it is a game. For others, it is really a disaster of destruction. Now the three pioneers who saw the scene, how could they still think about ruling the universe and stealing the relevant technology of mecha? They were full of thoughts about how to escape. At least to survive. After all, if it were them, they would never think about leaving any survivors for other pioneers. Therefore, in their cognition, if they did not leave others alive, others would most likely not leave them alive either. The three pioneers were naturally different from the others who were panicking. The Martian high-level officials also panicked instantly. The original opinions about Su Jia in their minds. For example, the idea that he was a small-time rat and a coward were all thrown out of their minds. Even the three pioneers, who were extremely terrified, were laughing in their hearts. What were they so proud of before? Such a powerful strength. No, they pushed it smoothly on the first day. They were really kind. But soon, another female pioneer said, in resentment unwillingly, that mecha may not be driven by that pioneer. It could also be the accumulation of the Azure planet over the years. Moreover, if there really is such a mecha, then the pioneer must at least be the master of the planet. How could they come to such a remote place? It is obvious. Even if they want to escape, this female pioneer does not think that they are scared away by another pioneer. Rather, they are scared away by an Azure planet that is about to be promoted to a second-level civilization. But it seems, it is actually okay to be scared away by fellow pioneers. But isn't it more embarrassing to be scared away by the natives of a planet? The companions of this female pioneer are somewhat confused about her thinking. But soon, several people suddenly realized, if it was the 7th-level mecha owned by the indigenous civilization, they might not die. If the pioneers went to war, one side would be destroyed. But if it was the indigenous planet, they seemed to have a chance of survival? After all, being able to travel in the universe is not something that ordinary civilizations can do. It can even be said that even the immortal kings and immortal emperors in the world of immortal cultivation cannot travel in the universe so easily. The universe is so big that it is too easy to get lost. But the pioneers have this innate advantage. Therefore, many civilizations want to travel in the universe. They cannot do without the help of the pioneers. The next moment, this female pioneer, who had a very fast brain and was the most intelligent among the three pioneers, immediately spoke fiercely. We can't outrun a level 6 mecha. And I think this level 6 mecha is probably a high-tech invention of Azure Star. We underestimated Azure Star before. After all, it is so close to the moon. There are many things that can be touched. Mars has never joined the frontal battlefield. Do you remember the quote we heard from a certain master before? War is the best catalyst for civilization. So it is very likely that Azure Star's technological explosion has created the first level 6 mecha ever. It is impossible to run away. Instead of running away in a panic, we might as well take a gamble. After these words came out, the other two male pioneers, who had been scared silly, calmed down instead. To be honest, the two male pioneers are still a little ashamed. In terms of courage, they are not as good as a woman. However, the female pioneer quickly calmed down and glanced in the direction of the fleet of the Martian high-level officials. What we need to do now is to find a way to terminate cooperation with Mars as soon as possible. Cut off all relations. At the same time, we must also read a poem of Azure Star. Compared with cooperating with that lone pioneer, it is better to cooperate with the three of us pioneers. After all, it is very difficult to travel in the universe with only one pioneer. But we have three. As soon as these words came out, the two rough men clapped their hands and exclaimed in surprise. You're right. We will surrender first. As long as we can prove our worth, we can let the people from the Azure Star kill the pioneer. Or we can find a way to get rid of the pioneer ourselves. By then, there will only be three of us from the Azure Star. If you want to continue to make civilization progress, you have to rely on us. When several people said this, they didn't notice the screen next to them in their starship that was broadcasting in real time. That was the picture sent by the unmanned camera. At this time, the 6th level armor of the Lunar Army, who had just been dealt with, was holding it. He was looking inside with his face facing the inside. At the same time, he spoke directly. What he said made the three pioneers' backs chill. Oh! Want to get rid of me and cooperate with the Blue Star? Such a strange scene instantly made the faces of the three pioneers extremely terrified. Obviously, with their technology, they simply couldn't understand how the man on the screen communicated with them through a unilateral camera robot. The only explanation was, in the interstellar battleship they were in, already controlled by the other party. The camera in the interstellar battleship, already received by the other party. The next moment, it was just as they said. The big screen in front of them suddenly began to switch itself uncontrollably. Then, The figures of the three pioneers appeared on the big screen. In the reflection, the empty starship scene made the three pioneers look back at the cameras on the ceiling above their heads. It was at this time they understood how ridiculous were their previous actions. And that level 6 battle mecha. It is absolutely impossible to be a weapon that the future heart can make. Looking around, measured from the scale of the universe, the level 6 battle mecha rushed towards them at an unimaginable superluminal speed. Like a falling meteor, it crashed directly into them. The huge fleet united with Mars. However, the result was a brilliant firework. Before dying, the three pioneers shouted a sentence in their minds. "You are so strong. Why do you want to fight with us for this little crystal of civilization?" At this time, Sujia had successfully obtained 3 crystals of civilization. That is, the manufacturing technology of mecha. At the same time, he also conquered the Azure Star as a new base. And Hong Yi has also come to a new beginning? After leaving the island, Hong Yi came to a country that was in the midst of a war. It can also be said that it was the most powerful country on the planet in terms of strength, population, and military power. The tragedy on the island was exactly what this country did. To be honest, when Hong Yi first came to this country, he found that this country was no different from some of the civilizations he had seen. The common people were struggling to survive. The powerful enjoyed luxury. But soon, Hong Yi smelled something wrong in this empire. Even though this country was extremely large, it had a distinct racial hierarchy. And in this empire, people with the blood of that island were said to be inferior to the Jurassic. They were born to die, born to be trampled. If it were just like this, it would be fine. With Hong Yi's mind, he would definitely think about resisting oppression. However, what Hong Yi didn't expect was, the backbones of these people with the blood of the island had long been broken. Their knees had long been embedded in the ground, and they would never be able to stand up. It was because of their inner slavery. But it delicately balanced the empire, and there was no cause for civil unrest. This kind of alternative peace in the empire made Hong Yi extremely uncomfortable. To be honest, this is not the kind of peace he knew. It is the conceptual peace where everyone is equal. In the words of that adult, Sujia, only a utopia where everyone is equal can be called a real peace. However, let's not talk about the fact that many empires on this planet are fighting. The internal environment and factors of this empire alone make Hong Yi's emotions a little complicated. That's it. Hong Yi is thinking about whether to sacrifice himself and completely purify this world, and simply pull everyone in this world into the pure land. When those people who are full of slavery get rid of their bottom status and gain true freedom. Hong Yi has been thinking for a long time without realizing it. When Hong Yi came to his senses again, he had already discovered that the childhood sweethearts he had saved and the boy whose mother had died had grown to a level that Hong Yi had never expected. The boy came back for revenge, and the first thing he did was to plunder the power of other giants. Hong Yi was there. He watched the whole process. He also stared at the terrifying monster that the boy had transformed into. The other party seemed to understand that his power did not interfere too much. But Hong Yi could understand the emotion in the other party's eyes. That was disappointment in the world. The reason why Hong Yi said that the boy had grown to a level that he could not expect was, when the boy went back. Not long after, tens of thousands of red giants trampled the sea. The towering 1,000-meter monster led the army to launch a catastrophe of destruction. The other party did not seem to be afraid of him. And Hong Yi would suddenly take action. Maybe that guy also understood. It would be easy to stop all this with his own power. But the boy still did it. But Hong Yi did not have too many thoughts of stopping it, because Hong Yi could already guess some of the boy's thoughts. Sighed softly, Hinji looked up at the sky with some emotion. What a selfish and great plan. In the end, Hong Yi did not take action. The boy was successfully stopped by his former companions. The world-destroying catastrophe was pacified. The boy's companions also became heroes who saved the world. The island also went from being the weakest force in the world to one of the most powerful forces in the world. But not much stronger. Hong Yi couldn't help but sigh at the other party's political acumen. He leveled all civilizations in the world to the same level as the island. Then he died a martyrdom, and made his companions heroes. The war continued. But compared to the short-lived false peace, the boy's approach will definitely maintain overall peace for a long time. Even if a war is launched, it will only be a local war, because the flow rate of the world is not the same as that of the outside universe. This is even more true for Hong Yi after he came to this world. 100 years have passed, and the flow rate of time outside has only passed 10 days at most. But Hong Yi has learned a lot. The world is still at war. It can even be said that because of fear, countries all over the world have joined forces with the giant on the island to launch an all-round attack on the island. What savior heroes? None of them exist. In the long history, the group of savior heroes on the island have long been forgotten by people. And the forgetting of heroic deeds means the breeding of fear, in order to prevent another madman from appearing on the island. People all over the world can only think of killing everyone on the island in one breath. At this point in time, a considerable number of those savior heroes have not yet died of old age. Hong Yi also had to sigh. I wonder if those people in the savior team will regret seeing the island being targeted by the whole world again today. Regret not following the boy's advice that day. Just destroy the whole world and leave only the island. But obviously, even if the island is really left alone, the first to be liquidated will probably be the companions, who are called the world-destroying demon. After that, the island will also leave the island in the long history. When people leave the island, they will also establish a federal force in the remaining places. The passage of time will also lead to civil unrest. A new war will begin. And those humans who leave the island will forget that they are the blood of the island in the long history. And then they begin to fear all this. As long as there are people, the war will never end. Are you right? Suddenly, a child appeared beside the old man. If the few old members of the Salvation team, who are still alive in the world, appeared here, they would definitely be surprised. Isn't the child beside the old man exactly the same as the child of the world-destroying demon that people compare to the world-destroying demon? Grandpa, your power is stronger than I thought. You can obviously solve the problem of peace with your infinite life and powerful strength. But why do you just watch all this and not intervene? Such a cruel thing. Why do you take it for granted? The child looked at all this expressionlessly. He said such an excessive word. However, Hong Yi, who appeared next to the child as an old man, suddenly laughed. Child, this world is too small. It is so small that I can't even use my full strength. Why should I pay so much for such a weak world? My power can obviously save more worlds. Save bigger worlds. Why should I waste my time on this planet? These words made the boy beside him speechless. But he still clenched his fists and asked unwillingly, then if you just watch all this now, isn't it a waste of life and time? Hearing this, Hong Yi sighed without getting angry. Child, you have to understand. There are many powers that you can never imagine. Just like what is happening now. I am pulling you back to reality from the pure land of the dead. What I need is not the conventional sense of salvation and maintenance. What I need to do now is to help our adult find more like-minded companions. And among them, even if they die, more people don't care. You should be able to understand. No. I almost forgot. With your sins, you can't enjoy everything in the afterlife. How? You, little guy, didn't collapse in the torture of the Pure Land. I'm still surprised. It's obvious. After entering the Pure Land, even if Hong Yi wanted to take this boy as his companion, he still didn't make an exception for him. The other party still suffered countless pain and torture in these 100 years. However, the boy didn't seem to care at all. He spoke casually. I have been in hell since I was born. After death, I just returned to hell. The pain in my body is far less than the scars on my soul. What's more, I deserve all the pain. The boy's words finally made Hong Yi completely agree with everything the boy said. It also made Hong Yi more certain of his idea of recruiting him as his subordinate. After all, most of the people in his original world did not agree with his own ideas. Or, in other words, those people were idealists. But the boy in front of him was different. The boy in front of him was more realistic. Just like himself. They can accept the reality after imagining the plan. However, because of the different power systems, his final idea is a perfect ending. Although the ending is also fabricated and deceived by others. But the boy in front of him did something more cruel than reality. Even treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. But either way is enough to prove. The boy in front of him is enough to be his deputy. The two will also make more contributions in the future civilization liberation war. Save more worlds. The next moment, Hong Yi suddenly grabbed the boy's shoulder. Soon, the two of them sank directly into the Pure Land. Hong Yi also planned to let the boy see the world after death. Which is not all pain. There is also a heaven with compensation mechanism. Those who suffered a lot in their lives will get all compensation in the Pure Land. The boy also saw his parents in excitement and trembling. And the lover who never married. I will join you. When will we destroy the world? If I knew that you have such ability, I would have destroyed everyone on the island. After the long-lost feeling, warmth and family affection, the boy quickly regained his sanity. Expressionless, cold, and cruelly expressed his views. This made Hong Yi frown slightly. Sure enough, the boy in front of him was too scary in reality. So he was a little crazy. He used what released to create a scepter. Then he knocked on the boy's head. He spoke kindly. Little guy. People are not born to die. The meaning of life is far more wonderful than you think. What's more, if all these living people die, how can we lead them to save the next world? Child, you don't really think that I am invincible in the world, do you? There are still many worlds that need us to save. However, the people in power in those worlds will never agree. Our enemies are them. Kill the people in power. Kill the corrupt. Let everyone usher in true peace and equality. Then let everyone live a relatively imperfect life in the real world. Then return to the pure land. The wicked will be punished. The good will be blessed. This is the real meaning of life. It is also the real meaning of death. Hong Yi didn't know whether his words convinced the boy. But at least, the boy didn't object after a long silence. He never proposed again, and directly despised the proposal to let everyone go all the way and enter the pure land to enjoy happiness. Just when Hong Yi completely conquered the boy's heart, Su Jia and others also drove a huge fleet to rush over. To be honest, when the boy saw the huge fleet of large interstellar battleships that could cover the entire planet, his cold heart was shaken again. That's right. Su Jia could understand the feeling of such a backward civilization when seeing a high-tech interstellar battleship, although it was unclear what the identity of this boy was. But when Su Jia noticed that this boy followed Hong Yi closely, Su Jia more or less understood. I guess this boy is just like Hong Yi. Hong Yi is loyal to him and blindly worships him. And this boy probably also blindly worships Hong Yi. That's good too. If this continues, the vision will expand more and more people will be truly liberated. A casual glance at the world where war is still raging. Su Jia spread his hands in boredom and spoke casually. Such a weak planet. There is no need to recruit troops or anything. After all, there are not many useful power systems in this world. Although I am also curious about the power of the giant. However, the corresponding materials and vaults have been collected. Hong Yi? Can I understand that this little guy next to you is the son of destiny and the real master of this world? Hong Yi heard Su Jia's words and immediately nodded respectfully and said, Yes, sir. And I want to bring him with me in the future. Su Jia nodded gently after hearing this. There was no need for Hong Yi to ask him about this matter. I can only say, Hong Yi thinks too highly of himself. After all, to a certain extent, he is also a person who will never stab Hong Yi in the back. And to a certain extent, he will help Hong Yi fulfill his inner wish. That is to bring true peace to the entire universe. Then, Hong Yi also looked at the boy and said what he had intended to say. Since you are the son of destiny in this world, then I will give you two choices. First, keep the world running. I believe Hong Yi has already explained to you the corresponding compensation mechanism after people die. This also has its benefits. If the next child of destiny is born, we can attract each other and become new companions. Bring the road of peace to the next planet. We can also destroy this world directly, and the core of the world will also be absorbed by us. At the same time, everyone will enter the pure land. Enjoy wealth and glory forever. Forgot. I can give you a third choice now. Or the fourth choice. The third choice is, I send a powerful messenger to suppress the entire world with absolute force, so that the world can also achieve a near-perfect peace in reality. Perfect the real peaceful rule by physical means. And the fourth choice. I send the demons to invade this world. Do not let humans kill each other, but form a united front. And the demons I send will not use so many tricks. Those who died were also the soldiers on the front line, ensuring the possibility that civilians will be safe in the rear. What is it? You can choose now. Kid. It can be said that Su Jia is relatively generous, giving everything he wants. Everything he wants. And everything he chooses. And the choice given by this young man is also quite realistic. It is better to say that it is also quite magical. Go to see the young man, and directly raise your firm eyes and face. He spoke in a serious tone, enunciating each word. Please send out the demons to invade. At the same time, choose an absolutely strong person to suppress all different voices within the human race. Unite all humans to fight against the demons. The result is obvious. The boy gave his own idea. And your slightly uneasy expression showed that the boy was aware of some of his transgressions. However, Sujia smiled lightly and waved his hand to express his full agreement. Sujia more or less understood the boy's idea. Let all humans have a common enemy. And at the same time, let him send someone from heaven to lead humans to fight against the demons. This created an absolute opponent for humans, and at the same time prevented the strong man from causing internal strife among the leaders of various empires during this period. Because the existence of the strong man from the sky means the direct dominance of all humans. At that time, Sujia will be able to do a lot of things. He can calculate the merits and contribution points based on protecting the homeland. Thus, he can decide what kind of treatment those people can enjoy in the Pure Land after death. At the same time, he can also decide how to punish some people based on their sins. And these measurement units are also very easy to calculate. After all, in the face of the powerful invasion of the demons, there will definitely be some traitors among humans. After simply fulfilling the boy's long-cherished wish, Sujia suddenly smiled. Then let's go directly. I've also finished my business. And this time we're going to meet my old friend. This time I'm also going to introduce you to him, Sujia said on the surface. But he was also looking forward to it in his heart. The Galactic Empire. That is, the Zergs at home. Urki, Crimson, and Lin Yuan insisted on coming to play. And Sujia thought that there were so many Zergs in the universe. Plus, those three guys rarely showed up. It can be said that they almost don't even need to disguise themselves. And they can be caught and used as coolies. Yes, that's right. They were captured to be used as laborers. How could he agree to let those three guys come over just to play? He must help with something. In this way, his high-end combat power has increased a lot. And it doesn't make much sense to just use the demons to invade. After all, it is still difficult for the demons to mass produce. Cloning technology and super-intelligent brains are the top technologies of the Galactic Empire. It is also very difficult to replicate them. After all, whether it is a super-intelligent brain or a gene-copying machine, they are not ordinary things. It is conceivable that a single superintelligence can crush most civilizations. Plus gene cloning technology. In theory, even planets that cannot even reach the first-level civilization can be created. But don't you see what kind of existence this gene cloning technology in Sujia's hand is? That is something that even the immortal emperor can make. Even the so-called ancient gods given the ancient god genes may not be able to be mass-produced. Of course, the following few sentences are a bit too arrogant. And this time, Sujia already knows the direction he and his friends are going to. In other words, on the way here, Urki, Fei Hong, and Lin Yuan have already invaded many worlds with the intention of playing. Yes, that's right. In the eyes of some weak civilizations, the swarm of insects is like a natural disaster. In the eyes of the three little guys, it was no different from a game. It was just like a 5- or 6-year-old kid squatting in front of an ant nest and squeezing the ants to death. And Sujia had already given orders to the three little guys to wait for him near the galaxy. And he would save his own planet as a savior. Of course. Should we do this? Or how to do it? We have to get to the location first. However, Sujia also got some concise and clear information from the three guys. After all, the three little guys were also high-level members of the Galactic Empire. They knew a lot about his plan. In addition, after not seeing each other for such a long time, the three guys really couldn't help it. On the way here, he also wanted to help with his own understanding. Thinking of this, Sujia's mouth twitched. It is conceivable that this unexpected situation is the first time, but it will definitely not be the last time. Sujia can even imagine that in the future, there will be more guys from the Galactic Empire who will come to help him without authorization. Although this helped. Suddenly, Sujia felt that his head was big. Those guys don't have the Pure Land. But the only good news is, once he will occupy that planet, even the souls that died in the past will be recovered by the Pure Land. At least, even if the people of the Galactic Empire went too far, he also has the ability to deal with the aftermath. It can barely be considered good news that is not good news. But let's be honest. Sujia. At this time, the new calendar inevitably gave birth to some expectations. After all, it has been a long time since I saw those guys. Although I have always stayed in the time of some planets. In a cycle. In fact, very little time has passed in the universe outside. But after all, he has experienced it personally. And it can even be said that he has spent many, Many years. In his ideology, he also consciously feels that a long time has passed. There is no harm in meeting them now. I think. Especially some powerful little guys. They don't even need to change their appearance to come and join him. This is also good news. As for those who are more famous in the Galactic Empire, simply change your appearance and come to play for a few days. He must let them go back quickly. After making this determination in their hearts, their group of interstellar battleships move faster towards a certain universe. Zerg disaster? To be honest, it's still a pretty good statement. At least Sujia thinks so. This time the harvest is also quite fruitful. Towards the galaxy where the Zerg disaster occurred on the other side. Sujia also sorted out some of the recent gains when approaching. Hong Yi has subdued a capable general, who seems to be very favored by the other party. And Sujia has also obtained the relevant technology of mecha. The highest adapted mecha at present is the 5th level mecha, which can be fully mass-produced. Even if it continues to progress slowly, it is not impossible to mass-produce the 6th level mecha that is comparable to the strength of a rookie like Hong Yi. It can be said that the power in Sujia's hands is also growing rapidly. With innate advantages, the strength will be much faster than those civilizations. It can be said that if those civilizations that are still hovering at the 1st and 2nd levels knew about Sujia's current powerful speed, they would definitely be envious and cry to death. But Sujia himself did not seem to think it was a happy thing. It was understandable. After all, his starting point was extremely high. Even when the whole nation entered the pioneer era, Sujia was one of the first echelon. Even until now, Sujia had not seen many forces that were faster and stronger than himself. The only force that was stronger than him was that group of ancient beings. And the pioneers in the same group as him were currently only hovering in the 2nd or 3rd civilization. The top pioneers would never exceed level 5. For those pioneers, capturing ancient star beasts was already the limit. But for Sujia, this is not easy to obtain. But he can suppress it at will. The contrast of suppression here refers to the fact that the pioneers bring their whole family with them, while Sujia only needs one person. Unknowingly, the interstellar battleship slowly arrived at the coordinates sent by the 3 little ones. As soon as he entered this galaxy, Sujia found those 3 guys. And it seemed that they were playing big. It is obvious that the entire galaxy was blocked. And Sujia found a loophole in the blockade because of the relevant coordinates and successfully entered here. Sujia completely blocked the last loophole to ensure that no one else would come in. I also began to observe the current situation of the galaxy with a headache. What is the current situation? Describe it briefly. Some planets seem calm on the surface. But as long as some shells are sent over, the planet will be shattered in an instant. But shattering is only in the sense of performance. In fact, it is a planet composed entirely of insect swarms. In other words, after the insect swarms acted as the planet and were damaged, the insect swarms dissipated in an instant. This also led to the destruction of the planet in people's eyes. But in fact, this planet has long been devoured by the insect swarms. It can be said that this galaxy has almost been eaten by the insect swarms. But there are not many left. And Sujia soon found out from the super intelligent brain that there was only one planet with life on it. After a brief thought, Sujia led a group of interstellar armors to the planet with life. What kind of planet is this? The sudden outbreak of the Zerg disaster led to the beginning of the entropy of the universe. This Zerg disaster that seemed to be able to devour the entire universe made countless life forms breathless. But it was under the passionate courage and golden will of mankind. This group of civilizations that could only produce something similar to a level 4 mecha struggled hard. According to the flow rate in this galaxy after the blockade, Sujia quickly calculated that the Zerg Scourge War in this galaxy has been going on for at least 200 years. In other words, in the hands of the 3 Zerg queens, who are enough to rival some planet masters. This weak 2nd level civilization has actually survived for more than 200 years. After learning about this situation, Sujia was suddenly a little happy. It is obvious. A civilization with such a fighting spirit is one of the main targets that Sujia, wants to conquer. But Sujia also knows. In any case, as long as these people become his subordinates, then Sujia, will never let anyone hate him. Anyone in the interstellar empire. But it is obvious. The disaster of this civilization all came from the 3 Zerg queens of the Galactic Empire. It seems impossible to get along well with them. You know, this is not what Sujia intended. His original idea was to unite the forces on his side and sweep across the entire universe. Finally, under the gaze of all living beings. His galactic empire will kill his organization in the name of justice. But on the surface, they were killed. But in fact, all the personnel disguised themselves with new identities and became a secret force of the galactic empire. At the same time, those who want to retire and return home will also receive extremely high welfare benefits and other things. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to make the lucky people of this civilization hate those three little ones. He also has to think of a way to make up this lie. After all, at the moment, Sujia has truly experienced the civilizations of 3 different galaxies. But soon, something unexpected happened to Sujia. Suddenly, an interstellar battleship came quickly from a distance. Before the team of more than 100 people led by Sujia was ready to say anything, but a very arrogant voice suddenly came from the interstellar battleship. Listen, guys in front, get out of the way quickly. If you don't get out of the way, we will open fire. These arrogant words immediately made Sujia raise his eyebrows. Then, Sujia also directly mobilized the super-intelligent brain to search for relevant information about the interstellar battleship in front. Then, the super-intelligent brain directly collected all the information on the planet and gave relevant explanations. After a simple browse, Sujia also sneered. A simple explanation. That is, after the Zerg disaster, the current human civilization is lonely and guarding its home planet. It can be said to be a second-level civilization. In fact, the intelligent creatures on this galaxy have reached the threshold of a third-level civilization, although it is not yet possible to travel throughout the universe. The shuttle between galaxies and the obsession between planets can be done relatively perfectly, but after the outbreak of the Zerg disaster, all their forces finally retreated to their home planet. But the Zerg disaster was too terrifying, which naturally led to a few people wanting to escape. And this interstellar battleship was the proof that several big capitalists decided to abandon their homes and lead their families to escape from the planet. The identity of the escapee made Sujia a little disgusted. But Sujia didn't say that he was disgusted. After all, everyone has the right to live. Originally, Sujia didn't want to disturb this group of people. Anyway, this galaxy has been blocked by them. So it's good to let these escapees understand the deeper despair. After all, when this group of escapees wanted to escape with all their heart, and were about to leave this star system, when they saw the hope of escaping, they were suddenly cut off from leaving this star system. To be honest, Sujia even had a little expectation of their expressions at that time. But what Sujia didn't expect was that these guys didn't even think about it. And when they noticed that the bailing team on his side didn't intend to avoid it, they actually opened fire directly. To be honest, let's not talk about whether the people on Sujia's side are suspicious. With their attitude, they might attack directly even if the army guarding their homeland on their home planet stood in front of them. This is a complete act of treason. It can be said that he is the type of person Sujia hates the most. He is also a traitor. Before Sujia said anything, Hamya's face suddenly darkened. Obviously, in Hamya's worldview, it's okay for these weak bugs to run away. They can pretend not to see it. But they dared to attack them actively. Isn't this courting death? The next moment, Hamyi, who was driving a level 5 interstellar battleship, directly drew out the laser sword in his hand. The huge laser sword was more than 100 meters long. The next moment, Hamyi also rushed forward and deployed the artillery weapons that were bombarded from the front with a sword. The artillery weapons that were instantly cut in half made a silent explosion in this universe. Afterwards, Hamyi also directly controlled the level 5 combat mecha and pointed forward. The scarlet laser sword instantly became infinitely longer. In the midst of the panic that the people didn't even have time to express, the interstellar battleship was instantly pierced. But the result was something Sujia had never imagined. The civilization of this world. The civilization on this planet. Although it did not invent such a huge interstellar mecha, but it invented extremely sophisticated exoskeleton armor-related technology. And after Hamyi controlled the level 5 combat mecha of more than 100 meters, and used the laser sword to pierce the interstellar battleship, densely packed warriors wearing exoskeleton armor flew out from it, like flies all over the sky. At the same time, the group of people also begged for mercy with anger and fear. It is obvious that these people seem to realize that they have provoked an existence that should never be provoked. It is just a pity. Sujia did not want to listen to the begging for mercy of these people. Sujia even did not bother to pay attention to them. The next moment, Sujia closed his eyes and acquiesced to Hanya's actions. And Hong Yi also laughed grimly, controlled the level 5 combat mecha of more than 100 meters, and rushed up with double laser swords in hand. Amid screams and pleas for mercy from big capitalists one after another, the not-so-gorgeous small fireworks, like firecrackers, burst into the vacuum of the universe. There was no sound, and all that could be seen was the tiny explosion caused by the laser sword sweeping across the exoskeleton armor. Su Jie curled his lips in boredom, and then instructed the hundreds of people to continue flying towards the slightly golden planet. The current situation does not seem to be very good for the humans on that planet. The escapees have already appeared, but Su Jie does not think that the people on the planet have given up. After all, people's desire to survive is extremely terrifying. In addition, the brilliance of human nature is also extremely dazzling. The escapees are only a minority after all. Most people chose to stay. And Su Jie does not think that a planet crystal that is comparable to the third-level civilization will only escape if it really escapes. So few people. It is obvious that there are definitely more people on this planet who can escape than just the people on that one interstellar battleship. However, they chose to stay in their hometown and fight the Zerg to the death. Although this time, the people on Su Jie's side played the villain. Or in other words, it was the three little guys who played the villain. But this does not affect Su Jie's praise. After all, no matter what, in the end, these people who are shining with the brilliance of humanity will become his subordinates. But let's be honest. Zerg natural disasters. This ability is really good. After devouring the planet, it can also increase the strength of the Zerg. At the same time, the Zerg can continue to split. And as long as there are sufficient resources, they can even achieve the ability of pseudo-infinite reproduction. It's better to say that it's splitting than reproduction. But no matter which one can represent this time, the people on this planet can only choose to sink into the Pure Land. In the final analysis, now, the only fixed power territory that Su Jie has is the blue star in the back. The others were either destroyed or swallowed by Hong Yi. And the planet at the moment is also likely, or very likely to become the sacrifice of the Zerg created by the three little ones. But it doesn't matter. In this world, this universe, the winner is the king. And as long as this group of people are completely defeated by themselves, they can all be reborn in the Pure Land. At that time, this group of people, or in other words, no matter who they are, as long as they reach the corresponding level and the corresponding status, they can apply for the task of rebuilding their homes from him. Su Jie. Su Jie, doesn't care at all? Of course. It's just that I don't know whether these people want to return to the real universe to rebuild their homes after entering the Pure Land. Su Jie, doesn't know for the time being. After all, there are only a few people who have such obsession, and more people prefer to immerse themselves in the beautiful fantasy world. After all, the dream world is not something that ordinary people can get rid of with perseverance. Just like the group of people under Hong Yi. Even the top masters in the world of Xiaoxian are the same? They are now helping him. Su Jie. Just to be able to return to the Pure Land world during leisure time. Return to the dream world and enjoy everything you want to enjoy. Of course, Su Jie has thought a lot about the ethics of this. Although the dream world is beautiful, it is false after all. Fortunately, most people are willing to discuss with their relatives and friends, and team up to enter a dream world. The dream world is fake. But the people who enter the dream world together are real. Or, many things are fake. But love, family, friendship, these things are real. Soon, as Su Jie's mind was filled with messy thoughts, the interstellar battleships in the back also rebuilt the space fortress and the space station. And their team of more than 100 people also successfully arrived at the slightly golden planet and broke through the atmosphere. Looking around, the scene of the entire planet was successfully introduced into Su Jie's eyes. At present, humans have held on for more than 200 years. Although this planet has not collapsed yet, it can be said that the Zerg disaster is everywhere. And Su Jie also discovered an interesting thing. The humans on this planet are not completely developing technology. It can even be said that technology is a relatively rare type on this planet. Technological weapons such as exoskeleton armor are only used by people without qualifications. Yes, that's right. The humans on this planet have also gained a lot of benefits from the Zerg disaster. For example, the extraordinary. After killing the weak Zerg, or no matter what type of Zerg, as long as they are killed, the Zerg will drop something called an energy crystal. And after the humans on this planet try to absorb it, They will awaken to become extraordinary people. At the same time, I don't know who came up with this bad taste. Anyway, it was one of the three little ones. It seems that something similar to the experience crystal was deliberately set up in the reorganized body. At the same time, after becoming an extraordinary person, the various attribute panels that belong to you will awaken in front of your eyes or in your mind, similar to the game settings of the main God space. This is obviously to cultivate talents. The three little ones also understood exactly what Sujia wanted. After all, no matter which one of them, they all have the ability to destroy the galaxy by themselves. But they did not do so. Instead, they let this group of people persist in resisting. And Sujia also found something good. The hierarchy of extraordinary people in this world is strict. But it is also something that Sujia can understand very easily. The maximum strength level that the exoskeleton armor can support a creature to fight can only reach level 30. In other words, it is like the combat armor that Sujia is driving now. With a strength of about level 3. It is also a good ability. But again, the exoskeleton armor is just a side road on this planet. Only those who are not qualified will use exoskeleton armor. And those who are qualified will continue to hunt the Zerg. At the same time, improve their own strength. And the strongest Sujia has also observed it. It can even reach level 5. Yes, that's right. The strongest person on this planet, the strongest extraordinary person, has reached level 5. That is the level of the combat armor driven by Hong Yi. Speaking of Hong Yi, although he is only a level 6 immortal now, but this guy swallowed several planets again, after getting the ignorant consciousness of several planets. At present, although it is only a level 6 paper strength, but this guy's real combat strength may be comparable to that of a level 7 warrior. To some extent, Hong Yi is not a weakling among level 7 warriors. If level 5 is equivalent to a self-propelled nuclear bomb in human form, level 6 can destroy the Earth's surface. Level 7 can explode a star. It is obvious that although Hong Yi's strength on paper is level 6, he can already explode a star. It is not easy to think about it. No wonder Hong Yi has been showing off recently. And Sujia has also discovered many interesting related buildings. There are 10 major cities of human survivors on this planet. The strongest in each survivor city has reached level 5. Of course, in the eyes of these people, or in their mouths, they are level 50 strong men. There is no way. The weaker they are, the more complicated their level division is. And stronger people like him, Sujia, don't care much about small progress. Only when there is progress in a big direction will the level division be re-established. For example, level 7 is a starburst. Level 8 can already reach the star level. Level 9 is obviously the galaxy level. It's hard to say what's higher, because no matter what kind of starburst, it is divided into strong and weak and big and small. Some starbursts can only explode a small meteorite. Some exploding stars can indeed explode, like huge planets like the sun. And stars are another story. But no matter which one, the current world is pitifully weak to some extent. But they still have more room for improvement. And Sujia is looking forward to it. Therefore, their team of 100 or so people, that is, the combat mechas as outsiders, directly entered the planet. But this planet is not small. In addition, those three guys, no one knows where they have gone. Sujia was not in a hurry to find them. Instead, he directly and randomly chose Guangming City, one of the top 10 survivor cities. The reason why the city is called Guangming City is naturally because the city lord of the city is also the strongest person, a transcendent who has awakened the talent of light. And it is also rare to see a woman who has achieved the strongest identity with a female body. It can be said that after experiencing so many planets, Sujia finally met a female strongman who can be accepted by the elegant hall. Although one of the three pioneers he met before was a female strongman. But that Sujia never thought of cooperating with her. Therefore, that guy is not within the scope of consideration. But the current Guangming City Lord, who is ranked in the top 10 on this planet, may be able to join Sujia's army. After all, Sujia still more or less hoped that his subordinates would be full of beautiful women. They were all a bunch of rough men. What was the point? And these 100 combat mechas descended from the sky, like gods, and directly alarmed all the personnel in the City of Light. Several strongmen stood directly on the city wall. The Lord of the City of Light looked down on the crowd with an angel-like attitude, standing in the starry sky. At the same time, the woman also looked at the people coming with a vigilant face. But she could only say that she was worthy of being a woman who was rarely seen in a century. At the first glance, the Lord of the City of Light saw the difference in strength between the enemy and me. But the Lord of Light's city still did not retreat, and she seemed to be showing weakness. Compared with her usual behavior, she was more polite and asked very humbly, "What are you doing here, seniors?" It was obvious, even if the Lord of Light City knew that the person must be an outsider. But just from the appearance, it was clear that the person operating the mecha was most likely not a Zerg. Of course, if the person operating these mechas was a Zerg, then the Lord of Light City would have to admit defeat. It is conceivable that the Lord of Light City, who said this, still had some expectations in her heart. She hoped that the person coming was a friend, not an enemy. Sujia's personality is that if you are polite to me, I will be more polite to you. If you are not polite to me, I will hit you hard. Therefore, under the reasonable attitude of the Lord of Light City, Sujia also directly controlled the mecha to land on the ground. The hatch of the next mecha opened, and Sujia's elegant and handsome face was also revealed to the eyes of many people standing on the city wall. The Lord of Light is a woman. It is conceivable that most of the subordinates he supports are also women. But because of this, when these girls saw Sujia's appearance again, their hearts trembled. There is no way. It is true that Sujia's appearance, after being baptized by the energy of time, is not only attractive to both young and old, but at least it is beautiful enough. Of course, it is inappropriate to describe a man as beautiful, but his delicate skin and elegant temperament can even be said to be attractive to both men and women to a certain extent. Because of this, the Lord of Light City did not know whether he saw Sujia's appearance, whether he was a human, or fell in love with Sujia's appearance at first sight. The attitude of the Lord of Light City softened in an instant. He even floated directly towards Sujia. At the same time, the Lord of Light City also spoke elegantly and gently. "I wonder what you are here for. If you don't mind, come in and have a cup of tea." Sujia's mouth twitched when he heard the words of the Lord of Bright City. It is obvious, based on the slightly stiff words of the man in front of him. It is enough to see that the current Lord of Bright City is only very powerful. His social skills and emotional intelligence are just average. Although there is nothing wrong with the other party's words, they are not smooth enough. But it's good this way. There are not so many messy social skills and little tricks in his mind. This kind of people are more trustworthy subordinates. At least better than those cunning people. Of course, to be able to sit in the position of the city lord, it is not necessarily enough to be strong, just to be strong. Of course, unless the strength is much stronger than others. But the current Lord of Light City obviously does not have such strength. Therefore, Sujia could not be so stupid as to treat the other party as a fool. After hearing the other party's words, Sujia also responded gently. "We are from outside the world. This time we came here because we sensed that this galaxy was troubled by the Zerg natural disaster. Therefore, we came to help." As soon as these words were spoken, the Lord of Light in front of him, with a gentle and slightly sharp look, instantly flashed a touch of excitement. It is obvious. Today's human beings have been troubled by the Zerg natural disaster, or oppressed and attacked for too long. The apparent strength can be said to be unable to fight against the Zerg scourge. Therefore, Sujia, the reinforcement who claims to be from outside the world, is particularly important, because more combat power means more hope. And the Lord of Light is also secretly cheering in his heart. Everything is for humanity. I must win over these people in front of me. Thinking of this, the Lord of Light's cheeks blushed for a while. It is because the Lord of Light is facing away from the group of subordinates and soldiers behind him at this time. Otherwise, if some of the Lord of Light's former trusted subordinates saw his blushing face, they would definitely be shocked. I won't say much. This Lord of Bright City has seen too many men oppressing women. After all, in today's doomsday world, women can only be oppressed because of their congenital constitution. Therefore, this Lord of Bright City usually treats the opposite sex with no good face, let alone blushing. But today, just met once, this Lord of Bright City blushed instantly. Of course, even if the confidants and subordinates of this Lord of Bright City saw their current lord showing this little girl's attitude, they would not be too surprised or shocked. After all, it was something unexpected and reasonable. There is no way. If you don't feel moved when facing Sujia's appearance, you are a freak. At this time, Sujia obviously didn't expect that he hadn't shown any sincerity and showed his strength. As a result, people made up their minds to win him over, Or in other words, even if the strength of Sujia's group is not that strong, it is not impossible that the Lord of Bright City approached Sujia with the idea of keeping a pet. Of course, Sujia didn't know these things. Sujia couldn't realize that his current appearance had reached this level. After all, in Sujia's concept, as a man, how could he use beauty to plan something? After all, a man should be a man. A strong fist is the truth. Under the cordial invitation of the Lord of Light City, Sujia and others also directly moved into the City of Light. And the Lord of Light City also provided all kinds of treatment. The smell of winning over was too obvious. And Sujia also accepted this kindness. At the same time, he also had a brief understanding of the overall strength of the City of Light at present. And he was a little surprised. To be honest, the strength of the Lord of Light City has reached level 6. That is the level of immortals that Hong Yi can reach. This proves that the foundation of this planet is not worse than that of the planet in Hong Yi's world. You know, Hong Yi reached level 6. But he was able to reach that level by devouring 9 divine beasts. However, this Lord of Light City has such strength. Although if he really fights with Hong Yi, he will probably be killed within 10 moves. But you have to know, there are at least 10 people on this planet who are as strong as the Lord of Light City. This shows how strong the foundation of this planet is. At the same time, the sister of this Lord of Light City is also a level 6. But if the level 6 is divided into 3 levels, upper, middle and lower, the Lord of Light City belongs to the middle echelon. And the other party's sister is probably the worst level 6 strongman. Of course, if Hong Yi is included, Hong Yi is estimated to break through the upper level, which is many times stronger than the upper level of the 6th level. Even the power and energy foundation of the 7th level strongman cannot compare with Hong Yi. But you have to know, how many perverts like Hong Yi can there be in this universe? After all, Hong Yi was slowly transformed by Sujia into a candidate for the ancient god. What is the ancient god? It is a mythical existence standing at the top of the universe. Of course. In addition, if all the level 5 strongmen in this City of Light are included, there are more than 100 of them. It can be said that the apparent strength that Sujia has brought here does not include his own combat power. But only the combat power of the mecha is counted. It is impossible to beat the current City of Light. Of course, if their original strength is counted, let alone Sujia, Hong Yi alone can slaughter this city. As for the 3rd and 4th level extraordinary people in this city, there are countless of them. And the exoskeleton armor of the City of Light seems to have none. It seems to be exclusive to a city of human survivors. But Sujia doesn't care about that thing. It's backward and rubbish. If he, Sujia, hadn't encountered the combat mecha that can transform into an airplane, I'm afraid he would still be interested in these exoskeleton armors. But now, he even has transformable airplanes, tanks and car mechas. How could he look down on this mere exoskeleton armor? At the same time, just when Sujia was judging the little combat power of the City of Light, weren't the people of the City of Light observing Sujia's combat power? Comprehensive measurement. Those battle mechas have 3 strengths. At least level 6. Or even higher. And the threat from other battle mechas has reached level 5. The most terrifying thing is that the worst battle mechas here are also level 5. In a secret meeting, the Lord of Light sat in the first seat and told everyone this fact with a heavy face. Obviously, once the shocking news was said, the other female knights were also shocked. Some even frowned and said coldly, Lord, do we have the ability to steal their mechas? Or related designs? If we can mass-produce them, we will have hope for a counterattack. However, when the female combat knight said this, the Lord of Light immediately scolded her. Don't destroy yourself. Didn't I just say that? I feel that there are at least 3 mechas that can threaten me. I don't know if there are 3 mechas, all of which are of level 6 or even level 7 combat mechas. If it succeeds, it will be fine. If it fails, it will be a disaster for us. It will also be a disaster for the humans on our planet. It should be clear that they are not from our native planet. There is no anxiety of being destroyed. They are just outsiders. For them, even if the humans on our planet are extinct, it probably won't be a big deal. After the Lord of Light City finished speaking, the female knight who asked the question in the first place and wanted to be robbed of the combat mecha technology by Sujia and others continued to speak. Lord of the city, what you said later is so right. After all, they are outsiders, and they will definitely not care about the life and death of our planet. And Lord of the city, you are wrong. It is true that their mechas are powerful. I also admit that if that group of people attack in mechas, our city of light, we can't even defend it for a day. But sir, have you forgotten? If this group of people are really powerful, why do they want to control such a powerful and huge combat mecha? Obviously, the flesh of that group of people is not strong. Just like a certain crazy scientist in the science and technology city, he is taking a crooked path. In this world, if the flesh is not strong, even if you have a powerful weapon, you may be killed. So, City Lord, we might as well take advantage of them leaving the mecha and directly implement the decapitation plan. Kill all of them before they can control the false weak period. And then leave only a few people to tell us the situation and operating performance of the mecha. This is the most beneficial for the human beings in our world. City Lord. These words represent absolute rationality. But they are too despicable. Therefore, even if others agree, they did not express their opinions at the first time. After all, this is too embarrassing. Seeing the promises of others, the female knight suddenly stood up and scolded. What are you still hesitating about? Those people are arrogant or blindly believe in us. I am very grateful for this. I actually feel guilty about my current thoughts. But there may not be such a good opportunity next time. Everyone. There is not even a living person left to operate the mecha guards. If we don't seize this opportunity, the difficulty of competing for those mechas next time will increase by many times. I don't know how many people will die. And I don't believe how strong they are when they operate such powerful mechas. This woman from the City of Light, who is also known as the 12 Paladins, said such despicable words passionately. But I have to admit, this person is indeed using a more extreme method. But it is also for humanity. At least, no one present said that this woman was motivated by some kind of selfishness. After all, her parents and brothers and sisters all died in battle to protect humanity. Who can say that such a person is despicable? Even if she is indeed despicable. However, the Lord of the City of Light pondered over and over again. In the end, the Lord of the City of Light, who has been very cautious all his life, finally sighed and returned to his own actions. Whispered softly, I will not agree. At this point, the Lord of the City of Light also looked up at the sky and expressed his own views. I don't disagree with this plan for the sake of so-called moral bottom line. I came to this conclusion based on my rational analysis. After saying this, the 12 Paladins of the Lord of Light, the woman who just said such a despicable plan, immediately stood up and shouted angrily. Then please tell me why you don't want to do it. The timing can be said to be perfect. And it can even be described as the right time, the right place, and the right people. This is an opportunity given to us by God. Do we have to miss the opportunity just because of the result of cowardice and failure? Not to mention that I don't think our plan will fail. However, the Lord of Guanming City, who has a beautiful face and a slightly cold look, but is actually cold on the outside and warm on the inside, said so. The first point. The 100 battle mechas are indeed powerful. But if one of them takes back the 3 battle mechas that are enough to threaten me, then our plan will fail completely. It's not as easy as you said. The reason is also very simple. Even if we take the battle mechas, we can't use them skillfully in a short time. But once a powerful battle mecha is taken away by the opponent, especially the 3 battle mechas that are enough to threaten me are occupied by the opponent, then, for us, it will be a one-sided massacre. You should all know that there is a strict difference in combat power between levels. This is just one of the reasons why I don't want to agree to your despicable plan. And the second point. Do you think people who can travel in the universe are fools? Good. Then I will just treat them as a group of fools. But have you ever thought that those people actually have power behind them? And I boldly guess that they can travel in the universe. That group of people is likely to be the direct descendants of a certain advanced civilization. Although our probability of success is not small, the probability of failure is also very high. But for now, we will calculate the future with the algorithm after success. What do you think? A civilization that can produce so many combat mechas would not have any clues? Once we wipe out the 100 people here, you really haven't thought about it. The family behind them will come? Can our planet really withstand the revenge of advanced civilizations? Do we have to destroy ourselves? These people came to help us with good intentions. Why don't we continue to cooperate? Instead of being greedy and swallowing an elephant. This rebuttal directly silenced everyone present. And in the future, they will understand that the words of the Lord of Bright City today saved them. It also made them realize how insignificant and ignorant they were. At this moment, Sujia obviously didn't know that group of people almost died. The final negotiation result was naturally a relatively perfect ending. No one proposed to backstab cooperative allies. And soon, another test for the City of Light appeared again. Humans as a whole did not fight among themselves. But there were still conflicts between them. After all, this is the disadvantage of not having a unified commander. The natural disaster insect tribe appeared again. Emergency alarms resounded throughout the City of Light. Countless armies began to gather. Even though the top leaders, and those who really hold power in the City of Light are all women. But the army is still dominated by men. To be honest, Sujia was not very happy about this scene. After all, it was men who shed blood and sweat. But there were few men in the upper echelons. But soon, Sujia was relieved. Because he suddenly discovered. It was not that there were few male upper echelons in the City of Light. But there were some in the past. Even many. But they all died in battle. It was not that the women in the City of Light were afraid to fight to the death. But the men in the City of Light seemed to have more responsibilities and obligations. When facing some desperate situations where they were bound to die, they were more willing to take the lead. Or they simply did not give others any chance. Directly use your life to block disasters again and again. This also led to, even though the City of Light is a city of women's rights, but the treatment of men is even better than some patriarchal countries. This behavior without any double standards also made Sujia feel a little better. And this time the Zerg disaster also aroused some interest in Sujia. He wanted to take a look. It's been so many days since I saw him. What is the current ability of the three little ones? To what extent have they developed the Zerg? The wind gradually rose. The walls were full of extraordinary troops. This is a city without much technology. But the number of extraordinary people has also increased because of this. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stand here firmly in this desperate doomsday disaster. All troops, get ready. A heroic roar came from the mouth of the Lord of Light City. It is obvious. When humans face such a disaster, good leaders usually lead by example. The Lord of Light City is also wearing a silver armor and holding the holy sword of light. At this moment, the Lord of Light also drew his sword fiercely. After receiving the response from the soldiers, she also directly roared in a delicate voice. Kill! She did not discuss the cooperation with Sujia and others. After all, in the eyes of the Lord of Light City, Sujia and others are guests. In addition, this Zerg attack is not that dangerous. If Sujia and his group really plan to watch, they wouldn't mind. But how could Sujia really watch to the end? The next moment, Sujia looked at Hong Yi with a smile. How is it? I haven't exercised my fists and feet for a long time. Do you want to? Hearing this, Hong Yi also smiled and clenched his fists. Then, he also looked at the boy next to him. Ace. The power system of the extraordinary people in this world is very interesting. I suggest you learn it. The power of the giant is good, but the upper limit is too low. Take a good look at the display of power that is similar to that of the extraordinary people. Hong Yi simply said a word and jumped off the towering city wall. His domineering spirit was fully displayed here. And Sujia also landed gracefully. This scene stunned the high-level officials of the Lord of Light City. It was obvious. In the eyes of these women, Sujia and others should be the existence of technological civilization. However, when facing such a Zerg disaster, Sujia and others actually didn't want to go back to where Mech is. Instead, planned to fight hand-to-hand? The next moment, a not-so-good premonition was born in the hearts of several people. I don't know whether to call that premonition lucky or terrifying. The next moment, Sujia and Hong Yi both rushed to the Zerg army in front. For this kind of Zerg with no IQ, Sujia naturally has no psychological pressure when killing. Otherwise, it will probably turn into, "We are fighting for your majesty. Why did your majesty betray us?" It is precisely because the Zerg have no brains at all. When they see Sujia, not to mention that Sujia is now hiding his true appearance. Even if Sujia releases himself, the familiar breath shows the true appearance that makes people think about day and night. This group of Zerg will definitely not show mercy. Instantly, the gorgeous 5 elements shield method was used by Hong Yi one by one. Finally, when he was surrounded by the Zerg. At the moment, when countless soldiers of the City of Light were worried about it, the huge Dharma world rose from the ground. Taoyuan's palm transformed into 2 handy virtual weapons, slashing at countless Zergs recklessly and arrogantly. At this time, Sujia was like an immortal descending to the earth. floating quietly and elegantly in the air. Any insects approaching him would turn into smoke and dust like powder blown away by the wind. So terrible. With such powerful showmanship. It means that the strength of the two people in front of them is unfathomable. Because anyone can see that Hong Yi is playing. But Sujia basically didn't make too many moves. As long as the Zerg approached Sujia, they would be directly crushed. This scene was really shocking to all the generals of the City of Light again. Countless people were breathing fast. It was obvious. Their previous prediction was seriously wrong. If these people were wearing combat armors that were nearly 100 meters high and produced such a strong battle report, the generals of the City of Light could still accept it. But now these two people did not drive the so-called combat armors at all. But they burst out with more exaggerated power. This undoubtedly reminded the generals of the City of Light of their previous ridiculous negotiations. It was ridiculous to think that they wore combat armors because their main strength was too weak. It was ridiculous to think that as long as they robbed all the combat armors, they could control the 100-man battle group at will. But what is the result? Everything that happened now is enough to prove how ridiculous their previous thoughts were. They don't care at all. Even the current Lord of Light City was shocked to find out, after a simple comparison, just the strength of those two people. If the other 100 people had half the strength of these two people, they would be stronger than the machine. Right? Then, doesn't this mean that those robots are just toys for these people? In fact, the Lord of Light City was right to some extent. For other demon soldiers, the battle mecha is indeed a weapon. But what kind of people are these 100 or so people he is leading now? They are basically elite. For example, Kakadong. There is also a young man who can fight against Hong Ye's immortal body with his mortal body. The weakest of them, just the physical body, has reached the 5th level. After all, in other words, Kakadong is probably the weakest among this group of people. But who dares to say that he is really weak? After all, a considerable number of people here come from the world of immortal cultivation. Even if there are many people in the world where Hong Ye is, they are the elites among the elites. Even compared with the elites among the elites in the world of immortal cultivation, they will not give up in strength and combat experience. Therefore, what the Lord of Guangming City thought was not wrong. At this time, the Lord of Guangming City was trembling with his hands and feet, imagining another possibility. The first one was naturally to be thankful that he and others did not take action. He was thankful that he and others did not seek death. The next moment, the Lord of Guangming City also had an absurd idea. This group of people is so strong. If he and others lower their posture and beg them well, with the combat power of this group of people, I am afraid they may not be able to look down on those transforming robots. Then as long as they are willing to pay some benefits, or pay some other things, can they directly get those robots? Originally, they had to pay a very dangerous price to obtain the relevant design and information of the robots. But it is precisely because of the terrifying combat power of Su Jie and Hong Yi that the Lord of Guangming City has a thought that the robot seems to be nothing special. As long as they lower their posture, they may be able to get it directly. In fact, the Lord of Guangming City is not wrong. If they are really willing to lower their posture and swear allegiance, let alone get 1 or 2 robots. He Su Jie is even willing to equip everyone in Guangming City with a robot armor. Of course, among them, He Su Jie is not a sucker, and he must get some benefits. But these are naturally later. The Zerg that attacked this time is still the same. Pitifully weak. Even if Su Jie and Hong Yi did not take action, this group of Zerg would be quickly destroyed. Therefore, it took about 3 to 5 minutes. Su Jie flew back to the city wall. Hong Yi sat on a huge Zerg and studied the stuff of this group of Zerg. After all, when they came, Su Jie had explained, the controller behind this group of Zerg is their ally. Let them be careful not to seek death when they encounter the person behind the Zerg. The reason why Su Jie issued this order was also because of some concerns. It's not that whoever dies can't be resurrected in the Pure Land. But those 3 guys were among the first few to follow him. If he could wipe out all the people on his side, that would be fine. But if the 3 of them were injured, Su Jie would feel bad. The reason is so simple and pure. But then, when Su Jie returned to the city wall, the Lord of Guangming City was not shy as before. Instead, he knelt on one knee with respect. This scene surprised Su Jie a little. Perhaps he saw Su Jie's intention in some aspects. The Lord of Guangming City also spoke seriously. There is no such thing as noble status in this city. Only strength is king. You are all powerful and willing to come and save the people of my city of light. I should treat you with the highest courtesy. It is obvious. As the lord of a city. But at this moment, she knelt down. Even if she only knelt on one knee to show respect. It can be seen that the woman in front of her has an extraordinary demeanor. She is a person who will accomplish great things. And Su Jia also smiled with relief. But he did not say much. This is how the world is. When your strength is not up to standard, you must pay the corresponding attitude. Dignity is only above strength. Truth only exists within the scope of influence. When thinking this in his heart, Su Jia also cast his sights in another direction of the city. It was a team of men and women. The overall strength was pretty good. To put it simply, it could help to deal with the insect plague. However, Su Jia did not have any other ideas for these late teams. After these people arrived completely, they did not see the heroic figures of Su Jia and Hong Yi. Instead, they thought that the Lord of the City of Light led his subordinates to solve the problem quickly. Here, a man with a confident smile also jumped directly from the towering underground to the top of the 100-meter city wall. Then, the man shook his hands confidently and chuckled. Ms. Guangming is as cool as ever. She personally led the troops to quickly solve the insect plague of such a scale. Su Jia listened to the man's confusing words, and looked at the Lord of Guangming City with an inquiring look. The Lord of Guangming City, who had already stood up, also replied patiently, "This 20-man team is from the City of Hope, which is closest to my City of Light. And the guy in front of me is the eldest son of the Lord of Hope City. He has been pursuing me for many years. He came here today, probably to bring people to help the soldiers of my City of Light to stop the insect plague together. In order to gain my favor, the love in my heart has been returned by someone. Especially when it is said so bluntly by the person involved. Even a man would be a little shy. But at this time, the Lord of Light City also explained expressionlessly. But I can't possibly like this person. The plan to colonize my Light City with just love is too superficial and narrow. This man's father even wants to take advantage of his son's mood. My Light City will at most have superficial cooperation with the City of Hope. Deeper cooperation is absolutely impossible." At this point, the resident of Light also sighed and looked at Su Jia. "But because the City of Hope is more than 3 times stronger than my City of Light, I have been compromising before." Before the Lord of Light City could continue, Su Jia chuckled. "There is no need to compromise now. Don't you think so? After all, we have made friends. And I will never watch my friend do something he doesn't want to do." When Su Jia finished speaking, the Lord of Light City's eyes lit up. He nodded secretly. Obviously, Su Jia's words made the girlish heart of the Lord of Light City feel very satisfied. But it is obvious that this group of people came from the City of Hope, especially the eldest son of the City of Hope, who was unhappy. After all, he was the eldest son of the Lord of the City of Hope. In the future, he would most likely inherit the City of Hope and become the master of the City of Hope. Not to mention the inexplicable man in front of him. That is, Su Jia. Even the Lord of the City of Light should not speak to him in that tone and attitude. Right? That kind of look of contempt and indifference. The eldest son of the Lord of the City of Hope looked very unhappy. Not to mention Su Jia in front of him. The man who was the next generation heir of the City of Hope. He didn't even know him. No matter how strong or how high your status is, can you be higher than the Lord of the City of Light? Although there are some guesses in my heart. Why the Lord of the City of Light, who used to swallow his anger in front of me, suddenly became so impolite after having this man's support. But the long-term pampering has made this man lose his keen thinking in politics. The next class. This man's voice is also cold and his eyes are sharp. What kind of man are you? I'm talking to your Lord of the City of Light. What qualifications do you have to interrupt here? As soon as these words came out, Su Jia raised his eyebrows. However, the man not only did not have any other feelings, but instead sneered in his heart and became wildly happy. The reason is very simple. He didn't care about Su Jia's expression. But the man clearly noticed that after he said this, the face of the Lord of Guangming City flashed with a very strong worry. But it is obvious. Guangming City is not worried about Su Jia. But it is worried about some deeper things. And those things are also easy to understand. In the eyes of the Lord of Guangming City, Su Jia's strength among 100 people, let alone other things, it is completely enough to destroy 1 or 2 cities. If it weren't for the strong men of more than 3 cities joining forces, these 100 people can even wipe out all the last forces of their human beings one by one. Therefore, when the son of the Lord of the City of Hope said such disrespectful words, the Lord of the City of Light began to worry. worried that these endless words would annoy the strong man in front of him, so as to give them the last spark of fire, and then the last fatal blow. However, the Lord of the City of Light's worried thoughts and worried expressions were naturally misunderstood by the visitor from the City of Hope. The Lord of the City of Light was worried that they would turn against the City of Hope. Obviously, this was the reason for the information asymmetry. And the next moment, just as the man wanted to make some more excessive demands, for example, want him to forgive today's things, then, the Lord of Bright City will accompany me for one night. Or, the idea of marrying him. Just as the man was about to speak out some of his inner desires directly, when he used force to suppress the Lord of Bright City. But the Lord of Bright City suddenly became cold and fierce. At the same time, he was not polite, and was furious. Under the man's somewhat stunned expression, the Lord of Bright City spoke coldly. Who are you? A mere third-level extraordinary person. If it weren't for your father's face, I would have slapped you to death. If you don't want to die, apologize to me now. Otherwise, the consequences of your Hope City can't bear it at all. It is obvious. The Lord of Guangming City still remembered some old feelings, even though the man in front of her wanted to harass her many times. But no matter what, the City of Hope has helped them many times. Even if the cemetery is not pure, this favor is still more or less, and it should be remembered. Therefore, the Lord of Guangming City used such harsh words to warn the man in front of him, and let the man understand the seriousness of the matter. But how could the man worry so much? How could he think so much? A second generation, who has been spoiled since childhood. How could he think about the deep meaning behind it? Sure enough, when he arrived in Guangming City, after the Lord of the City said this, the second generation of officials immediately roared angrily. Okay, you bitch. Our City of Hope has helped you resist the Zerg Scourge so many times. You are so shameless. Fine. For the sake of my father's instructions, I won't do anything to you. But our cooperation is over. Speaking of this, the man was obviously still unwilling. The next moment, he looked at Sujia. He looked at Sujia, who had never taken him seriously from the beginning, and had never even looked at him straight in the eye. Suddenly, veins popped on his forehead, and his voice was cold, emphasizing each word. You are the Lord of Bright City. I won't do anything to you. But I am very unhappy with this man. Deming Erming. Teach this man a lesson. Needless to say, I think this guy has a problem with his eyes. Dig them out. As soon as these words came out, no one else reacted. The Lord of Guangming City's face changed drastically, before she could speak to stop him. Suddenly, Hong Yi, who was studying the Zerg far below the city wall, had jumped up at some point. At the moment when the so-called Deming and Erming were about to approach Su Jia and wanted to take action, Hong Yi also waved his hand in boredom. The next moment, under the dull gaze of the man, his two thugs, that is, Deming and Erming, were in the moment before they approached Su Jia. It was as if something had hit his neck. Instantly, his neck was stretched to an extremely long length. Before he could even scream in fear, his two necks were stretched, and the horrifying corpse, which was more than half a meter long, was thrown down from the city wall by the invisible thing. Obviously, this was some invisible ability that Hong Yi had acquired after becoming an ancestor. It was also something that Hong Yi had not used for a long time. And it was a killer in a sense. He could transfer to and from this invisible stand-in at any time. He could also control these invisible things and attack the enemy. It was obvious. Such a powerful ability was used so casually by Hong Yi. It can also be seen how much Hong Yi values Su Jia. Very much. Even though Hong Yi knew Su Jia's strength, it was impossible for him to be hurt by those two trash. But he still took the initiative. At this time, the man hadn't reacted yet. But Su Jia glanced at Hong Yi as if nothing had happened, and chuckled. You guy. You still like to meddle in other people's business. Obviously, Su Jia originally wanted to make some more impactful attacks. For example, he pressed the two thugs to the ground and stomped on their heads with his feet. But Hong Yi took the initiative to do this meaningless thing. But it was done. It was the first time in history that Su Jia looked at the man. At this time, the man from the City of Hope also reacted suddenly. He realized that his two thugs were killed. His strength reached level 5. It can be said that he was the top-level fighter except for his father, and the super general beside his father. He was called his personal bodyguard, who could keep him safe unless he encountered a large-scale insect plague. He was killed just like that. The inner fear began to spread. The man with a somewhat broken expression looked at the expressions of the crowd in panic. The Lord of Bright City had a helpless look on his face. Some of the surrounding garrison commanders seemed to be used to it and sighed more. But the man in front of him, called Sujia, seemed to make light of it, as if it were just the death of 2 ants. At this time, no matter how stupid this man was, he realized that the man in front of him was definitely not the new pretty boy raised by the Lord of Guangming City. He was definitely not from Guangming City. And his 2 strongest guards died. The man's reason took over instantly, and his IQ exceeded the limit. He tried his best to suppress his panic, and said with a twitching smile, "I wonder where the Lord is from. Is he from the City of Dawn? Or the City of Lighthouse?" Obviously, in the man's mind, with such extraordinary military power, and not some city lords he knew, then there must be a general-level strongman who doesn't like to show up in one of the 2 strongest cities. But unfortunately, the man guessed wrong. However, Sujia did not have the idea of killing the weak. Therefore, there was no need for the man to be so scared. In Guangming City, when the city lord was so worried, Sujia was the first to speak. "Don't worry." At the same time, Sujia and Hong Yi spoke almost in unison. Who would argue with a child? The mocking expression was unscrupulous. This can be regarded as the bad side that Sujia showed while sparing the other person's life. And this scene also made the Lord of Bright City and the man from Hope City realize one thing completely. The person in front of him, while being arrogant to the extreme, he also has absolute confidence in his own strength. Sujia's expression suddenly regained his calmness. Okay. Good and evil have their own punishments. If it is not necessary, I don't want to take other people's lives easily. At present, the Zerg problem is what we should look at together. There happen to be outsiders. So you all talk about your ideas. In the face of the dilemma of the Zerg's increasing oppression, how can you get rid of this disaster? It is obvious that although Sujia did not intend to kill the man, if the man did not restrain himself, he would still be so bad in the future and kill people without hesitation. Then after his death, he would be greeted with cruel torture and endless judgment and punishment. But Sujia wanted to let him go. Or rather, Sujia and Hong Yi did not care about this man's life at all. For these 2 people, or for Sujia and all his subordinates, it was just like whether they decided to step on an ant to death. There was nothing to worry about. You can fight for the liberation of ordinary people. But it is absolutely impossible to pay attention to such clowns who are like insects and ants. However, sometimes you have to admit it. Even if it is this kind of trash. This kind of people who like to oppress their compatriots. Sometimes, when humans face a life and death crisis, such people may also stand up to defend their homes. Therefore, Sujia thought, whether it is merit or demerit, Pure Land reads the other party's memory, calculates the other party's sins, and makes a decision later. Merits and demerits cannot be offset. But once merits outweigh demerits, the beautiful dream world of Pure Land may also be tasted by him. It is also because of this that Sujia and Hong Yi finally let each other go. But letting this man go doesn't mean that he won't hate Sujia. The reason is very simple. In the past, he was so proud. But he was trampled under the feet of this man. As the eldest son of the City of Hope, how could he swallow this breath? After all, although Sujia and Hong Yi's methods are very strange. Or in other words, Sujia has nothing worth highlighting in this man's eyes. It's just that Hong Yi's methods are a little weird. Strong? Can he be stronger than his father? Therefore, this man thought fiercely in his heart. When he goes back, he will ask his father. If possible, he will avenge today's revenge. Obviously, some people always like to take shortcuts on the road to death. It is hard to say whether Sujia and Hong Yi will spare this man next time. But at least now, this man is safe and has some protection. Even the Lord of Guangming City couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He admired the generosity of Sujia and Hong Yi. Because, even if it was her, the Lord of Guangming City thought that if he was offended by such a person, even if he would not implicate his family, he would definitely kill the weak person who offended him. It is obvious. After all, the strong are respected in this world. Even the Lord of Guangming City, who looks very good at the moment and speaks. He is not a good person. I think so. If he is really a good person, how can he sit on the position of the Lord of Guangming City? But no matter which one. Now, Sujia has fully demonstrated his strength. At least the people of Guangming City are deeply impressed by the strength of Sujia and others. As for the group of people in the City of Hope, to be honest, no one will care about them. Because Guangming City, even if it is just a small soldier now, deeply understands. At this time, we should firmly choose the group of outsiders in front of us, who are strong in themselves and have mecha technology. As for the rest of our compatriots, if you can help them, help them. But as for the group of people from the City of Hope, in the City of Light, even a noble family was praying in their hearts. You are courting death. Don't take us with you. That's all. It's so simple. And Su Jie looked at Hong Yi with interest as if he had thought of something. How is it? You just explored the body structure of the Zerg. What do you think of this race? Obviously, the three little Su Jie more or less thought that since the reputation of those three guys was not that big, maybe he could really pull them into the group and follow him to conquer the world. Therefore, Su Jie wanted to see what Hong Yi thought of him before he met him. And Hong Yi also gently held back on this. At the same time, think seriously. A very powerful race. Very vigorous. And if I'm not mistaken, this kind of insect, even if there is still a breath, some of them can't even be called food in the city. These insects have extremely powerful digestive and absorption systems, which can completely absorb them. An endless division, before the resources are exhausted. For some races with low civilization levels, systematic standing, before reaching level 8. Facing this kind of insect race is a disaster. When Hong Yi said this, Su Jie hadn't said anything yet, and the Lord of Guangming City on the side was already shocked. It is obvious that other soldiers do not know the concept of a level 8 expert. But as a level 6 extraordinary person, she knows better than anyone what the level 8 can reach. It is for this reason that the Lord of Guangming City seemed a little shocked and even desperate after hearing this heavy news from Hong Yi. Yes, even though Hong Yi was so powerful at this time, the Lord of Guangming City still could not associate Hong Yi with a level 8 expert. And the Lord of Guangming City was indeed right. Although Hong Ye's body structure was somewhat special, similar to that of an ancient god, Hong Ye's level was indeed only level 6. Even though he could kill some weak level 7 players. But obviously, there is a huge difference between a real level 8 warrior and a level 8 warrior. And currently, standing here, there is no one who has the fighting power of a level 8 warrior. And according to Hong Yi, to stop this insect plague, even a level 8 warrior may not be able to do it. It must be a level 4 civilization. It must have at least 10 level 8 warriors. Even among those 10 level 8 warriors, there must be one more top level 8 warrior to be able to fight this insect plague. It is different from the Xiaoxian world that has reached the level 5 civilization. Except for the Xiaoxian world. Nowadays, let alone level 8 warriors, level 7 warriors are rare. Of course, there is no level 8 strongman among Su Jie's group, including Su Jie. But this does not mean that Su Jie is not as strong as the level 8 strongman. Or the level 8 strongman is also very weak in front of Su Jie. But no matter who it is, obviously no one would think that Su Jie is so strong. Except for the more than 100 people on Su Jie's side. After all, no matter how to fight against the world of immortal cultivation, Su Jie has crushed those level 8 and even level 9 strongmen with absolute strength. Even the immortal emperor, who reached level 10, was suppressed. But Hong Yi and others know Su Jie's combat power. But the Lord of Guangming City and others do not know. As for the group of people in the City of Hope, they ran away without a trace after Su Jie spared their lives. It was a coincidence. They seemed to be born or destined to die during this period. Otherwise, the man, even if he heard the presence, even a conversation, he would never dare to have the slightest thought of revenge again. But the man was full of hatred after all. He went back and planned to let his father test, or even send troops directly. And the decision of the Lord of Hope City will also affect the fate of their City of Hope. When everyone was still in despair of the Zerg, the Lord of Bright City was thinking of another thing. In other words, it was just like before. The Spark Plan. That is, when Su Jie came to this planetary civilization, the blind spaceship he encountered, the spaceship that they destroyed, it was an escaped spaceship full of dignitaries and upper-class people. The Lord of Guangming City originally hated the group of people. But now, even in Guangming City, the Lord couldn't help but think of this plan again. According to the original idea of the Lord of Guangming City, abandoning most people, these strong men escaped on the spaceship. Obviously, it was a very cunning and disgusting behavior. But now it's different. The Lord of Guangming City had to move his plan closer to Su Jie and the fire strongman in front of him. The reason is very simple. With more than 100 such powerful combat mechas, this made the Lord of Bright City wonder. Do these people also have some super huge spaceships? Or, do they have the technology of related spaceships? Then, can they build that spaceship in a short time? And then take all the remaining people on this planet? Yes, that's right. All human beings. Escape from this damn planet invaded by the Zerg natural disaster. It is obvious. The civilization on this planet has not reached it yet, or is not qualified to understand it at all. When the world will of a planet is swallowed up, all life born in that world will disappear with the disappearance of the world's will. The Lord of Bright City obviously couldn't know about this, so she naturally wouldn't lean on this matter. But Sujia didn't care so much. At this time, Sujia's idea was quite simple. He was going to play a war game with the three little acquaintances he had never met. A war. The world was his chess piece. All living beings were his pieces. The battlefield for fighting against the Zerg. It was also a way to see to what extent those three guys had grown so far. Therefore, Sujia couldn't take people away no matter what. For him, no matter who they are, they will go to the Pure Land after death and be summoned by the Pure Land. After all, as long as Sujia finds a planet with life, he will subconsciously cover the Pure Land as soon as possible, so as not to miss any warriors worth training. Although the Pure Land can even control the long river of time to pull the dead back from the past and revive them. But this is ultimately flawed. The resurrected people are not alive after all, and have greater potential. Hong Yi is just an exception. If the resurrection of others is just to let the soul descend on the demon body created by him using cloning technology, then Hong Yi is a perfect resurrection achieved through special means and the special rules of his world. The cost of this perfect resurrection is undoubtedly huge. For Sujia, it is not necessary at all. So many resources are used to resurrect a person who has some potential in the future. But it is not known whether the potential is enough. It is better to use that resource to create 10 demon bodies of equal strength. Yes, the cost of perfect resurrection is so high. The materials consumed to resurrect one person are enough to create 10 demon warriors of equal strength. If it is not necessary, Sujia naturally cannot invest so many resources in some unfamiliar people. Now, except Hong Yi has achieved perfect resurrection. Generally, few people can be resurrected perfectly again. In fact, demon warriors still have some drawbacks. Let's not talk about anything else. Just take the strong men in the world of cultivation. After their resurrection, their strength level has dropped by 1 level. Of course, this is just a common drawback. If those people go crazy, they can reach their strength before their death in a short time. Even after being reborn in the body of the demon clan, those strong men can still continue to improve. This is not a conflict. Sometimes, physical qualifications do not mean much at all. Wisdom and talent are the real talent. If you can't even cross the boundary of the flesh, then that kind of person, even if you give him a perfect resurrection, he will still be a hopeless person. Thinking about it, Sujia also found that he had thought about it wrongly. Now, his purpose is not to study the perfect resurrection, but to think about how to cultivate the strength of the people on the current planet to the peak. Cultivate to a level of strength that is enough to fight against the Zerg. And Sujia also found out, it seems, to improve such a great strength in a short period of time. In addition to mechanical ascension, it seems that there is no other good way. Flesh ascension. In other words, it is too difficult for extraordinary people to become stronger quickly at present. The advantage of this thing over mechanical ascension is that they can naturally become stronger over time. They don't need to want to become stronger like mechanical ascension. And they also need to find breakthrough materials. And the category of extraordinary people is obviously analogous to flesh ascension. Hong Yi and others are similar to spiritual ascension. Each has its own advantages. The body becomes holy. It may not be weaker than mechanical ascension when it reaches a certain level, but the same thing. Each has related defects. There is one important point about mechanical ascension. It is very aggressive and contagious. As long as a race has a mechanical ascension player, he will transform his entire race and the creatures of a planet into mechanical creations in a short period of time. Joint mechanical ascension. The speed is so fast that it is unimaginable. At the same time, similar to the world of Xioshan and the current extraordinary people, even the world of Hong Yi can be counted. Their ascension is also very strong. But the only drawback is, the speed is slow. Moreover, the contagion and popularity rate are not high. This thing really requires talent. It is not like mechanical ascension. There is someone to do everything for you. And you just need to wait to be transformed. However, Su Jie is not thinking of the kind of mechanical ascension that transforms people into robots this time. Instead, it uses technology. In other words, Su Jie wants to take this opportunity to hand over the armor technology to this group of people and release some scientists from Azure Star, Mars and the Moon. Let them study together, cooperate with super artificial intelligence to try to improve the overall strength of his combat mechas. Can they improve a level? At present, the mecha Su Jie drives is a level 7 primary. It is considered to be a very weak one among the level 7. But the same thing. It's just that Su Jie doesn't have too many resources at present. And the resources are a bit scarce. So he needs to use them for other purposes. But this time, Su Jie thought, in order to test the ability of the 3 little ones to control and reorganize, it's not a bad idea to waste some resources a little. This means that Su Jie can pull up a group of troops that can control level 7 transforming mechas in a short time. But this is far from enough. According to Hong Yi and Su Jie's opinion, it is obvious that a batch of level 7 mechas cannot deal with this insect disaster. Because to fight against a large-scale insect disaster, not only a batch of level 7 mechas are needed, but more level 7 mechas are needed. At the same time, at least 10 level 8 mechas are needed to support the battle. And this makes Su Jie a little embarrassed. If he doesn't go down, call all the combat forces that Su Jie currently has. Maybe he can only fight a tie with the insect disaster in front of him. Of course, that immortal emperor is an exception. After all, he was once a level 10 strongman, the real top figure in the level 5 civilization world. Even though he has fallen to level 9 because of the limitation of the demon body, it is enough to pick out a group of warriors and follow him to charge and completely break the crisis of the Zerg disaster. But the immortal emperor who died was not here at the moment. Instead, he was busy in the Xiaoxian world, refining the huge Xiaoxian world with his master In Ruoro. And this requires a lot of materials. This is why Su Jie is still short of materials after conquering so many worlds. As for why he wants to refine the Xiaoxian world instead of letting Hong Yi swallow it directly, it is not because of distrust. Hong Yi is worried that Hong Yi will turn against him after he becomes powerful. Let's not talk about Hong Yi first. Can he beat Su Jie after he turns against us? Can he beat Su Jie's master? Let's talk about one thing. His purpose, in addition to liberating multiple universes, is to taste the expectation of ascending to become the legendary ancient god at the top of the universe. Yes, Su Jie also wants to become an ancient god, although he looks down on those ancient beings. But who doesn't want to be that kind of existence? Real immortality, rather than the false immortality like the Pure Land. Because to put it bluntly, if the soul is erased, it is impossible to return to the Pure Land. But as long as Su Jie can become an ancient god and control the Pure Land again, even if that person's soul is wiped out, Su Jie is confident that he can save the person. The power of the ancient god is so powerful. Therefore, when Su Jie regards the ancient god as his imaginary enemy, more or less, Su Jie has to admit, the pressure is quite high. But a man must not say that he can't do it. And Su Jie is not without confidence. As long as he successfully refines the world of cultivation, Su Jie has the hope of raising his strength to level 12 during the fusion. Yes, that's right. His current strength is only one level higher than that of the 10th level Immortal Emperor. Level 11 Strongman. Touched the threshold of the 6th level civilization. But it is still quite difficult to reach the level 6 civilization. The current Galactic Empire is, after all, only a slightly stronger existence among the level 5 forces. But don't think that the Galactic Empire and the Xiaoxian world are at the same level on the surface. But the Xiaoxian world is only a world after all, not a galaxy. It is difficult to estimate the world contained in a galaxy. But this also shows the potential and qualifications of the Xiaoxian world. A mere world can develop to compete with the Galactic Empire, which is integrated with multiple worlds. It is conceivable. Su Jie is still very envious. Envious of the results after the Xiaoxian world is successfully refined. In fact, the Galactic Empire is not as powerful as imagined. But it is precisely because of unity. That is why it is regarded as an absolute overlord in the eyes of others. Even when facing some level 6 civilizations, it is not so weak. The universe is indeed huge. But because of its hugeness, the circle seems a little sparse. In the universe, let alone a level 5 civilization like the Galactic Empire. Level 4 civilization. It can be called a hegemon, let alone the current world. A world that is being troubled by the Zerg. It is also a level 3 civilization in the outside world. A powerful existence that many civilizations dare not provoke. The result is just 3 women who ran out of the level 5 civilization of the Galactic Empire. As the 3 women played around, this level 3 civilization almost collapsed. Or rather, it had already collapsed. The only thing left was a matter of time. And the reason why the 3 guys were not in a hurry to destroy this civilization was in it. After a brief thought, everyone knew that Hong Yi and the others understood that Su Jia was the absolute leader. And the people in Guangming City also saw that Su Jia had no ideas. And when the others didn't seem to dare to move, they just stood there stupidly with Su Jia. In fact, Su Jia's attitude towards Hong Yi and the others was also very simple. Just be a friend. He would show his imperial majesty in major decisions. Normally he is very gentle. But Su Jia said so. And others dare not think so. Even someone as strong and proud as Hong Yi. It is not that he is afraid or timid. He just respects him absolutely. Hong Yi does not yield to the strong. But he yields to Su Jia, who represents the leader of the Red. Although Su Jia will be somewhat indifferent to life in the process of liberation. But Hong Yi firmly believes. All this is because of the existence of the Pure Land. If there is no Pure Land, Su Jia will never be so indifferent to life. Yes, that's right. At this time, Hong Yi has deified Su Jia. In Hong Yi's mind, Su Jia is simply a saint. He was completely convinced. Of course, part of the reason was that the Frost Woman was loyal to Su Jia. He had to be loyal to the person his lover was loyal to. Moreover, Su Jia in front of him was also a person worthy of his following. In this way, as time passed, Su Jia finally came back to his senses and determined the past and the goal of becoming an ancient god in the future. At the same time, Su Jia also smiled and looked at the Lord of Guangming City. Looking at this man who didn't know how powerful he was at the beginning. Looking at the woman in front of him. Thinking about accepting him as a pet. Su Jia spoke softly. I can probably guess your thoughts. But I want to tell you. Running away. It's useless. Where your roots are, you are there. Su Jia, who said this, not only wanted to explain that all life is attached to the world will. After all, even the Pure Land is a special world will body that can deprive other world wills. At the same time, Su Jia also wanted to express his obsession as a dragon countryman. Fallen leaves return to their roots. Even though Su Jia is now powerful enough to crush most civilizations in the universe. Crush all civilizations with individual strength. But Su Jia also thought about the moment when he really died. To be honest, he really wanted his body to return to his hometown. He didn't know what his hometown was like now. Soon, in order to avoid himself from thinking again, Su Jia let others stand there waiting for him. Su Jia also spoke directly. Maybe you don't understand what I mean for the time being. But someone will explain it to you later. At the same time, I am also telling you. Don't think about running away. There is only one choice. That is resistance. And in this process, we will act as your strong partner. Even death is not a problem. Don't doubt our purpose. With our strength, you should know it clearly. As smart as the Lord of Light City. If we have any conspiracy, we can just rob it. But we are here with the will to liberate and help the weak. So you can trust us with your back. And the first thing we have to do is to hand over the technology of these transforming mechas to you. At the same time, I will bring a group of producers of these transforming mechas in the next 2 days to cooperate with you in researching mechas. Remember, there are not 10 8th level elementary combat forces. The ending of you and us. There is only death. No one here will run away. Forget about running away. After Su Jia finished speaking, he waved his hand casually, indicating that he wanted to enter the city to taste the customs and habits of the other world. Hong Yi and others were not surprised and followed them to disperse. But the Lord of Guangming City and some soldiers watched the group of people leave with complicated expressions. In fact, the Lord of Guangming City wanted to say something. If it is possible, who would be willing? Who would want to abandon their hometown? The place where they were born and raised? But to be honest, when Su Jia said those words, after saying those words, the Lord of Guangming City felt that his heart was trembling. That was a will to face death with courage. But after despair, the will to rekindle the flame of hope in their hearts. They were not alone. There were still good people like these people in the universe. Work together. Struggle. Then. Live. At the same time, the Lord of Bright City also made up his mind in his heart. If their homeland could survive this Zerg disaster, wait until the Lord of Bright City arranges everything. She will follow that man. Follow him. Follow him. Travel the universe. Help another world like his hometown that is being invaded by Zerg. Help them. And like Sujia today, advance and retreat with those civilizations. Live and die together. And Sujia, who left, did not expect it at all. He had not yet said that the death related to the Pure Land could also be resurrected. The Lord of Guangming City was already prepared to give everything and wanted to surrender to him. Even. Not only the Lord of Guangming City thought so. Just like a soldier who was standing on the city wall and patrolling for many years. At this time, he was also thinking, if I was still alive in this battle, if the Zerg was successfully eliminated, then, after I arrange for my mother, I won't get married. Resign from the identity of the city wall guard. Follow that adult. Practice justice. Sujia's words were said as a joke without much emotion. But today, countless people were infected. In fact, Hong Yi and others did not completely deify Sujia. Because Sujia, to a certain extent, he really wanted to make everyone better. The reason is also very simple. When the strength reaches a certain level, after getting rid of some low-level interests, compared to destruction, compared to violent rule, those weak people, those strong people, voluntarily follow and die for themselves. Doesn't it bring people a stronger sense of accomplishment? The prayers and yearnings of the weak, the respect and rush of the strong. How wonderful. How intoxicating. That's why, even if it's a weak civilization, as long as Sujia discovers it, let's not talk about the ending of that civilization for now. But at least all ordinary people can achieve the ideal ending in their minds. When they are alive, they will enjoy the reality and the utopian world brought by Sujia. Even if that utopian world will collapse instantly with the death of Sujia. Even if it doesn't collapse instantly, it will only last for a short 100 years and will inevitably dissipate. But, after death, but they can enjoy the dream world, realize everything, and also choose to reincarnate. Although, whether it is the dream world or any other ability, it will also disappear with his death. But is it really so? Unconsciously, Sujia also found that he had changed a little. Nowadays, the Pure Land bears too many souls. Sujia has sometimes thought about it. If he fails in his path to becoming an ancient god, that piece of Pure Land will inevitably be broken. Red Knight. In fact, to some extent, it is not only an experiment of Sujia, it is also a backup for Sujia. Sujia has no other abilities. Although Sujia generally does not completely trust a person, but Sujia is even more unwilling to disappoint those who are willing to believe in him. Therefore, Hong Yi is his guinea pig. At the same time, when Sujia fails to become a god, the Pure Land world controlled by him will be broken. But Hong Yi's Pure Land world will not be affected. Although the upper limit of growth ability will be locked to death. But there is a benefit. Nothing, not even a soul, will dissipate or die because of this. No one will wake up from the dream. This is also selfish. Leave it to those who are willing to follow him. The last kindness of ordinary people who should not be tortured by pain. But to be honest, in the Pure Land, those souls, are all people really willing to follow him? Sujia? The answer, actually, yes. Because, I'm afraid even Sujia can't imagine it. How much pressure has Hong Yi endured at this time? Countless people. All woke up suddenly after experiencing the dream century. You can enjoy everything in the dream world. But sooner or later, the protagonist of the story will realize that their world is fake. Because the dream world will make people's dreams come true. And everything they want will come true. Then sooner or later, that person will become the strongest in the universe. There is no stronger. Finally realized that the world is fake. And then woke up. Recall everything. Recall those people who are still persecuted in the real universe. And Sujia who brought them everything in front of them. Then, the involuntary desire to follow will arise. Now, Sujia was originally a lazy person. And he naturally would not take charge of the souls in the Pure Land world. He only controls the Pure Land. But when he does not use that control and separate some of the power of the Pure Land, Hong Yi is the absolute controller. Therefore, Hong Yi is really overwhelmed at this time. Countless souls express that they want to become demon warriors, to make their own contributions to liberate the world. Even if the price is to wake up from the dream world, from the original identity of being able to control everything and get whatever he wants. He can achieve it at will. To become a demon soldier. It's worth it. So many sincere followers. I'm afraid even Su Jie himself is unaware of it, and can't even imagine it. Because even now, Su Jie still thinks the reason why so many people are willing to follow him, it is because of his powerful strength, rather than some moving courage. Su Jie has no idea. If the charm value of a peerless beauty is 99, then his charm value at this time, I am afraid it has exceeded 100. The charm value of 100 is the upper limit of the comprehensive evaluation of charm value. But it is not the upper limit of Su Jie. Because when a person, his goal is to make everyone beautiful, then many people will involuntarily yearn for it and die for it. Things are not over yet. Soon, through Su Jie's instructions, at the edge of this galaxy, there is an interstellar spaceship flying towards this planet in the space station and the cosmic fortress. Inside, it is the scientists such as Blue Star who have become demon warriors through Su Jie's authority. And their purpose and mission are also very simple. Help the people of the City of Light master the relevant technology of the transformation mecha, and unite to find a way to break through. After all, the civilization of this planet has reached the 3rd level. It is far beyond the civilization of the galaxy where Blue Star was before. It is conceivable that it is twice as high, or even close to twice the civilization level. I think, as long as we are on the right path and deduce from it, it is not impossible to create a higher level of transforming mecha. After all, the one who supports all this, but 5.5 civilization, the real founder of the Galactic Empire, Su Jie, and super artificial intelligence. It is the label of the 5th level civilization. In fact, the label of the 6th level civilization is also easy to understand. That is wandering the universe. It is not the kind of extremely slow wandering universe. The innate ability of the pioneers. In the eyes of other local civilizations, it is the threshold of reaching the 6th level civilization. To put it simply, that is the space jump. It can also be regarded as a space leap, traveling through various universes in a very short time. Obviously, to solve this Zerd disaster without any mistakes, the people on this planet need to invent similar technology. Space jump technology. That is, control of space. Even Su Jie now dare not say that he can remain intact under the threat of space cutting. Although it cannot kill Su Jie, but it is enough to cause harm to Su Jie. Speaking of which, this is why Su Jie suddenly developed such a great interest in the world where Hong Yi is. Because that world, there are too many mini versions of the rules of the universe. Pure land is the death rule in the universe. This is not the main point. In the world where Hong Yi is, the power of their eyes seems to correspond to certain rules of the universe. Unextinguishable flames. And eyes that distort space. There is also mental control similar to the dream world. Such terrifying potential is not an isolated case. And just when everyone has their own tasks and is busy, on a dead planet, the 3 girls suddenly burst into strong interest. Contact. Contact. I contacted the master. Really? Where is the master? Let's go now. No. The master said that he has now come to this galaxy, the last planet with life. But the master said, you are not allowed to meet the master for the time being. The master asked us to give that civilization the last 6 months, then launch a general attack. The master said that if we win, we will join us. Really? Did the master really say that? Well, let's quickly stockpile troops and create more high-end combat power. Hey, do you really think you can beat the master? Scarlet, why have you become so stupid? Oh, I forgot to say. The master said that it is not us who are fighting with the master. The master will not interfere. He will only promote the development of civilization. As for whether we can win, we have to rely on the civilization itself. Heh. Although I admit that even if we 3 it up, we are definitely not a match for the master's finger. But if we are only fighting against that civilization, I am enough by myself. Erky, don't be careless. If we fail, we can only go back. Okay. Okay. Ling Yuan. I know. Isn't it enough? Don't take it so seriously. The 3 little ones obviously received the message Su Jie said to them. Obviously. The consequence of doing so is that the 3 top-level warriors among the 7 levels, even given enough time to develop, can rely on the human wave tactics to pile up and kill 3 people, who are equivalent to the 8-level warriors, will be 12 points of spirit. Even this time, he regarded the attack on this civilization as the most important task in his life. Nothing else. This led to what Hong Yi said would become a reality. Hong Yi had said before, this civilization. It is absolutely impossible to survive this Zerg disaster without a dozen level 8 strongmen. But obviously, after Su Jia's secret communication this time, this number may double again. This is the horror of the Zerg disaster. The Queen Mother's body is obviously not strong, but the combat life forms they created. Not only are they huge in number, their strength is also terrifying. After all, the Zerg is called the second disaster of the universe. As long as the decapitation operation cannot be completed, I am afraid that even the level 9 strongmen may be killed by the human wave tactics. That is the Zerg. If their mother body is not strong, the final war weapon will only be 1 level higher than the mother body. Therefore, this also means 3 little ones. Even if any one of them break through 1 level in this half year, then the difficulty of this Zerg disaster will change from having a dozen level 8 strong men to be able to survive the danger safely, to at least 3 level 9 strong men are needed to survive this crisis. In other words, the difficulty of Su Jia giving this civilization a successful challenge is extremely great. This is the price Su Jia paid for helping this civilization. If this civilization survived this crisis by itself, then Su Jia would be even more delighted. But since Su Jia intervened this time, then the difficulty would naturally increase accordingly. In fact, this time, Su Jia not only wanted to experience this civilization, at the same time, Su Jia wanted to experience Hong Yi and the others, so that the group of people in the Xiaoxian world also needed to experience. There were too few ties between each other. Obviously, they had the ability to die and resurrect, but they did not use this to improve the relative ties. This would be a very terrifying thing for the future, because Su Jia understood. Once the people under him got used to death, they are also used to resurrection after death, and are not afraid of death. This will certainly make some people fight the enemy without fear of death, but this will also lead to a high loss ratio. This will lead to excessive consumption and waste of resources. Su Jia currently does not even rule a universe. How could he be so extravagant and wasteful? If he really holds this mentality, he will never be strong. Therefore, Su Jia's current goal and task is to find a way to let others know that there is a price after death. Not no price. In fact, Su Jia already has some ideas. In fact, he does not need to pay special attention to the strong. Sometimes, someone can become that kind of strong. One is because of luck, and the other is because of the world's environmental problems. Take Hong Yi for example. If Hong Yi was born in the world of immortal cultivation, then it is possible that Hong Yi would be just an ordinary person and spend his life in an ordinary way. But it is also possible that he would grow into a strong man, and even reach the level of the immortal emperor. In addition, there are so many people waiting in line now, wanting to become a modular soldier and come to this world. Su Jia thought, you can play a rotation system. Once you die, then if you want to come to the real world again, you need to wait in a long line. Of course, it can be regarded as some small kindness given by Su Jia. After all, living in the real world all the time is not that easy. After all, the Pure Land is not something you can come and go as you please. In reality, it is difficult to return to the Pure Land without death. And now, Su Jia has made up his mind. In the future, he will really treat everyone equally. No distinction between strong and weak, only between ranks. As for the bodies of the demons, he plans to transform them in the future. No more excessive accumulation of resources to make the body of a module have extremely strong strength from birth. Instead, all resources are invested in talent. Let everyone, even the ultimate strong, start working hard from the bottom. And in this way, there is no need to worry about vicious competition, because everyone will see each other sooner or later. As for committing crimes, it is even more impossible. Most of those who can come to the real world are tired of playing with low-level interests and beauty in the dream world. Most of those who can come to the real world are full of ideals and ambitions. This is also the advantage of the dream world. When a person is tired of playing with low-level interests, he has to develop some ideals and philosophical things. It can also be said, except for some necessary reasons, the army in Su Jia's hands can be called a good army that does not kill or abuse. It is also a miracle in the universe. After all, except for some treacherous star cannons that directly destroy the entire planet. All invasion wars. There will be disgusting acts such as torture and killing. But for many times, this group of troops under his command has never happened. Of course, many people are actually strong, and they did not do so because of His Majesty. But as it progresses, and the shift system changes, this kind of thing will never happen again. But there is also one thing that makes Su Jia a little distressed. When a person experiences too many things in the dream world, although he has philosophy and ideals, but they seem to have lost their pure innocence and emotions. Just like now, Su Jia noticed that many people actually cannot produce too many emotional fluctuations. But Su Jia couldn't stop these things from happening, like temporarily sealing memories and reincarnating. That's possible. But they would be reborn on planets, like the blue star, that were not destroyed by him. Su Jia. But in that case, a person's despicable nature would also be revealed. This is something Su Jia would never allow to appear in his army. Even if there is a pure land, those who were slaughtered will get new opportunities. But the mental trauma cannot be eliminated. This mental trauma is more terrifying than imagined. Therefore, it's fine now. He, Su Jia, is satisfied. If someone is tired of fighting and killing, and does not want to help others, then seal your memory and reincarnate. If you want to get rid of vulgar interests and liberate more people who are in distress, then join Su Jia's Hall of 10,000 Races. He has everything here. Don't think that they are all collectively called demons. But in fact, whether it is humans or birds and beasts, there are traces. After all, those conquered by the Xiaoxian world are not dominated by humans, let alone other things. Just talk about the 9 top masters. More than half of them are not human. But they are still alive and well. Follow Su Jia's footsteps and save and liberate more people. This led to Su Jia not only treating human lives as life, he also treated the lives of some animals as life. But this is also good. Isn't this true equality? Of course. Those animal masters also have some sense of propriety. Before the birth of true wisdom, or at least this animal cannot produce wisdom equivalent to that of a 5-year-old human child in this world within 10 years, then there is no need to save it. It is also classified as a beast, because it is not that he does not want to save it, but this kind of creatures do not even have the qualifications to enter the Pure Land. Su Jia has no choice. Fortunately, those monsters are also very open-minded. After all, monsters are also preying for those creatures that are eaten. The monsters seem to be more cheerful. But sometimes Su Jia is a little difficult to make a decision. After all, it is hard to say whether this kind of battle between races is right or wrong. But Su Jia still has some ideas for some solutions. In the next few days, the City of Light is also expediting the research on transforming mechas. And in order to have the combat power to break through, they, the City of Light, must take on the responsibility of upgrading the civilization of their planet from the 3rd level to the 4th level. And the combat power limit level must also be raised from the 6th level to the 8th level. The difficulty of this needs to be completed in just half a year. It is conceivable how difficult it is. But no matter how difficult it is, there must be a way out. They have no right to stop. Either destruction or rebirth in destruction. And Hong Yi said, the meanness of human beings is that even in the face of catastrophic threats, they cannot avoid fighting. The matter of the insect of light was eventually spread, and the group of people who spread it. In fact, they did not know the actual combat power of Su Jia and others. But those spies learned some key information through the combat mechas currently controlled by the City of Light. Among the combat mechas, only 3 combat mechas have reached the 7th level of combat power. The others are only level 6. If it is just a city of human survivors facing such a tremor, it can only surrender. But if the city of survivors sits for a long time and unites together, at least excluding the body strength of Su Jia and Hong Ye's hundreds of people, only counting the combat mecha and the apparent strength of the City of Light, then the 9 cities of survivors can still compete with it, even under the imagination of the 9 city lords. They can even be stronger than the current alliance between the City of Light and the group of foreign forces. Therefore, the pressure began. This also made the city lord of the City of Light a little angry. Originally, this enlightened city lord wanted to unite all the survivors to jointly develop mechas. But she hadn't sent out an invitation yet. They put pressure on her directly, wanting to monopolize the technology related to the transforming mecha. It is conceivable that anyone with a little blood and dignity would be angry. And the Lord of Light City learned from the news he received what the joint city lords of the 9 survivor cities wanted. After mortgaging people like Hongyi and Sujia, as well as those scientists, the Lord of Light's inner anger reached the extreme. Not to mention the personal feelings of respect and yearning for Sujia. Just because Sujia and his people had offended him. Sujia and his people had wiped out humanity. This last flame of hope was something that the Lord of Bright City could not tolerate and could not accept. To some extent, the Lord of Bright City also had a heart that was too kind. In the eyes of this woman. In her heart. Those other city lords certainly wanted to start a civil war. But the common people were innocent. And the Lord of Bright City obviously saw it. Although Sujia and his group were careless and wanted to save the people. But if the people backstabbed them, the Lord of Bright City was very sure Sujia and his group would definitely not sit and wait for death, but would resist. In fact, it was the Lord of Bright City. If everyone in Bright City wanted to kill her, for no reason, or if they wanted to kill her because of some selfishness or desire, the Lord of Bright City thought that she would definitely resist. And while resisting, she would also kill all those who wanted to kill her. It was not just to live for the sake of living. The Lord of Bright City said confidently, there are still many people in this world worth saving. He would not be willing to sacrifice his life for such a small group of betrayers. Those who sacrifice their lives in order not to hurt others are extremely stupid. Therefore, the Lord of Bright City did not think that Sujia and others were such stupid people. Great and powerful people like Sujia and others. Their purpose must be to save more people. Therefore, Sujia and others will definitely not be killed by the people on this planet for compromise. Obviously. Now, the 9 city lords have united and ordered the people of the City of Light to hand over Sujia and others in a very high attitude, treating Sujia and others as objects and measuring them as currency of scientific research value. This is undoubtedly playing with fire. It is undoubtedly extinguishing the last flame of hope for the humans on their planet. Therefore, the Lord of the City of Light rejected the orders and requests sent by the 9 city lords in a very tough attitude, and directly issued a declaration of war. This move undoubtedly directly angered the other 9 city lords. Obviously, the 9 city lords thought that they were in a righteous position with their numerical advantage. And they also thought that the Lord of Guangming City actually helped outsiders, and wanted to go to war with them for a group of outsiders. With such an arrogant attitude, the Lord of Guangming City was naturally regarded as a traitor by the 9 city lords. And the army to fight against the rebellion also began to gather quickly. Didn't the 9 city lords know that doing so would only consume internal strength? No. They all knew. But they had more ideas and greater ambitions. The reason is also very simple. The spies have handed over the relevant information and descriptions of the transforming mecha to the 9 city lords. The 9 city lords also found that once they cracked the relevant information, they would be able to create a more perfect travel spaceship. At that time, they will drive a spaceship that can travel in the universe to escape from this planet that has no hope. At the same time, they can also control the combat mecha. No matter which one. It is obvious that as long as they attack the City of Light, it will meet their expectations. On the contrary, if they unite with the City of Light, they will use ridiculous ideas to resist the Zerg disaster. This behavior is ridiculous in the eyes of the other 9 city lords. And it is the behavior of a madman. It is also an act of self-destruction. And Sujia obviously didn't think of it at this moment. He sent some scientific research talents to help the people on this planet mass-produce combat mechas. As a result, the other 9 city lords not only wanted to ask for the 9 mechas, but also wanted to get all the research and development materials and information of the transforming mechas. To be honest, if the 9 city lords were willing to wait for some time, Sujia might not be able to do it. And the 9 city lords and others would not ask for it. Directly hand over the relevant materials of the transforming mecha. But if the 9 city lords sent troops to forcibly rob, then Sujia would definitely oppose it. It's a very simple truth. I can give it to you, but you can't rob it. But the same thing. At this time, Sujia didn't know anything about this matter. The Lord of Bright City was obviously concealing it. Soon, half a month had passed since the joint forces of the 9 city lords had sent out their troops. It was estimated that it would not take too long for the joint forces of the 9 city lords to officially march to the gates of Bright City. During this period, the Lord of Bright City had made up his mind. Since those people wanted to die, then, the Lord of Bright City had already made plans to send them off. Kill all the ambitious people. Finally, Recapture all the cities. Unite all the people together. And she will become the supreme ruler. Of course, this is only temporary. After they can really survive this Zerg disaster, the Lord of Light City plans to give up his position. Then he will follow Sujia to practice true justice. With such an ideal in mind, the Lord of Light City quietly waits for the arrival of war. This will be a baptism for people. It will also be the first test of the transforming mecha made by their Light City in actual combat. On the other side, the combined army of the 9 city lords is really rushing towards the Light City. However, they did not take it seriously at first. They think that as long as they keep moving forward, the spies left by the Lord of Light City will continue to send messages back. As for the woman, the Lord of Bright City, she would probably have to compromise under such pressure. But the 9 lords of the first and second class, they did not wait for the Lord of Bright City to compromise. Instead, they learned from their own spies and spies. The Lord of Bright City seemed to be ready for a full-scale war. At this moment, the 9 lords of Bright City almost laughed out of anger. The man who was spared by Sujia before also exaggerated and followed his father to say that the Lord of Bright City was so arrogant. It was obviously not conducive to the development of mankind. It was not conducive to their fire plan. And the so-called fire plan was more like fire. To put it bluntly, it actually means abandoning most people, and then they become deserters. Therefore, the city lords of the 9 joint forces are really not afraid of war. It doesn't matter who dies, or the more people die, the better. Anyway, they will only take their own guards and their relatives away from this planet. Anyway, they will definitely not be able to take everyone away. It's better to let some die to reduce some psychological pressure, and reduce the possibility of riots in the future. After all, now this group of people, the soldiers of these armies don't die. Or not many people die. When they want to escape, if they can't take these people with them, these people are likely to die with them. But if too many people die in this group, and only a small part of them remain, then they won't be able to make any waves. Therefore, as long as they are not completely defeated, the 9 city lords can accept it. Of course, I don't know if the current 9 city lords are all wearing the same pants and just want to be deserters. Maybe there are still some factions among the 9 city lords who are determined to live and die with their homes. It's just that they didn't express it openly. Obviously, if there is such a reorganization, their ideas are probably very extreme. Why do you say that? Because these people have not established any connection with the city lord of Guangming City. However, this kind of people have the extreme idea of dying in their homeland. Then their ideas are obvious. This kind of people obviously think that the lord of Guangming City, even if he gets help from outsiders, and has that kind of terrifying combat mecha, it may be impossible to stop the union of the lords of the 9 cities. And the ideas of these extremists, who want to die in their homeland, are very simple. When the current 9 joint forces fight the lord of Guangming City to death, or both sides suffer losses, they will take action. Kill all the survivors of the tragically victorious side, then die together in their hometown. The idea is so extreme. Obviously, this kind of people are more desperate than anyone else. The lord of Guangming City is obviously a hopeful faction. The 9 joint forces and the 9 city lords are also the escape factions. But hidden in this escape faction, there is also a self-destructive faction. Various complicated relationships have led to the instability of the 9 joint forces. It is hard to say whether the troops of the lord of Guangming City can be taken down. Now it seems even more precarious. But no matter what, the truth will only be revealed after the war. The 9 joint forces finally arrived at the city of the lord of Guangming City. They began to build a temporary combat command center. And their purpose this time is also very simple. Fight with those battle mechas, and collect the wreckage of damaged battle mechas to obtain relevant data. Obviously no one is a fool. Since they won't give it to them, they will crack it themselves. After all, the spaceship that Su Jia and his team destroyed when they came to this planet before can only be said to be ridiculous. It's hard to say whether they can fly away from this galaxy by themselves. Not to mention safety and other things. Obviously, it's still difficult for a level 3 civilization to travel long distances in the interstellar. But Su Jia's batch of battle mechas is different. That thing has been officially strengthened by Su Jia's joint superintelligent brain. At least it can fully achieve intergalactic travel. After all, although this planet can be called a third-level civilization to some extent, but it is only comparable to the combat power of a third-level civilization. It is simply impossible to travel through the galaxy like a third-level civilization. After all, The combat power system of this planet does not click on the technology side. There is no climbing technology. Instead, it takes the path of physical sanctification. This also leads to, if the physical strength does not reach the 8th level or even higher, it is difficult to travel in the stars. After all, even those strong people in the world of immortal cultivation find it difficult to travel in the stars for a long time. This is also a drawback of the immortal cultivation side. It is also a benefit and advantage of the technology side. But if you want to live forever, you have to transform yourself. It is generally difficult to break through, but it is very simple for the immortal cultivation side. Let's not talk too much. Sujia also clearly felt that something was wrong with the City of Light. Soon, Sujia also cracked some information and radio fluctuations on this planet from many angles and let the super intelligent brain. Soon he understood the current situation. But Sujia just smiled lightly and didn't take it to heart. For the City of Light. Isn't this a test? For the Red Knight Party and those scientists on the Blue Star. Isn't it also a test? 9 City Lords. Some of their strengths have even reached the peak of level 6. And there are 9 of them. Among them, there may really be a level 7 strongman who hides his strength. And those City Lords must have more or less level 6 generals under their command. To put it bluntly, if Hong Yi rushed over alone, without using the pure land ability, he might be defeated. But it was just a defeat. After all, Hong Ye's talent was there. It didn't take long for the 9 United City troops to arrive under the City of Light. In the crisis of the Zerg natural disaster that had just passed, the joint abdication of the other 9 cities obviously made some soldiers in the City of Light angry. Be clear. Although most of the senior officials in the City of Light are women, men have higher power. Almost all of them, except for the Lord of Bright City, who hold the highest power, are men. In addition, most of the soldiers are men. And men are always full of blood and unwilling to be inferior to others. After all, when they resisted the Zerg disaster before, this group of people did not come. On the contrary, they want to develop technology. And this group of people are very diligent in forcing the palace. It's not that they won't share it, but the Lord of Bright City has told them before. The other 9 city lords are more ambitious. This can also be regarded as a knowledge competition. The other 9 city lords are worried that Bright City will dominate alone. That's why they came to suppress it. Yes. Such ridiculous reasons and excuses. Of course, the other 9 city lords did not put this matter on paper. But the city lord of Guangming City did not need to consider the face of others. So he said it directly. This naturally made those men more angry and indignant. Under the current threat of foreign races, the dignitaries of the 9 cities are still thinking about internal fighting. This is impossible for anyone to tolerate. And Hong Yi also came to join in the fun this time. His strength is growing too slowly. Although the quality of his strength is very high. But if the level and combat power level cannot be raised, it will be useless. No matter how high the quality of his strength is. Facing some slightly stronger level 7 warriors, he was also killed. Although he had the power of the pure land, Hong Yi had achieved immortality to some extent. He even ignored the resurrection of the body. But how could a person like Hong Yi endure his own death? Even if that death was just a death without cost. And a resurrection without cost. But the proud Hong Yi still didn't want to win the battle in such a despicable way. This would make him feel like a certain kid playing with snakes. This was also something Hong Yi absolutely could not allow. Therefore, this time Hong Yi planned to participate in the battle. At the same time, Hong Yi also planned to analyze the power of the extraordinary system in this world. The body of the Frost woman is being nurtured. And Tongya has already made plans. He wants to collect more power systems for that woman. He must train the other party to be the strongest. For this, he spent a lot of money. He got a lot of rare treasures from the world of cultivation. And the extraordinary system of this world is also very interesting. Hongya thought. Should I absorb the essence of some people's bodies? Then he will refine it. Finally, he will provide power to the Frost woman through the channel of his own blood. Yes! The absorption technique of the 6 major reincarnation forces. Now that Hongya has been strengthened, he can also have some effect on the power of different systems. As long as Hong Yi can contact some people, he can directly start absorbing. And the power after absorption will be stored in his body by Hong Yi, who will decide whether to use it or keep it. At the same time, Hong Yi can also activate this power again to transfer it to the person who wants to transfer it. It can be regarded as a nurse who can increase the amplification ability. But Hong Yi does not want to provide this convenient power to anyone. Instead, he carefully stores it in his body. Every time he has free time, Hong Yi will stay with him and use all his extra power to nourish the body that is still sleeping in the ice coffin. To be honest, Su Jie has a headache for Hong Ye's obsession. The more this happened, the more Su Jie understood that the truth must not be known to Hong Yi. Fortunately, except for his master, no one else knew. Although his master In Ruoro was very unreliable at times. But when In Ruoro saw Hong Ye's obsessed look, she made an agreement with Su Jie that she would not spread the matter. It was a blessing in disguise. And on this day, Su Jie made it clear that he would not interfere in this matter. The Lord of Guangming City accepted it calmly, and invited Su Jie to watch this battle. And in this battle, at least Guangming City would not suffer any damage. The reason is very simple. The first batch of transformable armors has been manufactured. This is the first batch of armors manufactured by all the savings of Guangming City, and the foundation of who knows how many years. As you can imagine, how high the quality is. Although it is not as powerful and numerous as the legions built by the whole world, such as the Moon, Mars, and the Blue Star. But with the support of multiple technologies, the scale of this first batch of troops that can drive transformable mechas has reached more than 50 people. At the same time, Su Jie also contributed all the 100 mechas he brought with him. Therefore, at present, the combat power of the comprehensive transformable mecha legion of Guangming City has reached 7 level transformable mechas, 110 level 6 transformable mechas, and 200 level 5 transformable mechas. It is obvious. This time, the City of Light has also created about 10 level 6 transformable mechas, and more than 200 level 5 transformable mechas. It is also a good foundation in speed. Of course, if there is no industrial flow provided by the super intelligent brain, the manufacturing speed, the City of Light, even if there are more materials, will not be so fast. But these are not problems at all. After all, the Lord of the City of Light has expressed his desire to be loyal to him. Su Jie. Then, Su Jie will naturally not be stingy with those who follow him. The total number of legions is only 300. What they are about to face will be the combined forces of the 9 city lords, with hundreds of thousands of people. But the same thing, Su Jie thinks. This time, maybe the City of Light will pass through the dungeons of the 9 united cities without any damage. And Su Jie doesn't know whether the other abilities of the transforming mecha have been improved after being strengthened by the super intelligent brain. But at least the ability to save life has really improved by a huge margin. When the transforming mecha is seriously damaged, the cockpit located in the chest will instantly consume all the materials and be built into a hexagonal all-round absolute defense shell. And it will protect the driver firmly. In other words, to summarize it in a simple way, after the level 5 transformable mecha was damaged and fell into the form of protecting the driver, without the destructive power of the level 6 transformable mecha, or without the destructive power of the level 6 physical creature, it is impossible to break the defense in a short time. And on the battlefield, this ability brings a large number of records without casualties. It is obvious. There may be 1 or 2 level 7 extraordinary people in the 9 joint legions. But such extraordinary people will be stopped by 3 people who can drive level 7 transformable mecha. Then the remaining 9 city lords and their respective guards can cause fatal damage to the absolute defense of some level 5 transformable mechas. But destruction also takes some time. And the battlefield is a life and death struggle. Every second is the key to victory or defeat. It is conceivable, if it is not a desperate attack, when a level 5 transforming mecha falls into an absolute defensive state, unless a level 6 transcendent takes a life and death move to exchange his life with a soldier. Otherwise, there is absolutely no chance of casualties. This is such an unfair war. The 9 joint armies and their 9 city lords still clamored solemnly. Their general meaning is to ask the Lord of Guangming City not to resist, and deliberately said some slanderous words. They are the army of justice, and the Lord of Guangming City is a rebel. So, how could the Lord of Guangming City tolerate such slander? The verbal battle began. This is also a critical moment to boost morale. Even the Lord of Guangming City feels that this time, they will crush the 9 united armies. But the Lord of Guangming City cannot let the morale of his side fall behind. This is extremely detrimental to future unity. Soon, the 2 sides fought back and forth, and no one could scold the other. Therefore, they were forced into a situation where whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. At the beginning, The 9 united cities were thinking about fighting. After all, they have many generals. There are level 5 and level 6 transcendents. But how many can the Lord of Guangming City have? No matter how many. Can they be more than the former number of the 9 cities united? However, the Lord of Guangming City rarely agreed. Then, when the man who had provoked Su Jia before directly encouraged his father to go on the field, the middle-aged man obviously didn't care too much. Perhaps in the eyes of this middle-aged man. After all, he is a peak level 6 strongman. Not to mention that there are no level 7 strongmen in this world. Even if there are, as long as he wants to escape, the other 8 city lords will definitely save him. Therefore, the doting father agreed without thinking. Then, just when this man thought that the Lord of Guangming City would either fight in person or let a general of Guangming City, who had reached the 6th level of transcendence, come down to fight him. But Guangming City sent an unexpected figure directly. This person was none other than the Lord of the World, ancient god Embryo. Although only the 6th level, he had the hope of killing the 7th level, Hong Yi. Of course, let alone the 9 city lords. Even the Lord of Guangming City didn't know much about Hong Yi. And the doting father, seeing such a strange face, wanted to fight with him. And he did not feel any fluctuations of extraordinary power from Hong Yi. So he laughed wildly. The soldiers behind him also laughed mockingly. What? Is Guangming City scared? They actually sent an ordinary person. Not necessarily. Is this guy really an ordinary person? He jumped from such a high place, but nothing happened to him. Could it be a mechanical cyborg? I heard that the mechanical city is researching this aspect. But with such a high technological strength of the mechanical city, the comprehensive combat power of the mechanical cyborgs it has developed so far is only level 3. Can Guangming City really invent a mechanical human that can beat us? The Lord of Hope City? You are really asking for trouble. Amid the ridicule of many people, Hong Yi jumped down from the high city wall, raising a cloud of dust when he landed. His blood-red eyes were full of pride and dominance. It seems that he doesn't take people's ridicule to heart. In his own words, which adult would take the ignorant words of children to heart? And the Lord of Hope City is also a father who dotes on his son. And his smile slowly faded at this time. No matter how stupid he is, he will not be stupid enough to really think that Guangming City has gone crazy and sent a person who will be killed by him in seconds. Such a demoralizing behavior is definitely not something a city lord can do. Considering the person in front of him, he not only does not have the power of a supernatural person, but is also an absolute stranger. The city lord of Hope City can probably guess Hong Yi's identity. Outsiders. That is the purpose of their trip. And Hong Yi in front of him is one of the outsiders. Soon, the city lord of Hope City began to analyze in his mind. According to the intelligence, the technological power of that group of outsiders is very advanced. Then, he has reason to believe that the person in front of him is likely to be a strong opponent with special mechanical power installed in his body. Then, it is understandable that there is no supernatural power fluctuation on the other party's body. And what is the overall strength of this group of outsiders? He can't say, but he heard the information from the spy. He can estimate it. The guy in front of him is currently fighting with him in this posture, and his strength is estimated to be no more than level 6. The reason is also very simple. The information obtained from Jianjia. This group of people only has 3 mechas that have reached level 7. It is obvious. He regards Su Jia and Hong Yi as people from the technological world. The mayor of Hope City does not think that the real bodies of Su Jia and Hong Yi are stronger than the transforming mechas. Of course, the reason why those spies did not send the true strength of Su Jia and Hong Yi to the Lord of Hope City and the 9 city lords' joint forces here is very simple. Spy. Already turned against. Otherwise, the City of Light has now produced 300 sets of transforming mechas. How could the 9 joint forces not hear any news? And the reason why the City of Light was able to turn against and intercept the information they wanted to intercept so easily. The help they got naturally came from superintelligence. After all, the recent superintelligence is also assisting the City of Light in mass production of armor. So it's good that, by chance, they have established some connections with the Lord of the City of Light. Logically speaking, the Lord of Bright City does not have too many powers. But for the superintelligent brain, it is just intercepting some messages. It is just like asking you to help pass a message. It is too simple, so that no authority is needed at all. But this kind of thing is insignificant in the superintelligent brain. For the 9 joint ships, it is undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction attack. Therefore, at this time, no one really knows Hong Ye's strength. On the contrary, the Lord of Hope City, who is about to fight a one-on-one battle with Hong Ye, is full of confidence. Although he is a little wary in his heart, he is more imagining how to win and spare Hong Ye's life. Yes, that's right. The Lord of Hope City did not intend to kill Hong Ye directly. After all, the meaning and value of these outsiders in their eyes were obviously greater. This arrogant idea naturally led to his failure. But the Lord of Hope probably didn't expect it. At this time, his son had already begun to imagine how he would torture his father after he killed Hong Ye, or after he saved his life. At the same time, some soldiers from the 9 United Cities, especially those stationed in Hope City, were confidently discussing with each other. Do you think our Lord of Hope City will win? What are you talking about? We will definitely win. Yeah. Don't you see what the guy on the other side is? He can't sense any information about the extraordinary people. It is probably those mechanical modified people who are not doing their job properly. Our world is the world of extraordinary people. This kind of thing can never occupy the mainstream of the world. At this time, Hong Ye also crossed his arms and looked at everything arrogantly. Hong Ye did not make a move, which made others think that Hong Ye was afraid. But after observing for a while, Hong Ye suddenly chuckled and said, "All of you come together." The voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. The next moment, most people's expressions were somewhat sarcastic. Obviously, they didn't take Hong Ye's words to heart. At the same time, the ridicules continued. Ha ha ha. That guy who didn't have a trace of extraordinary aura on his body. Is he kidding? Is this just a newborn calf not afraid of a tiger? Hong Ye couldn't get angry in the face of these people's ridicule. He was not in a hurry, and still maintained that indifferent look, facing the ridicule of the crowd. Hong Ye's eyes instantly turned blood red. He was so arrogant that he didn't even plan to use his full strength at the beginning. On the high wall, Su Jia also had a headache looking at Hong Ye's character. Hong Ye is good in both combat quality and combat experience. It is this kind of arrogant character that will definitely cause big problems in the future. But there is no way. There is no hope that this matter will change soon. When Hong Ye suffers a setback, this guy will probably remember it more clearly in his heart. And after Hong Ye opened his blood-red eyes, the trajectory of everyone around him seemed to be predicted by Hong Ye. The next moment, Hong Ye moved directly. His figure was like lightning, and his speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch even with the naked eye. That is, the moment Hong Ye took action, all the laughter stopped abruptly. The face of the mayor of the City of Hope also changed. During the period of shock, Hong Ye had already stood in front of him, still with his arms folded across his chest, still with that indifferent attitude. The only difference was that Hong Ye's eyes were bloodshot at this time. You? The mayor of the City of Hope only had time to say these words, and Hong Ye kicked him out. At the same time, the moment the mayor of the City of Hope was kicked away, the huge Dharma image of heaven and earth opened its ferocious palm and slapped the mayor of the City of Hope. Damn it. Dare you look down on me? Obviously, Hong Ye's attitude towards the miscellaneous soldiers angered the mayor of the City of Hope. And this mayor is a 6th-level strongman after all. It was impossible for Hong Ye to defeat him so easily. The next moment, countless thunder and lightning spread from the Lord of the City of Hope. A huge roar exploded. The blue Dharma image, the palm of heaven and earth, was directly shattered by lightning. But even so, the laughter and ridicule of the soldiers of the 9 United Cities stopped instantly. Obviously, Hong Ye, without any extraordinary aura, burst out with such a strong fighting power in an instant. Everyone knew that they were not qualified to laugh at Hong Ye. But this did not mean that the soldiers thought Hong Ye could win. But there was no way. At this moment, Hong Ye simply showed his skills, but made others think that this was all Hong Ye's strength. But even so, others had to admit it. Although Hong Ye's first move was not the top one, it could still compete with some 6th-level extraordinary people. But who could have thought? Hong Ye's first move was not a big move, but it was the weakest move of the chess player. The next moment, countless thunder and lightning bombarded Hong Ye. Everyone saw that the Dharma realm used by Hong Ye would be shattered by lightning. Therefore, when the lightning completely covered Hong Ye's half-life Dharma realm, including the Lord of Guangming City, several people became nervous instantly. Obviously, they all thought that even if Hong Ye did not die, he would be seriously injured under this attack. The Lord of Guangming City sighed and shook his head. Obviously, although the Lord of Guangming City admitted that Hong Ye and Su Jia were strong in their original form. But the Lord of Guangming City thought the civilization of Su Jia and his group was probably still based on technology. And Hong Yi did not drive those transforming armors to fight, which was really a delay. But soon, when everyone thought that Hong Yi was seriously injured if not dead, a chuckle suddenly came out. Not bad, but not enough. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression was a little surprised. The Lord of Guangming City was surprised. The other 8 lords of the 9 united cities frowned. The soldiers were extremely shocked, because when Hong Yi laughed loudly, under the gaze of everyone in shock and admiration, a group of huge blue giants with a height of more than 1,000 meters rose from the ground. This oppressive Dharma world has 4 powerful arms. At the same time, each arm holds an illusory blue sword. Such a change in momentum instantly made the face of the originally aggressive Lord of Hope City a little stiff. But soon, the Lord of Hope City suddenly laughed. Obviously, as a level 6 strongman, he can also do this. The next moment, the Lord of Hope City also became arrogant. Then I will let you see the real strength of a level 6 extraordinary person. Obviously, in the past, when facing insect plagues, level 6 extraordinary people usually fought alone. They can be said to be walking terrorist weapons. In some large battlefields, they simply cannot cooperate with others to fight together. Such destructive moves are also exclusive to level 6 peak strongmen. Some ordinary level 6 strongmen simply cannot reach this level. Therefore, when Hong Yi showed his Dharma world that was as high as 1,000 meters, the mayor of the City of Hope officially regarded Hong Yi as his opponent. A qualified opponent. Then, the City of Hope slowly flew into the sky with both hands, as if to embrace the whole world, while praying to the world with a majestic voice. Everyone, it seems that you have been away from the war 30 years ago for too long. You have forgotten the true strength of our respective city lords. Today, let you see it. What is a city lord? What is the light of the world? Instantly, the sky was covered by dark clouds. Countless thunders exploded. Obviously, in this world, the 6th level extraordinary person is a terrifying existence capable of using the power of nature. But this still cannot change the city lord of the City of Hope, who does not have moves like the Dharma realm. He can only slowly fly to the sky, reaching 1,000 meters, and looking at Hong Yi, who is at the head of the Dharma realm. And at this moment, a sharp contrast has been formed. On one side is a towering giant that is 1,000 meters tall. On the other side is the Lord of the City of Hope, who is full of sacred posture under the background of thunder and dark clouds of nature. But no matter which one it is, it gives people an extremely powerful and oppressive feeling. But it is easy to say. After all, the Lord of Hope Pond City relies on the power of nature to make his side more vigorous and righteous. Just wanton. A savior carries the power of heaven, fighting against the evil giant. Of course, if the Lord of the City of Hope and the 9 united cities win this victory, it is estimated that this will be promoted. But will they win? The answer: not really. Hong Yi sneered fiercely, drew his sword instantly, and slashed the sky. This move was just a show of skill, and the protagonist didn't even care about the Lord of the City of Hope. This 1,000-meter tall giant just swung a powerful sword towards the sky. The next moment, the dark clouds that were originally rolling with thunder, the world that seemed like a doomsday scene, was directly slashed by this sword and became bright. The sky was bright, and the Lord of the City of Hope's original confident and arrogant smile also came to an abrupt end. The natural power that he had finally gathered was dissolved by this move. This moment made the Lord of the City of Hope feel a little nervous. The reason why he felt stage fright was very simple. He originally wanted to use the power of nature to enhance his combat power. After all, his ability as a superhuman was lightning. If he could use the power of nature, his strength would be increased many times. But it was precisely because he wanted to use the power of nature, rather than controlling and mastering the power of nature. Therefore, this was enough to prove it. A level 6 superhuman could only borrow, and a level 7 superhuman was the one who truly controlled the power of nature. But it was this great power of nature that he wanted to borrow. It was cut open and dissolved by Hong Ye's casual knife. Even a fool knows that Hong Ye's level is not on the same level as his own. But at this time, the Lord of Hope City also knows that he has been put on the fire, and he can't allow him to retreat, although his life is more important. But the Lord of Hope City, who has always been in a high position, also regards his dignity as more important. What's more, The Lord of Hope City does not think that the person in front of him can kill him instantly. As long as the other 8 lords see that he is about to lose, they will most likely help him. With this idea in mind, the Lord of Hope City cheered himself up and wanted to attack again. But Hong Yi was not happy. After all, he said at the beginning that everyone should come up. But now only this little guy came up to challenge him. What's the point? The next moment, Hong Yi directly put his hands together and formed a seal with his hands. At the same time, he ignored the Lord of the City of Hope who was attacking him. At this time, no matter what method the Lord of the City of Hope used to attack the Dharma realm that was 1,000 meters high, he could not cause any damage. Obviously, compared with the half-finished Dharma realm that was only half a body and only 10 meters long before, this complete Dharma realm is more solid and more powerful. This scene also stunned everyone below. Obviously, the City of Hope can't even break the defense of others at the moment. It is completely different from the previous thunder and lightning, as if controlling the whole world. This also made the faces of the other city lords change. Obviously, they also saw the gap between Hong Yi and their side. As a result, before the remaining 8 city lords were considering whether they should help, they saw the forehead of the huge Dharma image of heaven and earth. That is, Hong Yi had already completed the seal and looked up at the sky. Heaven sent falling stars. Instantly, whether it was the soldiers with worried faces, or the city lords who were considering whether to help, when they looked up at the sky, their expressions changed. They became extremely solemn. They became extremely complicated. They became extremely fearful. In an instant, the cloud layer was broken. Or rather, the atmosphere was broken. The meteorites in the space were actually pulled down by Hong Yi using his mental power. And the number of them: 1, 2, 5 in total. And I don't know if it was a coincidence, or if Hong Yi's power was limited to this. 5 meteorites. The 5 meteorites that were about to fall just covered all the positions of their 9 joint legions. If the meteorites were allowed to fall directly, the remaining 8 city lords would definitely not die. Even the level 5 transcendents would not necessarily die. But the soldiers below level 5 would definitely be in danger of death. The next moment, the mechanical city lord took the lead. He also shouted angrily, "Follow me. We must not let those meteorites fall." At the same time, the other 7 city lords nodded to each other and flew directly into the sky. Some of them turned into flames, and some turned into water, and their goals were the same: to deal with the meteorites that were about to fall. At the same time, they were ranked according to their strength. The strong ones faced 1 meteorite each, and the weaker city lords faced the 2 meteorites together. At this moment, the city lord of the City of Hope looked a little embarrassed, because he knew the other 8 city lords went to deal with the meteorite problem. Doesn't that mean that I have to deal with this terrifying giant on my side alone? However, before the Lord of the City of Hope made any move, he saw the long blue sword coming straight at him. There was no suspense in this battle. If 9 people came together, maybe there was still a glimmer of hope. After all, the Lord of the City of Hope was chopped to the ground with a sword. And then the huge Dharma giant stepped on him. And Hong Yi also looked up at the sky. The strength of these city lords was uneven. But if they couldn't even solve these small cosmic meteor showers, it would be too disappointing. But obviously, it is impossible to win with just this one move. Even the weakest city lords can easily solve the meteorite with their cooperation. Then, 8 majestic figures stood in the void. It was quite divine. There is no way. Since you are so arrogant, don't blame us for bullying the weak with our numbers. Obviously, after seeing Hong Yi's strength, the remaining 8 city lords could only shamelessly say that they would bully the weak with their numbers. But Hong Yi seemed to have thought of something and suddenly sneered. He had experienced this scene. And there are always some children who think that if there are more children, they can beat adults. The next moment, Hong Yi formed seals with his hands. Instantly, under the shocked eyes of all the people, under Hong Yi's sublimated strength, such a 1,000-meter-high giant actually won the victory. Yes, it was different from the past history. In the past, the clones that Hong Yi created when facing the emperors of the 5 empires were only the 3rd stage of the Dharma realm. But now, Hong Yi's strength is enough to support his clone to the final stage of the Dharma realm. The next moment, 16,000-meter-high blue Dharma realm giants filled the entire battlefield. The battlefield was so small that it was even difficult to squeeze out these Dharma realm giants. But it is obvious. Next, every city lord, no matter how strong or weak, will face the attack of the two blue giants. Now, everyone is desperate. These people are not desperate because of the 16 giants that they are completely unable to fight. However, the key problem arises. The reason for their despair is also very simple. Hong Yi is too relaxed. Whether it is the previous meteorites, or the dozen giants at present, there are many more to say. Although they can still solve all of this. But who can guarantee who has the confidence to deal with Hong Yi's next move? Who can guarantee that Hong Yi has no remaining means? That is the unknown. Let people begin to despair. The mayor of the City of Hope was trampled to death like an ant. At present, these 16 giants did not choose to act. If any of the mayors did not have the spare strength to stop the two giants, then the giants rushed into their weaker legions. It would undoubtedly be a massacre. At this moment, the 9 united legions here have a clear fighting power. 3 mayors showed their strength as 7th level extraordinary people. And at this moment, even the 3 of them, their faces were extremely solemn. Obviously, compared with the difficulty of others to deal with the meteor shower, the 3 of them are obviously much more relaxed. But it is still the same. The 3 city lords also considered it, and found that the 16 giants in front of them, even if the 3 of them are the strongest, each of them only needs to deal with 2. It also needs to pay some price. After all, the Hong Yi at this time is not the Hong Yi in his world. And the Dharma realm he created is not the Dharma realm before. After all, let's not talk about anything else. In the final battle, Kakadong borrowed a pair of eyes from his friend to achieve the Dharma realm, which was only a few hundred meters in size. But at this moment, Hong Yi, his Dharma realm is comparable to the overall size of 10 divine beasts. So huge. These 3 city lords still have such confidence that they can defeat the 2 giants assigned to them when they feel that they have enough strength. It is enough to prove their strength. But the same thing, after they defeated the giants they had to deal with. Then what? The outsider is Hong Yi. He repeatedly made these seemingly trials, but in fact contemptuous behaviors. It really interrupted their arrogance. I always feel that. Even if the dilemma raised by Hong Yi is dealt with now, the next moment, Hong Yi in front of him will more casually come up with a more terrifying dilemma. In fact, this group of people is not wrong. But they are also wrong. That's right. When they really dealt with these huge giants, Hong Yi really didn't care, and took out the next dilemma to fight the so-called test type. But if they persisted for 2 more rounds, Hong Yi didn't have many cards to use. And Hong Yi looked at those frozen people and those powerful city lords. At the same time, Hong Yi began to chuckle and think in his heart, I guess many people who are familiar with him are laughing at him now. Those people in the world of immortal cultivation are probably sneering in their hearts, laughing at him for underestimating the enemy, laughing at him why Hong Yi didn't show all his strength at the beginning, directly solve the opponent. But those vulgar people will never know the reason why Hong Yi did this. Thinking of this, Hong Yi turned his head and looked at Su Jie, who was sitting on the chair with one hand on his chin, looking at him. At the same time, some sneering thoughts came into his mind. It doesn't matter how others laugh at him, but Lord Su Jie must be able to understand him. If he showed his powerful strength at the beginning, those people might be desperate, but they would never be too desperate and surrender in their hearts. After all, the impact is not strong, and no one will know. He is decisive in killing, but he doesn't want too many people to die. And if he doesn't want too many people to die and can make those people completely surrender, there is only this one way. Or maybe Hong Yi only knows this one. He only knows this one trick. That is to use the test of death and the enemy of death to gradually increase the difficulty. Let those soldiers collapse step by step, and their psychological defenses, and fully know his absolute strength. Then when he kills those culprits and ambitious people, these soldiers will be completely suppressed by the fear of his own strength in his own means. After that, just a little guidance to subdue them. Those ordinary people or ordinary soldiers will realize. When Hong Yi is so powerful, people become their teammates. The most difficult and unstoppable opponents have become teammates. This group of people will not only not feel hatred, but also give birth to a wonderful and passionate worship idea. Because their enemies are not each other, but the Zerg Scourge. Thinking of this, Hong Yi was careful not to affect those ordinary soldiers. Obviously, some of the concerns of the 8 city lords, or the former 9 city lords, are completely unnecessary. Hometown Hong Yi went to kill those weak people. But Hong Yi was originally a savior who yearned for peace. Even if he had the pure land, An existence that was enough to resurrect from the dead. How could he bear to kill these people with families? Those people. Whose child? Whose parents? Whose relatives and friends? There is no need to kill. Even if there is a pure land. The world of the pure land is too illusory. This is the conclusion that Hong Yi came to after fully realizing his Moon Eye plan. And realized. Sure enough. You still have to experience everything in reality. Then the process of dying peacefully and entering the pure land is more wonderful. Thinking of this, Hong Yi's eyes suddenly became sharp. The reason for all human internal strife is these people in power. The lower class people are innocent. There may be some demons who like war and killing. But those people. Hong Yi will personally find them out and kill them. But now, what is more hateful than those people is undoubtedly the rulers, who are blinded by greed and dominated by desire. The city lords, who are respected as the last hope of mankind. Your desires are no longer worthy of the title of the savior of mankind. Then, before everyone is disappointed, let me kill you and keep your only remaining good name. Hong Yi is really gentle, just as Hong Yi thought. At this time, Su Jie looked at Hong Yi's operation with a doting face. He may not understand Hong Yi's intention at the beginning, but to put it bluntly, everything in Hong Yi's body can be controlled and taken away by him. Su Jie. At any time, even if Su Jie wanted to, he could clear Hong Yi's consciousness in an instant and completely control his body. This led to the fact that Su Jie could vaguely understand some of Hong Yi's thoughts. Therefore, the idea that he had originally laughed at along with those immortal worlds and Kakadong and others also changed. With it came admiration and appreciation. At the same time, there were some wry smiles. Because Su Jie found that the more he understood, the more he spied on the thoughts of the people under his command. And the more he found that these people imagined themselves too beautifully. It made him feel a little embarrassed. And he dared not do anything too extreme. His personality and existence have been shaped by the thoughts of others. Although he, Su Jie, did not care whether these people were sad, betrayed or disappointed. But no matter what, these people were his subordinates. And he, Su Jie, had a strong self-esteem. He also had to save face. Therefore, Su Jie had to cater to the people under his command and their thoughts and opinions. It can also be said, his plan was sacred. The original idea was dirty. After all, his ultimate goal was just to make the Galactic Empire prosperous. Become the only strongest force. So far. Because the people under him over-glorify him. Over-deify him. Since playing Su Jie, he has to cater to the so-called saint setting. Even his inner thoughts have changed a lot. Really. It makes people smile bitterly. At the same time, Su Jie's eyes also have some tenderness. How many people in Hong Yi's original world scolded Hong Yi as an executioner? But now, there are still many people who don't understand what Hong Yi did. They think that Hong Yi's way of doing things is too extreme. But who can say? Hong Yi is for his own selfish desires? At least, that guy did better than Su Jie. The real saint. It was never Su Jie. It was his subordinates, who really wanted to make everyone better. The next moment, Hong Yi took action. 16 giants spread their huge wings and flew into the sky. While the city lords were slightly surprised, they were also relieved in their hearts. Obviously, Hong Yi let his clones fly high in the sky to tell them, let's have an air battle. There are too many people below. If they start a war directly below, there will be heavy casualties. Although the 8 city lords were a little confused, it was obvious that the people below were all their subordinates. However, this guy named Hong Yi did not start a battle below, so as to use the aftermath of the battle to kill more of their living forces. Instead, he wanted to fight them in the air. Although he did not understand this idea. But some city lords, who were not so selfish in their hearts, also loosened their hearts. Even. Born. Are these people all good people? Did they do something wrong? In this situation, instead of fighting internally, should we consider the issue of cooperation? Obviously, this is the effect that Hong Yi wanted. But Hong Yi did not want these people to live. They deserved to die. It was time to atone for their sins. A huge battle broke out in the air. Hong Yi's body, the towering giant, also issued an order at this moment. If you don't accept it, come forward. Fight the generals before the battle. Obviously, Hong Yi's political mind is not weak. Hong Yi's goal is also very simple. It is impossible to make everyone surrender just by killing those city lords. Among the current legions, there must be those fanatical subordinates. And these people, also need to be killed. They have no justice in their hearts. They only have their masters in their hearts. And this kind of people, it is not conducive to unity. Moreover, this battle can't really be just his one-man show. Right? Didn't you see the military factory in the City of Light? It has been busy during this period. If he doesn't even have a chance to appear this time, it would be too pitiful. Even if the price of letting them appear may be the damage of the Mecca. But as long as no one on their side died, it was enough. And the attitude shown by Hong Yi was also very simple. Fighting before the battle. The soldiers of your 9 joint forces can die. But these soldiers of the City of Light cannot die. And Hong Yi also showed that as long as his people were threatened with death, he would help. But even in such a desperate atmosphere, there are still those fanatical subordinates of the city lords who decided to stand up at this time. At the same time, Hong Yi also sighed lightly. Pay special attention to this kind of people. Some city lords with too much selfish desires. Or, all these city lords. People dominated by desires. As long as they enjoy all the power, wealth, beauty, and other vulgar pleasures in the dream world, they are used to or tired of these things. With these loyal subordinates, he will become the most powerful one in their army. Obviously, Hong Yi even arranged the things after the death of these city lords. He did not miss any resources that could be used. Soon, the battle before the war began. Originally, Hong Yi thought that after the 16 clones he had differentiated were destroyed, he would directly dispatch 5 invisible physical clones, equivalent to all his own strength and able to use all his own abilities. At the same time, it is also an absolutely invisible clone. It is a 4-dimensional life form that can affect reality but cannot be observed by real creatures. To put it bluntly, Hong Yi began to think that he had taken the trump card as the last level. Was it a bit too much? If it didn't work, he could just pull out the 9 beasts and let these people see it? Although the 9-headed beasts were definitely no match for his Dharma realm in the past. Now, the 9 beasts in his body have been nurtured into some kind of monster? Maybe it's even more terrifying. But it doesn't matter, because after Hong Ye's observation, he was surprised to find that. I don't know if it's because some of the wallpapers have no fighting spirit, or is it because of some other reasons. Many city lords fell quickly under the siege of the 2 Dharma realm giants. Then, the 3 level 7 transcendents, who were confident of dealing with the 2 giants, were in a dilemma of being surrounded and killed by more giants. Obviously. But one after another, the city lords were defeated. Soon, when the first city lord was unfortunately beaten badly and fell into the battle, another city lord, who could barely beat the 2 Dharma-like giants, was soon besieged by 4 giants and fell into the battle. Then the 4 giants who were free went to find the next stronger city lord. The 6 giants Weisha, the stronger city lord, under the mutual cancellation. When the 3 city lords were ready to kill the first blue giant, that is, Hong Ye's clone. In this short time, suddenly, they found out in horror. The opponents they were facing, the 6 giants that the 3 of them were facing, had become 16. Almost at the worst, each person had to face 5 giants. Of course, a level 7 transcendent was still a level 7 transcendent. It was not possible for Hong Yi, a level 6 transcendent, to kill them without using his trump card. Although the 3 city lords did not have much close relationship with each other, they relied on their excellent combat experience to cooperate skillfully. Under the amazed eyes of the generals and some guards on Guangming City, 16 blue giants and Hong Ye's clones were killed one after another. But Hong Yi suddenly laughed out loud at this moment, because, compared with the other dead and wounded, the other city lords of the 6th level extraordinary, who could not, these 3 city lords, who reached the 7th level extraordinary, were already seriously injured. Even the strongest who did not suffer any injuries. At this time, he was panting and powerless. Now let alone Hong Yi sent out 5 invisible clones that were equivalent to his own complete strength. Now it is estimated that if Kakadong, who had just reached the 6th level extraordinary, was called over, he could kill 2 of the 3 city lords of the 7th level extraordinary. It is conceivable. These 3 7th level city lords paid a huge price to deal with Hong Ye's clones. This is also the numerical advantage of the ancient god's body. Although Hong Yi is not an ancient god to some extent at this moment. But no matter what, he is stronger than the weak supernatural system in this world. At the same time, Hong Yi is a world, a true child of destiny. In addition, he has been cultivated by Su Jia for so long, and absorbed so many perfect resources. If even these weaker level 7 supernaturals cannot reach the challenge of the higher level, then Hong Yi is too much of a failure. But it is precisely because Hong Yi is not that kind of failure. So, he deserves to win. At this time, the only city lords who can fight a little bit are the 3 level 7 supernaturals left. They lean on each other and look at the intact Hong Yi. Obviously, he just used his spare strength to create a few clones. And they almost lost their lives. If Hong Yi took action directly, let alone, even if Hong Yi didn't have any other trump cards, the 3 of them definitely didn't have much strength to deal with the giant in front of him. Because now everyone can see it. The giants differentiated from those clones are weaker than the Dharma realm differentiated from Hong Yi's original body. But it is so difficult for them to deal with those weaker ones. If they really encounter the original body, I am afraid that the final result will be the same as that of the mayor of the City of Hope, who was quickly killed and trampled on the ground. Therefore, the Lord of the Strongest Man is also from Ice and Snow City. And the Lord immediately expressed his willingness to surrender. It is obvious. The guy who is the Lord of Ice and Snow City is a woman. He is also the strongest in this world. But Hong Yi, who has already fallen in love with another Frost woman, how could he be soft-hearted to the beautiful woman in front of him? It has nothing to do with appearance or temperament. When a person's heart already has another person, the newcomer, no matter how outstanding or beautiful he is, there is still no chance. To be honest, when Sujia noticed the Lord of Ice and Snow City, that is, this woman, he was really happy. Because Sujia felt, no matter what he said, it was a bit too much for Hong Yi. He actually made Hong Yi fall in love with him. A randomly fabricated identity. A randomly fabricated body. And this Ice and Snow City woman is not only very similar to the character he said at the time, even her appearance is not inferior to the fabricated body. But what? Hong Yi did something that Sujia could not understand at all. When the world Hong Yi saw the Ice and Snow City woman pitifully expressed her desire to surrender, and intentionally or unintentionally showed her seductive body to seduce Hong Yi. Hong Yi suddenly became furious. You look a lot like her. But that's why you shouldn't be so weak and disappoint me. She doesn't have the courage to beg for mercy. She said that surrender means death. Dignity and life can only be earned with your own fists, not with your rotten flesh. You are just a skeleton. Die! It is obvious. It is because the appearance of the Lord of Ice and Snow City is too handsome. At the same time, it is somewhat similar to the appearance of the Frost woman that Sujia had fabricated before, when the Lord of the Ice and Snow City did something totally inconsistent with the Frost woman. Hong Yi felt that this was an insult to the Frost woman. Perhaps in Hong Yi's heart, if the Frost woman were here, Reuben said that the woman would fight to the death. At the same time, she would also beg Hong Yi not to hurt the soldiers below before she died. Everything was directed at her. But what about the Ice and Snow City woman at this time? She actually wanted to gain sympathy by relying on her body. And she never showed any emotion of caring about her subordinates from beginning to end. It was as if it didn't matter if all the people below died. As long as I am alive, it's fine. This selfish behavior made Hong Yi explode. The next moment, the invisible life form rushed directly towards the city lords. And those who are interested will find out. The dead city lords are those who want to escape at the critical moment, regardless of the lives of those soldiers. And those who shouted before they died that they should not attack those soldiers after they died. Those soldiers were just poor people who obeyed the king's orders. After his death, those soldiers would never betray him. But the more such people are, the more they are just seriously injured but not dead. But the more people want to live, regardless of the lives of those soldiers, the faster they die. This situation, or should it be said, can be seen by anyone with eyes. Everyone present can see it and find some clues. It is also because of this. Some soldiers, who were originally indignant because Hong Yi killed their own city lord, began to remain silent after discovering this. Their expressions became extremely complicated. Obviously, Hong Yi's method made them feel sincere admiration. A leader who loves his soldiers like his own sons. Only then can the strength of a legion be better exerted. Or, at present, these messy city lords have trained a group of legions. Then he, Hong Yi, will train another group of legions from scratch. Then it has nothing to do with choice or strength. Under the circumstance that the overall strength will not deviate too much, it will definitely be Hong Yi who wins. The one who has such an idea is none other than the Lord of Guangming City. And Sujia. This is the charm of Hong Yi. Back then, everyone gave up Hong Yi. turned around and chose to follow the herdsman. Isn't it because the herdsman sincerely regards everyone's life as life? And Hongyi, it seems to be changing slowly. In fact, the people who saw this scene are not only the people on this planet. In a galaxy outside the planet, in the space station and the cosmic fortress, the battle was also broadcast live throughout the whole process. The herdsman was one of the audience. Obviously, the herdsman and others were the core guards and the base camp of the space station in the rear. But this does not mean that they can't see anything. It can be said that all the combat mechas on this planet, including the combat mechas mass-produced in Guangming City, their real-time broadcasts will be perfectly controlled by the intelligent brain. At the same time, it will lead to a situation similar to the live broadcast image being transmitted back to the space station. At this time, the herdsman's mood is really complicated. The person he failed to change back then. But under Sujia's hands, he made such a huge change. At the same time, the herdsman had to admit, Hongye had really changed a lot. Moreover, Hongye's ideals were more perfect than his own. Hongye's actions, goals and tasks, they were all better than his empty ideals. In fact, the herdsman's previous ideas were not bad. He just wanted to cultivate his era a little better while he was alive, and the rest would be left to future generations. But obviously, this kind of thing was extremely irresponsible in Hongye's eyes. And even Su Jia had commented on many things. The world where Hongye lived was the reason why such a civil war broke out in the future, instead of uniting together and resisting the demons from the beginning. If that were the case, the demons would not have caused such serious damage to the world at the beginning, and it would not have led to more and more difficulties later. The root cause of all this is that the herdsman clearly had the power to unify the world at that time. But he did not do so. If the world was really unified, all the combat power was unified. As long as he did not forget to develop military power under happiness. As long as he had some thoughts of being prepared for danger in times of peace. Then, the invasion of the demons would definitely not be so serious. But the world is complicated. And people's hearts are also complicated. If the world really achieved a great unification, maybe the situation will be even worse. After all, war is the cornerstone of civilization and progress. These principles cannot be said to be right or wrong. And now, Hongye has successfully killed those city lords, who only wanted to survive alone. This also includes the beautiful and charming Ice and Snow City Lord. When Hongye killed this city lord, it was also a pity. However, more people also realized Hongye would never be disturbed by beauty. Not to mention the people of Guangming City and the 9 United Legions. They thought so. Even the group of people in the Xiuxian world who had been with Hongye for a short time just learned at this time that Hongye was such a serious person. Although Hongye is usually very serious. But when he is with the herdsman, he sometimes becomes a fool. But now his seriousness really makes people feel sincere admiration. The battle is over. The high-end combat power was solved by Hongye alone. The pre-war fighting generals below also had to end, because Hongye deliberately spared the lives of some city lords. Because Hongye found the situation funny. Those city lords who only think about their own lives. Their subordinates seem to be the same. Only thinking about their own lives. But those city lords, who begged Hongye to let go of those soldiers before they died. The majority of their subordinates stood up and expressed their acceptance of the pre-war fighting generals. Even those people understood that even if they won, they would not have any loss ratio. But compared to watching their own city lords fight, they did nothing. And it was uncomfortable not to fight for life and death. They were more willing to fight side by side with their own city lords in disguise. The more so, the happier he was. So much so that Hongye felt that it was a very correct thing to leave the names of these city lords. Because of this kind of people, Hongye knew, even if they did not go to the Pure Land and the Dream World for transformation, as long as they were trained a little, they would become reliable and trustworthy companions who could be entrusted behind. The next moment, Hongye also directly assisted in the Blue Dharma World's forehead water mirror. He began to declare loudly, declaring his victory. At the same time, it also announced the fate of those who were still alive. The remaining actions to win the hearts of the people were all left to the Lord of Guangming City. Fortunately, some city lords didn't know whether they were afraid of Hongye's powerful power, or they came to their senses. But at least there were no more people who were blinded by interests. In fact, compared with Hongye's slightly extreme thoughts, Su Jia could accept a lot. A person must live in the world for something. Even a saint. There is absolutely no way that he has no selfishness in his heart. A saint wants to educate all things, want to enlighten the people, even if he establishes his mind for heaven and earth and his life for the people. There is also a selfish desire called self-satisfaction and sense of accomplishment. Although this kind of selfishness can be called a saint's compared to other desires. But can it be called selfishness? It's impossible. Good people can't get any benefits. It's impossible. Only bad people can realize their wishes. And good people have to bear the setting of being completely saintly. Sujia obviously doesn't think so. And the reason why he let Hong Yi kill those city lords. It's just because those people are against him. To put it bluntly, if they came here at the first time, let alone other cities. Just coming to the city of the Lord of Ice and Snow's city. Maybe the Lord of Light city is killed now. This can also be called luck. Fortunately, since the Pure Land, the psychological pressures related to ethics and other factors have been properly improved. And the dead city lords will also be compared according to their contributions and evil in this world. If there are more contributions and goodness, then the group of city lords will directly enter the dream world at the moment of death. At the same time, they will survive in a very reasonable way, survive in their cognition, and slowly grow into the strongest in the world, save the world, and satisfy all their desires, without realizing it. In a dream world, spending a life that is perfect for them. A life similar to the Truman Show that is impossible to find. As for those who have committed more sins than public service, naturally, they will go directly to the 18th level of hell to cleanse their sins. At the moment, it can be said that it was a coincidence that the attack of the 9 city lords combined all the combat power on this planet. In the remaining days, the people of various cities built a carrier spacecraft with the help of Su Jie's design. And the final gathering place will be launched in the expansion of the City of Light. Until all humans are gathered in the brand new City of Light, where they are waiting for the final battle with the Zerg Scourge in half a year. In the final analysis, the strength of the extraordinary people on this planet is still good, but the combat power is too fragmented. Be clear. To defeat the Zerg Scourge, at least 10 level 8 extraordinary people are needed. But no matter what, it must be defeated. And if you just want to survive, 10 level 7 extraordinary people are enough. At least they can survive. Instead of waiting for destruction like before Su Jie came. The fundamental reason is that the power is too dispersed. Obviously the combat power is good, but it has to be dispersed into 10 cities. This can also be called the city lords. When they don't want to completely integrate with other cities, they lose the qualifications of the city lord and become the second in command. However, this so-called desire for power has led to the destruction of many cities. It is conceivable. The Zerg natural disaster has been going on for quite some time. But now, only these 10 cities are left. If these people reacted early and united firmly to form a super large doomsday fortress, at least the situation would not be as bad as it is now. There are fugitives, nihilists, and surrenderists. Just thinking about it, Su Jie couldn't help but sigh. Even this kind of third-level civilization, it is too ridiculous. In the final analysis, this third-level civilization is not as good as the second-level civilization of the previous Azure Star, or the civilization with more first-level civilization. Although Future Star was very weak at that time, and the strongest combat mecha was only level 3 or less than level 4. But they really achieved global unification. They were even able to fight against the moon, which was a full level higher than them. This shows the gap. And now, let's not talk about anything else. The sum of the Zerg disasters controlled by those 3 guys is only a level 4 civilization. And this world of the extraordinary is a level 3.5 civilization. As a result, let alone this world of the extraordinary, like the Azure Star, entangled with the moon for many years, it can be said that this world of the extraordinary basically has no victories. All are defeats. Step by step, reducing the scope of their activities as humans. I can only say, this world lacks a powerful person who can unify the world. This also further confirms Su Jie's inner thoughts. Their universe needs someone who can unify it. And he, Su Jie, feels that he may not be the most suitable, but it must be groundbreaking, because his so-called unification is not a violent rule. Instead, it is gather all advanced civilizations and share all scientific research results and the cultivation method. At the same time, take care of some intermediate civilizations and help them find ways to quickly upgrade to advanced civilizations. Then protect some low-level civilizations in secret. Let those low-level civilizations try to find a new path. Then, everything is to take seriously the doomsday catastrophe that will 100% come. Yes. Su Jie did all this because he actually had a very uneasy reason in his heart. The universe will eventually be destroyed. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, there are ancient gods above him. They are mythical creatures that can control the rules of the universe. You can say, if the ancient gods are unhappy one day, just use the rules a little. Most civilizations in the universe may be destroyed because of this. Therefore, Su Jie thought that after he became completely powerful, he would either win over or kill the ancient gods and plunder their power. At the same time, it is also to warn against the invasion war that is likely to come from other universes. To be honest, Su Jie discovered a loophole by chance to regain his life in the destruction of the universe. That is to attack other universes when his own universe is about to be destroyed. Bring the ancient gods of his own universe to kill the ancient gods of other universes. Then plunder the authority of the ancient gods of that universe. Swallow the rule fragments of their universe. It is similar to borrowing chickens to lay eggs. And Su Jie also discovered that their universe is already sick. Or rather, it has been sick for a long time. After many studies, it was found. Su Jie clearly realized that it was not a common thing for a black hole to appear in the universe. It was a very scary thing because a healthy universe would not have black holes. Only an old universe would have black holes. But the people of this world and the powerful forces of this universe did not care. After all, considering the scale of the universe, it would take many years for that small black hole to grow to swallow the entire universe. But Su Jie knew that all this was full of too many unknowns. Moreover, the idea of being prepared for danger in times of peace was too dangerous. We must prepare too early. Let's not talk about anything else. How long does it take for Su Jie to rule the entire universe? How long does it take to snipe various rules and ancient gods? How long does it take to find another way out and find a way to solve the black hole? In the end, how long will it take when they are strong enough to invade other universes? If they don't do it well, they may not be able to complete this task in their entire lives. He Su Jie can now be called immortal and live as long as the heaven and earth. In other words, he Su Jie has the opportunity to see the day when the universe is destroyed. This also proves their time is limited. What if because of wasting too many years, the best time to survive was lost? For Su Jie, isn't this a pity? Besides, let the red color spread across multiple universes. Let all living beings have hope in the future. Isn't this also a very romantic thing? Therefore, Su Jie also added a few more goals to his long-term plan for the future today. First, find a way to rule the universe. Then, cultivate power. Hunt the ancient gods. Finally, attack other universes. And now, he Su Jie has not even completed 1% of the first part. No, it's not that exaggerated. But the progress is still too slow. But Su Jie did not dare to speed up too much. Once he attracted the attention of others, his plan would be aborted. Therefore, Su Jie was anxious. But not anxious. Everything had to be done slowly. Just don't terminate the plan. Time passed quickly. There were only less than 10 days left before the final battle with the Zerg Scourge. In the past 6 months, the Lord of Light City was also very tired. Hong Yi seemed to have a great interest in these political things. I have to admit, although Hong Yi is a pessimistic realist, and from the outside, he doesn't look that easy to get along with. But he is indeed a very gentle person. At least he is a very gentle person to people with a big picture view. Hong Yi does not seem to love an individual alone, but he will love the entire race. Of course, the Frost Woman God is an exception. This conclusion was drawn by the Lord of Light City. During the long communication, the Lord of Light City obviously still likes Su Jie more. But Hong Yi has such a strong personality charm, and he has attracted many women since he was young. And those outstanding women want the Lord of Light City to connect them. Then, Hong Yi's affairs were exposed. The story with the Frost Woman. It was quite touching. In the new City of Light, it has become a good story. A text similar to a love story has been circulated. In this regard, Hong Yi was a little embarrassed at first, but later he accepted it. Because, although Hong Yi didn't say it, but he seemed to like others to regard him and the Frost Woman as a pair of lovers. It was also a very sad thing. It gave Su Jie a headache, and more of embarrassment and self-blame. Such an excellent person. Why did he fall in love with someone who didn't exist at all? Fall in love with someone who never existed? Perhaps Sujia probably didn't know, or didn't realize. Men. Actually, I understand men better. Sometimes, if the friendship in a man's eyes is placed on a woman, that will give birth to a very powerful charm. In other words, fortunately, the herdsman is a man. Otherwise, the frost woman would have no chance. At the same time, let's not talk about Hongya's side. The decisive battle is about to begin. The total combat power of the new City of Light has been divided. Although it was not possible to produce an 8th level combat mecha until the end. However, more than 1,000 7th level peak combat mechas were produced. If converted, it can barely be regarded as 10 combat mechas of the initial stage of level 8. But that's not the case. After all, if all level 7 mechas are converted into level 8 mechas, then the backbone of the level 7 mechas will be empty? At the same time, the level 6 combat mechas have also reached an unprecedented number of 20,000. It can be said, add to that hundreds of thousands of level 5 combat mechas, and millions of level 4 combat mechas, and countless level 3 combat mechas. At present, the humans on this planet have the qualifications to fight against the Zerg Scourge. And when the decisive battle is approaching, the Xioshan world has also received good news. All the main teams of Sushur rushed over. Emperor Xian and Xian Wang also rushed back. And, naturally, there is also the entire world of cultivation of the immortal cultivation. Inru, who is known as the strongest combat power with Sushur. At the same time, Inru also brought a very good news for relatively Red Knight. As usual, the world of Xioshan is too suitable for the growth supplement of ancient gods. And currently, even if it is Sujia, it is just a 4. Unlike the mysterious creation similar to the ancient gods and human beings that have not been transformed. But Red Knight, it has indeed been completely turned into an embryo of ancient gods. Therefore, Inruoro wanted to hand over the entire Xioshan world to Hongya at the first opportunity. Let Hongya swallow the energy aggregate refined by the Xioshan world. The reason why all these benefits were given to Hongya Sujia was that there was still a selfish motive. No. Is there still that saying? Because of the Pure Land, Hongya can already be regarded as a clone of Sujia, who can take over at any time. Cultivating Hongya is also cultivating him Sujia in disguise. At the same time, he Sujia can also observe the changes in Hongya's body through the medium between the Pure Land and Hongya. Thus, then use the power shared by the Pure Land from Hongya. Slowly transform his body. It can be said that all Hongya absorbed was superficial power, and the real essence was transmitted through the Pure Land and the souls in the Pure Land. And the pure soul power was transmitted to him Sujia. And Hongya obviously swallowed the energy essence aggregated by the Xioshan world. 100 will be promoted to level 7. And when Hongyi reaches level 7 combat power, he will have combat power that is not inferior to level 8. Of course, in this decisive battle with the Zerg Scourge, Sujia did not plan to send anyone else. And this Hongyi, who already has level 8 combat power, can be used. But the Immortal Emperor and those Immortal Kings, Sujia really can't use them. Let alone, the Immortal Emperor alone has the power to directly suppress everything and rule the world. It would be too boring to play like that. In addition to these, Sujia actually found an interesting thing. City of Light, or the Lord of Light, seems to be researching artificial weapons, using the Zerg Scourge, some genes of those bugs and human genes to create artificial soldiers, to resist the Zerg Scourge. And there is another wonderful thing. I don't know if it's because of the Zerg genes or some other special reasons. Most of the artificial soldiers are actually women. Of course, this technology is not mature. However, Sujia also learned it after the deduction of the super intelligent brain. Even if there were no 3 little guys, they would take this opportunity to invade the civilization of this galaxy. In the near future, there will also be a Zerg civilization coming to this world. Came to this world. And that Zerg civilization still has the support of the ancient god. An ancient god named Calamity. It is a real calamity. A real reorganized calamity. The final result also made Sujia a little concerned. All the natives will die. In the end, those artificial weapons that were created, they will still execute the orders of the native civilization before it died out, fighting for the so-called queen until the last moment. Until the last soldier died. And Sujia also knew something that is difficult to explain. If there was no accident this time, the Lord of Light City will become the final winner and the absolute leader of this galaxy civilization. But soon, the Lord of Light City will die. But people will still rule the world in the name of the Lord of Light City, and call the Lord of Light City the Queen. This episode was only learned by Sujia by accident. But Sujia also had to pay attention to one thing, because of the special nature of the intelligent brain. At the same time, the intelligence is now connected to him. Sujia, used as his subbrain. It may be that Hongyi was sublimated after swallowing all the essence of the world of cultivation. At the same time, the purest ancient god aura in his body is becoming more and more intense. Now, the super-intelligent brain that resides in him has also been slightly strengthened. It can even be deduced to some unpredictable things. In the distant future, a war will break out between the ancient gods, and all civilizations in the universe will know the concept of ancient gods. At the same time, most civilizations also began to believe in ancient gods and embarked on the path of ancient gods' power. While believing in ancient gods, they gained the power of ancient gods. While the future universe combat system was unified, it also lost the hope of progress. It cannot be said that it was completely lost, but it has become extremely narrow. It is not like the current flourishing. But no matter what, Sujia can now know. Ancient gods must die. Originally, he was afraid that the ancient gods would come and disrupt the human world. Now, after the deduction of the super-intelligent brain, he learned that there would be a conflict between the ancient gods in the future. A war broke out. A war that affected the entire universe. It might even affect other universes. Sujia had to learn one thing with a heavy heart. At that time, who could survive this war? Under the power of the ancient gods, everyone is equal. It can even be said that the greater the power, the more dangerous it is. Because there are many ancient gods who need energy. And the greater the power, the more likely it is to be called a desert by the ancient gods. This is a very terrifying thing. Under the deduction of the super-intelligent brain, Sujia seemed to see his once glorious galactic empire being swallowed up by an ancient god named Tao Tai without leaving any residue. Those people he cherished disappeared without even a scream or a reaction. Although the war did not destroy the entire universe, even other conceptual ancient gods were born because of it. But what about the process? What should be done with the people who died in the process? Therefore, this scene came from when Sujia suddenly discovered the artificial weapon plan of the Lord of Light City. The deduction interest evolved also added a bit of heaviness to Sujia's mood. Originally, Sujia's plan to kill the gods was very crude. But now, after being evolved by the super-intelligent brain, Sujia has also learned a necessary condition. The power of all universes combined may be able to fight against the ancient gods. But under this premise, the condition to kill the ancient gods is, there is an ancient god willing to stand on the side of the entire universe. And Sujia cannot guarantee that which of the ancient gods today will care about the lives of the weak, or which ancient god will care about him. The lives of the galactic empires created by Sujia? Therefore, Sujia had to think. If he became an ancient god, or Hongyi became an ancient god, then, in the extinction war that will break out in the future, Sujia doesn't care about the life and death of others, but the galactic empire. It has to survive. Right? At present, he and Hongyi are walking on the same path. A path called the path of controlling death. And such a concept of ancient gods is also being created and built. According to the super-intelligent brain, if Sujia or Hongyi really becomes an ancient god, either an ancient god called Savior, or an ancient god called Undead. At the same time, Sujia also got something that he cares about from the super-intelligent brain. According to the super-intelligent brain, if the super-intelligent brain, grows to the limit, it may not be impossible to become an ancient god. This super-intelligent brain built with the power of the entire Milky Way empire. A mechanical existence with self-evolution and self-awareness. In the future, can it also become an ancient god? And when that day comes, is the super-intelligent brain his partner or his enemy? After all, Sujia has the means to restrict Hongyi. Even if Hongyi reaches the level of an ancient god, Sujia has a way to restrict him. But to be honest, Sujia has no confidence in restricting superintelligence. Because now, although Sujia can still destroy superintelligence, but the premise is that superintelligence gives up resistance. This is the most terrifying thing. Because the self-destruct button, and the authority to self-destruct, all are in the super-intelligent brain. If he wants to live, Sujia can only deal with the opponent through violent and physical means. But, is this really the only ability of super-intelligence? And can the so-called superintelligence really be eliminated at will using the physical level? This is obviously impossible. Because the most terrifying power of the superintelligent brain is, as long as any civilization creates a signal of technology, then the superintelligent brain can rely on the signal host. Until a civilization creates something like a supercomputer, the superintelligent brain will also be truly resurrected in an instant. However, the plan to hunt the ancient gods has not even started yet. And Su Jie is thinking about what to do if the superintelligent brain rebels in the future. This is obviously an unrealistic thing. Just right. Su Jie originally wanted to restrict those who were willing to follow him. Isn't it bad? Now he can start from the superintelligent brain. In the future, Su Jie will slowly remove the restrictions. As for whether those people will really betray, then let time prove it. Of course, anyone present can escape from Su Jie's control. But only Hong Yi can't. Because Hong Yi is the key to killing the gods. This is something Su Jie is absolutely unwilling to give up. There are only 3 days left before the Zerg Scourge goes to war. On this day, Su Jie was flying in the sky. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the atmosphere of this planet. And he could see the stars in the universe from outside. Ancient gods fighting. And the future mainstream power system? The destiny? Su Jie thought a lot this day. What on earth can an ancient god do to be killed? Yes. Su Jie, does not even have the conditions to kill an ancient god at present. According to the words of the super-intelligent brain, ancient gods will not be killed. But this sentence is obviously contrary to the prophecies of the fall of ancient gods deduced by super exciting before. After all, those things will happen in the future. Now, even if you want to explore, you can't witness it. But it is precisely because of this that Su Jie's heart becomes heavier. Because according to the combat power division of the super-intelligent brain, the strength of an ancient god, the weakest of the weakest, it is also over level 20. You can imagine how terrifying that level of existence must be when the combat power level reaches level 6. To a certain extent, it has already destroyed the entire surface of the Earth in sufficient time. Although, to directly destroy the entire planet, it must be at least level 8. Even higher. And it must be divided according to the size of the planet. But in other words, people with this combat power level alone can destroy a planet. And Su Jie's combat power so far is only level 11. He is confident that he can destroy the planet on the 100th day of the planet. Completely destroy a galaxy. It is only by the power of one person. Think about it again. Su Jie. Su Jie at level 11 can destroy a galaxy. Although it takes a lot of time. But if he reaches level 15, destroying a galaxy in an instant may not be impossible. Then what about level 20? What is above the galaxy? I am super intelligent. If I am not wrong in my deduction, doesn't the 20 machine mean that it can really destroy the entire universe? No matter how he thinks. Su Jie's heart is getting more and more irritated. Although Su Jie has made similar preparations a long time ago. But when he really got the confirmed information from the deduction of the super-intelligent brain, after confirming that the world-destroying war between the ancient gods will inevitably break out in the future, his heart could not calm down after all. Even Su Jie had an extreme idea in his thinking these days. It really doesn't work. If you can save one, save one. Don't think about cultivating power in the future. Anyway, the current number of people is enough. Should we enter a planet, destroy a planet, and then use the pure land to pull everyone into the real gentle land? But Su Jie finally abandoned this dangerous idea. When the number of people reaches a certain level, it is not impossible that a genius like Hong Yi will appear. Although this idea is a bit naive. But Su Jie still can't help but look forward to that day. There are only 2 days left before the invasion of the Zerg Scourge, while Hong Yi is digesting all the power of the Xiaoxian world. Recently, he occasionally brings the Frost Woman in the Crystal Coffin Valley to the world for a stroll. And the so-called stroll is naturally Hong Yi directly summoning the Dharma Realm. He placed the crystal coffin next to him, controlled the Dharma Realm, and caused destruction everywhere in the world. Well, although the destruction in the eyes of others is just a casual stroll in the eyes of Hong Yi. That's all. But when Su Jie knew about this, his heart was really complicated. Not to mention that the woman's awakening is just around the corner. But when the Frost Girl is really resurrected by Hong Yi in another way, how should he look at the Frost Girl? The puppet he created, about to usher in a new life. Is that girl his daughter? Su Jie thought. It seems that he does not have that qualification. On the contrary, Hong Yi is qualified to be the girl's father. because Hong Yi has done so much. Su Jie has always seen it, compared with Hong Ye's obsession. To say that Hong Yi is a special case, it is not. Compared with Hong Yi, Kakadong is more direct. He found his friend directly, and seemed to be a little curious about how long it would take for the girl in their original team to come to this real world. Obviously, whether it is Kakadong or the girl that Dairen expected. Too weak. Too weak. And Su Jie has no habit of setting precedents and exceptions. Or, even if there were in the past, there is no plan now. Therefore, whether it is Kakadong or Dairen, they can only continue to wait. There is no way. In the Pure Land, there are too many people queuing up to be resurrected. Even if the girl started queuing early, after Su Jie's simple calculation, it will take 10 years. It's also pitiful for the demon body that Kakadong and Dairen worked hard to create. And observing the companions around him one by one, Su Jie was also quite emotional. Occasionally, when the pressure is too great, observing these lovely juniors, it is also a good choice. At least, the mood is relaxed. Su Jie is not fighting alone, even if the ultimate goal in the future is to kill the gods. But Su Jie feels there may not be few people willing to follow him at that time. Although this is a more narcissistic idea. But looking at those hard-working children who try hard to give strangers on this planet a home, children who want to protect the humans on this planet, witness their inner kindness, witness their deep faith, witness their firmness from the soul. Su Jie has to be very serious and certain. These people will really follow him to the day of killing the gods. There is only one day left before the war with the Zerg Scourge. Countless people are spending their time in tension. For now, only Su Jie and his group have no big mood changes. After all, he is a person, even if he does not know Su Jie's true strength. But this time when the top masters of the Xiaoxian world came here, all those who knew that they were standing in the 10,000 races hall were relieved. In fact, this made Su Jie a little unhappy. He originally wanted to train his men. Therefore, after a brief thought, Su Jie also directly dismissed the group of masters. It can be said that any master who is above level 7 will all be dismissed. In this battlefield, level 7 warriors actually don't play any decisive role. Although there are more people, it is also a certain advantage. But Su Jie finally left only 100 people. Among these 100 people, including Hong Yi, there are only a dozen level 7 warriors. It can be regarded as a good force, but it doesn't play any decisive role. And soon, this is a long day in people's eyes. There is only one day left before the real decisive battle. It finally passed. And the three little guys, Erky, Fei Hong, and Lin Yuan, also sent out all the Zergs they had accumulated in the past few days as promised. On this day, the Zerg that covered the sky and the sun filled the entire battlefield. People also sounded the horn of attack under the fear and anxiety in their hearts, as well as the desire to defend their homes. Hong Yi rushed into the battlefield, bursting out with a brilliant Dharma image, sweeping across the world. Kakadong developed a new type of lightning move, like a god descending from heaven. The remaining strong men in the world of immortal cultivation also used their own magical powers. At the same time, the battle mechas accumulated by the City of Light in the past 6 months were also put into the battlefield. Fierce outbreak. A terrible war officially started. But no matter who the final winner is, Su Jie will never lose. Or so to say, this war full of tragic colors is actually similar to an internal war. Except for a few high-level officials. No one knows about this. And Su Jie also saw those city lords who were not killed. At this moment, today, they burst out with strong will. They rushed into the insect swarm in combat armor. In Su Jie's eyes, this group of people were blinded by interests. They were dominated by desires. But when facing the enemy, they had the idea of wanting to protect their families. They were so willing to sacrifice their lives. This scene made Su Jie sigh that human nature is really something that is difficult to describe. Human nature. Sometimes it's like fire. It brings people light that represents hope. But people will get burned when they get too close. But it is undeniable. Whether it's good or bad, humanity should exist. If there is no humanity, that would be the most troublesome and terrifying. The war is still going on. But this time, Su Jie did not join the war because of the nature or any other reasons. This war, Su Jie wants to be a bystander. A witness. Witness how much those three guys have grown. At the same time, he also wants to take a look at this civilization. which was originally only level 3, and now has only reached level 3.5. Will they be able to complete the Jedi counterattack and successfully obtain a chance to survive? Or, all thrown into the Pure Land and become another Death Star? Yes, that's right. If the City of Light fails to defeat those 3 guys, then, even if the hundreds of millions of people in the City of Light are all destroyed, Hisuiya will not think about rescue or anything. Hisuiya has made an exception to help this group of people too much. Whether it is the deduction of the future or before his dog came, the final outcome of this civilization is failure. It is also death. In Sujia's opinion, such a weak person might as well throw himself into the Pure Land world to enjoy a peaceful life. There is no need to struggle in the cold real world. This idea may be too cold-blooded, but isn't it something that can't be helped? Therefore, the people in the City of Light treated them like this, and were so nervous. It also fits their current situation. Of course, Sujia couldn't guarantee how many people would commit suicide after he made the Pure Land world and the Dream world public. But it was also because of this that Sujia was thinking. Those who were sanctioned voluntarily entered the Pure Land and the Dream world. Did they not have much progress to begin with? So they chose this way because they hoped? Is this also a kind of elimination system of nature? If it is true, Sujia, has to think about it carefully. When recruiting other forces in the future, should he fully accept the other party or reach other cooperation? After thinking about it, Sujia thought whether he would decide the survival of a civilization in the future. As expected, he still had to see the potential of the other party, and the remaining battles seemed to be protracted. Sujia simply thought about it and decided to go for a walk before the final battle. As usual, he went out to fight first, look for the target of the next stop. At the same time, when the war on this planet reached the final stage, he would come back to make the decision. Of course, to put it bluntly, the wars between planets lasted for tens of thousands of years. So, Sujia was not in a hurry. After all, this war was also balanced by his friendship, and he almost didn't grab too many aliens. Therefore, it is understandable that the fight lasted a little longer. However, this time Sujia planned to bring an acquaintance, and this acquaintance was none other than Urki. Soon, Sujia found an excuse and left the base camp of the City of Light. Then, without anyone noticing, he went deep into the Zerg territory alone. And since Sujia did not want to be discovered, the strongest was only the Zerg at level 8. Not to mention that these Zergs had no IQ. Sujia easily entered the mother nest. Of course, the 3 little guys were the mother of the group of insects. But these 3 little guys can't give birth to so many Zergs. At this time, the 3 people selected an artist who is good at making Zergs. The other 2 assisted together. The manufacturing of Zergs is similar to that of clones. It's just that the scene of using machines to make it like an assembly line is too fragmented. It doesn't seem so realistic and abnormal. However, Sujia still walked up to him and had a pleasant conversation with him. And soon, Sujia chose Urki among the 3 as the leader of this trip. The reason for doing so is to cultivate feelings. At the same time, Sujia also plans to go to the next world, where there are Zergs. In fact, if Hong Yi didn't need to experience in this world, otherwise, it's not impossible to bring the guy with him. After all, that guy, to some extent, also has abilities similar to those of the Zerg. That is, he can create white life forms, a split body that can fake human appearance. But the strange creatures created by Hong Yi are completely incomparable to the Zerg created by Urkia in front of him. In addition, Hong Yi really needs to experience this time, so he did not bring him along. Soon, Sujia did not reminisce for too long. He took Urkia with him, and did not even take the spaceship. He walked directly into the air, broke through the atmosphere of this planet, and came to the universe. It feels like a long time has passed. Master. Yes, I haven't been back for a long time. Everyone at home is missing you. I will definitely go back after I finish these things. That's what he said. But Sujia didn't know much in his heart. After all, his goals and tasks were too heavy. However, looking at the well-behaved Eki beside him, looking at Eki, who had changed his personality but still chose to follow him, Sujia also chuckled in his heart, thinking helplessly, forget it. Go back occasionally. It seems not bad. A few more days, or a few less days. The world will not be destroyed. No way. Sujia also saw it. The people who used to play with him, after being away for so long, They all became silent. People who used to be cold. After meeting me, they could not hide their happiness and joy. They became lively and cheerful. But no matter which one, it was not the real way they thought. It was not the way Sujia, looked when he first met them. It was just the change caused by the joy that could not be concealed after being separated for too long. Even Sujia felt a little ashamed for disappointing these people. With this complicated feeling, Sujia hugged Urkia in a princess hug when Urkia suddenly panicked. Then, he broke through the speed of light with his physical body, attacked a certain life planet in the sense. This time, there was no direct battle. There was no support from any forces. Sujia brought Urkia to this planet as a traveler. And this planet is a martial arts world. The civilization level is not high to some extent, but the combat power level is too high. So much so that the civilization level has reached an astonishing 4.5 levels. That's right. The strongest person in this world is a peerless strongman with a 9th level combat power. The opponent's strength is called the first person under the emperor in this world. And this world, because of some unknown reasons, or a certain war in ancient times, cut off the final road of martial arts. Therefore, the highest level of cultivation of the people who still remain on this planet can only reach the level of martial saint. And there are 4 martial saints with the same level of 9th level cultivation. Of course, these are dispensable to Sujia. But the reason why he chose this planet is that Sujia smelled something unusual. In human terms, this world once gave birth to a strong man of level 11. That's right. It was a strong man of level 11 who was equivalent to his current strength. Although this martial arts world is not as exaggerated as the world of immortal cultivation, but the scale is definitely not small. And the strength of the heavenly Tao is too strong. Even in the case of half-death, if it does not reach the level of 10 combat power, there is absolutely no way to get rid of the restrictions of the heavenly Tao and leave this world. Yes, if a heavenly Tao is too powerful, that galaxy can even be called boundless. If a certain limit is not reached, it is even impossible to leave this galaxy. It is similar to the inability to travel in the universe if the speed of light cannot be broken. There is such a restriction. Of course, this may be an absolute restriction for Urki and Sujia's arms, the kind that cannot be escaped. But for him, Sujia, it's just a little bit of water. Originally, Sujia thought about the reason for the war between the City of Light and the Zerg Scourge and did not stay for too long. Therefore, this world is not in a hurry to conquer. Instead, we want to see if there are any talents. Let's see if there is any hope for this world. If there is no potential. In other words, everyone is living in dire straits. It really doesn't work. After Sujia and others deal with the planet where the Lord of Light is, he will directly lead the army to destroy this world and liberate those suffering people into the dream world. Of course, if this world is thriving and full of hope, the talent has not been fully evaporated. Sujia will naturally support it secretly and take it under his command. The reason why Sujia is so opposed to that kind of civilization that has exhausted all resources and cannot go further is that he has many ideas. When a civilization's resources are exhausted, it means war and aggression. If a civilization has no talent and cannot go further, it will be trapped and die in its own world sooner or later. But no matter which one it is obviously not a good thing for this universe. It is better to die. Sujia can provide everyone in that world with an equal dream and the opportunity to enter the world. It is already a great gift. After experiencing it, you could apply to queue up to come to the real world in the future. Who else would do this? Therefore, Sujia never had any thoughts like guilt. He never felt that he was wrong. Although he was more arrogant. But the minority obeyed the majority. Most people in this world were living in dire straits. The opposition of the minority was obviously invalid. It would be better to perish together. Thinking about it, Sujia saw something interesting. Force value 3. This was from a kid who was born in a small family but was rejected. And this kid was very talented when he was young. Many families rushed to get engaged, rushed to establish a relationship. But I don't know. Because of what happened, this young Tianji boy suddenly began to regress in cultivation. Until today, 3 years have passed. This Tianji boy's strength has regressed to the stage of just starting out. The originally arrogant boy has now become a very gloomy person. For this kind of drama, Sujia still likes it. And Sujia can see at a glance that something is wrong with this boy. And the reason why this boy's strength has regressed. It is not the traditional sense that an old man with a ring is dying. So he can only absorb the vitality of the boy to nourish. Later, the old man found his conscience, and said that he wanted to make up for the boy's pretense and slap his face. This is a very realistic and terrifying thing. This Tianju boy's heart was poisoned by someone. Or rather, maybe it was the closest person who put the poison on him. Even if others said that it was the biological father of this genius boy who put the poison on him, Su Jie would not be surprised. Because this poisonous insect is very vicious. Su Jie can tell from just one look at this insect. This thing is divided into mother and child insects. In other words, after the child insect parasitizes on a person, all the qualifications and life essences absorbed will be replenished to the mother insect through some indescribable boundary. And the person who controls the mother insect will also have the qualification to share this ability with the mother insect. To put it simply, it is like a water pump. The daughter worm is the connection interface of the water pump, responsible for pumping water. The mother worm is the outlet of the water pump, responsible for discharging water. The life force lost from the boy was absorbed by the mother worm, absorbed by the person who cast the poison. And to put it bluntly, once this thing is eliminated, it will be immediately discovered by the person who cast the poison. It is really troublesome. Soon, Su Jie followed Eki for a few days. Then he found an interesting thing. This once genius boy. His father is not only the patriarch of the clan. And when this boy fell into such a low point, he still did not leave. Unlike some fathers who directly abandon their sons after losing their qualifications. On the contrary, this father was so competent that Su Jie felt ashamed. It was not that he would not be able to do the same as this father if he had children in the future. But Su Jie put himself in his shoes and thought about it. If he were this father, although he would not give up his son, he would not be so meticulous. Every time his son was upset, he would be able to grasp the right time to relieve his son's lost mood. And it would not hurt his son's self-esteem. This meticulousness, this father, this team leader can be used in many places. But he just used it on his son. It is enough to prove how deep the father-son relationship is. At first, Su Jie thought that this father was still so kind to teach his son after he became such a waste. He also comforted him. The dead father must be the one who poisoned his son. As a result, Su Jie did not find any trace of the poison on the father. This also shows that the father did not take such good care of his son for some interests. This also proves that there is someone else who poisoned the son. Then who is it? Poisoned the son of the clan leader? Who dares to interfere with the eldest son of the leader of a foreign clan? And who dares to interfere in such a loving father-son relationship? Soon, Su Jie discovered something that was beyond his expectations. The one who put the poison on the body was none other than this father and son. The biological brother of the father. The biological uncle of the young genius. Su Jie had to sigh at this. Human nature is really terrible. At the same time, in terms of continuation, taking care of outstanding people of one's own race should be something engraved on the genes of all races. However, after humans have these wisdoms, they have forgotten this crucial thing. With the blessing of wisdom, people imagine that becoming stronger is not to compete with each other and make progress together. Instead, they think about breaking other people's legs and preventing them from making progress. Then, they are the strongest. Such a decadent idea made Su Jie very unhappy. After all, in his ideal plan, such people are absolutely not allowed to exist. And such people will be permanently blacklisted after being discovered by Pure Land. After all, such a family is not strong. Even in the borderland of this empire, such a family can only be regarded as a small force that is barely acceptable. But such a small family does not want to continue to cultivate the genius that the family has cultivated with great difficulty. Improve the family foundation and increase the family limit. Instead, they think about internal fighting. Such a genius was wasted for 3 years. Even Su Jie couldn't help but feel sorry. And after following secretly for these days, Su Jie and Ichiya also knew the name of this genius boy. Li Hao. An ordinary name. But it revealed an extraordinary artistic conception. Because after Su Jie casually connected to the information from the intelligent brain, according to the deduction of the intelligent brain, this genius boy Li Hao, there will be an 80% chance. Discover clues within the past year, and make appropriate countermeasures. Then rely on his own strength. Without embarrassing his father. Use wisdom to kill his uncle. There is a 50% chance that he will embark on the road of strength in the future. Redeem the shame of the engagement that originally belonged to him. There is even a 1% chance that he will become the strongest person in the world. Don't underestimate this 1%. Let's not talk about anything else in the world today. Just this 1% possibility. There are very few people who have these possibilities. Even if there are 10 people in the world with tens of billions of people, it would be good. And this young man, this Li Hao, is one of the 10 people. You can imagine. How great is the potential of this Li Hao? After thinking for a while, Su Jie decided to invest in him. The reason is also very simple. Except for this guy in front of him. Others are either too powerful, even if they are conquered by him. Su Jie. The favor is definitely just average. Because those people will only think that without him. Su Jie. They can also become strong. But this kid is different. After many days of analysis and observation, Su Jie not only found that this kid has a very high talent and strong tenacity. At the same time, he also found that this kid has a very strong sense of gratitude. It can be said, the main reason why this kid named Li Hao is still so sad is not because he has become so mentally retarded, but because of his father. He shamed his father. Yes, this kid is sad. Not because he has become a waste. He is sad just because he realized that his existence caused his father to be insulted by others. And he was powerless to refute. People with such a mentality will be liked by everyone. After all, even a bad guy hopes that his subordinates are good people. This is an eternal truth. Therefore, even Su Jie had to admit that he also wanted such subordinates. Therefore, after a brief discussion with Eki, Su Jie decided, since this little guy has no grandfather, then the two of them. It's settled. But before that, it must be tested what the nature of this little ghost is. Soon, Su Jie also took Eki directly into the body of this little ghost. At the same time, he also began to try to contact this little ghost. In the communication, Su Jie also reached a symbiotic relationship with Li Hao in a more clever name. First, Su Jie first told the little ghost that there was a poisonous insect in his body. While the other party was angry, Su Jie also said he and Erky needed to rebuild their bodies. Therefore, they needed Li Hao's help. Originally, after saying this, Su Jie wanted to give a little hint. Then, through inducement, let Li Hao agree to form a cooperative relationship with them. As a result, but the kid suddenly spoke solemnly. Two seniors, please rest assured. The two seniors are not only powerful, but they did not forcibly take over my body. They also helped me point out the matter of the goo worms in my body, and helped me suppress it. In any case, after the weak boy grows up and becomes strong, I will definitely help the two seniors rebuild their bodies at all costs. The result surprised Su Jie. Before the two of them could offer him bribes, he directly expressed his willingness to help them rebuild their bodies. Obviously, Su Jie did not expect it. This kid was so loyal and righteous. Not only did he not use the matter of rebuilding his body to gain benefits for himself, but he also said that it was a great gift for him and Eki not to do anything. And he expressed his willingness to repay. As for whether he wanted to speak first and stabilize them after the governance, or was he sincere? Su Jie could more or less see that Li Hao was probably sincere. Having such a simple and naive idea also made Su Jie a little at a loss. But isn't it a good thing? At least, people with such a nature, there is no conflict with him. Su Jie. Soon, Su Jie and Air Chiao live in this little ghost. It's called living. In fact, the body exists in the universe. Then he used his powerful thoughts to seamlessly observe this Li Hao. Time goes on. Days passed one by one. Finally on this day, under the cover of Su Jie, he successfully raised his strength to the middle level of the first level. In today's world, don't look at the strongest reaching the legendary 9th level. Even the strongest people in the world are thinking about how to break through the 10th level. In such a world with high energy level and quality. But in the border of the empire, that is, in this small family, the strongest team leader is only the primary level of the 2nd level. You can imagine. He is so young here. Or in just a few days, he has raised his strength to the intermediate level of the 1st level. If nothing else, at least in this small city of Icehammer, it is extremely amazing. Okay, just treat it as a young man with high ambitions. Prepare to share this matter with his father secretly first. Then secretly take down his uncle. The marriage cancellation broke out. And the father and son of the Li family became a laughing stock. The young man endured it, and left a divorce letter. At the same time, under the careful observation of the young man, he also found something that made him sad. This time, the broken engagement. It was related to his uncle. In other words, his uncle's beloved son, that is, his cousin, inherited the mother body of the poisonous insect, became the most proud existence in his Lee family now. And the woman who broke off the engagement with him will also make a new engagement with his cousin soon. This is undoubtedly putting their father and son's faces on the ground, rubbing and trampling them constantly. But the young man still chose to endure it, because he had to admit, Li Hao's uncle and his cousin, in the past 3 years, relying on the intake of goo worms, not only did his uncle's strength increase to level 2, he finally became the most powerful person in their Li family. At the same time, his cousin also reached the peak of level 1. What does this mean? It means, if Li Hao explodes at this time, the ending and the end are only one word: death. The reason why Li Hao is not like Su Jia and Erkia players is very simple. In order to avoid the little guy in front of him from relying too much on the two of them. Therefore, he said that the two of them would take action at the critical moment. But the strength of the explosion is not strong. So Li Hao must be mentally prepared. At the same time, every time they attack, they consume their mental power. The day when their mental power is exhausted is the day when they die. Therefore, in Li Hao's eyes, level 3 strong men are heaven. Level 5 and above strong men are gods. Therefore, Li Hao did not imagine Su Jia and Ekia as too powerful. In addition, what Su Jia said before made Li Hao particularly concerned. Again, this Li Hao is a good child who knows how to repay kindness. In his opinion, he only needs to be patient for a few more days. He has persisted for 3 years. Can he not bear it for a few days? If he really acts for the sake of momentary pleasure, he will use the mental power of the two predecessors. This is what Li Hao absolutely does not want to see. It is precisely because of this. Not only Li Hao was moved. Even Erki, who has always been calm, was moved. But Li Hao still suppressed Erki and resisted the urge to help. At the same time, he also wanted to see how long Erki could endure. Then, under Su Jia's powerful strength and analytical ability, Li Hao learned the legendary skills that Su Jia personally made up, or fabricated on the spot. At the same time, Su Jia also used his own blood to give Li Hao a supernatural ability. There are divine beasts in this world, and the blood of divine beasts is also one of the few things in this world that can enhance the upper limit of a person's qualifications. The blood that Su Jia gave to Li Hao was also an ability that Su Jia specially designed. After all, Su Jia was a level 11 strongman. It was very easy to add a skill to one's blood or physical ability on the spot. And the ability that Su Jia added to Li Hao was very simple. The ability to devour blood. And if Li Hao wanted to become stronger and take the path of the strongest in the future, he only needed to climb up step by step. Look for monsters and divine beasts. You can kill them or not. In short, from ordinary blood to hard blood, and finally to essence blood. They are all the key to Li Hao's future strength and uniqueness. It is also known as the Golden Finger. And this boy not only obtained the ability to completely devour other monsters, divine beasts, and blood from Su Jia. At the same time, he also obtained the ability to create Zerg soldiers from Erki. Therefore, in the remaining days, the boy secretly went to the monster forest to kill some weak monsters, such as rabbit monsters, bird monsters, etc., to improve his strength, through the devouring of blood. Unlimited improvement. At the same time, he also began to use his martial arts True Chi illusion to transform one Zerg after another. After all, the Zerg power that Li Hao obtained was given by Erki. And Erki's ability, at least the ability to create Zerg, is unprecedentedly powerful. It can be said that if Erki is a person with first level strength, then he can even create a second level Zerg. You can imagine, when Li Hao gets this ability, how terrifying will it be? Although he can't create a Zerg stronger than himself like Erkia. But after all, he inherited Erkia's ability. It is not a problem to create a few Zerg generals with the same strength as him. Then, the Li family or this border town began to discover that the monster forest, which originally had a low threat level, suddenly appeared Zerg, a creature that was not in their records. And this creature is extremely terrifying, although the strongest one is only a medium level one. But once the Zerg kills other monsters, they will devour them. After devouring, it will start to split with the help of the meat. Split into Zergs that are one level weaker or equal to the mother. As long as there is flesh and blood and food, these Zergs will differentiate indefinitely. Except that they cannot escape the boundary of the strongest Zerg. which is only the first level medium. It can almost be said to be a particularly difficult creature. I can only say, fortunately, the highest strength of the Zerg in the early stage was only the first level medium, which did not attract too many people's attention. But it was also because it did not attract too many people's attention in the early stage. When the mayor of this border town found out about this, the entire monster forest can be renamed the Zerg Forest, in a trading guild in the border city. Ah, I can't find any fur monsters recently. It's useless to raise the price. The monsters are already full of bugs. Recently, our Adventurers Guild basically has no other tasks. And there are very few tasks to hunt bugs. Is this okay? Is it a problem? I don't know. Anyway, there should be no beast disaster this year. Hee hee. There is no beast disaster. But there may be a bug disaster. Who cares? If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. We should still eat and drink. Li Hao heard people's communication. But he didn't take it to heart. After all, those Zergs were created by him. They would definitely not attack humans. And so, people were surprised to find that, although those insects had extremely terrifying reproduction ability, and the monsters were almost killed, but they basically would not harm humans. This led to a large number of people starting to think about hunting Zergs. After all, this world relies on blood to improve strength. Even after killing Zergs, they can get good rewards. And the Zerg shell is also very suitable for making weapons and armor. This led to people becoming unscrupulous when they found that Zergs would not explicitly kill humans. This behavior made Li Hao very unhappy. Obviously, he ordered the Zerg not to harm humans, which in turn encouraged people to be reckless. Later, Li Hao made a special trip to give the Zerg new instructions. If humans hunt, kill the other party at all costs. Of course, the main reason is to drive them away. Everyone has 3 chances. This is also the last chance Li Hao left for those people. Everyone can be let go by the Zerg 3 times. But once this number is exceeded, only death. Gradually, people also discover this fact. But it still can't affect people's enthusiasm. After all, when the Zerg first appeared, people did not find the characteristics of being full of treasures. But when people found that the Zerg's carapace could make weapons and armor, driven by powerful interests, the Zerg slowly began to learn to resist and hurt humans. But compared with the life and death battle with the monsters before, now, the Zerg is still willing to let go. And they have already had a great opportunity 3 times. But this obviously seriously affected Li Hao's plan. At this time, Su Jie and Ichia also looked at this young man with a smile, looking forward to what kind of reaction he would make. It's a choice. Resist? Or choose? Surrender? To put it bluntly, at this time, Li Hao, even if he has reached the late stage of the first level, but still because he didn't expose his own strength, he has recovered. Most of the people in your family still look down on this kid. And the poisonous insect in Li Hao's body was not killed by Su Jie, because the 3 of them now assume that there is no need to spend too much to deal with the poisonous insect. And the fact that Li Hao is recovered, which arouses the vigilance of the father and son. What they want to do now is to find an opportunity and secretly kill the father and son. Then when the insider dies, they will deal with the problem of the poisonous insect. Therefore, the monster forest, or what can be called the Zerg Forest now, must not be given up. This was also their plan to kill the father and son who had poisoned the poison. But their current trick was about to be killed by the group of adventurous warriors. After thinking about it, they had to issue an order, or a decision. During this period, Li Hao had found his father many times and asked his father to strongly request their family, or a group of people who were willing to obey his father's orders. Let that group of people never hunt the Zerg. At first, Li Hao's father didn't want to listen to his son's request. But when the father saw that his son suddenly stopped hiding and showed his recovered strength, or his recovered qualifications, he was shocked instantly. While being shocked, the father was happy and chose to believe his son. This also led to many people in the original family being dissatisfied with the current head of the family. Now, there is such a great treasure as the Zerg forest in front of him. The team leader actually strictly required them not to harm the Zerg. Instantly, a meeting was held within the Li family. They planned to remove the current head of the family. During this period of time, because of this order from his son Li Hao, this father, this man, also suffered a lot of criticism and felt uncomfortable. But as a father, he was still willing to believe his son, although his son did not give him any explanation. But soon, the explanation came. And this explanation was not that Li Hao went to find his father and told him everything. But after thinking about many aspects, Li Hao decided to start a war. There was a war about the Zerg. Now, Li Hao also understood. The Zerg is not only a tool for his revenge. It is also the foundation and capital for his future growth. Therefore, he must build the reputation of the Zerg. Since those people are so unwilling to listen to his good advice, Su Jia also gave those people many chances. Then in this world where the strong prey on the weak, others have bullied him to his doorstep. Obviously, Su Jia can't just sit there and wait for death. This time, the war channel that Su Jia wanted to open was also very simple. As long as a person has killed a Zerg, pheromones will be left on his body. But this does not mean that he will die. At least, he is not the main target of the Zerg. After a person is let go more than 3 times, or in other words, every time a person is bombarded, he will leave extremely strong pheromones. Once the number of pheromones exceeds 4 times, he will be attacked by the Zerg. The number of people in their small town is about 100,000. But the reorganization of the monster forest, although the strongest is only a level 1 intermediate, but the number has exceeded more than 3 million. This is the horror of the Zerg. And the speed is still rising. And Li Hao's anger. Obviously, it will start an unprecedented war. The strength of the mayor of the small town has reached the terrifying peak of the 2nd level. But so what? Under a certain number of sieges, it is entirely possible to pile up a strongman to death. What's more, now, Li Hao is only 1 step away from the 1st level upper warrior. And when Li Hao reaches the 1st level upper warrior, the group of Zerg will also break through the limit. Reach the 1st level upper together. It's different from the Zerg at that time of Urki. Urki didn't have enough on the planet where the City of Light was located to reach the so-called 8th level. The reason is very simple. Urki's strength is not enough. The second point. There are not many resources. All the monsters in the monster forest were destroyed. The reason why the Zerg still exists at the middle level of the 1st level is not because of insufficient resources. It is because of Li Hao's restriction. In other words, now even many Zerg can rely on resources to reach the 2nd level of strength. If it were not for Li Hao's restriction, it is conceivable. For a long period of time, Li Hao improves his strength. All Zerg will follow suit. This will be a new round of Zerg disaster. A Zerg disaster that countless people will tremble. A group of monsters that can be said to be artificially created. As time passed, as observers, Su Jia and Urki also witnessed Li Hao's growth. And this small city originally thought that the Zerg had occupied the monster forest. In addition, the Zerg treated humans so kindly. They did not take much precautions against this year's beast disaster. But the fact is, do not impose on others what you do not want others to do to you. Although the beast disaster is gone, but the insect disaster is coming fiercely. This day, the guards on the city wall suddenly felt hot in their legs, and they fell to the ground with a plop, pointing their fingers at the sky with trembling hands. What is that? Go and report to the city lord. Looking around, dense Zergs were flying in the sky and crawling on the ground. The dense area was like a black fog covering the sky and the earth, covering the small town. Countless city guards were frightened, and their legs went weak. In this small city where a person with the lower level of level 2 can become the leader of a clan, the strength of all the Zergs is level 1. And the natural disaster is obviously a dimensionality reduction attack. Not everyone has the strength of a clan leader. Not everyone is even a warrior. This battle lasted for a long time. But people were surprised to find that few ordinary people died. And after further observation, people were horrified to find that the purpose of this Zerg disaster was not for real war and killing, but for revenge. Especially after this tragic battle was over. Except for the city guards who went to resist. None of the civilians died. And what is even more alarming is that almost none of those who claimed to be professional Zerg hunters some time ago survived. Especially those who specialized in buying and selling Zerg corpses. Or those who used Zerg corpses to make fake spells and weapons. They also died a miserable death. What's worse, people also found that those Zerg did not eat human corpses after the fierce fight. They did not devour the food stored by humans. They just took away the fake spells and weapons made with the bodies of the Zerg. It was as if the only purpose of this group of Zergs to start this war. They just wanted to take their compatriots home. After this war, these small towns on the border completely realized those Zergs are not creatures without wisdom. Although they are kind to humans. But it is not absolute kindness. At the same time, This group of Zergs has a strong ability to remember grudges. But it can be said that they want to keep their distance from humans. Therefore, although the Zergs were unwilling to harm humans at the beginning, they did not achieve peace. However, after this war, the place renamed as Zerg Forest miraculously reached a stable peace with this small human town. This scene was directly recorded by Su Jie, who was very interested. At the same time, he planned to send it to his subordinates, especially to Hong Yi and Mu Zhu. Hong Yi was not bad, because that guy always had an obsession with peace. As for why he wanted to send it to people like Mu Zhu, the reason is very simple. He wanted to let that kind of people know. Blindly giving in and blindly tolerating will only result in more severe targeting. Only by showing a strong hand can we achieve true peace. And cowardice and absolute kindness, both are original sins. This is also a very educational record. And this war, Li Hao also succeeded in revenge. Instructed the Zerg to kill the father and son. Actually, just look at the fact that the father and son put a poison on Li Hao. And you can know it. The father and son, who had studied the Zerg, could not help killing a lot of Zerg. It can be said that even if the father and son who put a poison on Li Hao did not target him, Li Hao, just the goal of this Zerg disaster. The father and son are also in the ranks of must kill. And the Li family. Also because of the previous order of the team leader. The number of casualties in this war was not large. The dead were all those who looked down on the strange orders issued by the head of the Li family, who were unwilling to listen and unwilling to carry out the orders, and went to the Zerg forest to kill. And that group of people also paid the price with their lives. And the reputation of the head of the Li family, Li Hao's father, was completely reversed after the Zerg disaster. Those who originally looked down on the strange orders issued by the head of the Li family also went to apologize in shame. At the same time, the news of Li Hao's recovery of strength and qualifications was completely spread. It can be said that this is a very satisfactory ending. The only flaw is naturally the matter of breaking off the engagement. And Li Hao was naturally holding back a grudge in his heart. Decided to go out and wander. Improve yourself. Must avenge this insult. After Su Jie saw this place, he also suddenly learned about the war in the City of Light. And it is estimated that the winner will be decided. You know, when Su Jie and Air Chiao went to this world, they spent a lot of time on the road. In addition, they observed that Li Haoji was the son of destiny. And a series of things also took a lot of time. Now they rushed back directly. And the war was almost over. Su Jie also planned to see what the situation was. As for Li Hao, Su Jie also thought that he could just leave a mine clone casually. When Su Jie and Air Chiao rushed back, they found that the war had reached the final stage. Apart from other things, at least it can be said that now, whether it is the Zerg or the City of Light, they have already arrived. And they are out of ammunition, food, and people. The Zerg here can be said to have been killed to their homeland. And the request that Su Jie made to the three people of Urkia was, when the people of the City of Light attacked the base camp and saw the true appearance of the three of them, this battle would be his victory. Or it could be said that it was a victory for Hongya and his team. But if Hongya and his team did not hold on in the end and were wiped out by the Zerg, it would be a victory for Urkia and his team. And now, a large number of troops fought the Zerg to the death. And Hongya had also endured the long war for many years, and decided to carry out the decapitation tactic today. Although their City of Light was also in a long battle, it could also replenish its combat power. For example, recycling the corpses of the Zerg and transforming them into new armor. On the Zerg side, it is obviously easier and faster to replenish combat power. Just aimlessly destroy or cannibalize. It is completely possible to enhance their own combat power. In addition, anyone with a discerning eye can feel that in the Zerg mother nest, there is still a steady stream of powerful Zerg kings to support. And at least in Hongya's opinion, these insects without intelligence can also reproduce infinitely. Among these Zergs, if there is no one behind the command, they will definitely not have the current combat power. In other words, as long as the Zerg is killed, the few intelligent insects, then, the current Zerg army is nothing to be afraid of. In fact, Hongya's idea was not wrong. Even if Su Jie had not explained it again and again, Urkia thought that Su Jie had leaked the secret. The Zerg Scourge does have such a shortcoming. Speaking of advantages, the Zerg can not only reproduce infinitely, but also maintain absolute loyalty to their creator. At the same time, it is also very easy to command. But the disadvantages are obvious. when the creator who commands this group of Zerg dies. Then, the Zerg will enter chaos in an instant. At the same time, it will also be dispersed from the original whole into chaotic individuals. Yes, if there is a Queen Mother, or there is a creator, the entire Zerg group can be regarded as a whole. But if the creator or the Zerg Queen dies, the Zerg will not have its own wisdom and thoughts, and their race is no longer a whole, but will be divided into separate individuals. This result will make the Zerg lose its advantage in numbers. After all, compared to those intelligent creatures, the Zerg not only does not have various gorgeous skills, in addition to rampage and hard shells. In single combat, the Zerg is not the weakest race. At least the Zerg here in Urki is not the weakest. But it can also be ranked last. The reason why they can win in wars again and again is naturally because of their huge numbers and the ability to split infinitely. But if the creator and the queen of the Zerg die, the Zerg will fall into chaos and will most likely eat each other to replenish their hunger. Just this cannibalism will greatly reduce the combat effectiveness of the Zerg. It can even be said that the Zerg at that time will collapse without attacking. At most, it is similar to the entire Zerg group in Yongu. And an extremely powerful Zerg is born under self-devouring. In fact, this is also a self-protection mechanism of the Zerg race. The Zerg Queen is the only commander of the Zerg. She is also a wise person. After their death, the Zerg will completely ignore other creatures and start to kill each other, cruelly killing each other. Finally, the strongest Zerg will be cultivated in Yongu. And that Zerg will have a great possibility of giving birth to self-awareness within a certain period of time. And when this Zerg gives birth to self-awareness, it means the birth of a Zerg Queen. This also prevents the Zerg from self-extinction. In other words, the young man named Li Hao in another world. If the other party dies, the Zergs or all the Zergs in the Zerg forest will kill each other, devour each other. Then in a short period of time, a powerful Zerg that breaks through the restricted level will be born. And this Zerg will also gain extremely high wisdom and the ability to reproduce infinitely. Yes, that's right. When a Zerg Queen or Creator dies, all Zergs will be freed from the restricted level. They will be free individuals. Even if they are created, they are just a level 1 warrior. But as long as that level 1 warrior dies, the massive Zerg killing each other will reach level 2, 3 or even 4. This naturally ensures that after the death of the Creator, the Zerg will be stuck in an awkward level position and can only wait for passive extinction. It is a group, a self-protection mechanism. But let's be honest, Su Jie is really interested in one thing. Don't wait until I stay in this world for a long time. Li Hao in that world will die directly. Right? If that guy really dies, let's not talk about anything else. After the Zergs killed each other, although the level was all the middle level of the first level Zergs. But after all, there are 3 million of them. The 300 Zergs all devoured each other. And the Zerg that finally appeared and survived will most likely reach the 4th or even 5th level. Let's not talk about anything else. Su Jie clearly remembered that the strongest person in that city or the country that governed that city was only about the 5th level. Right? If he really died at that time, the remaining Zergs would be upgraded to the 5th level in a short time. Then swallow it all the way. That dynasty will most likely die under the flood of massive Zerg. Then Su Jie more or less remembered the overall appearance of that warrior continent. Then, he suddenly discovered in shock. That area is simply too suitable for a genius with no background and very weak to start. First kill each other. Upgrade to level 4. And finally destroy the family and upgrade to level 5. Then use the overwhelming strength to destroy the entire dynasty and upgrade to level 6. Finally, he began to destroy the powerful sects nearby and upgraded to level 7. Then the Zerg went to the central continent and devoured the place where the world's geniuses gathered. Arrived at level 8. And in that world, level 8 can already be called a saint. But at this point, it is obviously also a level for the Zerg. But it is just an insignificant level. Because the Zerg Queen who can achieve this level has obviously borne excellent wisdom. He is likely to digest the nearby families or forces in a short time. And the Zerg Queen who has reached that step will have a great probability of successfully breaking through to level 9. And she is not considered a weak one among the 9 levels. Because the Zerg Queen can produce unlimited Zerg soldiers in batches. Although the Zerg soldiers are not strong, they are numerous. When the Zerg Queen wants to replenish her physical strength, she can directly devour her own children. As you can imagine, if you calculate it all the way, the Zerg Queen can be promoted to the peak of level 8 safely and soundly. At that time, She only needs to take action against some disciples and geniuses of the top forces. Then, it will only take a short time for the Zerg Queen to be promoted to level 9. After reaching level 9, she can be called a first-tier strongman in that world. This is the second hurdle for the Zerg Queen in that world. But this second hurdle is not too difficult to overcome. You can devour the flesh and blood of the strong. You can also continue to kill through the continent. But for a Zerg Queen of that level, it is obviously better to do both. Then the final situation of that world is likely to be exactly the same as the current situation in the new City of Light. It will be even more serious if you don't do well in the exam. This suddenly gave Su Jie a headache. He really didn't expect it. The Zerg is so difficult. He just deduced it a little. The world that Su Jie seemed to have some potential was actually going to be destroyed. The one that once gave birth to the same level 11 strength as him. Su Jie. Such a planet of genius. Maybe the death of a middle-level kid will bring disaster to the people of the world. Su Jie couldn't help but sigh. People don't know the potential of Li Hao. The potential to destroy the world. If they knew, even the top sects would treat Li Hao politely. Of course. If the Zerg wants to develop in that world, they must not expose their ability to defy the heavens. Otherwise, it would be too easy to be targeted. After all, the current Zerg cannot improve its strength even if it replenishes more energy because of Li Hao's nature. Therefore, it is really simple for that world to solve the Zerg disaster directly and fundamentally. But the premise is that someone is willing to believe it, and send out a level 5 strongman at the beginning. Or send out 10 level 4 strongmen. Or you can send out 100 level 3 strongmen. Quickly suppress these 3 million Zerg. Otherwise, once some of them escape, this disaster is only a matter of time. But such absurd words, obviously no one will believe. Unless those who have experienced the complete Zerg invasion know how important the meaning of these words is. And obviously, once Li Hao dies, the Zerg disaster will be replayed in that world. And it is not so easy to solve the Zerg disaster, because those Zerg disasters were taught to Li Hao by Erki. But Li Hao is still the only creator of those Zergs. Even Erki cannot control the instructions. After all, let alone other things. The same type of ants in the ant group will be loyal to different ant kings. This is the principle. But of course, this matter has nothing to do with Su Jie. The reason why he chose Li Hao, and invested a little in that kid, was just to expect him to grow up. Character and kindness are his choices for Su Jie to decide whether to invest. And talent and future qualifications are only one of the options. But if Li Hao fails to meet the expectations in Su Jie's mind, if he dies, then so be it. After all, Su Jie has left a mind clone on the other party. Apart from other things, he has the strength of level 8, even facing some level 9 masters. That is, the strongest in that world. He may not be unable to fight. But if Li Hao dies after all, there is nothing we can do. We can only say that the other party is too useless. Of course, his mind clone does not mean that he will help Su Jie in everything. Even if he helps too much, it is just a clone after all. It will be consumed naturally. Su Jie did not have the mind to fabricate a physical clone or directly abandon a demon body to concentrate on protecting the other party. There is no need. Therefore, every time the clone attacks, it will consume a certain amount of energy and cannot be restored. This is naturally. Su Jie has some selfishness of his own. The clone is a clone after all, and it still has self-awareness, although it will return to itself after destroying the clone. But if the clone is given a way to restore its strength and increase its strength, who can guarantee that a clone will not have the idea of self-betrayal? When a clone survives for too long, inevitably, some other ideas will be born. For example, clear the original body. Harvest everything from the original body. Let the original body's memory return to its clone. The original clone becomes the original body, and the original body becomes the clone. This is also an ethical issue. Who can guarantee who will dominate after the two merge? In other words, if a clone has experienced tens of thousands of years, and has never fallen asleep, but has experienced all kinds of things, but the original body has been asleep for tens of thousands of years, then, when the original body takes back the clone, will the massive memory impact the original body? And to a certain extent, can it be said that the original body has died under the impact of the memory, and only the clone is alive in the end? Su Jie attaches great importance to these issues. Therefore, many restrictions were imposed on the clone Su Jie. This can be regarded as a character problem of Su Jie. After all, when he first became a pioneer, He even set up warnings and contracts with the women who trusted him the most. So now, he is a little wary of his clone. This is due to his personality, and it is difficult to change. But Sujia has also thought about it. Tens of thousands of years later. Will he still have this idea? At that time, he may not even care about life and death. But at least now, Sujia does not want to die. Or so. At least I don't want to die so tragically. At least I have to die spectacularly and righteously. Right? Leave those things behind. On the other hand, in the new City of Light, Hong Yi has already led the team to attack. It is rare to see. When Hong Yi successfully upgraded to the 7th level new City of Light, the only 8th level combat mecha has been developed here. This is naturally controlled by Hong Yi. At the same time, Hong Yi also led the team. And the other 3 7th level combat mechas plan to quickly execute the decapitation plan with elite forces. It can also be regarded as a familiar 4-man team in his original world system. As for whether it can succeed, it depends on how Erki, who has been released by Sujia, will deal with it. Soon, Sujia knew how to deal with the 3 little guys. A huge insect king, which was 10,000 meters long, rose from the ground. It flew towards the new City of Light in a mighty manner. At the same time, dense elite Zerg warriors also worked together. Obviously, compared with Hong Yi, their decapitation plan, Erki's plan was much simpler and more brutal. Don't you want to start the final battle? Then come on. We will also directly use our trump card. Let's see if your decapitation plan comes faster. Or is our trump card faster in destroying the Star City of Light? And it also carries some meaning of forcing Hong Yi to make a choice. Should we choose to continue to execute the decapitation plan? Or should we take the strongest level 8 mecha and the 3 most elite and experienced level 7 mechas back to defend together? At the same time, we should let Hong Yi and the others gamble. Is the so-called Zerg Queen still in the nest? Or is she hiding in the body of the giant Zerg King that is 10,000 meters long? Obviously, if we make a wrong choice, we will be doomed. If we execute the decapitation plan and kill the only intelligent Zerg Queen before the giant Zerg King that is 10,000 meters long successfully kills the new City of Light, then even if it is the giant Zerg King that is 10,000 meters long, it will take at least a few days to regain its memory. But in the madness, in the time of losing memory and losing reason, Hongya already had enough time to rush back and join forces with the army of the City of Light to strangle this monstrous beast. But what if the Zerg Queen is not hiding in the mother nest as usual, but hiding in the body of the 10,000-meter giant worm? Then, when Hongya and others finally killed into the Zerg mother nest, they did not find the Zerg Queen. When they want to rush back, they will not only have to pass through the Zerg swarms that are precisely controlled by the Zerg Queen, they will also have to fight against the 10,000-meter giant worm with the wisdom of the Zerg Queen. By then, it may be too late, because even if they finally get the best results, the battle can only take place in the territory of the new City of Light. At that time, a large number of civilians will be killed and injured, and even the complete destruction of the new City of Light may not be impossible. Therefore, the safest thing is naturally for Hong Yi to give up this decapitation operation. Choose to turn back and defend. This is the safest way. Hong Yi did the same after gritting his teeth. Obviously, seeing this scene at this moment, anyone who is familiar with Hong Yi can't help but be amazed. Hong Yi has really changed. Or Hong Yi has already known what is the most important thing. The most important thing. Always a person. Rather than a victory in a battle. Rather than a gamble. Or rather, in fact, no one knows. Hong Yi's so-called is not all for those people. It can even be said, even if he fails, Hong Yi will not really die. But there is one person who will. That person is none other than the newly born Frost Woman who absorbs spiritual wisdom. But only a little spiritual wisdom is born. And the real soul has not yet solidified. In other words, children under the age of 3 cannot go to the Pure Land after death. And the Frost Woman is one of the cases. That's right. During the time when Su Jia left, Hong Yi also successfully used the method he had been looking for many years. In a sense, he resurrected his lover. But at this time, although the Frost Woman looked like Jade, she gave people a cool and handsome temperament. But in fact, she was being carefully taught by people at this time, because the wisdom of the Frost Woman was only about that of a 2-year-old human child. And the only person Hong Yi really cared about from the beginning to now was her. After all, no matter how much Hong Yi refused to admit it, he knew that the real Frost Woman was dead. Even his pure land could not be recovered. And at this time, if the body of the Frost Woman was destroyed again, he didn't even have the last thought. After all, no matter how dead the Frost Woman was, her body was at least still there. Although he did not regard the Frost Woman, or the girl who now has the appearance of the Frost Woman, as his wife, and Hongya just wanted to train her to be his daughter. But no matter what, this is almost an obsession for Hongya. How could he sit back and watch her die? To put it bluntly, even if the whole world is destroyed, what can it do? Hongya is not a cold-blooded and ruthless person. But after all, Hongya has the Pure Land in his hands. Everyone died, and it was just a rebirth in the Pure Land. When the Frost Woman died, she was really dead. Therefore, Hongya led the team back without any hesitation. But everyone was deceived by this superficial image. They thought Hongyi was doing this for the so-called bond and love. But in other words, this is actually a bond and love. Even Sujia had decided that Hongyi was not impulsive. It really didn't seem like his style. And this conspiracy was also a victory for Erky and the others. After all, no one would have thought of it. The failure setting that Sujia set for the three guys was when the three of them were discovered together. That was when the three of them failed. And at this moment, Erky and the three of them were sitting in the Zerg mother nest playing a card game. Hongyi led the team, including the 4 people of Hongyi. As long as they entered the Zerg mother nest, they will win directly. But no one is going to bet. Because if you want to break in, the dense Zerg warriors outside will inevitably delay a lot of time. But no matter what, Hongyi has made his own choice at this time. So naturally he can no longer think about things that will not happen. A new round of war has begun. And the 10,000 meter long Zerg King is also a level 8 strength. But under such a considerate crushing, how can an ant of level 8 beat an elephant of level 8? Although the weapons used are of the same power. But one is a pistol that can kill people. The other is a cannon that can blow people into dust. In other words, if the pistol hits, the elephant may also be killed. But the elephant at least has a lot of tolerance. But the cannon hit the ants. The ants were obviously doomed. That's why Sujia gave the so-called prophecy before. Tell the Lord of Light City and his men that at least 10 level 8 warriors should be prepared to win the war. However, there is only one level 8 warrior, Hongyi. And he is wearing a mechanical armor. He doesn't have the strength and foundation of a real level 8 mecha. The power of the technology side lies in this. If it weren't for the huge size, the combat weapons of the same mass-produced machines are difficult to compare with those of level 8 creatures. But Hongyi and others rushed up without hesitation. After all, big has its advantages and disadvantages. Being too big naturally increases the tolerance rate. But it also loses a lot of flexibility. At this time, Hongyi took his 3 team members and jumped directly onto the giant insect and began to destroy it wantonly. But the huge insect had no way to stop it except roaring. The only ones who could stop it were those fearless Zerg soldiers. But Hongyi and others can be said to be enough to crush those Zerg soldiers. Let's not talk about anything else. Hongyi's own strong combat power, coupled with the strength of the 8th level mecha. Even if the Zerg soldiers who rushed up were all level 7, Hongyi could easily deal with them. Ekia and the other 2 obviously expected this situation. They directly ordered the 10,000 meter long insect king to move forward at full speed. They were obviously thinking of dying together. They just said that this 10,000 meter long level 8 insect king that they had created with great difficulty was given to you for free. But the price was a bit high. If you don't quickly deal with this level 8 insect king, when this level 8 insect king really arrives directly above the City of Light, even if you kill it, just the 10,000 meter long insect king will fall directly. Almost all the people in the new City of Light will die, because of the impact and the explosion after the death of the level 8 insect race. Enough to annihilate 7. Including level 7 biological warriors and level 8 technological weapons. This is why Erkia and others are keen on hugeness, rather than mass production. In this large-scale battle, the huge size obviously has more advantages than mass production. Of course, if all the resources used to make the 10,000 meter insect king are invested in the smaller Zerg elites, it can also produce 8 or 9 level 8 Zerg elites. In the case of advanced animals and large numbers, it may be more difficult than it is now. After all, there is only one set of level 8 armor in the new City of Light, and it is now worn by Hongyi. And others want to fight against the level 8 Zerg elites. Don't say it's just a pipe dream. You could only use human lives to slow down the opponent's speed and wait for Hongyi to kill you. But now, Hong Yi only needs to concentrate on dealing with this 10,000-meter-long level 8 Insect King. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Both have countermeasures and unsolvable places. It depends on who is counterattacking. And now it seems, Hong Yi's counterattack is not bad. Because everyone soon discovered in surprise. After half of the battle, Hong Yi directly separated an avatar to control the level 8 armor instead of himself. Yes, the advantage of the technology side lies in this. As long as the resources are in place, even an ordinary person can have extremely strong strength. Hong Yi did not consume much mental energy, and created a clone to control the level 8 armor to continue to perform continuous damage to the level 8 10,000-meter Insect King. At the same time, Hong Yi's body also directly broke away from the level 8 armor and stepped on the body of the 10,000-meter Insect King. The next moment, with a roar, the 9 beasts merged into a known and unspeakable terrifying giant creature. Although the strength of this giant creature is only level 7, its hugeness has reached 10,000 meters. The next moment, the 10,000-meter Insect King was clearly visible, at least in the new City of Light. It could already see a small scale of the 10,000-meter Insect King, and was directly suppressed by the indescribable creature summoned by Hong Yi. Then he was smashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It was unknown how many weak Zerg warriors were killed. Then, Hong Yi, who had gotten rid of the control of this indescribable creature, stood on the head of the terrifying creature again and regained control. Obviously, the reason why Hong Yi was so powerful was because such a terrible monster was sealed in his body. And now, Hong Yi, released this monster. Before, Hong Yi condensed this monster into essence and merged it with himself to reach the strength of only level 7. But he could fight against level 8. Now, Hong Yi can be said to have directly divided his power into 2 parts. Although Hong Yi now does not have the strength to fight against an 8th level opponent. But this monster also relied on the same size advantage to contain the 10,000-meter-long Insect King. Although in most cases, every time the Insect King launched an attack, this indescribable huge creature would be beaten to pieces. But the recovery ability of this strange and terrifying huge creature is so amazing. Obviously, this huge Insect King just flapped its wings and accidentally cut several tentacles of this indescribable creature. Then, the tentacles grew again. And in this entanglement, Hong Yi's clone also controlled the 8th level mecha, constantly causing continuous and fatal damage to the 10,000-meter-long Insect King. The indescribable tentacle creature was also diligently fulfilling its mission. It desperately suppressed the 10,000-meter Insect King and prevented him from moving forward. And it created space for the Hong Yi clone in the 8th level armor to output. And Hong Yi's main body was not idle either. He directly summoned countless meteorites and smashed them towards the Zerg's base camp and densely populated areas. It effectively reduced the combat pressure of the City of Light's guards. And Hong Yi suddenly felt better at this time, because when he suppressed the 10,000-meter Great Wall, the safety of the Frost Woman was perfectly guaranteed. At the same time, Hong Yi listened to the exclamations and cheers of the people below. He was also very satisfied in his heart. He was the kind of person who liked to be praised by others, but was too embarrassed to take the initiative to ask for it. And now, people's sincere praise and compliments made Hong Yi almost laugh. In the end, in order not to destroy his cold personality, Hong Yi just snorted coldly. But the arrogant Hong Yi was still diligently summoning meteorites to bombard those dense Zergs. Among them, Hong Yi did not even use the aftermath to affect any ordinary people. Every time the meteorite landed, it perfectly avoided its own friendly forces. This scene attracted countless fans again. And the 10,000-meter-long Insect King under him finally lost his life in this fight that lasted for nearly 3 days and 3 nights. And the huge indescribable creature separated from Hong Yi's body was almost at the end of its strength. However, this indescribable huge creature will not die. Even if it dies, it will be reborn in the Pure Land, and then slowly materialize into the real world. It is obvious. This war was completely reversed by Hong Yi alone. And Urkia and the others obviously did not expect that Hong Yi, a mere level 7 guy, could burst out with strength far beyond level 8. It is conceivable that Hong Yi's qualifications and hidden combat power are so strong. If it is said that before the great world of cultivation was devoured, Hong Yi could not completely fight against opponents of higher levels. He could only fight against opponents of higher levels, or he could only flee in panic. But now, After devouring the world will of the great world of cultivation, Hong Yi can not only fight against opponents of higher levels, but even win the battle. Of course, there are also some Zerg individuals whose combat power is not strong, and Hong Yi happens to be a warrior with strong means of clearing up the mess. In short, this war will be a war for anyone, even if they have the same resources as Hong Yi. It is absolutely impossible to do this, and Hong Yi will be kept in Su Jia's hand as a gold card. This is also one of his trump cards. He can be regarded as the most powerful person in his hand. There are many people who are stronger than Hong Yi, but there may not be people who will achieve more than Hong Yi in the future. Of course, not necessarily, because Su Jia also inexplicably thought of his previous clone. That is, the Frost Woman. Hong Yi is really daring to spend blood. Su Jia watched Hong Yi rush to the Zerg mother nest after solving the huge insect king, intending to carry out the final decapitation operation, while thinking about what Hong Yi had done before. Just like how Su Jia restricted Hong Yi. Every time Hong Yi's body got closer to the ancient god, the ancient god's body would nourish Su Jia. In other words, Hong Yi knew that he had this ability, and he had no complaints about Su Jia's behavior. At the same time, Hong Yi also gave up the channel to make himself stronger quickly. Instead, he left Su Jia to Hong Yi's half of the power. Almost most of it was nourished by the Frost Woman. In other words, Hong Yi took all the magazines. The most essential power was absorbed by Su Jia and the Frost Woman. Although, if Su Jia was a little greedy, and absorbed the Frost Woman directly when he was only one step away from success in the future, then his strength would definitely increase dramatically. After all, both Hong Yi and the Frost Woman are of the same origin for Su Jia at present. Hong Yi's most fundamental power is completely controlled by Su Jia, and everything about the Frost Woman was created by Su Jia. It can be said that this is a perfect fusion, but neither Hong Yi nor the Frost Woman Su Jia intends to do so. The reason is also very simple. Su Jia also has self-esteem. He is not a cold-blooded person, especially the Frost Woman, even if the Frost Woman is more attractive in the future. And this attractiveness is certainly not the attractiveness in appearance. It can be said that the Frost Woman is now almost cultivated by Hong Yi into a legendary Tang monk meat. The four people devoured each other. That was the absolute essence of energy. This was the power of the ancient gods that Hong Yi evolved from his own body, nourished by the power of the world's will. A new soul was born on a body that originally had no soul. Creating life is not difficult, but this process from nothing to something. Hong Yi's method of creating life is not a natural evolution. Instead, it breaks the rules of the universe. The gold content in this is very terrifying. In other words, it agrees to modify some irresistible rules to a certain extent and create a new race. Spirit race. Perhaps there really is such a race in the universe. But some are innate spirits. Some are natural spirits. Some are five-element spirits. And the Frost Woman. This is the spirit of the ancient god. Many ancient gods were actually born after birth. Some were born from birth. Perhaps, there is definitely no one who becomes an ancient god in the new world. And the moment the Frost Woman's soul was born, she had the potential of an ancient god. In other words, the Frost Woman is actually an ancient god. It's just that the power of rules she controls is relatively rare. And in this case, only those ancient gods of the original beginning have had similar experiences. In other words, the Frost Woman also has a part of the control over the Pure Land, even if that part of the control is pitifully small. But if the Frost Woman chooses to leave, then neither Su Jia nor Hong Yi can take care of the Pure Land controlled by the Frost Woman. Of course, it can be swallowed by force, but in other words, can leave freely. No. Is it much stronger than Hong Yi? After all, Hong Yi can't leave the Pure Land of Su Jia on his side. However, this Frost Woman can do it. But Su Jia doesn't intend to interfere. This is everything Hong Yi has worked hard for. The ideal and dream of his subordinates, who are so loyal. He couldn't bear to destroy it. As Hong Yi solved the huge 10,000-meter insect king, the soldiers of the City of Light also launched the final charge. But when Hong Yi was eager to win, the moment he rushed into the nest of the Luna Zerg Queen alone, the entire nest was directly sealed. No one could enter anymore. And Hong Yi was instantly alert. He knew that he might have been fooled. Looking at the beautiful women sitting high on the three thrones in front of him, looking at their high-handed attitude, Hong Yi's expression did not change. And he was obviously ready to give his all. but solving the huge insect king before it consumed most of his combat power and physical strength. Hong Yi only needed to do a simple investigation to know that the 3 women in front of him were very strong. At least they were definitely not much weaker than the 10,000-meter insect king. Although the 3 women in front of him were only at the peak of level 7. But the same thing still applies. Zergs are not known for their combat power. Zergs win by numbers. Or they win by size. However, the 3 women in front of him were not Zergs. Or, Zergs were just a tool in their hands. But when Hong Yi calmly used the invisible clone to try to escape, soon, Hong Yi was horrified to find that he was trapped here. But he had 5 invisible clones in his hands. When he dealt with a 10,000-meter insect king before, in the eyes of others, he relied on himself. But only Hong Yi knew that he used the final trump card. That is, his invisible clone. Now, this trump card just happened to be used. But Hong Yi still didn't have much confidence that he could defeat these 3 women. After all, Hong Yi, was not at his peak. If he was at his peak, Hong Yi even felt that he still had an advantage. But now, it was another matter. But when Hong Yi gritted his teeth and prepared to fight desperately, a light laugh suddenly sounded in the empty Zerg nest. You lost. Hong Yi was very familiar with this sentence. And the owner of this voice was none other than Su Jie. Obviously, the person watching the battle outside was a projection of Su Jie. And now, Su Jie's real body naturally appeared in this nest. And Hong Yi was obviously a little confused. Su Jie didn't say anything about this. And just when Su Jie was about to explain something, Urkia was unconvinced and said, "If it wasn't your setting, we would lose if we were seen. Then this guy can't beat us." The other 2 also followed suit. And Su Jie smiled bitterly. If it weren't for Hong Ye's eagerness to advance. If it weren't for Hong Ye's failure to think that the so-called Zerg Queen was not without any fighting power in the sense of the legend. When she arrives in her prime, do you 3 have a chance of winning? Why not? Do you think we don't know that this guy is the body of an ancient god? But so what? When we followed our master to fight, we fought against enemies more difficult than this. Now we are just fighting against an ancient god's body of the same level as ourselves. So why admit defeat? It is obvious that these 3 women have fought against her. Su Jie. After all, there is no intention to admit defeat at all. Obviously, the rules are the rules. This is not a real war after all. It is just a war game. Every dead person will not die in the true sense. And these 3 little guys can't exhaust their strength to create a batch of Zerg kings. Yes, that's right. If this is a real war, Hong Yi, even if he is so powerful, will never be able to turn the tide of the war. Because in the most critical battle, Su Jie took the most critical Urkia out to travel. This is also one of the reasons why the Zerg failed in this war. At the same time, including Urkia, the 3 did not intend to consume their vitality and qualifications to create a more powerful Zerg. This is an internal struggle game after all. There is no need to do things so thoroughly. It is true that things that hurt others and benefit oneself are unnecessary. At the same time, Su Jie gave too little time. The most powerful thing about the Zerg is naturally the ability to split. And under normal circumstances, the Zerg's nest is difficult to find. As a result, Su Jie exposed such a weakness of the Zerg. The result is in a certain situation. If this is a real war, in the end, Hong Yi and his team still failed. Because even if Hong Yi broke through the final level, he would definitely not be able to beat Urkia and the other 3. But failure in a broad sense does not mean the failure of this game. The game has already been set. It was Urkia and the other 3 who lost. But at least Su Jie also saw the potential of both sides. Hong Yi has the ability to turn the desperate situation around. It's just that he is a little arrogant, which needs to be modified. Or maybe the troops under Su Jie are not afraid of death. After all, they can be reborn in the Pure Land after death. But Su Jie had thought of this before. This kind of thing would really give him a headache. You have to know that a demon body is not made out of thin air. Although the soul power will not be worn out or consumed because of the existence of the Pure Land, the resources consumed to create a body are too great. Some guys know they won't die, but they don't value their lives. As a result, the consumption of the demon body is too huge. Su Jie looked at Hong Yi with such an indifferent thought. He even thought that if Hong Yi really died, he would just give him a Zerg body next time. If you don't value the demon body that looks like a human, then just be a bug. Of course, Hong Yi didn't have an indifferent mentality at this time. He was really shocked at this moment. Hong Yi never thought that he would fight with his own people. As a result, this disaster happened to the civilization of others. Or was it their own people who did it? Some people were amused and a little twisted. Hong Yi originally thought that he was truly a hero this time. The result? What a shitty hero. The misfortunes of these civilizations were all caused by them. Hong Yi now thinks that when he becomes the Lord of the City of Light, he will feel ashamed after they find out the truth. Hong Yi really doesn't know how to face those warriors who cheered for him. Su Jia seemed to see what Hong Yi was thinking. Then he walked gently to Hong Yi and patted him on the shoulder. How can you, a dignified blood demon god, act like a child? But don't worry. The real action of saving the world will come soon. And it won't be long before we will not dominate the battlefield, but will carry out the real salvation. Hong Yi nodded without comment. Such things will happen sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. It's just that he was fooled this time. And he was a little unhappy. Then, Hong Yi spoke casually. So how should you end it now? Although you have the ability to resurrect from the dead, so many people have died in the outside world, and they may not believe in your ability to resurrect from the dead. Aren't you afraid that they will rebel? Let me make it clear first. Although they will be reborn in the pure land after death. But after all, they are comrades who have fought together. I can't do anything to them. Su Jia was a little surprised and obviously couldn't believe it. Hong Yi would say such a thing, which obviously didn't fit his style. Su Jia's eyes almost made Hong Yi explode. But soon, Su Jia also touched his chin and thought. It's actually very simple. Right? Didn't you resurrect that woman in a sense? And also allocate some rights to the use of the pure land to the other party? Just expose all these things directly. Then let that woman resurrect some people. Let others believe that we don't have any bad intentions. And the dead can also be resurrected. But they just need to queue up. How about this? Hong Ye's expression was a little ugly. Obviously, Su Jia had thrown the matter onto him again. And he was a little unhappy about being a hands-off boss. But it seemed that this was the only way to do it at present. To appease those people and soldiers. Although, even if they did nothing, those people would probably just be angry but not speak out. After all, their strength had been demonstrated before. Now I say again, the Zerg was also created by them. And even if those people were aggrieved, they would not say anything more. At most, they would curse in their hearts. Hong Yi was naturally happy that he could avoid being hated and cursed by others. But to be honest, this matter was really difficult to deal with. This civilization was originally peaceful, although there were wars between them. But for civilians, it had almost no impact. But the arrival of the Zerg changed everything, leaving everyone displaced and experiencing pain. Therefore, whether it needs to be exposed or not, Hong Yi is also a little headache. This is really a mess. But soon, Su Jia made a few remarks, which made Hong Yi suddenly realize. In fact, concealment is also a choice. After all, not everyone can reach this level. And letting too many people know that they can be resurrected after death is not a good thing. Therefore, Hong Yi can completely say that they won this war. The Queen of the Zerg was also killed by Hong Yi alone. At the same time, he also only needed to tell the high-level officials of the City of Light about these secrets and let them understand. And the high-level officials of the City of Light were obviously able to understand, whether it was out of political thought or deterrence. At the same time, for the high-level officials of the City of Light, this result would obviously not only not make them angry, but would give birth to joy. The reason is also very simple. Their strong strength means that after joining Su Jia's camp, they can not only see their dead relatives and friends, but also gain the ability of immortality. Therefore, Su Jia's excessive worry is actually completely unnecessary. The overall affairs of the world where the City of Light is located are almost completed. As for the warrior world where Li Hao is, Su Jia thought that there is no need to rush there for the time being. Although that world is also quite valuable. At least it is the second world that he can invade at present. But Su Jia does not want to invade too hastily. The reason is also very simple. According to his own thoughts, the news from the clone has now embarked on a new journey. Li Hao, who has recovered his strength, slapped his face hard. Those who once looked down on him have won a lot of face for their father. At the same time, relying on the power of the Zerg, he transformed into the Zerg's messenger and negotiated with the city lord of their city to sign a non-aggression treaty. At the same time, Li Hao also relied on his own clone to provide the other party with the ability to play a powerful 4th-level master. going in and out of various auction venues, relying on the original monster forest, the current Zerg forest, and the various treasures in it. A large amount of primitive accumulation was carried out. Yes, that's right. Although the original monster forest has become a Zerg forest, all monsters have been almost wiped out by the Zerg. But it is undeniable that some herbs, some spiritual herbs, and some spiritual medicines, although the Zerg eat them, are obviously unnecessary. After all, the growth limit of the Zerg is already there, and it cannot exceed Li Hao. Therefore, under Li Hao's order, the Zerg gathered those herbs. At the same time, there were various space rings, space storage bags, and various props left behind by some warriors who died in the monster forest. They were all used by Li Hao. At the same time, after the Zerg devoured the monster, although the skeleton part could also be used, but the same thing, after the Zerg devoured the current resources, except for being able to split more, they could not improve their strength at all. And now the number of Zerg has reached a terrifying 3 million. There is no need to split again. Li Hao gave orders to the Zerg to split into groups. After going to other monster forests, the current Zerg forest only needs to ensure 100,000. At the same time, the monsters that were devoured and only had skeletons left were also used. It should be clear that the fur of monsters is suitable for making soft armor and flesh, which can be used to refine pills or other purposes. However, weapons can only use the bones of monsters. Before the Zerg had time to digest all the monster bones, Li Hao collected them. And at the same time, Li Hao also thought of an excellent career path. That is the forger. Others are still struggling to find or rely on adults at home to obtain high-strength monster bones. But this is not a problem for Li Hao at all. Let alone, the monster bones in the Zerg forest are enough for him to forge weapons for a long time. Not to mention that he has sent more than 2.9 million Zergs to other monster forests. It can be said that these materials will be endless in the future. Weapon embryos, weapon raw materials, and various ores, when those Zergs successfully occupy other monster forests, are also the original accumulated treasures of Li Hao. It can be said that now, Li Hao is going smoothly, and Su Jie is bored. But at the same time, Li Hao has already shown his demonic appearance. If we are too anxious to occupy that world, won't we lose the story of a genius rising? Anyway, Li Hao now respects his mind clone. The nature of that little guy is also good. Su Jie thinks it is better to cultivate him a little. Let the other party become stronger, rather than over-raising it. The benefit obtained is obviously a strong man with rich combat experience, such as Hong Yi, rather than a mediocre soldier with weak combat power who is finally lost in the crowd. This is Su Jie's goal. Therefore, Su Jie thought about the martial arts world where Li Hao was, and decided not to go there again and again. As for the next destination, now we can only take it one step at a time. Let Hong Yi tell the high-level officials of New City of Light the truth of the matter. Su Jie returned directly to the space station. As for how many people in New City of Light can keep up with their pace and go to conquer together, as of now, it should not be used, because his main purpose this time is to see how the three little guys have grown. At the same time, he just wants to develop the technology tree of War Mecha. Nowadays, War Mecha has reached level 8. The super intelligence with the drawings of the 8th level combat mechas can already be mass-produced if resources are sufficient. It is conceivable that both the Galactic Empire and the 10,000 races Hall on Su Jie's side will usher in a period of rapid development. It can be said that the minimum combat power of the 8th level is just around the corner. It is just expected in the future. After all, this thing requires a huge amount of resources. Nowadays, the New City of Light has been busy for so long, and only one has been built. It is conceivable how difficult it is. Of course, this is just to put a planet. The resources and manpower of the New City of Light are naturally not comparable to those of Su Jie. After all, Su Jie is looking at the entire universe. Therefore, while Su Jie is currently looking for new planets to collect, his secondary task is to find planets with resources to build level 8 war mechas. Soon, Hong Yi reluctantly told the truth to the senior executives. At first, the senior executives couldn't believe it and even had resentment in their hearts. However, when they learned and saw with their own eyes that the people who had died in the past were miraculously resurrected by Hong Yi, those resentments were only a little bit of resentment under the powerful strength, and they disappeared in an instant. The ruling power or ownership of this planet was successfully collected by Su Jie's 10,000 races Hall. Soon, After Sujia built a teleportation station here, he boarded the space station with a small group of people and headed towards a certain direction of the universe. It was a place slightly away from the martial arts century where Li Hao was. As for whether it was possible to find another new world and a new planet, it was inevitable. During the long journey, everyone was making progress. Hong Yi also successfully stabilized his level 7 strength at the middle level. At present, if Hong Yi was dealing with some opponents whose individual strength was not that strong, such as the reorganization, he could already ignore the lower level 8 enemies. And for the middle level 8 enemies, he, Hong Yi, could also fight one level higher in Tai. To be honest, a little weak, at least on the surface. Hong Ye's strength can no longer keep up with the main force. But neither Su Jie nor Hong Yi are in a hurry, because both of them know how much potential Hong Yi is now. Even if he is as arrogant as Hong Yi, he knows that it is useless to be anxious at this time. After all, compared to the future, he will definitely become stronger. At the same time, he will definitely be able to fight across levels, if he gives up the power and authority of this evildoer at the moment. Instead, he will ask for the demon body with little hope in the future. Almost no one would be so stupid. In fact, it is not right to say that the demon body has poor qualifications, and the hope of becoming stronger in the future is relatively slim. But this is only compared with Hong Ye's current immortal body. Compared with other races that evolve normally, the demon body created by the super-intelligent brain using super-cloning technology, it can be said that it can already be regarded as a top-level body. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is the blood inheritance of the emperor. In the world of science and technology, it is a genetic creation. You can imagine. The comparison depends on who you compare it with. I can only say that it is more than enough. Time passed by bit. Finally, it took about a year. After sailing for tens of thousands of light years, Su Jie and others also successfully locked the next destination. This world is different from the worlds they destroyed and conquered on the way. It is a relatively new one. It is also a wonderful world that is not inferior to the Xiaoxian world, the strongest one among them. Or if the top masters of this world unite, with Su Jie's current strength and background, it is not certain who will win or lose. Yes, that's right. This world seems to be similar to the Xiaoxian world. But in fact, there is a top master at level 11, the same level as Su Jie. At the same time, the reason why this world is almost the same as the Xiaoxian world is just because this world is more focused on powerful power. However, their lifespan is pitifully short. An absolute strongman with a strength of more than 10 centimeters, enough to tear the space at will. What you see is what you get across the distance. But unfortunately, their vitality does not seem to be strong. In human terms, the means of fighting of the people in this world is to cultivate a weapon from the moment they embark on the path of cultivation. And this weapon is their absolute killer move. This also means the lethality is extremely strong. At the same time, if they only cultivate weapons, it means that they don't think about nourishing their bodies. Then the stronger they are, the more they will be under powerful weapons. Their bodies are extremely weak. In addition, the strong men in this world always like to hide their weapons in the spiritual sea of their minds. This means that their bodies are weak. They also hide such powerful weapons in their minds. So if people in this world don't die, who will die early? No wonder the strongest man in this world is just a little ghost who has lived for 1,000 years. Of course, Su Jie is still very young, and he has no right to say that he is a little ghost. But Su Jie can be said to have a free lifespan. He doesn't care about lifespan at all. After all, there are many old things who have lived like dogs for a long time. Their character has not improved. Their IQ has not improved. And it has even become negative. But let's be honest. That's why they are interested in this world. Their way of practicing and becoming stronger is too unique. It is rare in the universe. And there is something else that is quite interesting. When people die, their natal weapons will also fall. It is commonly known as equipment falling. And that natal weapon is extremely powerful. It's not that no one in this world has thought about immortality. But if the natal weapon is bound, unless the cultivation is interrupted, otherwise, there is no way to start cultivating one's own body. And there are still people in the world who have this courage. Abolish your lifelong cultivation and life weapon. Then start from scratch. After all, who doesn't have two enemies if they are strong? If they are really abolished, the cultivation will destroy the life weapon. even if that kind of fierce person really has that confidence. While cultivating the body, he can also cultivate a new life weapon to grow rapidly and become stronger, surpassing the original self. They can believe in themselves. Can they trust others? Of course. There are loopholes in this. For example, why don't some strong people cultivate their descendants to that level? Why don't they find some life and death friends to protect themselves? This is mixed with some ethics and people's selfishness. It's not that no one has tried, but those people practice too slowly. They have to endure long periods of pain and the ridicule of others. After all, cultivating the body is not the right way in this world. It is even considered a crooked way in the eyes of some people. At the same time, if they are in some secret places of power, such people may be targeted. Even if they are the offspring of a strong man, they will not choose the path of cultivating the body. After all, they are all the offspring of a strong man. Their inner pride is usually higher than that of ordinary people. It is even more impossible to tolerate the ridicule of others. But to be honest, even so, after a rough observation, I found that many people in this world are still taking this path. Very few. But at least with such a huge base, anything is possible. At the same time, Sujia also found something interesting. The strongest person in this world has begun to walk the physical path again. It seems that no one knows about it. And because Sujia was too blatant in his investigation. Soon, a handsome man with long hair in a white Taoist robe flew over from this planet. That kind of unrestrained charm. Even Sujia had to praise it. Obviously, this person's strength is exactly the same as Sujia's 11th level strongman. After feeling the young master's unscrupulous glance, the other party also left his own planet to greet him. As for whether this person had malicious intent or good intentions. In short, after seeing Sujia's huge fleet of interstellar battleships, and his subordinates, who looked extremely terrifying in terms of both qualifications and strength, the person who came immediately clasped his fists, and spoke in a friendly manner. I wonder what brings you here, fellow Taoists? Looking at the white-haired woman in front of him, who was dressed as a man and looked quite like a man, Sujia chuckled. I have some interest in your cultivation method, so I was thinking about learning it. Sujia's words made the strongest person in this world. The woman, obviously stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect Sujia to say it so directly, and for such a simple reason. But no matter what, Sujia, at least for now, did not show any ill intentions. The woman also started to introduce herself directly. My name is Han Xuanxue. I am the absolute strongest in this world. Nicknamed the Sword God. If you want to learn the method of nurturing spirits in this world, please feel free to visit. No matter how arrogant and unkind this woman was before. But at least after seeing Sujia clearly, she felt a bit daunted by the aura and the terrifying huge fleet and space station. At least from the time Sujia met this woman until now, he felt that this woman was quite polite. Therefore, after considering for a moment, Sujia also smiled. It's not easy to rebuild the body, right? Why not just break it all, and leave only one life weapon to join my 10,000 clans hall? The body, I can prepare for you. As soon as these words came out, the expression of the strongest person named Han Xuanxue turned pale and blue. Obviously, as his most important trump card, Sujia saw through it at a glance. The woman's face was almost full of anxiety. The next moment, the woman clasped her fists again without any hesitation. This matter is a matter of life and death for me. Please don't spread this matter. Sujia just smiled and said nothing. After all, what he wanted to say had just been said. Still looking at Sujia's appearance, the woman hesitated. Then she asked. And Sujia simply told the woman about the demon's physical body. And the woman shook her head immediately after thinking about Spring. I will not accept being restricted by others. So I appreciate your kindness. However, before the woman could say the 3 words, please go back, Sujia smiled and continued to answer. I am not asking for your opinion. I have not given you the right to choose between the two. Now there are only 2 ways in front of you. Take your whole world to surrender. And be destroyed. Obviously, there is no one in this world who can be called the child of destiny that Sujia is interested in. Therefore, Sujia opened his mouth directly and planned to confront him head-on. After hearing Sujia's domineering speech, the woman's face, which originally had little emotion, instantly turned cold. I have no intention of being an enemy of you. But if you insist on going to war, then I and the thousands of you in the world may not be afraid of you. It's just a battle. Seeing the woman's iron-willed look, Sujia almost laughed out loud. This guy probably forgot about the plea he had just made. Then, Sujia also said unscrupulously, "Yes. If I am not in a hurry and attack immediately. Instead, I will directly tell people that your true spirit body has begun to transform into a physical body. The current physical strength has only reached 1/3 of the peak level. What do you think? Will people believe that you are an alien enemy? Or believe in me? Or believe in themselves? Kill you first and take your life weapon? It is obvious that there are no long-lived people in this world. There is also a main reason that after killing the enemy, you can obtain the opponent's life weapon and enhance your own combat power. It is conceivable. If this woman is known by other level 10 strong men, the current strength of the woman is only level 10. They will definitely be attacked by a group of people to rob the woman's life weapon. After snatching the woman's life weapon, even if it is level 10, it is possible to have the combat power of level 11. It is conceivable, compared with the long term, relying on oneself to reach level 11. It is better to kill this so-called sword god directly. It is more refreshing and quick to plunder the foundation of all the power in the opponent's body. And to be honest, the reason why the woman in front of him can reach the level of 11, it makes Sujia have to think about a question. This woman reincarnated and rebuilt her body. Could it be that this is not the first time? Otherwise, Sujia is not blind. A quick glance can tell that this woman's physical strength is more than one level higher than other level 10 cultivators. Logically speaking, the power of cultivation in this world is very strange. No matter how strong the physical strength is, it won't differ too much. At most, it's within 5 times. How much stronger is the woman in front of me than other level 10 cultivators in the same world? Let's not talk about anything else. Almost 100 times. Right? But even so, let alone Sujia. Let's take Hong Yi for example. This woman's physical fitness is not even half of Hong Ye's. It's conceivable what the people in this world have reached in a moment. No wonder this world is comparable to the world of cultivation. As a result, not even one absolute immortal has been born. Lifespan is not enough. But strength makes up for it. And Sujia also thought of a funny saying. I am not good at the way of immortality, but I am good at preventing people from immortality. In other words, if this world fights against the immortal world might be completely destroyed. Of course, if all the immortal worlds flee, then just quietly endure. Maybe all the strong people in this spirit world can be outlasted. Of course, this is just some theory after all. Lifespan is too short. It also means that the speed of renewal and iteration of strong people is increasing rapidly. The upper position means that one will not die for many years, which means the decay of rules and spirit. It is not conducive to the development of the world. You see, the qualifications of the world of cultivating immortals are rare even in the universe. Not bad. What about the result? No one can fight with him. Sujia. Even the immortal emperor. The strength is actually just like that. But this world is different. Although the so-called female sword god is only the lower level of level 11. But if she fights with him, Sujia, she can take away half of his life. Of course, excluding the first kill. If he, Sujia, is well prepared, with the physical strength of a woman, he will definitely die. Under the high-intensity attack power. It also means that if Hong Yi seizes the opportunity, or even Kakadong seizes the opportunity, this woman could die. This is the glass cannon. In other words, in this world, people still stack up their attack power. So the box is meaningless. It just increases the range. To put it bluntly, in this world, the level 5 guns fight against the level 8 and 9 strong men. Level 8 and 9 strong men could all fail. This is also a disadvantage. But there is also an advantage. Under normal circumstances, no force or pioneer would be so blind as to provoke such a world. Don't think that people with high attack and low defense really have high attack and low defense. A Star Destroyer cannon will be fired, and everyone is finished. This kind of thing is simply impossible to happen. Or in other words, one of their weapons is comparable to your Star Destroyer. Do you really think that cold weapons can attack from a distance? You shoot them with a cannon, and their reaction speed and attack power are strong. It's not impossible to kill both the cannon and the Star Destroyer with one click. If Sujia didn't think that the means of enhancing attack power in this world, he didn't need to learn. Otherwise, to be honest, Sujia really didn't want to have much friendship with the people in this world. And the reason why Sujia rejected the female sword god was that she just wanted to learn casually. The reason is also very simple. Hisujia was really greedy. The people in this world were too crazy, and their attack power was too strong. The life weapon would not disappear after death. Or the life weapon was contracted with the soul. In other words, if Hisujia killed all the people in this world, and then reincarnated in the Pure Land, the people who obtained the demon body could still use their life weapon. However, their original glass-like bodies would also be enhanced into the universe, with normal levels of physical and physical strength. It can be said that the people in this world have too much potential, especially on his side. Sujia. He has the means of genetic cloning technology. If they were united or conquered, he, Sujia, even had the initial strength to fight the Galactic Empire. Yes, it was so terrifying. Now, he, Sujia, was able to manufacture 8-level war mechas with sufficient resources. If he could conquer the combat power of these planets, cultivate a group of terrifying decapitation-level combat power, the 8-level war mechas would fight head-on. And the people who transported the reagents and nurtured their own weapons would directly raid and kill the leaders. My God. Sujia didn't dare to imagine how beautiful it would be at that time. Look at the scale of the universe. Just 1,000 years. Not to mention that every planet and every world has an internal circulation time system. Stay in the universe for a few days. Maybe you have spent several months, or even 1 or 2 years in the world of the planet. This also proves, at present, this spirit world is a place where glass cannons can be mass-produced, and the so-called defects, under Hisujia's gene cloning technology and the demon body, will be perfectly supplemented. The more he thought about it, the more excited Sujia was. The more he thought about it, the better to start a war. And the female sword god expressed that she didn't want to be inferior to others. And the people in their world basically have this kind of personality. In the future, I understand. The female sword god, who might have a fight with Sujia, also ran away. She was obviously afraid of Sujia's unethical beating. And Sujia also let the other party escape. The reason is naturally the same old one. Beat them first before retaking them. At the same time, we must measure the other party's ability. Anyway, people in this world don't feel bad when they die. Let's not talk about the issue of resurrection. As long as they can kill the female sword god, then use the search memory directly, they can perfectly replicate the channel for becoming stronger in this world, and mass produce. Looking at the back of the female sword god after she escaped, Sujia couldn't help thinking. Speaking of which, the reputation of their 10,000 races hall has probably spread during this period of conquest. Right? But let's be honest. People who don't know don't understand that he, Sujia, has people from the Pure Land. I'm afraid they are almost regarding his 10,000 races hall as the most evil existence. Maybe there are already quite a few Justice Leagues that have united to attack him. But let's be honest. Sujia is really looking forward to it. He hasn't fought many head-on tough battles. He doesn't know whether he will feel satisfied or bored at that time. However, this world of spirit tools will give him a lot of interest. And it will be enough for him to play for a while, seeing that the world has entered the realm and started to blockade it completely. But no matter how completely this world is blocked, it is not a technological world after all. There is no so-called census. There is no power of technology to explore every corner of the world anytime and anywhere. But if you don't have special abilities, it's hard to get in directly. After all, after the female sword god was scared away, she began to observe the movements on her side all the time. Maybe he, Sujia, just sent someone out. The female sword god rushed out directly and killed him with 2 swords. To be honest, let's not talk about others. He, Sujia, doesn't want to eat the sword of the female sword god. But it is precisely because of the opponent's strength that Sujia will have more interest. After all, the reason is very simple. If he, Sujia, learned these abilities, he might be able to fight against a higher level. You know, the stronger you become, the harder it will be to fight against a higher level. At present, it absorbs all kinds of pure power nourished by Hongyi. But it is difficult to guarantee that it can fight against a level 12 strongman. But as long as it convinces this world, and learns the power and rules of this world, Hisujia will not be arrogant enough to say that he can fight against a level 13 strongman. But at least when facing a level 12 strongman, Hisujia is completely worthy. Of course. Now, Hisujia is already at the peak of level 11. if he really absorbs this world of spirit tools that is comparable to the world of cultivation. Apart from anything else, his strength may break through to level 12 directly. Then it means that he, Sujia, has the ability to kill a level 13 inferior strongman. The more he thought about it, the more interested Sujia became. Then, Sujia returned directly to the space station, facing the mighty interstellar battleship. Sujia also started a long-awaited meeting. This time, Sujia intends to be serious, and he also participates in the battle, test the opponent's ability. At the same time, he also wants to completely defeat the opponent and bring him under his command. This is Sujia's current goal and short-term task. However, before the battle begins, Sujia also plans to prepare. The reason is also very simple. Although the overall strength of Sujia seems to be stronger, after all, the combat power is endless. But the attack power of this weapon spirit world is too terrifying. To put it bluntly, in this weapon spirit world, almost everyone can fight one level higher. Yes, everyone. Some geniuses can even fight 2 levels higher. The reason for such a terrifying result is naturally that the defense of people in this world is too ridiculous. In other words, they can fight 2 levels higher. Others can also fight 2 levels higher. This is a relative theory. But doesn't it mean that the way of cultivation in this world is a treasure? In other words, if it is an example of specializing in physical cultivation, combined with this weapon spirit world, then it will become a terrifying race with absolute combat power in the universe, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Although the 10,000 races haul on his side, Sujia is not specialized in physical cultivation. It is also a force that does not worry about casualties. This means, if he, Sujia, can really conquer this world and absorb all the cultivation methods of this world, the future will appear. After his damn 10,000 races haul goes to war with other new forces, the demon warriors on his side of the 10,000 races haul will not fear life and death, and will burst out to kill even the first level or even the third level opponents in a 1-for-1 situation. At the same time, others cannot be resurrected. But his side of the 10,000 races haul can completely be inexhaustible and inexhaustible in waves and batches. It is conceivable how horrible it will be at that time. And Sujia can even imagine how desperate the people who are enemies with him will be. Therefore, Sujia has never been so eager to conquer the current world as he is today. But it is still the same sentence. Things can't be rushed. They have to take it slowly. Because no matter how anxious Sujia is, he has to admit one thing. War is a good medicine to promote the development of civilization. Therefore, Sujia had to have a kind of, should we start a frontal war? Then see how much potential this world of spirits has not been tapped. When facing a war of genocide, can the geniuses of this world create a more perfect practice? This is the main reason why Sujia did not take a group of level 8 war mechas to directly carry out a decapitation operation and take down this world in a crushing manner. He wanted to give this world a chance to develop. Of course, there would be a risk of failure. But so what? Others' failures were real failures. But Sujia had countless chances to make a comeback. In a word, I can make countless mistakes. But if you make a mistake once, you're done. The world of spirits. When the Empress Sword God told the world about the evil demons outside the domain, there was a heated discussion. The pro-war faction, the pro-peace faction, the surrender faction, and the escape faction were separated almost instantly. As a planet with 11-level strongmen, they naturally understood the level of the forces outside the domain. They have the confidence to fight against opponents of higher ranks. It is understandable that under the destruction of technological weapons, not many of them can even defend themselves. This is the disadvantage of high attack and high defense. At the same time, this year, countless demons drove spaceships, holding weapons that they thought were crude, and rushed from the sky. Yes, the weapons that Sujia distributed to his subordinates can be said to be the best batch of weapons under his command. Even in the Galactic Empire, the warriors of the Galactic Empire dare not say that the weapons that Sujia distributed to his subordinates are crudely made waste. But for this world that focuses on the weapons of one's own destiny, no matter how good the weapons that Sujia paired for his subordinates are, they are still waste in their eyes. Soon, people found that these modules didn't seem to care about life or death. And they were very arrogant, without using other skills. They simply fought with them with swords, axe against axe, spear against spear. It seems that the purpose of those demons is not to win the war, but to completely crush them in terms of weapon control. In an instant, the pro-war faction took the lead. In addition, on average, one person can kill at least dozens of demon warriors of the same level before they can die suddenly. With such confidence, it can be said that the pro-war faction in this world of weapon spirits has reached its peak. Slowly, as the war progressed, people found something wrong. Because they suddenly discovered with horror, not only were the demons becoming harder and harder to kill, but their ability to use weapons was also getting stronger and stronger. Some demons even began to try to degrade their own life-defining weapons. This could be said to have affected the foundation of their 70th century monks. They originally had nothing to show for it. Weak bodies. Backward technology. Therefore, the only thing they could show for it was their own life-defining weapons. As a result, as the war continued, people discovered the progress of this group of modules was extremely fast. Many people had already refined their own life-defining weapons. Some demons even learned from this, and refined their own spirit weapons. There are even some who refine flames into their own weapons. I think so. Which of the demon warriors under Su Jia's command is not a son of heaven? Even if they were mediocre in the past world, they could become a genius after entering the dream world. Everything they realized in the dream world is not completely false. At least love is real. The experience of fighting is also real. It is conceivable. The demons seem to be a bunch of small fish and crabs. But in fact, they are all geniuses of the world. They are also the absolute masters of their own dream worlds. Whether in terms of knowledge or means, they can be said to be far superior to most people. Pick out a demon at random. Perhaps they can rank in the top 100 in any random world. Just the talent and courage, and the energy. They are all beyond people's imagination. Therefore, when Su Jia asked his demon subordinates not to care about life and death, after carefully stealing the relevant technology of the life weapon of this world. At the same time, during this war, the dead warriors do not need to queue for a long time. All queues are still. Every dead person will be resurrected in time. The purpose is to quickly learn the practice method of the life weapon of this world. Therefore, at the beginning, they were still aggressive and screaming, thinking that they could beat the life weapon monks of this unexpected evil demon. Soon they found out in horror. The demons not only learned their life weapons, but also performed better and stronger than them. Strong body, amazing combat experience, and the talent full of courage. All of them crushed them all. Or rather, except for some of the top strongmen and extreme monsters in this world. It's just that the war has not yet reached the end, and has just passed the early stage. The demons have already mastered the practice of popular life weapons. The war is still going on. But the people of this world, the cultivators of this world, may have reached the edge of the broken Tau heart. In the space station, Su Jia looked at the 3 flying swords that he had made by imitating others. Very satisfied, although he can control the void and directly crush the enemy. But that is only for those who are weaker than him. In an absolute suppression. But if it was an opponent of the same level, Su Jia didn't have that ability. And he could kill the opponent by just controlling the void. It could even be said that his means of controlling the void could not cause any effective damage to opponents of the same level. But this flying sword that could be controlled at will was different. Although the strength level of these 3 flying swords has only reached level 5 or 6. It is not compatible with Su Jia's current level 11 peak strength. But Su Jia has that expectation and that confidence. If he continues to refine, he may add more flying swords to these 3 flying swords in the future. These flying swords can cause effective, even fatal damage to opponents of the same level. At the same time, Su Jia also browsed and saw the progress of some old acquaintances in recent days. Let's not talk about others. Just talk about Hong Yi. This guy is also a talent. His life weapon is actually a group of small black balls. At present, Hong Yi has increased the number of those small black balls to 7. It is similar to the 6-ball jades that Hong Yi obtained after becoming an ancestor in the world he was in before. Of course, Su Jia was too lazy to talk about Hong Yi. This guy imitated others to lead people. Or to put it more bluntly, Hong Yi directly copied the lead person. Because not long after the lead person entered the world, he had the qualifications to control the black ball. In a battle with Hong Yi, Dairen directly defeated a group of troops with the black ball. How did Dairen operate when defeating the group of troops? The black ball can not only produce explosions, but also can be transformed into various weapons at will. Hong Yi was envious. Originally, Hongye wanted to directly make the original counterattack fan and giant sickle. But soon, Hongye saw Dairen's exquisite black ball control ability and copied it directly. It was shameless enough. But let's be honest. Although Hongye did many things to others in the original world that were sorry for them. But at present, it seems that the relationship between these two guys is really good. They are both teachers and friends. Of course, there are also some meanings of competition and mortal enemies in it. After all, in the world where Hongye originally lived, Dairen can be regarded as an absolute strongman in the top 4. Although Hongye has left them far behind now. But Dairen is not far behind. It's just that Dairen can transform his black balls into various forms. He can even merge all the black balls to form a black sword that can reach the sky. But Hongye, who copied this method, was embarrassed to find that he did not have such exquisite control power. In other words, treating people can change into various weapon forms at will. But Hongye seemed to be able to only awkwardly throw the black ball as a bigger stone. But Hongye was not a person who was inferior to others. After discovering that he could control it finally, it was better to lead others. Hongye simply continued to develop in the field he was used to. Therefore, in the end, it became Hongye fighting. And then, he would directly hit people with the black ball. Or he would directly make the black ball extremely huge and hit people. Later, Hongye even developed an ability that made Sujie stunned. Black ball. Black ball. Hongye's imagination was also terrifying. This guy directly refined the black ball in a more bizarre way. In other words, if the black ball around Dairen is a prop library that can switch out various weapons at will, then there are 7 small black holes hovering around Hongye. Yes, this guy Hongye. I guess his self-confidence was hit by Dairen. After all, he is a new human body. And he was almost beaten by Dairen. Then Hongye went crazy and refined his black ball into a black hole. Even Sujie didn't dare to let Hongye go to the spirit world so far. After all, although it is just a small black hole in its infancy. But who knows if this thing gets out of control? Will the spirit world be directly destroyed in the future? Although this kind of small black hole is not strong enough to kill an enemy that is too strong. But if all the weak ones are killed, wouldn't the purpose of his trip be in vain? Sujie was also very troubled by this. All his subordinates are restless pigs, which is not entirely a good thing. At the same time, after being resurrected by Hongye, the Frost Woman also has some wisdom. At least she participated in this operation. In terms of psychological age, the Frost Woman is only about 4 or 5 years old. I don't know if it's because the other party can't speak at all, or because of her cold personality. At present, she is also honestly following Hongye. Wherever Hongye goes, she goes. At the same time, the Frost Woman also made a frost long sword in accordance with her own personality and temperament. Sujie also thinks highly of this guy. I don't know whether it was made by Hongye or she made it with her innocent heart. In other words, Sujie only needs one description to describe the aptitude of this Frost Woman. The frost long sword she made. It can freeze time. Others, such as the guy with the power of a giant, made a pair of boxing gloves for themselves. Anyway, there are many people who make their own life weapons. Some amazed Sujie, some disappointed Sujie, and some have not yet started. But no matter what, this time, finding this world of weapon spirits is still too wonderful for Sujie. On this day, Sujie also welcomed an unexpected visitor. In human terms, he surrendered. To be honest, Sujie hated people from this kind of surrender-oriented faction. But soon, in an accident, Sujie fell silent. Sometimes, surrender is not just for a simple life. When Sujie saw what kind of people those who surrendered were, in the future, Sujie had to sigh. This world gave him some hope and admiration. Because the surrender this time was different from the nobles who fled in the City of Light. The person who surrendered this time was an old man with thousands of children. Although these children are the children of some nobles or powerful people, at the same time, they are not direct descendants. They probably think that if they surrender successfully, their family will retain some blood. Those who die in the failed surrender are not important. But it can still be seen. When every world is on the verge of extinction, it will think of leaving some fire for its own race. In this regard, Sujie originally wanted to kill them all. But in the end, Sujie did not even kill the old man, but locked him up directly. Or in other words, he did not imprison him. Instead, he found a group of residential areas for them to live in. Soon, the group of people moved into the space station in fear. Originally, they thought they would be enslaved, killed, or endure inhuman torture in life. As a result, these people who came to surrender were surprised to find. What is a true utopia? What is equality? Although they can be regarded as descendants of prominent figures in their respective worlds. But after all, they are not direct descendants. They will eventually be looked down upon. And they know that some people must not be provoked. And if those people provoke them, they must swallow their anger. But since they came to this space station, they were surprised to find, even if they are prisoners, no one will look down on them, or even respect them. It was during an accidental eavesdropping. The old man brought a few children and heard the truth about the invasion of their world. They also knew the existence of the Pure Land world. At the same time, they also knew that this invasion was just to obtain the cultivation method of the natal spirit. Instantly, the group of children and the old man turned against them. They did not doubt that everything they knew was deliberately performed for them by Sujia and others. But when they saw that a demon warrior who had died a few days ago, the person who lived with them and talked and laughed with them, died in a war, only a few bones were brought back. As a result, they saw the people who brought back the bones saying not to waste these resources, and to save as much as possible when reincarnating. Then not long after, they saw the person who was supposed to be dead, jumping in front of them again. And everyone, whether it was the children or the old man, was very sure, whether it was the bones before, or the living people who existed in front of them now, they were definitely not fake. And several people also thought about it. Even if they were deceived, they would admit it. Then Sujia was surprised to find that. He didn't think much in the first place. He didn't think about getting anything from these children and an old man. At the same time, Sujia was too lazy to kill them. And there was no point in just killing them and sending them to the Pure Land. Even if this group of people were to cause trouble, what kind of big things could they cause? Therefore, Sujia just wanted to let them roam freely. It didn't matter what they wanted to do, whether they ran away or resisted. As long as they were not discovered, it would be fine. Not long after, Sujia saw the old man with a group of children, saying that they could provide technical support. As for the conditions, there were no conditions, or not completely none. The old man wanted Sujia to summon one of his dead comrades with a nervous mood. In the end, Sujia refused, because the guy who died had been dead for too long. And he, Sujia, died before invading this world. So if he wanted to be resurrected, he had to devour the will of this world and read the historical information. At first, the old man was a little disappointed. But Sujia had nothing to do. So he asked the old man to choose a friend who had died recently. As a result, Sujia proved that he really had the truth of resurrection and the Pure Land world. He, Sujia, was a very easy-to-talk kind of person to some extent. Whether it was the strong or the weak, he could treat everyone calmly and equally. Therefore, Sujia actually did not have much malice and contempt for this so-called prisoner. However, when Sujia showed all this, the old man suddenly knelt down and said that he had the practice method of his own world. Although those children were not direct descendants, they had more or less learned the secrets of the family. At least it was better than the techniques mastered by Sujia's forces now. Then Sujia relied on his sincerity to treat people and the equal environment of their space station. He gained people's recognition and following. Perhaps this is the power of Red. Of course, it is undeniable. These children and this old man have successfully become traders of their own planet. Of course, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, before knowing the truth, these people did not intend to sell out their compatriots. And after knowing the truth, Sujia thought that everyone would come to him. This is actually a kind of blessing. This is one of the reasons why he, Sujia, wants to change the world. War is certainly a good medicine to promote the development of civilization. But when facing a truly powerful enemy, unity is the best way. The Galactic Empire has taken the wrong path. Tyrants and slaves will not work. Although the current Galactic Empire is also trying its best to reform. But Sujia feels that even this hidden force should not be too violent. Perhaps Sujia could accept that in the eyes of others. His 10,000 Races Hall was an absolutely evil organization. Wherever they went, there was either a brutal extinction of races or a planetary explosion. But he had to let the insiders know. They were not absolutely evil, but a somewhat chaotic good camp. As for the Galactic Empire, That thing was half good and half evil. There were good and bad. But now, the Galactic Empire was transforming towards a bright and majestic direction. He, Sujia, also planned to try his best to evolve the evil side in the eyes of outsiders. But he also had to let his own family know the benefits and kindness inside. Soon, with the help of this old man and a few young people, the evolution of Sujia's weapon spirit continued to intensify. At the same time, in this long war, Sujia also became interested and planned to see how far Li Hao had come. In other words, Sujia had just discovered the world where Li Hao was located devoured blood and enhanced the ability of the body. Isn't it a bit too consistent with this weapon spirit world? One infinitely devoured blood to unlimitedly enhance the body. One unlimitedly cultivated weapon spirit compressed mental power to enhance its own attack methods. If the two are combined, isn't it an attack and defense in one? After all, the 10th level strongest person in the world where Li Hao was located. Although he couldn't beat him Sujia at all. But if Sujia wants to kill the other party, he has to spend some effort. Because the other party is too powerful. And the blood power absorbed in the body is too much. It really takes some effort to kill. But the attack method is a bit ridiculous. But what if the 10th level strongman mastered the killing move of the innate weapon of this spirit world? Although it is not enough to fight across levels and kill him. Sujia, who has the blood of the ancient god. But Sujia thinks that the other party must be very difficult at that time. Then, can he, Sujia, consider taking the cultivation method of the spirit world over? Of course not to others. Because in the spirit world, after all, it is a glass cannon attacking high and defending low. The probability of failure is not high. But if the cultivation method of the world of spirit instruments is really passed on to that world, so that everyone can learn it, although it is not likely to fail. But what if? What if a guy is upgraded to the same level as him? Sujia. Even if he, Sujia, has the blood of the ancient gods, it will take a long time to eat the other party. He, Sujia, will not do such a thankless task. But in other words, the cultivation method of this world of spirit instruments is unequally distributed to everyone. But it seems to be a good choice to distribute it to Li Hao. But Sujia also has to consider one thing. Li Hao, is this guy really trustworthy? Although so far, he has observed that Li Hao is a man who is grateful and repays kindness, and is also a man who values friendship and loyalty. But that is a different matter after all. After all, his goal is to rule all universes. Li Hao, will he still be so obedient in the future when he becomes the master of his own world? Will he still be grateful? After all, Sujia thinks that no matter how good a person is, he can't use the whole world and all his rights and status to repay a favor. Right? Although it is a mixture of both. But Sujia thinks it is better to lay some backup plans. The old problem comes back. Sujia knows that this behavior is not very good. But he can't rest assured after all. After thinking about it, Sujia finally came to Li Hao's world with the practice method of the spirit world. And spent a lot of time. Li Hao has now successfully made it to the central world. His overall strength has reached level 6. How many years has it taken? At most 3 or 4 years. As a result, Li Hao has raised his strength to level 6. And as long as he inquired a little, Sujia found out. The Zerg natural disasters have occupied many monster forests without anyone or most people knowing. The reason why Sujia dared to come this time was because Li Hao had another accident. And his mind clone, who came out to protect Li Hao, was seriously injured and was captured by the evil forces of the strongest person in this world. Therefore, Sujia, who could not find Li Hao's whereabouts, thought of coming to take a look. Then he saw Li Hao running around to save his clone. To be honest, seeing this scene, Sujia was more or less moved. What a stupid child. But this kind of person is really cute. And worthy of trust. Li Hao gave up revenge. At the same time, he also gave up revenge for the engagement. It was just because his teacher, that is, Sujia himself, was captured. And Li Hao did this to repay his gratitude and his teacher. How could Sujia not be moved? In other words, Sujia's mind clone is not strong. It can be said that even if Li Hao gave up his practice with all his heart, he would still look for a chance to rescue his mind clone. And his mind clone would not help Li Hao in combat power again. Because of his mind, the overall strength of the clone is only about level 7 or 8. And the last outbreak has caused his mind clone to fall to level 4 or 5. It is even in an unrecoverable state. And even if Li Hao really rescued his mind clone, it would only become a burden to Li Hao in the future. In the end, Li Hao still came to rescue, although it has not been rescued so far. But the other party is still running around. But although he was moved, Su Jie still left some tricks in the evolution of the weapon spirit. One is that if Li Hao completely betrays him in the future, under his subjective control, Li Hao will die directly, no matter how powerful he is. Because the trick he left behind will become stronger as Li Hao becomes stronger. At least it will remain at the level of being able to kill Li Hao. But Su Jie is not completely without conscience. Even if Li Hao really betrays him in the future, after killing the other party, Su Jie will not destroy the other party's soul. At least Li Hao's actions today made Su Jie decide to kill him. But he will definitely keep him. But if people like Li Hao and Hong Yi really betrayed him, then what belongs to them in the future is only the dream world that they cannot escape, an absolute reincarnation. Let them spend a perfect life in the dream world. Then when the lifespan of the soul reaches the limit, Su Jie will not replenish their vitality and watch them die quietly. This is his Su Jie's kindness. Of course, these are all later, and they must be based on the premise that Li Hao will betray him. At present, all this has not happened. At the same time, Li Hao is running around to find a way to save himself. Su Jie is also thinking about what identity he should enter this world with. At the same time, he gave Li Hao the cultivation method of the spirit weapon, while leaving a backup. He also strengthened Li Hao's overall strength. He gave Li Hao some chances of winning on the road to becoming the master of this world. And at this time, as Li Hao fell into a desperate situation, he had an opportunity. After all, don't forget, it was only his soul that was taken away, and the soul of his master In Ruoruo was still in Li Hao's body. In other words, before, Su Jie found an excuse for his master, In Ruoruo, saying that In Ruoruo fell into a deep sleep due to serious injuries. In fact, In Ruoruo is now holding his lifelong weapon, the dragon slashing sword, and killing people in the spirit weapon world. But this just gave Su Jie an excuse. That's right. This time, Su Jie planned to wake up as his master, In Ruoruo, and help Li Hao solve this crisis while giving him the method of cultivating the spirit of the weapon. On this side, at this time, Li Hao was not only poor, but also seriously injured. In the years when Su Jie was away, Li Hao certainly became stronger. There was also a time when he found the woman who broke off the engagement to show his martial arts. He could be hated by his fiancé's sect and become a feud. This is not important. The important thing is that from then on, he was hunted down constantly. The fact that he could devour blood without limit was also exposed. Although it was not spread, only a few people knew about it. After all, those who knew about it just wanted to steal his power. But those few people were enough to give Li Hao a headache. What's worse, the sect found its own backer. On the surface, it was a legitimate and upright sect. In fact, it was an evil cultivator. His family was destroyed. To be honest, Li Hao didn't have much affection for his family. But now, his master was captured to protect him. His father was also captured to protect her. Now, his female master also fell into a deep sleep because of protecting her. And no one can stand up to protect him again. Li Hao in the future. Today, he was in a tough battle again. This time, Li Hao seemed to be at the end of his rope and in a desperate situation. Looking at the dozen evil cultivators surrounding him, Li Hao roared in his heart. If it's 10 days later, as long as I have 10 days or so, I will be able to upgrade to level 7. What can these guys do to me? My father has not been rescued yet, and my master is now captured and his life and death are uncertain. The female master is still in a deep sleep, and I don't know if she can wake up. I haven't repaid so many favors. I don't want to die like this. If I die, at least I have to wait until I have repaid the favors. Li Hao, you are a person with responsibilities. You can't die so easily. To be honest, Li Hao's inner thoughts. Su Jie was able to steal Li Hao's thoughts because his master In Ruoruo's physical clone remained in Li Hao's body. But because of this, Su Jie was actually a little moved. Although Su Jie didn't know whether Li Hao was deceiving himself to make his behavior rational, upright and noble, or did he really think so in the future. But Su Jie was more willing to believe that Li Hao was the latter, because this was just an inner thought. There was no need to lie to himself. And Li Hao was not afraid of death. Su Jie had learned a little from his own corpse clone. If Li Hao is really a guy who is afraid of death, then Li Hao would not be able to reach such a strong level in such a short time. This is a manifestation of not caring about life. How many times has Li Hao been in danger, and on the verge of death? Therefore, perhaps it is really as Li Hao said. This child is not afraid of death. But this child is afraid that he will die and be worthless. He died for a wrong reason. He could not save and repay those who had been kind to him before. This child lost his mother when he was young, and his father did not abandon him or give up on him when he was most frustrated. He still encouraged him and cheered him up despite all the pressure from the outside world. The master that Su Jie pretended to be was the one who pointed out the source of his pain when he was in the most pain, and gave the child a way to become stronger. He also assisted him wholeheartedly and stepped forward many times when the child was in the most dangerous situation. For example, when In Ruoro was sleeping, Su Jie split himself into two bodies at the thought of a thought. And he did it countless times. The last time, he was captured by the evil organization instead of Li Hao. Not to mention In Ruoro. Although she didn't do it as exaggeratedly as Su Jie. She is also in a sleeping state now. Maybe In Ruoro, who turned over in a year, might die suddenly in this sleep. After all, In Ruoro didn't care about Li Hao as much as Su Jie did. Therefore, he left behind only a relatively weak thought. And the clone left. It was far inferior to the powerful thought clone left by Su Jie. Of course, no matter what. At this moment, Li Hao needed support. After thinking about it, Su Jie felt that he should give back some of the child's expectations. At the same time, he also left some clues and information, which was also a foreshadowing for Li Hao to become his loyal subordinate in the future. The next moment, when Li Hao was about to die with injuries all over his body, Su Jie directly used the power of one palm to pour all into Li Hao's body. And in an instant, he took control of In Ruoro's one-year clone. Just when you were ready to self-destruct with despair on your face, and dared not grit your teeth, and drag these people down with you before you died, a cold voice suddenly sounded. As my grandson, the disciple of Su Jie, you still have backbone. But weakness is the original sin. I, your master, will show you what it means to be truly strong and invincible. The next moment, under Li Hao's surprise and excitement, Su Jie borrowed In Ruoro's identity and forcibly occupied Li Hao's body. The next moment, 3 illusory long swords appeared out of thin air. Yes, that's right. This time, Su Jie will use Li Hao's body and the power of Li Hao's body to try out the practice moves of the spirit world. What kind of combat power will he bloom in the face of this situation? After all, although the energy body he actually controls is about level 8 now. After all, the power of Su Jie's palm is still very strong. After all, Su Jie is also an absolute strongman who is about to break through to level 12. The great terror of the universe-destroying level. But, after all, Su Jie is just borrowing Li Hao's body. He can't burst out too much power. After all, if he bursts out too much power, Li Hao's body can't bear it. Before, when his mind clone burst out the combat power, he just condensed a soul combat body in front of Li Hao. But this time, Su Jie really intended to use the body of level 1 to level 6 to kill the 8 or 9 level 7 evil monks in front of him. And even one of them was level 8. However, looking at it, such a powerful combat group came to capture Li Hao, who was only at level 6. It can only be said that the evil organization really values Li Hao and thinks highly of Li Hao. Yes, so the power that Su Jie can use from Li Hao's body is only level 6. It can be said in one sentence: a strong man, even if he only uses his own power equivalent to level 6. The actor is not a weak person who can touch porcelain. Moreover, the power that Su Jie is going to show for Li Hao now is the most suitable spirit for fighting across levels. In addition, because of the absorption of blood, Li Hao's own physical defense is terrifying, even if most of his opponents are level 7. And there is even an elementary level 8 strongman among them. It is difficult to kill Li Hao in an instant. It is conceivable that Li Hao's physical strength has reached a terrifying level. While Su Jie summoned 3 flying swords, he warned in the context of In Ruoro. This time, I will be defeated. Before leaving, I want to teach you the last cultivation method of Jiangja. You have to feel it well. As soon as these words came out, Li Hao's mind collapsed a little. Teacher, don't. Grandmaster, never. You find a way to escape. I'm fine. Obviously, in Li Hao's view, he would rather die than let In Ruoro, who had done him a favor, die for saving him. He couldn't accept this kind of thing anymore. He lost his father, lost his master, and now he was going to lose this grandmaster. Although Li Hao never regarded him as a real grandmaster, he just regarded him as another master. After all, Yin Ruoro and Su Jia often quarreled. Li Hao didn't think this was the atmosphere between master and apprentice. But later Li Hao understood. Isn't it better to have such a joyful atmosphere between the master and the apprentice? But because of this, Li Hao has a very deep affection for Su Jia and Yin Ruoro. They are both teachers and friends. But the gratitude has almost made him breathless. He has lost too many people. But Su Jia, who heard this, used Yin Ruoro's body to calmly scold. Don't say nonsense. My apprentice, your master, and your father are still waiting for you to save them. What's more, at this point, Su Jia also used Yin Ruoro's body to sigh lightly, deliberately letting Li Hao feel it. Then, Su Jia also spoke directly and calmly, laying the groundwork for the future. What you see before you is just a clone of my mind. But there is no communication between me and my original body. After this death, the memory stored in my clone will also return to my original body. Therefore, I am not really dead. And you don't have to worry too much. But I still have to explain to you. Although I really want to say that my original body is a good person. And I am also your master. But I am back. On this planet, the narrow memory can hardly guarantee that there is still room under the huge memory storage of my original body. If we meet next time, I know that my original body is weak and hostile to you. Please don't show mercy. I look forward to meeting you in my true form in the future. I will still be able to recognize you. Although Li Hao was relieved to some extent, he was more uneasy. Just by looking at the words Li Hao said at the moment, you could understand what Li Hao is saying. If you fail to recognize me when I slip, doesn't it mean that you, the Grandmaster, are actually dead? Doesn't a person rely on memory to survive in the world? If the Grandmaster's existence is dispersed at that time, wouldn't it be a kind of death? And it is the kind that cannot be resurrected at all? I don't want the Grandmaster to do this. Su Jia was a little stunned. Obviously, he really didn't expect that Li Hao's thinking was so strange. But Li Hao's worry was unnecessary. Because in the future, both Yin Ruoro and himself would be able to recognize Li Hao. Of course, he also understood the meaning of Li Hao's words. If he and Yin Ruoro really died, then Li Hao might be able to set a life goal for himself to revive them. But if the two of them were really just a mind clone, maybe Li Hao couldn't even revive them. Because he couldn't do it either. How could he do something that even Su Jia couldn't do in the future? Because the mind clone, to a certain extent, can't be called a living creature at all. They don't even have souls. After a light sigh, Li Hao also put on a stern look and scolded. Stop talking nonsense. There are still people. And there are more people who are worth saving. There is no need to worry about your master. No more small talk. Good disciple. Take a good look at the last technique of your master. This is your ultimate move on the road to becoming a god in the future. As soon as the voice fell, Su Jia controlled Li Hao's body and directly put his two fingers together to point to the sky. Then, the three flying swords rushed towards the dozen opponents in front of them with the intention of killing. And Li Hao also suppressed the sadness in his heart and watched this scene intently. At the same time, Li Hao could not help but shout. When that time comes, I will definitely go find my master. Please remember me. You must recognize me when the time comes. Instantly, the dozen or so invading enemies, under the horrified gaze, tangled with the three flying swords. The ending was obvious. Su Jia's amazing control power. The opponent of level 7 or 8 was quickly killed by him. And when this mind clone was about to collapse, Su Jia also smiled with Yin Ruoro's body. I promise you. After saying that, Su Jia also consciously knew that he should leave. Anyway, he had already handed over the use and cultivation methods of the weapon spirit to Li Hao. He even demonstrated his combat abilities and methods. The next moment, Su Jia crushed his own mind clone. The memory returned to the original body. Li Hao's original body was also the heavenly down membrane that helped this world. And looked at Li Hao below with a smile. At this moment, he was obviously very sad. Of course, it was not so deep. After all, in Li Hao's eyes, Yin Ruoro might not be dead. And it was possible to see her again. It was just unclear whether Yin Ruoro would still recognize Li Hao at that time. This reason was what made Li Hao most worried. However, Su Jia did not have the habit of playing with other people's feelings. At that time, he would definitely tell Yin Ruoro about this matter intactly. As for Li Hao, who would truly become the world's #1 in the future, would he still remember what happened today? Let's talk about it then. After helping Li Hao solve the crisis again, Su Jie also planned to leave. Although he was looking forward to using the power of blood to infinitely strengthen his body, and possessing the method of cultivating immortals in the spirit world. How far would he grow in the future? But the time to see the end was relatively far away. He, Su Jie, did not plan to stay here for too long. After all, Li Hao was just a chess piece casually placed. The spirit world was the main place that Su Jie needed to care about. But to be honest, the blood cultivation method of the martial arts world where Li Hao was also quite good. But the restrictions were particularly large. Because after research, Su Jie found that only the monsters in the martial arts world where Li Hao could have their blood absorbed. If you want to absorb the blood of monsters or creatures from other worlds, you need to make more improvements. And it is very difficult to improve the skills. And it takes a very long time. It is not something that can be done by super intelligence. It is funny. Super intelligence is very good at copying and mass production and integrating such things. But machines are machines. They can discover things, but they cannot create things. This is also a small disadvantage. But it can be accepted. Soon, Su Jie also returned to the world of spirit tools after tossing around the two worlds. The current world of spirit tools has reached the final stage. Not to mention the war with the Hall of 10,000 races. But it has also entered the middle stage. The two sides are still fighting. But now it has entered a military competition for common progress. Although the number of people in the space station on his side is endless. But after all, if Su Jie wants to mobilize the combat force, he still needs to create a demon body. In general, it is not as good as the total number of people in the world of spirit instruments. But if the world of spirit instruments wants to win, it must mobilize all. However, these are just simple words. After all, the world of spirit instruments is not like the world of immortal cultivation, where you can fly freely in a very short state and even break through the world barrier. That is, the atmosphere. Therefore, Su Jie naturally stood in an undefeated position. Because there are not many people in the world of spirit weapons who can break through the world barrier. Even if some people are very strong. They are called sword gods. And some are even called gun gods. But some of these people can fly with swords. But most of them can't fly. Most of them are their weapons, which can be controlled freely. Some people can even jump 10,000 meters high. But this still has an unspeakable gap with the essence of flying. At least it is very difficult to jump directly into outer space in one breath. Although some people can fly, oxygen and cold are another problem after arriving in outer space. It can be said that this world is powerful, but it is too easy to break. It is tricky, but it has too many weaknesses. And the people in the world of spirit instruments seem to understand that if they continue like this, they will only have a dead end and be slowly eaten away. And the start and end of the war seem to be in the hands of others. Therefore, the world of spirit instruments is also developing, or creating a method of practicing that can fly. And even after coming to space, it can still be unimpeded. Although some people have proposed the concept of creating some spiritual instruments or spaceships, but it was quickly rejected. After all, the general trend of this world is to practice one's own life weapon. Other creations like that are obviously not recognized. And this kind of genius can only die with hatred or be forgotten by the crowd. Of course, his Su Jie is different. For some geniuses with more ideas, Su Jie is willing to give some opportunities. After all, don't look at them invading the world of spirits now. And they are incompatible with the people in the world of spirits, like a mortal enemy. But from Su Jie's perspective, or from the perspective of his Su Jie's forces, the current world of spirits will sooner or later become their comrades in arms. Therefore, many people did not torture when they were killing, but were happy with a single knife. Of course, there are also many people who live directly in the world of spirits and conceal their identities. After all, when one's strength reaches a certain level, it is very easy to hide in this world without cameras and big data. And this kind of people will also become hidden wallpapers to collect geniuses who dare to put forward their own ideas. As for whether those so-called geniuses can finally live up to themselves, Su Jie doesn't care about the title of genius, because genius needs to be excavated. And when genius accumulates to a certain level, only then will a real material be born. Just like what Su Jie heard in his previous life. How many bosses are there in a company? The answer is only one. But why do they hire other big bosses with high salaries? Because you never know which boss is the real powerful one. Moreover, although the others are not powerful, they have a certain degree of power after all. It is impossible for a real boss to help. Right? And those who are called powerful can at least help. This is why when Su Jia heard that someone was collecting some talents who wanted to develop technology in the spirit world, Su Jia did not think that in this feudal society, what was there to care about those avant-garde people? Su Jia did not look down on such backward talents. Because if these talents accept new things, they will develop very quickly. If the new war weapons and new creations in the future universe are not good, they will be developed and invented by those who will be buried. Besides, Su Jia has no shortage of resources, money and time to support idle people. So why not give it a try? Of course, this has no big impact on the overall war. Those geniuses can really invent something, which can only be said to be a pleasant surprise. The real purpose, Su Jia has not forgotten. Continue to start a war with the spirit world, and jointly develop the ability to cultivate the life weapon. And Su Jia has also discovered it. After reaching level 5, it is no longer a realistic problem to want to jump 3 levels and fight. The stronger the strength, the harder it is to fight against opponents of higher levels. This is something Su Jia has already confirmed. However, after reaching level 6, it is still very easy to fight against opponents of higher levels. After all, Su Jia had experimented with Li Hao's body once before, and it was no problem to kill an opponent of the 8th level. However, after reaching level 7, it seems that it can only fight against opponents of lower levels. Doesn't this prove that after reaching level 8, you can only fight against opponents of higher levels? What about level 9? Of course. Among them, it is also related to the depth of the cultivation weapon cultivation. But anyway, Su Yin can see that the goddess god in this world can hurt himself, even if the strength of the other party is not as good as his Su Sure. Therefore, this statement and a fixed level algorithm are also biased. But in any case, this spiritual world can be identified by Su Jia as the most extreme and powerful world and practice methods that he has encountered the current attack method. Of course, it is just a powerful attack. The method of the practice of this destiny weapon in the world is destined to be unable to undermine large-scale damage. In other words, the female sword god, who has reached level 11 doesn't even have the means to explode stars. However, Su Jia had the ability to explode stars when he was at level 6 or 7. Of course, the stars reported at level 6 or 7 must be smaller. But this also proves that the cultivation method of the natal weapon still has some disadvantages. It cannot kill larger creatures, although it can ignore the opponent's defense. But it is very difficult to kill giant creatures. But for Su Jia, this is enough. Because both the weapon spirit world and the warriors of the 10,000 races paradise on Su Jia's side seem to have discovered this disadvantage. And this drawback seems to be very easy to solve. Because an unexpected person has found the ability to solve this problem. And that person is not someone else. Or rather, not Hong Yi. It was not Hong Yi who was unexpected, but Dai Ren. Dai Ren, in a battle, directly merged several black balls around his body into a huge spear of heaven. Then, a sweeping blow achieved a means of group attack. And this means, it is obviously easy to kill huge creatures, but it is also very difficult to explode the star. But Su Jia is thinking about a problem. When people become strong to a certain extent in the future, can he really make a sword as big as a planet? And then cut it with one sword? To be honest, the world where Hong Yi is located has brought him too many surprises. There are also many people who are indeed talented. But it is also true. There are more or less 1 or 2 of them in a world. It is because of Hong Yi that Su Jia paid too much attention to other people in the world of Hong Yi. Let's not talk about anything else. The top masters in the Xiaoxian world can also be said to be good. It can only be said that they are worthy of being monsters who have lived for tens of thousands of years. Although their thoughts have been corrupted, they still show impressive talents with their extraordinary experience. Others don't say anything. That Beast King seems to be extremely strong. But sometimes he is extremely timid. He actually made a staff for himself. This has a completely different meaning. It should be clear that most people in the weapon spirit world cultivate their own cold weapons. However, the Beast King made a staff for himself. In this way, the Beast King not only does not have to abandon his past combat capabilities, but can also enhance the power of his attack spells through the Beast King's staff. It can be said that if only relying on his own weapons to fight, the Beast King can be regarded as the first at present. And that Immortal Emperor is actually not bad. Although the Immortal Emperor also made a ball. But the ball made by the Immortal Emperor is much better than Dairen and Hongyi. The ball in this guy's hand is a dazzling ball. But if you look closely, look carefully, and look close, you will find that it is not a ball. It is clearly countless innate weapons fused together, and forcibly compressed together. And the body of this ball is countless Wang Quan Chong Chong sword. There are also 18 other weapons in the body of this ball, densely packed flying around. And the attack method of the Immortal Emperor is also amazing. Su Jia wants to cultivate his innate flying swords one by one, and then take the enemy's head thousands of miles away. However, this guy, the Immortal Emperor, directly rubbed the ball, and summoned countless weapons from the ball. Then, the Immortal Emperor threw them into the sky and slowly descended. During the descent, the weapons would continue to grow larger, as the power of the Immortal Emperor was injected into them. With the current strength of the Immortal Emperor, although the Immortal Emperor has restored his strength to level 10 after a long period of hard work, this means that with the current strength of the Immortal Emperor, he can completely make countless weapons, as big as a city in the enlargement map. If the Immortal Emperor goes crazy, and does not care about anything, Su Jia can even see several long swords as big as planets stabbing at a planet. It is conceivable that there are some advantages to having more people. In the final analysis, there is strength in numbers. And 3 cobblers are better than 1 Zhuge Liang. Some people's talents can only make people marvel. Hongyi is a little behind the times in this regard. But Su Jia didn't mention any copyright issues such as anti-counterfeiting and plagiarism. After all, his goal is to make everyone stronger. So if you think others are strong, you can just copy them. But looking at Hongyi like this, Su Jia estimated that the guy would have to rely on his weak self-esteem and fragile arrogance for a few days before he could learn the insights. Su Jia was a little speechless, thinking, Hongyi, you don't say a word when you are leading people. Now it's time to copy the Immortal Emperor. But you fart. But it is true. Dairen is also Hongya's disciple to some extent. Although Dairen doesn't seem to like Hongya too much. He doesn't hate him after a long time of getting along. He also recognizes his master to some extent. But Dairen seems to be more determined to the other yellow-haired master. He owes a lot to that master. Or teacher. He is currently repairing the relationship. Let's talk about Hongya. This guy can shamelessly copy Dairen. But he can't copy the Immortal Emperor. The reason is also very simple. After all, they don't know each other. And the two are in 2 different worlds. Standing at the top of the world together, Hongyi still has some self-esteem towards outsiders. Of course, none of this is important. What is important is that Su Jia has become a fool without any creativity. Su Jia is also a little helpless about this. He originally thought that his way of flying the sword was very handsome and cool. Who knew there were so many tricks? As for other people, Su Jia would not be angry about his teasing, as long as they don't betray him. Su Jia is very tolerant of others. In addition, Su Jia doesn't want others to be trembling when they see him, which is very meaningless. When it's time to be majestic, he must make others afraid of him. But in normal times, Su Jia would rather be treated as a friend. It is said that the emperor is the loneliest, and the lonely emperor's family. Some emperors also call him Wu-Ren. But Su Jia really wants to complain. Aren't you all asking for it? After traveling back and forth between the 2 worlds, Su Jia has also realized a destined thing. Li Hao's road to conquest seems to be a long way to go. And the governance of the spirit world has also been steadily progressing. In the future, the Hall of 10,000 Clans. Even if he does not exist here, as long as it continues to develop according to the convention, it will surely be able to achieve his set goals. Everything seems to no longer need his escort. After all, the former Immortal Emperor has enough trust. And Hongyi can also bear the responsibility. Then, it is time for Su Jia to explore the truth of the world where the ancient gods are. Yes, Su Jia plans to travel far away. The deployment of forces has been completed. Then next, Su Jia needs to improve his own strength and use his own means to improve his own combat power again. And the ancient gods are not illusory. They also exist in a certain world, and have their own world that they can control. Of course, Su Jia will not go to die directly. Instead, he plans to go to the worlds that are far more powerful than himself to gain experience. At least, at present, Su Jia's strength is not enough to fight against the ancient gods. Su Jie went on a long journey. After he left, Hong Yi and others are still fighting. Li Hao also became stronger with Su Jie's expectations and concern for others. The Zerg disaster is also brewing in the martial arts world. Everything is going steadily. 100 Battles Domain. This is a territory called the 100 Battles King. And the territory here is not the territory in some worlds. It is a sacred area in the Evergrande Galaxy. Or if the strongest person in this world is divided by level, it is enough to reach the 15th level that even Su Jie can't reach. Among them, the 100 Battles King is the king among kings. And this time, Su Jie plans to go to the world in this galaxy. Don't look at this as a galaxy. But in fact, the whole world seems to be integrated. Once you enter, it's like entering a specific world. In other words, although the planets seem to have no connection in the universe, but as long as you enter the world, enter any planet, you will find that the size of the planet does not determine the size of the world at all. Because all the planets are connected in a strange way. In other words, when you think you have circled this planet, in fact, you have come to another planet without knowing it. Even Su Jie can only look up to this ability. And this time, when entering the world, Su Jie did not choose the most luxurious planet. After all the planets are connected together. So there is not much meaning in doing so. After randomly choosing a planet to enter, Su Jie came to a planet called Beiwang City. In this world, it is called a planet where human beings originated. It is also the most luxurious city in this area. I heard, in the ancient times of this world, this planet and the current Beiwang City are the origin of everything. Whether it is the development to other planets, or the first batch of strong men, they all reclaimed from this place. Therefore, although the current planet or the current area may not be as strong as other areas, but it is only on the surface. In fact, the ancient heritage here, and even some outstanding strong men, have a deep connection with this place. Walking in this area, the reason why Su Jie did not bring his 10,000 races haul here directly is also very simple. Maybe he, Su Jie, will become enemies with some people on the way to becoming stronger. And the 100 Wars King, one of the highest commanders of this world, is a strong man of level 15 at least. Therefore, there must be many strong men at level 14 and level 13. But Su Jie's strength has not even reached level 12. If he really offends someone he shouldn't offend. To put it bluntly, even if Su Jie has the pure land and the means of resurrection. But if things go wrong, the 10,000 races haul that he has worked so hard to build will be lost overnight. Even if it can be revived again. It is obviously not what Su Jie wants to see. Therefore, Su Jie came alone this time, walking on the border of the northern King City, looking at countless strange races. Su Jie suppressed the throbbing in his heart. At the same time, he made up his mind to become stronger. His subordinates already have the best route to become stronger. He also needs to hurry up. In fact, Su Jie is only one step away from reaching level 12. But after reaching a certain level, the simple accumulation of energy is no longer enough to be a label of progress. However, what is the difference between level 11 and level 12? Su Jie doesn't know yet. Although he has the confidence that he can kill some opponents, even those in the late stage of level 12. But is it really that simple? After all, there is an amazing transformation between level 11 and level 12. Just like between level 5 and level 6. In other words, people at level 5, they can't even reach the surface level. But people at level 6 have reached the immortal body of Hong Yi. In other words, they have the power to destroy the surface of the earth. That is, the world-destroying level. If the watershed between level 11 and level 12 is the same as that between level 5 and level 6, then Su Jie may not be sure of defeating the opponent. After all, the means of his life weapon are still quite immature. But in this world where there are stronger people than him, Su Jie can also make better progress and improve his own abilities. And now, what Su Jie wants is to try not to argue with others. Find a way to improve his strength to level 12 first. At present, Su Jie also has some insights. He wants to reach level 12. It seems to be related to spiritual breakthroughs. Of course, Su Jie intends to develop comprehensively mental and physical strength and all other abilities. Su Jie intends to proceed steadily. Or, others cultivate one power to the extreme. But he, Su Jie, intends to cultivate all powers to the extreme. And the price is that the speed of improving his strength will be extremely slow and difficult. But if it is not the case, It is obviously a pipe dream to defeat the ancient gods in the legend. Therefore, Su Jie does not intend to make any compromises in cultivation, and Hong Yi will occasionally contribute some pure ancient god power to him. While Su Jie intends to use it, he also intends to find some other ways to improve his strength. After entering Beiwang City and resting for 2 days, Su Jie left. He didn't intend to make any noise in such a big city from the beginning, so he went north, thinking all the way, until, when Su Jie wandered in this world, while killing some monsters with no intelligence and only killing intent on the road. And that night, when he was going to rest, he met such a person in a temple. It was raining heavily in the sky, although Su Jie's strength could repel the dark clouds in the sky with one blow, and the rain would stop and the sky would clear. But Su Jie didn't want to do such a conspicuous thing after all. What's more, it was dark now, and even if the dark clouds repelled the sun in the sky, it would not appear. At the same time, although it is completely possible for Su Jie not to sleep with his current strength, even resting is not necessary. But sometimes, some things have become habits. In other words, when a temple appears nearby and it is raining, people, no matter how strong they are, will want to go in and take shelter from the rain. After all, in the past few days, although they have killed some weak 8 or 9 level monsters, but Su Jie also has a lot of insights. Such a world in such a zone, on other planets, it can be called the strongest creature of the Demon King. Here, but it can only be called a slightly stronger monster. Of course, this is only for strong people like him. Su Jie. After all, no matter how strong the world is, there will always be weak people. Therefore, the 8 or 9 level monsters that Su Jie killed are still high-ranking in the eyes of others. But obviously, Su Jie did not have this awareness. And Su Jie probably did not expect that those 8 or 9 level monsters were also very rare, or they would only appear once every few decades. But they were unlucky enough to be encountered by Su Jie and easily solved. Let's not talk about anything else. When Su Jie entered the abandoned temple and planned to make a simple repair, at least he had to study what kind of species the 8 or 9 level monsters were, trying to analyze it, and let the super intelligent brain study it. Suddenly, a cry came from the depths of the temple. This directly made Su Jie, who took out the monster thigh from the space, feel a little more energetic. Put the mushroom thigh back into his compressed space. Su Jie looked over there, and walked over. After all, with Su Jie's current strength, he was not worried about being attacked. After all, even if he was stronger than himself, he would die. It didn't matter. Anyway, he could be resurrected. With such an indifferent mind, Su Jie approached and walked into the depths of the temple. Then he saw such a girl. At this time, he was sitting cross-legged in the corner of the temple. His whole body was emitting a dazzling red light. And this girl also had fiery red hair. As for why she screamed just now, was there something wrong with her cultivation? By the way, what is the difference between the cultivation methods and ways in this world? There is actually a 15-level strongman. But let's be honest. When the strongman reaches level 10, the rest is just a stacking of skills, before reaching a higher level or a limit, under the macroscopic scope of the universe. It is also difficult to achieve the ability to break galaxies and destroy the universe. In other words, the level increase after level 10 is only in the lethality and some not particularly exaggerated ranges. The power becomes stronger, which is not a qualitative improvement at all. So, is the practice method in this world also like this? Just as Su Jie stood in front of the girl, thinking like this, the girl with fiery red hair suddenly opened her eyes and noticed Su Jie. The next moment, the girl also exclaimed, "Who are you? Why are you here?" As soon as these words came out, Su Jie couldn't help but put on an awkward smile on his face. After all, in Su Jie's understanding, peeking at others practicing seems to be a rather rude behavior. And he, Su Jie, is a polite gentleman after all, so he naturally feels a little embarrassed. Then, he tried to speak in a more friendly way. "I just heard the young lady toasting, and I thought that the young lady had encountered some difficulties. So I came here to see, because this world does not seem to be a technological world." Su Jie also unconsciously used ancient speeches and introductions. After hearing this, the girl with long red hair raised her eyebrows, looking at Su Jie's kind look, with a handsome face, and a clean black dress. No one will hate handsome people when they meet, especially girls. But there is a kind of existence that always likes to say what he means. Don't you know that this place is very dangerous? This place is said to be a disaster area with that kind of ancient existence. Recently, the time when the evil knight appeared is also the time. Sujia blinked when he heard this, and seemed to remember the 8 or 9 level creatures he had killed before. They seemed to be knights? But that thing seemed to be a centaur knight. There was a curved horn on the head. Or there was no head at all. And there was a vertical and ferocious mouth on the abdomen. There was no lower body at all. Or the upper body was a posture similar to that of a human, without a head. The abdomen was a ferocious mouth. And the lower body was directly a horse. And the hands were also the spears that could only kill people, but could not use any props. Yes, that monster has no 5 fingers. His arm is connected to a spear that cannot be removed. It looks like a kind of monster, because the cultivation power of this world is quite special. Sujia couldn't tell what level of war the girl in front of him was. It looks a bit like a strongman of level 6. But at the same time, it also matches some wallpapers of level 8. But no matter what, the girl in front of him is not too weak. In some worlds, she can also be called the strongest. Sujia smiled gently after thinking about the girl's question. I am just a traveler. If I encounter danger or die accidentally on the way, it can only be said that it is fate. But I came here alive and met you. It seems that I am not destined to die. But in the end, the reason why I traveled to various regions was just to find some ancient books and take the opportunity to know more about this world. May I ask, Miss, is there any record of this place that looks like a temple? After explaining why he came to this place, Sujia also took the opportunity to tell his purpose. Before, I was only thinking about other things and forgot to find 1 or 2 people in the northern king city to be my guide or buy some books. Now I think about it. After all, if you want to take the opportunity to become stronger, or explore the truth of why this world can give birth to a level 15 strongman, you really have to use the power of words. Although it can be heard from others. But obviously, the recorded things are more credible. Although Gingzi would rather ask for the text of cultivation in this world directly. But would that be rude? Sujia couldn't help thinking so. But no matter what, when Sujia said his request, the girl was quite enthusiastic. I don't know if it's because Sujia grew up in the girl's aesthetics, or Sujia's gentle attitude made the girl feel comfortable. The girl stood up directly from the ground and smiled cheerfully. Although this temple has been abandoned for a long time, it really has some illusions. At the same time, I also brought some books with me. Do you want to take a look? Sujia raised his eyebrows, obviously interested. He did not expect that the girl would be so happy. While the two chatted, the girl also took Sujia to visit the abandoned temple. It looked small from the outside, but it was actually quite big inside. Although there were some books, many of them were scriptures, and they were already covered with dust and recorded in bamboo slips. But under the girl's search, Sujia really saw some relevant records, although the content disappointed Sujia a little. However, the girl also took out some books that she carried with her, which aroused Sujia's interest. Books that record this world, or this area. Soon, Sujia also accepted the book sent by the red-haired girl out of interest. Sujia's current appearance is more like an elegant gentleman. He gives people a scholarly atmosphere, a strong atmosphere. And this girl has a taste of a full-fledged mad swordsman. But at this night, the girl smiled reluctantly, and Sujia seemed to have entered the book alone and began to appreciate the world. The girl looked at Sujia's serious reading, and she didn't know what she was thinking. And Sujia also learned about some of the history of this world through books. Maybe not all, but at least this area, this desert-like area, was once a powerful country. Sujia once said that this world has an absolute level 15 strongman, for levels higher than him Sujia. After all, Sujia is currently only at the peak of level 11. Although Sujia is not clear about what happened. In this place, in this area, there was once a strongman close to level 11. Yes, at the same level as him Sujia. It's just that the other party died at the level of 10th level perfection, or half a step to level 11. In the past, this was still a prosperous empire. It was only a few hundred or 1,000 years ago. A disaster broke out in this world. And this disaster was not an ordinary disaster. It can also be said that it was the first time that the lifespan of a level 7 or higher strongman after the transformation began to come to an end. In other words, in this ancient world, or in the battle that took place thousands of years ago, At least no level 7 strongman died on the road to the end of his lifespan. Most of them were warriors, or died in a foreign land. And when the first level 7 strongman died of his lifespan, and came to the end of his lifespan, people were horrified to find that the strongman who died had turned into a zombie. This is not the most important thing. The important thing is that the opportunity of the strongman who turned into a monster lost all his memories, but retained his powerful strength. Although the previous combat experience and skills are no longer useful, but the instinct of the body and the instinct of fighting still make the 7th level strongman extremely powerful, even after turning into a monster. A turbid breath that is difficult to eliminate was born on the body of the 7th level gun. This can not only be contagious, but also infective, and even fatal. And anyone who is killed by the 7th level strongman who turns into a monster will also become a monster. If it is just like this, it will be solved quickly, but slowly. More and more strong men are reaching the end of their lives in this peaceful era. The turning point is when a level 9 strongman reaches the end of his life. The disaster happened. At that time, the absolute strongman in this area was a strongman named Tiger King. He was only level 9 at that time. Or it can be said that the strongest man at that time was level 9 or half of level 10. Therefore, it is conceivable how critical the situation would be after a monster with level 9 strength was born. After that, it was a long disaster and struggle. In the end, the Tiger King successfully reached the perfection of level 10. This disaster ended after he briefly reached level 11 strength in some form. It's called the end. But what's despairing is that the Tiger King who saved the world failed to save himself. Moreover, the brave dragon slayer eventually became a dragon. All the monsters were solved. But there was only one absolute monster left whose strength was not even level 11 when he was alive, but successfully reached level 11 after his death. An invincible monster. Therefore, this area was completely destroyed. And it also endangered other countries. There are few records of what happened afterwards. It seems that it was suppressed by other strong men. But the birth of the monster is still a little unknown, which makes people difficult to understand. But Sujia also woke up suddenly, because when he was looking at the book, this book or the book in this world had a strange ability. It can make people fall into it. It's as if they experienced it personally. Sujia just seemed to have experienced the life of this Tiger King. Sujia was also surprised at this time. Or rather, he has seen it. The girl in front of him is probably the descendant of the Tiger King. Or simply say that this girl is the daughter of the Tiger King. Because the two not only have the same hair, Sujia can also feel some similarities in them. Sujia, at this time, can't help but sigh. No matter what world it is, as long as there are intelligent creatures, there will inevitably be regrets and suffering. Creatures without intelligence will not understand these. And once wisdom is born, human nature and good and evil will grow. And emotions such as regret, repayment, and pity can't help but grow. Sujia now feels more and more that he can master the ability of the Pure Land, which is really great. And he can make up his mind to change the pain and disasters of all known universes, and end all pain and disasters. This goal is really too great. And moving towards such a great goal will give him an indescribable sense of satisfaction. At the same time, Sujia is also thinking. Although his Pure Land ability can only summon the dead creatures in the past after devouring the world will. But as long as Sujia kills them personally. Even if he doesn't kill the world will or reach a cooperation with the way of heaven. But he, Sujia, can still plunder directly. That is to say, if he, Sujia, kills the red-haired girl, she can be summoned from the Pure Land, and other people in this world, even if they die in front of him. Sujia, as long as they are not killed by him. Sujia, cannot be summoned to the Pure Land before persuading or absorbing the will of the heavenly Tao. The world will of this world. Of course, he, Sujia, is not so crazy that he will kill without saying anything. Everyone has the right to live. He, Sujia, just wants to take charge of the afterlife and let those people get compensation. But to be honest, the girl is willing to chat with him and give him these ancient books for him to check, which is also a great help to him. Apart from other things, he could at least understand the planning and power system of this world. It was similar to cultivating immortals. At the same time, there was also some martial arts flavor. It was hard to say, but this was a time of integration. Of course, there was no high technology, but it had to be said that he had already stolen a few of the cultivation methods of this world from the collection. at least for the techniques before level 10. Sujia, with his powerful strength, abundant wisdom, experience and talent, had more or less analyzed some of them, and seen through many things. It was worth learning. And it could only be said that it was worthy of being the world area where level 15 strongmen were born or ruled. Apart from anything else. Before coming here, wasn't Sujia uniting his 10,000 races hall to compete with the spirit world in military competition? The reason why the spirit world is so powerful is naturally because of the innate weapon. The weakness of the people in the spirit world is that the glass cannon attacks high and guards against it. However, this world has the same effect. However, the cultivation method in this world does not have so many drawbacks. That is, it does not have so many weaknesses. In other words, the people in this world also have innate weapons. It can also be said that the people in this world do not cultivate innate weapons. They will raise their own spirits. That is to refine your soul slowly. Then until it sublimates. During the refining process, your soul will slowly turn into a small ball. Before reaching level 7, this small ball can also be regarded as a weapon. At the same time, while refining your soul, you must also try your best to refine and polish your body. This is similar to practicing martial arts and magic. Of course, after reaching level 7 and level 7, the small ball will have a special ability. Second life. In other words, if the small ball does not die, the person will not die. At the same time, it can also be understood that after reaching level 7 and level 7, the small ball tempered by the soul will begin to take on a human form. It is a bit similar to the nascent soul in the world of immortal cultivation. But this small ball can be hosted on a long sword. Or on a weapon. Yes, that's right. The refined soul has no independent consciousness. However, when its main consciousness is destroyed and eliminated, this refined soul will accept everything, then complete the feat of moving towards a second life. It is similar to resurrection from the dead, which is similar to the reason in the world of immortal cultivation. However, compared to the reason, this soul crystal can enhance combat power. Not only can it increase the chance of resurrection and life-saving, it can also enhance combat power. And it is similar to the use of the innate weapon in the world of spirit weapons to increase combat power. Of course, the range of soul crystals in increasing combat power is not as terrifying as the life-defining weapons in the spirit world. However, it is enough to crush most cultivation methods. At least before Sujia knew about the spirit world. In a battle of the same level, without relying on his own ancient god power, Sujia, who often fights with cross-level, did not even dare to guarantee that he could defeat opponents of the same level. It is conceivable how perverted the cultivation methods in this world would be. At the same time, Sujia also noticed that the current cultivation of this red-haired girl seemed to have some problems. But to be honest, this red-haired girl is either the daughter of the Tiger King, who has been sealed for many years, and has only recently awakened, or maybe she is the descendant of the Tiger King. Although Sujia cannot understand many truths of this world, he can at least see through the Bone Age. Therefore, Sujia can guarantee that the age of this girl is only 17 or 18 years old at most. Moreover, Sujia also simply observed the cultivation spirit fetus in the girl's body. There is something wrong with this guy's cultivation method. Even an outsider like him can see it. This girl is stuck at the critical point of entering the 7th level and crystallizing her soul into the 2nd soul body. But to be honest, this girl has reached such a level at such a young age. I'm afraid she is also a peerless genius. The next moment, Sujia closed the book directly, handed it back, and smiled. Tell me, how long have you been stuck at this step? I think the problem of soul crystallization should bother you. When this was said, the red-haired girl was shocked and said in a slurred voice, "How did you know?" Sujia chuckled and casually moved a leather sofa and an oak table from the space storage. He stretched out his hand to signal the girl to sit down and began to pour tea. But Sujia, this elegant gentleman with a scholarly look, suddenly took out these high-tech things, and in such a dilapidated temple. It also seems very disconnected. But after all, this is an ancient person who has never seen the world. This modern table and sofa also made the girl feel surprised. She also suppressed her pride, followed Sujia's command, and sat down on the sofa opposite. The second Sujia said in person while making tea, "You should also see that I don't have much strength in my body. But I like to read books. For some difficult and complicated diseases and difficulties in cultivation, I can still observe one or two. In fact, sometimes the methods of cultivation are different, which is the kind of trouble. No matter how high your strength is, unless you have specially practiced the methods related to detecting the enemy's physical fitness and cultivation ability. Otherwise, on two completely different cultivation paths, you can't see through the opponent's strength level. Only a complete fight can tell something. And Sujia also practiced specially for the war. Plus he is a pioneer, so he can have this ability to see through the power level of others. But other people obviously don't have this ability. And Sujia's explanation also surprised the girl. Obviously, in the worldview of this red-haired girl, she had never seen a person like Sujia who had no aura of cultivation in his eyes. Just like an ordinary person. As a result, he could see through the flaws of this sixth-level strongman. Although it was incredible, the girl suddenly lowered her proud head, obviously thinking of some mission, and begged, "Excuse me, sir, is there any basis or treatment?" Sujia said while sipping tea. "I have told you these things, so there is naturally a solution." As soon as these words came out, the girl, who had a little haze in her eyes and a decadent expression, suddenly brightened her eyes and became energetic. Is there a cure? Obviously. Even the girl didn't expect that she would find some hope when facing an ordinary person for such a difficult disease. Looking at the girl's anxious look, Sujia smiled and spoke. "I saw a little from the ancient book just now. I don't know what the relationship between the Tiger King and you is, but before he died, he seemed to have anticipated the situation that would occur in his body. So he kept all his strength with a resigned mentality. In the future, when his descendants give birth to a genius with excellent talent, this sealed power will be deposited in the other party." As soon as these words came out, the girl frowned. Sujia looked at the red-haired girl and continued to speak. "This is why your current soul crystal is difficult to refine. It is the sealed power inside. And with your current strength, it is naturally unquantifiable. And I have to say one thing. It is best not to let others know the secrets hidden in your body. After all, this power can be plundered." As soon as these words came out, the girl looked at Sujia with some vigilance, but then relaxed and apologetically. It is obvious that in the eyes of the red-haired girl, Sujia is a completely ordinary person, a weakling who is powerless. The other party obviously did not have the ability to snatch the power from her. But the girl could not help but have an idea of killing to silence her. But soon, the girl gave up the idea. Not to mention that the girl thought she was not a bad person, and the handsome boy in front of her was still useful to her. Not to mention that if she really solved her troubles in the future, the girl did not want to repay her kindness with hatred. These people were also a test for Sujia. After seeing that the girl suddenly relaxed her killing intentions, and even eliminated all killing intentions, Sujia also put down the teacup and smiled. "This sword, you take it into your body. When the strength of this sword grows to the same level as your strength, this sword will balance the soul crystal in your body. And when that day comes, you can try to use this sword to gently poke your soul crystal, at least to release a hole. At that time, the power stored by the Tiger King inside will also be slowly released. But you must remember, release it bit by bit." As soon as these words came out, the girl frowned slightly. Let's not talk about whether the flying sword that Sujia suddenly summoned has any effect. Just a girl is a little hesitant. After all, the place where the soul crystal exists is in the sea of consciousness of a person. This thing is the most vulnerable part of a person. In other words, if the handsome young man in front of her can control this flying sword, then wouldn't she become the other party's puppet? And her life and death are all in the other party's mind? Sujia seemed to see the girl's distrust, and he also came back to his senses at this time. Suddenly he felt bitter, smiled and shook his head. To be honest, the girl's worry was not wrong, because he did have this idea. Although it was not intentional, it was all his subconscious behavior. After all, no matter who it was, no matter how much he trusted someone, Sujia would always leave a backup in containment. And this subconscious, or defensive instinct, also fell on the girl involuntarily. There was no other way. Throwing the flying sword over casually, this was actually one of Sujia's life weapons. In other words, if the girl accepted this life weapon, then it would become the girl's life weapon at that time. However, the actual control of the natal weapon is also in the hands of Sujia. When the girl pierces the power in the soul crystal, Sujia will also steal some absolute essence. Of course, for the girl, there are only more benefits. Compared with this natal flying sword, the little essence consumed is really a small witch compared to a big witch. After all, no matter what, Su Jie is also an absolute strongman of nearly level 12. Although the power that the Tiger King deposited in the girl is also a temporary level of 11 using a special method. But no matter what, it is still level 11. Even if it is not as strong as Su Jie, it is also a very powerful type. But so what? The Tiger King is dead. But Su Jie is still alive. Although the splashing power has reached the 8th or 9th level under Su Jie's tempering these days. But for this world, it is obviously better for the flying sword to start from scratch. Because it is obviously better to adapt to the new power system. And after much hesitation, the girl still couldn't make up her mind. Su Jie also laughed dumbly and said, "Why? Do you not trust me a little?" The girl did not hide it, and nodded immediately. "Speak seriously. We just said that we believe you when we first met. And it is too hypocritical to put such an unknown thing into my most vulnerable sea of consciousness." Su Jie also raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He obviously didn't expect that the red-haired girl would be so straightforward. But it's okay this way. In fact, Su Jie likes to teach others. Li Hao in the martial arts world. And the red-haired girl in the past. In fact, although he thought about the pros and cons in his manuscript, he also had some selfish motives. But most of them were for the other party to cultivate him. Most of them were investments. There were really no other evil thoughts. Therefore, the girl really blamed him wrongly. Even if the girl didn't remember this favor in the future, Su Jie didn't care. Just like Li Hao. As long as he didn't betray him in the future, Su Jie wouldn't do anything to Li Hao. Of course, if these two people grow up successfully and are loyal to him like Hong Yi, it would be better. But no matter what, Su Jie felt that he still had to explain a little. After all, it was not a comfortable feeling to be wary of others for his good intentions. Therefore, Su Jie also spoke directly. "Have you heard of the saying of the heavenly Tao mantra? The so-called hearing the truth is to face the will of the world. Or to hear the oath. Of course, this is only effective for some powerful heavenly ways or world consciousness. At the same time, it can only work for the mentally retarded before level 10. The punishment of heavenly ways above level 10 is insignificant." But the girl frowned rarely and spoke seriously with a tangled face. "Sorry, I don't want to refuse. But I really don't understand the purpose of your doing this. In my opinion, you have no benefit at all. Not only will you lose a treasure, and after making an oath, you can't do anything else." Obviously, the girl couldn't understand. She seemed very moved. But she was proud and had self-esteem. So he didn't seem to want to just accept the benefits so shamelessly. When the red-haired girl said this, Su Jie really laughed happily. He just liked this kind of person, who insisted on his principles and valued friendship. Blindly controlling will not make the other party convinced. But people like Li Hao and the red-haired girl in front of him, they are most likely to be loyal subordinates. Or partners. And Su Jie thought about it for a while. And suddenly joked. "How about this? I can give this treasure to you. Since you are embarrassed, then you should also pay a little. As you can see, I actually have a lot of treasures on me. But in fact, I am just a weak person. I need to be protected. Your strength is also considered a powerful person in the world. And you will protect me without delaying your cultivation time. How about this? I will use this natal flying sword in exchange for your 3 years of protection. Is it okay?" After saying this, the girl seemed to think that 3 years was too short. But when the girl saw Su Jie's serious eyes and handsome appearance, the girl was a little embarrassed, but nodded seriously and spoke. "I agree to your request. But 3 years is too short." As a result, the next moment, without waiting for Su Jie to speak, the girl directly began to make the heavenly truth. Under Su Jie's somewhat stunned gaze, the girl spoke very seriously with a serious expression. "From today on, I will use this sword as a reward to protect you for 3 years. In the future, if you are in any crisis in the future, I, Alice, will give everything and always protect you. Stand on your side." To put it simply, the meaning of this red-haired girl named Alice is also very clear. Within 3 years, this girl will never leave. Always follow him Su Jie to protect his personal safety. At the same time, after 3 years, the girl will also leave. But as long as the girl hears from any channel that Su Jie is in trouble, the girl will unconditionally stand by Su Jie's side and help Su Jie through the crisis. Sujia didn't know that he only gave up a flying sword, which he could make at any time. Why did the girl make such a heavy oath? Although this oath can be ignored when the girl reaches level 10. Below level 10. Sujia didn't care about the girl's combat power. But no matter how to say it, the girl's sincerity finally moved Sujia. And Sujia also made his own oath. I, Sujia, will swear here that my flying sword will never cause any danger to Alice. Later, Sujia said a lot more. He would stand on Alice's side against the world, and would never betray Alice. At the same time, he would respect Alice and other people. And the oath that moved the red-haired girl to tears. Anyway, the girl's oath was very serious. Sujia said it even more seriously. Anyway, Sujia basically said all the oaths a father should say to Alice. Anyway, his current strength is close to level 12. The oath of heaven in this world has no effect on him. Naturally, he said whatever he wanted to say. But in Alice's opinion, it was completely different. This red-haired girl. Or it was the first time she saw someone so kind to her after the seal was lifted. Or it could be said that Alice had actually awakened for several years. She was sealed by her father when she was 10 years old. She woke up 8 years ago. When she woke up, she was at the peak of level 6. She has been stuck at level 7 for 8 years now. During this period, he met many people. Some of them wanted to take advantage of her beauty, and some wanted to take advantage of her secrets. But without exception, those people were killed by Alice. Although some people said nice things, they backed off when they heard about the preparation for the beginning of summer and the oath. And Sujia in front of her was obviously Alice. This was the first time she had seen someone so sincere and so kind to her without any reason or reason. Alice even gave birth to Sujia. Could it be the reincarnation of her own father? Of course, Alice did not say this. Of course, Sujia did not mind such a cute girl calling him dad. But anyway, after hearing the oath, Sujia casually threw the flying sword to Alice with a touching look on her face. And Alice also began to refine her natal flying sword eagerly and expectantly, ready to give it a try. At least from now on, Alice plans to do her best to practice this flying sword, and then try to break the seal of her soul crystal as Sujia said. Finally, she broke the 6th level peak cultivation that had troubled her for 8 years, allowing herself to successfully advance to the 7th level strongman. Although it will take some time to completely refine this natal flying sword, the girl has completely trusted Sujia in front of her. The next moment, the girl also said shyly, "Well, come back to the family with me first. The reason why I came to the temple today was just to try to find some solutions to my problems. Now that the solution has been solved, I think it's time to go back." Sujia was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect that the girl was not a wandering orphan. But it's good this way. His original purpose was to understand this world, and then learn the cultivation system of this world to enhance the upper limit of his strength. At the same time, he also looked at the cultivation methods of other worlds. Is there anything he can learn from them to improve his combat power in many aspects? Now that the girl has a family behind her, these goals can be easily achieved. When Sujia nodded in agreement, the girl also stood up. When Sujia successfully put away his chair, sofa and table, the two of them, one big and one small, one man and one woman, walked in one direction. And the direction they walked was the northern king city before. In other words, after walking around, Sujia finally returned to the original starting point. This also made the former smile bitterly. On the way, after Sujia made a simple inquiry, he also found that the girl seemed to be a second-rate top force in Baywang City. That is, a family. The son of God of the Greta family. After the red-haired girl, Alice, brought Sujia back to the clan, some disciples of the Greta family greeted him. It seems that Alice has a very high status in this family. After all, she is called the son of God. Maybe the whole Greta family belongs to Alice. This little guy, although not strong. In other words, although Alice only has 6 episodes, Sujia, the strongest person in the Greta family, has already sensed it a little. It's about level 8 or 9. Right? But I don't know if the strongest is not here, or the strongest is only level 8 or 9. But in any case, this force is not weak. After all, in the universe, he can be called the master of the planet. But here he can only be a local tyrant in a city in the North King City. And soon a woman with the same fiery red hair, but a single ponytail spoke up. "Lord Son of God, where have you been?" Obviously, There is something about Alice going out. It is estimated that Alice ran away secretly. After all, in this high-intensity world today, Alice's strength is really not good. After noticing Sujia's presence, the woman with a high ponytail asked in confusion, "Did this gentleman bring our rope back?" After a brief greeting, several people dispersed from the crowd. After being assigned to a courtyard, Sujia suddenly spoke. "You will need some auxiliary props for the practice ceremony, and your problem of breaking the seal. Here is the list I prepared for you. Although I don't know the names of these props and medicinal materials in your area, but you can look for them according to the corresponding effects on the list. And finally find a pharmacist to help you. Alchemy can help you break the seal." Sujia casually took out a list. After all, in Sujia's cognition, no matter what world it is, no matter whether one cultivates or not, alchemists are a very important profession. And pills are also an extremely important auxiliary thing. After all, Alice has sealed the full energy of a level 11 strongman in her body. Even if it is only a pseudo level 11, but it is also the comprehensive energy of level 11. And this kind of pill can not only help Alice, or Sujia's prescription is the best batch of pills Sujia has seen so far. It will be used when the super intelligent brain creates the demon body. This is an important material for improving qualifications and strength. As you can imagine, Sujia has done his best. Of course, to say that he gave a perfect recipe, that's not the case. There are some black technologies that are only available in his Sujia 10,000 clans hall. That is, special plants belong to the core. This recipe lacks 3 core medicinal materials. But at least for this kind of strongest, only the 9th level, 8th level or 9th level. It is also a top level recipe. At least it can be used by people up to the 10th level. As you can imagine, it is also very precious to Sujia. After all, this may cause the things that Sujia 10,000 clans hall currently relies on to be stolen. Although the most core things have not been made public. But this is undoubtedly very important for Alice in front of her, and the entire family behind her. Only this level of pill can easily solve Alice's problem. After all, Alice is sealed with the power of a level 11 strongman of the same level as Sujia. Even if he is not as strong as Sujia, his level and rank are there. It is not comparable to a small level 6 practitioner. Soon, Alice took the pill and left. Obviously, although Alice is called the son of God in this family, in this Greta family, but this so-called son of God does not have any real power. It was only because of some special reasons, or something called ancestral precepts, that Alice was able to have a little status. But not long after Alice left, she came back with a bitter smile on her face, and was tangled. Sujia was picking books to read in the study. At this time, Sujia saw Alice's sad look and asked with some doubts, "Why did you come back so soon? And I saw that you were in a bad mood?" As soon as these words came out, Alice drooped her little head, a little embarrassed and a little sad to speak. "The elders in the family are unwilling to rely on the instructions on the pill formula for me to find medicinal materials. They said that the medicinal materials on it are very precious. And also said I was a liar. Afraid that you had finally paid a huge price to find the herbs and give them to me. And I would run away with the herbs in the future." After saying this, Alice's expression was a little embarrassed. She scratched her cheek and looked at Sujia a little embarrassed. Although Alice didn't believe Sujia at first. After both parties made a heavenly oath, Alice had to trust each other. As a result, Alice even told this matter. And the elders in the family still didn't want to believe it. The next moment, Alice clenched her little pink fist and said unwillingly, "I will find a way." Sujia chuckled and nodded, signaling Alice to find a solution herself. This time, helping the other party was just a whim. Sujia didn't have that thing on him. And it was impossible for him to run back to the space station to get medicine for a stranger. Although Sujia had some similar medicinal materials on him, there was no need to do so. Some excessive help is not good for a person. Have you heard of a little kindness and a little hatred? That's right. After Alice left, Sujia continued to read in the study, waiting for Alice to find the medicinal materials at any time. Sujia would personally refine the pills for the other party. If a very powerful person or someone who is familiar with elixirs were to do it, he might be able to figure out all the requirements for the elixir. But obviously, only in the hands of Sujia. The elixir and the medicinal materials can play the greatest role. Therefore, it is not certain whether the so-called medicinal materials can be circulated. However, Sujia at least knows the Tret family behind Alice. And it is estimated that he has no ability and luck to enjoy the bonus. After all, Alice's answer just now has proved this point. People simply regard him, Sujia, as a liar. And naturally they can't take his medicinal material recipe seriously. But it's okay this way. Some things are fate. This is why Sujia doesn't seem to have that luck. After just coming to this world, he found a powerful family to serve him. But it was at this time. A young man with an imposing manner suddenly broke into the study and interrupted Sujia, who was reading quietly. Before Sujia could say anything, he saw the imposing young man with cold eyebrows and said in a bad tone, "Get out of here." The sudden hostility and vulgar words of the young man made Sujia frown slightly. Then, Sujia quickly relaxed. Sujia probably guessed the purpose of the young man in front of him. There are only two possibilities. This guy might be in love with Alice, and he felt that he and Alice were always alone together. So the young man was jealous. Therefore, the young man planned to come and drive him away when Alice was not around. Or the young man felt that he was a liar. He felt that the medicinal recipe he gave was all fake. Then, the young man drove him away with good intentions. At the same time, he also chose to maintain Alice's self-esteem when Alice was not around. But no matter which one, it was not very friendly to Sujia. Although Sujia thought about it and felt that it was better for him to leave. But after all, he only gave the recipe and did not teach Alice the ability to refine the pill. Moreover, Sujia did not think that other people could refine the elixir. Besides, he, Sujia, had already made a promise to the girl. Although after realizing that this family could not be his helper, Sujia had no interest in staying here. After all, he, Sujia, did not want to expose too much of his strength directly. Therefore, Sujia adhered to the practice in this world. And he would show the level of strength he reached by practicing in this world. At least this would not expose his true identity. Nor would he be hostile to the master of this world. But he, Sujia, did not want to leave because of his promise. And naturally because others misunderstood him. Gur Sujia still closed the book gracefully and spoke softly. "You are young and inexperienced. I don't blame you for anything. But in this world, there are many things that you cannot understand. I can solve the problem of that little girl's inability to practice. As for whether I am a liar, why not stay here and witness it?" In the eyes of Hong Yi and others, Sujia has already given the young man in front of him full face. In the eyes of the women of the Galaxy Empire, Sujia is really very tolerant of this young man. Others must also be thinking that such a cruel Sujia actually has such a calm side. However, the young man seemed to be selective in what others said. Obviously, the second half of Sujia's words, which he thought were very sincere, were not heard by the young man at all. The young man only listened to Sujia, a young man who looked a few years younger than him, who not only said that he was young, but also said that he was ignorant, which was a slightly insulting statement. The next moment, the young man spoke in a cold voice. "If you don't get out now, then don't blame me for getting you out myself. To tell you the truth, you can't cheat anything from our Greta family." Sujia heard this, and a look of regret flashed across his face, which the young man also caught. The young man obviously thought that the regret on Sujia's face was because he regretted not being able to cheat them of their money and things. But Sujia's regret was that his words could not be understood by the humanoid creature in front of him. He regretted the lack of intelligence and short-sightedness of the young man in front of him. To be honest, there is nothing I can look down on from the things of your Greta family. As for the fraud you mentioned, I don't blame you. You are short-sighted. It's your fault for being arrogant. As for wanting to drive me away, at this point, Sujia casually placed the book on the table, stared at the young man with a slightly arrogant expression, and spoke indifferently with his hands spread out. A little sarcastic, but with a blank expression on his face. "You are not qualified yet." Instantly, the young man's face turned red with anger, and he wanted to attack next. Sujia also sighed inwardly. He thought of directly erasing all traces of the young man's existence. I wonder if hiding in the illusion of disappearance will increase the risk of being exposed. But at this moment when the situation was tense, and someone was bound to die, or the young man was about to die, Alice came back at this time. "Brother Greta, what are you doing here?" A voice with some reluctance and anger came from behind, and the young man named Greta suddenly flashed a look of astonishment on his face, and turned around to see Alice. Alice also questioned with an angry expression. "So, The purpose of Brother Greta asking the servants to take me to get the herbs was to drive my friends away without telling me? Sujia couldn't help laughing when he heard this. It was obvious that he could already imagine the purpose and trajectory of this young man's actions. How much did he admire this son of God Alice? At the same time, he also regarded him, Sujia, as a liar. During this period, after realizing that Alice really wanted to believe him, Sujia, this young man Greta deceived Alice, and was willing to believe Alice. Then he instructed the servants to take Alice to get the herbs. Then during this period, this Greta took advantage of the gaps to drive him away. Good mobility. But this young man probably couldn't imagine that he almost hurt himself. The person he loved and wanted to protect the most. As for whether he really loved Alice Sujia, it was really unclear. But this young man obviously regarded him Sujia as a liar. And when Greta saw Alice coming, he was also a little flustered and immediately explained anxiously, Alice, listen to me. We have already invited many powerful doctors to see your problem. There is no cure at all. There is even a 9th-level doctor who believes that he cannot cure it. Do you think such an ordinary person with no cultivation can cure your problem? Alice, you must have been deceived. Think about it. We have invited many alchemists before. How many of them got the herbs and fled with them that night? This guy in front of me must have the same idea. Alice, I know you are very anxious. I know you have grudges and need revenge. But your problem is very serious. You can't be impatient for a while. Obviously, this young man didn't have too many bad intentions. It was just a little rude and overly vigilant. But Sujia thought about it for a moment. If it was him, okay, maybe he would be the same as the young man in front of him. But it might be a little better. After all, he, Sujia, likes to give people opportunities. But in any case, it is not his fault that the young man in front of him became like this. But the other party was rude, and it was really his fault. However, Sujia did not despise the young man too much because of this. He did not give up helping Alice this time because of the young man's rude words. If it was someone else, if Alice had not talked to him in the dilapidated temple before, without these relationships, he, Sujia, would have left without looking back. Therefore, Sujia thought about it, interrupted the quarrel between the two people, and spoke directly. Let me interrupt. It was your mistake to find that 9th-level doctor. It was also your mistake to believe in such a low-quality doctor. There is no need to pile other people's faults on me. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it either. What's more, this is not a disease at all. As soon as these words came out, the young man became angry instantly. Who are you? How dare you question a 9th-level doctor? Do you know how much our Greta family paid to hire that doctor? You are really shameless. Brother Greta. Alice, I watched you grow up thousands of years ago. How could I harm you? Don't think that I will ignore you just because I have a family. After all, I am the candidate for the current patriarch. Don't believe this liar. When I become the patriarch or elder, I will definitely do everything I can to help you recover. Sujia was really surprised when he heard this. He originally thought that some guy who loved Alice came to make trouble. Unexpectedly, this guy seemed to have only family affection for Alice. No, he also felt grateful to Alice's father. But in any case, this young man only looked young. Looking at this, he must be quite old. Yes, therefore, the attitude of the young man made Sujia feel a little good about him. He Sujia liked people who valued love and loyalty. Therefore, Sujia did not want to ridicule him. Instead, he spoke directly. After all, I have an agreement with your sister. How about this? When you have collected all the herbs, send them to me, and I will refine the pills in front of you. How about it? Alice was reluctant and said loudly, I believe you. You don't have to do this. After hearing Sujia's resolute speech, the young man named Gretbar also sighed. Obviously, whether it was his sister Alice's stubbornness or Sujia's willingness to show his cards, the young man accepted his fate. Although the young man still didn't think that Sujia, who looked like an ordinary person, could refine pills and solve the legendary difficult and complicated diseases in his sister's body. But now that it has come to this, he would be wrong if he didn't know the situation and didn't agree. What's more, the medicinal materials have been taken, although there are still some omissions, but the rest are easy to find. There is another point that the young man didn't want to say more. In fact, when he saw Sujia's speech so confidently, a flame of hope ignited in the young man's heart. After all, the father of this girl Alice is his master, And he has always treated Alice as his own sister. And no brother wants to see his sister stuck at the peak of level 6. Thinking of this, the young man sighed. The elders and those people in the family will not support you. They can't believe such a person of unknown origin. Forget it. Since you ask so. Then, I will prepare the remaining herbs. Before leaving, the young man clenched his fists and looked at Su Jie. Then, he said in a low voice with some reluctance, the family has protected Alice for many years. This time, if I fail in the competition for the position of patriarch, if Alice fails to break through, then the son of God of our Greta family will be used as a bargaining chip to join forces with another family. So, in any case, please. After saying that, the young man turned and left. Alice was also somewhat unwilling and clenched her fists. Su Jie also heard the meaning. It is obvious that Alice has been sealed in this dust for many years. Because of the lack of strength, the girl who goes further is in danger of exhausting her life. Therefore, people with foresight took advantage of Alice's not yet entering the old age and sealed the girl when she was less than 20 years old. In other words, the girl will be released for a few days every 100 years. But this also means that a huge amount of resources will be spent during the period of sealing the girl. And this family, the Greta family, is obviously not a top family, although the strongest person is an 8th level peak. But in today's world, in addition, a 6th level peak girl needs to be sealed. Not to mention that this 6th level peak girl has the power of an 11th level strongman in her body. The resources required are undoubtedly huge. And the current elders and the current team leaders have probably forgotten the glory of 1,000 years ago. Now they are thinking about how to make back the resources that were originally invested at a loss on the girl. The quickest and most effective way is to marry the girl off and form a political marriage. After all, even Su Jie had decided that Alice was really pretty. Long fiery red hair and a handsome face. Although the strong can change their appearance. But it is obviously not as good as the original medicine. Not to mention, changing appearance is only to an appropriate degree. And there is no way to change it at will. Do you really think everyone has a Su Jie's super intelligence? Can modify the gene sequence and replace the beautiful and perfect body? But Su Jie doesn't care about this dog-blooded thing. After all, Su Jie is here. And Su Jie, is also willing to lend a hand. Then, these bullshit political marriages and other things will be solved. But let's be honest. The young man's words to him also surprised Su Jie. It is estimated that the young man also realized that it is unlikely for him to compete for the position of patriarch. This time, he can only pin his last hope in despair on him. Su Jie. To be honest, it is stupid to pin your hopes on others. But it's also good. Isn't it? After all, when you don't have the ability, you need a wise eye that can value the abilities of others. Although Su Jie doesn't think that the young man saw his ability and recognized the preciousness of him. Su Jie. But luck. This kind of luck that throws out your hopes randomly and happens to throw them to the right person. After all, luck is also part of strength. However, Su Jie watched the young man leave. And Alice stayed here, sitting in a chair in a daze. Su Jie couldn't help but ask. What? You look unhappy? The girl didn't want to say anything at first. But after thinking about it, the girl still had a sad face and said sullenly, Tell me, am I a burden? Su Jie laughed a little when he heard it. Then, he nodded very seriously. In my opinion, you are indeed a burden. But fortunately you are a self-aware burden. And you are not overly arrogant and think that you are noble. This is worthy of praise. Instantly, Su Jie's words made the girl's expression twitch a little. Obviously, the purpose of the girl's words was to let Su Jie comfort her. But obviously, Su Jie did not comfort her. Seeing that the girl was a little annoyed, Su Jie couldn't help but speak. Okay. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. I feel better after saying it. I like to tell the truth. At the same time, I can also give you some solutions. Isn't this good? The girl curled her lips. But after thinking about it, Alice still spoke. Although it's useless to tell you these. I'm bored now anyway. So I'll chat with you. Do you know the Wangquan family nearby? Su Jie shook his head. The girl also looked as if she expected it. Don't think that we are living and working in peace in Beiwang City. In fact, we are now at war with Nanwang City. At the same time, there are also problems with the Wangquan side of our Beiwang City. There is currently a faction supported by our Greta family. There are 4 major families in our Baiwang city. The Wangquan family, the Sun family, our Greta family, and the Xianye family. The Wang family is the royal family of Baiwang city. The current situation is that the North King of the Wangquan family has mysteriously disappeared for many years. A new royal candidate is currently being selected. The one supported by our Greta family is only our Greta family. There are currently 3 popular royal candidates. In addition to the one supported by our Greta family, there are 2 more. One is a royal family supported by the Wangquan family itself. There is another royal family, the second prince, who is supported by 2 powerful families, the Sun family and the Xianye family. Originally, everything was fine. Our Greta family is more or less stronger. But there have been some changes recently. The Southern King suddenly sent troops to our Northern King city. Xianye family and Sun family did not know what method the second prince used, but reached a cooperation with the Southern King city, intending to jointly push the second prince to the throne. The eldest prince of the Wangquan family is currently in a very unfavorable situation. Not long ago, the prince of the South King city suddenly extended an olive branch to our Greta family. He said that as long as I, the Son of God, marry him, I will be his 36th concubine. After they take the city, they will abandon the second prince and turn to support our loyal eldest princess. All the reasons became clear under Alice's explanation. It is obvious that in Su Jia's understanding, the South King city probably wants to discuss the North King city. They don't want the North King city to complete the handover of the kingship so smoothly. As for whether they will really send troops, will they really start a war? According to Su Jia's understanding, it seems that there should be 2 cities, the East and the West, in the situation of 4 forces standing side by side. The South King field would not be so stupid as to lose both sides and let others reap the benefits. Therefore, Su Jia thought that the South Bay city would not really start a fight. Again, it was probably just to discuss the North King city. But in any case, getting the full support of the South King city would be a great opportunity for any prince or princess. And the failed royal family and the forces behind them would probably suffer. But this didn't matter to the prince of the South King city. At the same time, the prince also wanted to gain some benefits for himself in this opportunity. Among them, the benefits of female resources naturally fell on Alice in front of him. As for the prince of Nanwang city, was he attracted by Alice's appearance or the secrets in Alice's body? It's a bit hard to say. Think about it as a conspiracy theory. Su Jia couldn't help but deny that the difficult prince might know what was in Alice's body. He thought that after taking Alice over, he would abandon Alice's body and take out the power contained in the 11th level strongman. Although the power inside would be greatly reduced after taking it out, but at least it's around level 9 or 10, and there is still some power to absorb. Or it was the same as Su Jia's imagination when he felt the abnormality in Alice's body in the temple. Alice in front of him is a huge treasure. Even Su Jia is a little tempted by the treasure. The reason why Su Jia is not in a hurry to absorb or plunder the power of Alice's body is that he is thinking of a person who can desperately increase his strength to level 11 at the moment of death and seal all the power in his daughter. It is impossible that he has no backup. Therefore, being too greedy may lead to a big loss. Therefore, Su Jia did not think about killing people or stealing treasures. But others may not be sure. Of course, others probably don't know what's going on here. But what does this have to do with him, Su Jia? His goal from beginning to end is to get the support and help of a force. Help him. Su Jia. Understand this world. Let's put it in a more shabby way. Even if it's not a powerful force, a weaker force is enough for him. Su Jia. To understand this world. As for the cultivation method of this world, he, Su Jia, naturally didn't think about using someone else's cultivation method, or someone's family heirloom. A strong man of his level, Su Jia, naturally wants to create his own cultivation. And Su? After Alice finished telling everything, Gaozi also laughed softly and said casually, "If you cure the physical problem, then, will this political marriage be resolved?" Alice was a little distressed. And she was distressed because of this matter. That's why I don't know what to do. I owe this family too much. I want to repay it. But the result is, if I want to repay it, no matter whether my physical problem is cured or not, it seems that I have to marry the southern prince, who I have never even met. Then don't get married. Why not repay the favor in a way you like and understand? You can't even think of such a simple question. You are really stupid. Sujia's words made Alice feel embarrassed and annoyed. You say it easily. What if the eldest princess loses the advantage in the fight for the kingship this time? The victorious king may not necessarily take action against their sister, but our family forces that stand on the wrong side will be finished. Even if they are not cleared, they will lose a lot of convenience in the future. To be honest, Sujia was really worried about the IQ of the girl in front of him. He thought about it and said speechlessly, "So, I said you are too stupid. You have to remember, for a royal power, a powerful family cannot play dirty tricks behind the scenes. Instead of playing dirty tricks, it is better to destroy them directly. I won't say anything else. And I won't ask anything else. I just want to ask you one thing. If your Greta family is willing to risk their lives to go to war with the royal family of the North King City, what proportion of the price will the so-called royal power, the so-called royal family pay?" After hearing this, the girl really thought about it seriously and stretched out 5 fingers. Obviously, the girl meant that if their Greta family was willing to fight, the royal power, that is, the royal family, would have to lose half of the price before they could suppress them. Sujia immediately spread his hands and said, "Isn't that enough? Although I can't guarantee whether other forces will help in the siege of your Greta family this time. After all, if all the forces in the Northern King City come to siege your Greta family, then your Greta family will definitely be dead. But I'm going to say something unpleasant. Just divide it according to your previous forces. Even if the winner is the second prince, who has the most power at present. Do you think your Greta family will be destroyed if the royal family and the royal family who support the eldest prince join forces? Don't underestimate your family. You were just sold out. However, I admire your elder brother. If he had become the clan leader, you probably wouldn't have been sacrificed. And I think, if you can solve your own problems, it will be very beneficial for your elder brother to become the team leader. Of course, if you are willing to be my maid or follower, I can consider assisting your elder brother." Originally, Sujia was just joking. After all, that's his personality. He likes to use this kind of rhetoric to liven up the atmosphere. After all, whether in the Galactic Empire or in his 10,000 clans hall, he, Sujia, is considered to be in a high position. Others were very restrained towards him at first. And only when he, Sujia, occasionally made a joke could others not be so afraid of him. After all, no one thought that everyone would be extremely afraid of him. Therefore, Sujia was just joking. But he didn't expect it. Alice actually started to think about it. Then, when Sujia was a little stunned, Alice suddenly spoke seriously. "If you can really help my brother become the patriarch, I will protect you for 3 years anyway according to the agreement. I won't be your maid for life. But if I am your maid for 3 years, I will agree to it." But obviously, after saying this, Alice scratched her head a little embarrassedly. It seemed that she also knew that her request was too unreasonable. It seemed a bit greedy. What surprised Sujia was that Alice didn't even think about it, or didn't consider her own lack of ability. Instead, she felt as if she could do it. After all, his current identity to the outside world is just an ordinary person with no strength. Even in the eyes of Alice's brother, he Sujia is still a liar. But I didn't expect that this little girl actually believed in me so much. Sujia was embarrassed. After a brief thought, Sujia also laughed and waved his hand. "Don't take what I said just now seriously." Hearing this, Alice seemed a little disappointed. But Sujia continued to speak. "But I will provide some help to your brother in his election as the clan leader. As for whether your brother can become the clan leader, it depends on his own efforts." After these words came out, Alice's little face immediately returned to a smile. Obviously, although Alice may be thousands of years old in terms of age, but in fact, Alice is only 18 or 19 years old now, including the time of awakening. So, her mind is still very simple. Sujia's thoughts are also very simple. No matter what happens in 3 years, within 3 years, Alice is considered his personal bodyguard. It is considered half of his own. Although Sujia is wary of everyone, he has one good point. He never treats his own people badly, even if they are only temporary. But Sujia will never treat them badly. Therefore, Sujia is not joking, but really intends to help Alice's brother. But as I said, Sujia will not reveal his true strength and identity. Therefore, it is not a big help. But just take out the elixir refining method he has at hand, and this small family will be prosperous. After all, sometimes being strong does not mean everything. some planets, some civilizations. Even the strongest are not strong. But they are very outstanding in one point. And he, Su Jie, had incorporated many such civilizations in the Galactic Empire before. There are many relevant summaries and weapon-making secrets in the data of the super artificial intelligence. At least for this country. The strongest is only level 8 or 9. This Greta family, the peak level 8 strongman who is about to pass away. For Su Jie, it is very easy to provide help with such strength. Of course, if it is stronger, it will be more difficult for him, Su Jie, to provide help. But that is only relatively speaking. After all, Su Jie is only level 11. In the case of comparable foundation, Su Jie is richer than most of the 12th level strongmen. This is the confidence of the two top powers. Apart from other things, the 10,000 Races Hall currently has a lot of organizations and civilization essences, among which there is a great world of cultivation. After harvesting the world of spirit instruments, his Su Jie's foundation will increase again. Let's not talk about the Galaxy Empire, which is in its heyday. Although there are not many strong people who are cultivators in his Galaxy Empire. But apart from technological weapons, if he puts all his efforts to fight against the world controlled by the 15th level strongman at present, Su Jie can confidently say that it is him. The Galaxy Empire wins. Of course, there will be bad results. The bad result is that the level 15 gun will have a 30% chance of escaping. However, under the World War, this planet and this world will definitely be destroyed. Destroyed by his Galactic Empire. This can also be regarded as the power of technology. At the same time, the power of technology has such a drawback when facing some powerful individuals, unless those strong people are desperate to attack the Galactic Empire. Therefore, if those individual strong people want to escape, their Galactic Empire will really have a headache. But they can only escape. Individual strong people cannot retaliate against those who come. After all, when technological civilization reaches a certain level, it is no longer afraid of these despicable means, whether it is a sneak attack or assassination. For a technological power, you have been discovered before you even get close. So what's the point of talking about these? Yawned. Su Jie and Alice were also relatively speechless and stopped talking about this matter. The most important thing at the moment is naturally to collect medicinal materials to help Alice solve her physical problems. The Greta family. Although it is very powerful, this is the Northern King City after all. And the Greta family is not ranked in the top among the 4 major families. It can only be said that it is slightly better than the Sun family, but not much stronger. Compared with the Wangquan family and the Xenia family, those two families are really strong in a gap-like manner. Except for the Wangquan family. The 4 major families are actually not in the Northern King City. Or they are all located in the Northern King City. Not too far away. But it is also bordering the Northern King City. It will take almost no time to reach the Northern King City. And this time, after Alice's brother promised to help Alice find other medicinal materials, Su Jie and Alice planned to go to the Northern King City for a stroll. At the same time, Su Jie also wanted to learn more about this world from Alice, so as to make subsequent plans. Su Jie has already thought about it. He plans to learn and master it from the near future, and create a new advanced system again. Grow up step by step from this world. Strive to upgrade the strength system learned in this world to level 11 before he solves the weapon spirit world in the 10,000 clan hall. And after reaching level 11, or combining the 3 flying swords in his hand to reach level 11, Su Jie will directly upgrade to level 12. This is a long-term plan. And it is also Su Jie's ambition. Because if Su Jie really reaches level 12 under this situation, let alone anything else, even if the level 15 strongman in this world comes to disturb him, Su Jie has the confidence to escape. Although it will cost a lot. It is already an extremely exaggerated thing that Su Jie is confident to escape after spanning a gap of 3 levels. But again, Su Jie has a lot of treasures in his hands, which is the confidence and foundation of the 2 top powers. And relying on those treasures, Su Jie's strength will be further improved. Not to mention that before Su Jie cultivated his own natal flying sword, he could say that he had 3. But now he has more than 3. Su Jie thought very simply. And he didn't think about creating a black ball like he led people to evolve thousands of weapons. Su Jie just wanted to specialize in one, then slowly add them later. And at present, Su Jie naturally wanted to be a sword saint for himself. For example, with the transverse distance between the planets, Sujia, can also easily take the enemy's head, just like taking something out of a bag. After Sujia and Alice came to Baewang City, they looked at the magnificent city, the grand city walls, and the people coming and going. Sujia couldn't help but think of the book he got from Alice and the story he saw in the temple. That level 10 strongman burst to level 11 at the last moment to resist the disaster, and sealed all his power in his daughter's body before he died. He really fulfilled his duty, and saved his daughter's life. Of course, he was a good father, but he never thought that he wanted to pave the way for his daughter. But it turned out to be a dead end for his daughter's progress. Fortunately, Sujia is here. Now, Sujia has been thinking about using the power of the Pure Land to summon Alice's father after he conquers this world. How will that guy thank him in the future? He will definitely bow down to him. After all, Sujia made up for the mistakes of a father. But let's be honest. If that man knew that the current Greta family wanted to use his daughter as a tool for profit, how angry would he be? But if that man knew that his own disciple, even with his family background, still treated his daughter as his own sister and wanted to do his best to help, would that man feel relieved? Although Sujia has not yet given birth to a child, he still yearns for this kind of fatherly sentiment. But at the same time, Sujia had to think of a question. Should I find a partner? But soon, Sujia shook his head and put these things behind him. Everything is still uncertain, and the threat of the ancient gods is imminent. Therefore, now is not the time to think about those children's family matters. But when Sujia was thinking about these, Sujia suddenly noticed Alice, who was uneasy beside him. The next moment, Sujia asked with some amusement, "You are the son of God of the Greta family. Why do I feel that you are more nervous than me, who came to the Northern King City for the first time?" Alice's originally timid appearance was instantly interrupted by Sujia. This girl with a red high ponytail, who gave people a heroic and majestic feeling, looked extremely petite at this moment, which was also a kind of contrasting beauty. Soon, the girl began to defend herself. I didn't. But as she spoke, Alice lowered her head and said reluctantly, "Well, this is actually my first time here. I just woke up recently. After waking up, I went to that temple. And there are so many people in the city of the Northern King. I am not too used to it. Nor am I too adapted to this kind of occasion. For this kind of girl who is proud, but only delicate around him, Sujia still likes the feeling of being treated in contrast. Moreover, Alice in front of him treated him like this not because of his strength, which made Sujia feel more comfortable. Let's not talk about anything else. Just talk about Hong Yi. Is that guy really arrogant? And he also looks a little arrogant. But Hong Yi, who is arrogant to everyone, is as obedient as a kitten only to Sujia. Sujia didn't like this kind of attack on strength. Of course, Hong Yi's attack might not be because of the difference in strength, but out of respect for him. But Sujia didn't like that. After all, it was the same as before. He didn't want to be a loner. A strong man who had everything, still wanted to enjoy loneliness. It was too pitiful. After all, humans are social animals. No matter how lonely a person is, no matter how much they enjoy loneliness, it's just that they haven't met a good friend who could open their hearts and talk about everything. But Sujia also found out, it's probably impossible to find such a friend and partner without any mixed thoughts in the Galactic Empire and the Hall of all races. But sadly, Sujia could also imagine that those who could live in peace with him and occasionally teach him a few words would probably become so timid after learning about his true strength and identity in the future. Thinking of these, the man and the woman also came to the luxurious district of Baewang City. After all, this is not a technological world, so people's tastes still stay on his home planet, just like the feudal society. It's just that there are also elements that Sujia can't understand. So Sujia didn't feel any intimacy. But Sujia had to admit it. No matter what world, what kind of country, what kind of civilization, the people have always been so conscientious. However, the people who suffer the most are the common people. Therefore, after Sujia thought of this, he became more determined that his future goals must be achieved. True equality is impossible. But Sujia thought that his values and morals were just okay. So he planned to become the absolute ruler of this star field. At the same time, he also took steps towards the future plans of the ancient gods. Sitting in the crowd, Alice, who was originally a little scared, gradually calmed down after seeing Sujia, who was so confident and indifferent. And Su Jia was also quite emotional after completely integrating into the king's pool. Su Jia had to admit that this world was truly diverse. There were all kinds of races. There were beastmen, humans, monsters, and half-beastmen. It was actually quite difficult to achieve a harmonious coexistence like this. But we had to admit that even though the absolute ruler of the entire world was a level 15 warrior, he did not fulfill the obligations that a warrior should have. This was because the individual strength was strong, or because they did not have the political rights related to technological civilization. They only wanted to name a piece of land as their subordinate forces. As a result, they did not care at all and would not set any legal regulations. They only want to make their existence and their power more transcendent. And other things are subordinate. Let alone, if Su Jia expands his power so much, or his galactic empire is no smaller than this world. But if you compare, even if a strong man in his galactic empire kills people at will, he can only wait for death. If you want to kill people, follow him. The combat team of the galactic empire goes to other worlds to fight. You must not kill your own people. However, in this world, on the surface, everyone is ruled by the absolute strong man of level 15. But to put it bluntly, some weak people. Who knows the name of the strong man of level 15? How long has Su Jia been in this world? But he has not heard the name of the strong man of level 15 from others until now. This is also a kind of drawback. To put it bluntly, in Su Jia's galactic empire, who doesn't know his name? Even if he is just a manipulator behind the scenes, he is not the actual person in power. But who doesn't know that Su Jia is a real idiot? Who doesn't know that innocent people cannot be killed in the galactic empire? Not to mention that the world at the moment will actually start a national war. And how many people will die in a national war? Su Jia feels distressed just thinking about it. These are all good things for development. Although it is a bit cold-blooded to compare creatures and humans to development props. But that is only relatively speaking. If compared with the people in this world, those people in his galactic empire, those grassroots people are really happy. At least there is no worry about food and clothing. Although the class is somewhat solidified. But as long as you are willing to work hard, apart from war or improving your own strength in all aspects, it is not difficult to get promoted. Because of the super intelligent brain, there is no corruption and embezzlement in the galactic empire. Apart from other things, even if Su Jia came to the world of spirit tools from afar, Su Jia occasionally asked the super intelligent brain to check. And then he personally saw who was embezzling. Who is killing people in passion? Who is committing crimes? Su Jia would watch these in his spare time and control them remotely. In addition, Su Jia has corresponding restrictions on the slightly prominent figures in the galactic empire, so he does not have to worry about others' betrayal. And Su Jia, will not hurt his own people too much, or will not hurt his own people at all, but will let his people get what they deserve. Although Su Jia, is also an evil capitalist. But capital is actually an optional path to equality and a utopian world. Capital is profit-seeking. But at some point, it will also make concessions. And there are many kinds of capital. Su Jia, thinks that he has already escaped from this category. He has already risen to the level of a saint. Of course, this is just self-praise. But at least many reluctant people in the galactic empire have now changed their minds about him. Su Jia. And this is the proof. While walking, Su Jia also encountered some unexpected creatures. For example, the Stoneman tribe. Su Jia also encountered some elemental creatures that amazed him. These things can give birth to life and intelligence, which can be said to be a miracle. It is estimated that only a worldview similar to that of fantasy can give birth to such creatures. No matter how many times you try, it will not be born. It is not to say that the technology side is rubbish in these aspects. It is a natural thing. That is, the so-called world rules. Some world rules do not allow these inorganic substances to give birth to wisdom and life. But some world rules support and praise such creatures, giving birth to life and wisdom. But Su Jia's mind is now full of his second power. Although the 10,000 Races Hall is called the 10,000 Races Hall, it is actually still a considerable gap from the 10,000 races. Although after absorbing the people of the Xiaoxian Great World, Su Jia's races are definitely not few. That is only relative. How many creatures, after choosing to reincarnate, will only choose the body of the demon race or simply appear in human form? Even some beasts will choose the body exactly like a human after they turn around. This makes the beast bodies that Sujia had the super intelligence create in vain. But in this world, Sujia sucks blood. The lesson of the last Xiaoxian world. This time, Sujia thought that after he could really take down the 15th level strongman, he would not let so many people die. Although he has the Pure Land world in his hands, and the people in the Pure Land world can be resurrected. But that would also lose a lot of fun for the people, since it was not going to be successful this time. Sujia wanted to cultivate more species and expand his own illustrations. At least his second force was the Hall of all races. At present, the most outstanding ones were not only the human race, but also Hong Ye's immortal body. The only ones who could be considered as alternative were some orcs in the Xiaoxian world. However, those orcs were also very particular when obtaining bodies. After providing several hypotheses to the super intelligent brain, Sujia found that the resurrected warriors, both men and women, became more handsome. At the same time, they also looked more like humans. I don't know what happened. No matter what world it is, it seems that humans are the strongest. Even if they are not the strongest of humans, they usually appear in human form. Is this a strange rule? Or do humans have some shortcuts in their cultivation and becoming stronger? But no matter what, it is a fact that humans are the strongest at the moment. Sujia has experienced so many worlds, and this seems to be the law of conservation. The only exception is the 3 guys under him, who have recently defected and can control the Zerd disaster. They are also relatively rare, relying on the ability to split the Zerd to successfully ascend to the throne. But it is also undeniable that those 3 guys are not the real Zerd mother, or the guy in the middle is the real Zerd mother. However, everyone looked at people with human appearance. Looked around. There was still some interest in these new worlds. Alice and Sujia were almost identical, and the 2 of them were like country bumpkins entering the city, which was a bit funny. Fortunately, no one came to mock them. And this time, they came to the city of the North King. And it was obviously not just for shopping. Although Alice's brother Greta had bought all the medicinal materials. But it was obvious that some important things were better to rely on oneself. Therefore, Alice and Sujia hit it off, and came to this commercial district in the city of the North King to see if there were any medicinal materials they wanted. After preparing a lot of money, Alice finally found that her brothers would help her prepare it. So she didn't care so much in the future. Of course, Alice tried to give all her small treasury to Greta on the way, but she didn't agree in the end. After thinking about it, which brother would ask his sister for money when helping her buy things? Not to mention that this sister of his, although not his biological daughter, is the biological daughter of his respected master. How could he not take care of her? Soon, Sujia and Alice simply adapted to it, and then began to visit some stalls and small shops specializing in medicinal herbs. However, after running around for a day, the 2 of them still hadn't found any medicinal materials that were worthy of the number. It was obvious that something that Sujia didn't think was very strong or important was also extremely precious in this world, or in this Northern King city, where the strongest person was only at the peak of level 9. Once it appeared, it would not only shock the world, but also make many people focus their attention on it. Therefore, it was natural that they couldn't find the materials. In the end, Sujia thought about it briefly, and after learning from passers-by that there was a high-end auction being held nearby, Sujia immediately made a decision. Alice, this is one of the more precious herbs. Consider it my gift to you. It's also your reward for fooling me for the past 3 years. I will bear all the costs and rewards. Let's go to the auction. I have never seen an auction here before, but I am quite interested in it. It's also a good entertainment project. If you come across the herbs you need, I will buy them for you. If you don't, it means you are unlucky, and I won't pay too much. Of course, the reason why I took the initiative to bring it up this time is that I want to see if the auction in this place has what I want. Alice was stunned by Sujia's speech, and nodded stupidly, obviously without thinking. But Sujia did think about some things that he thought of. Although he said that he did not have the currency of this Beiwang city, he did not have any currency in this world. But everything should be done in moderation. In other words, especially in this auction, some more precious materials are especially favored by bartering. And even if Sujia did not have money in his hand, he could use some props to exchange for a lot of money. And Sujia said that he came to this world to taste this world. This world that can give birth to a level 15 strongman. That is, how powerful the cultivation system is. Therefore, understanding is not only about the way of cultivation and the techniques, Jia needs to know a little bit about some corresponding weapons and elixirs. This is called knowing yourself and knowing your enemy. Alice was obviously led by Jia. Or this little guy didn't have much opinion. Of course, it can be said that this little guy has his own opinion. But in Jia's case, Alice really couldn't take the initiative to speak. So she was naturally led by Jia. The two people also followed the flow of people and entered the auction while asking questions. Of course, the questions in the picture are all dog knowledge, which was done by Alice. Although his purpose is to practice with the attitude of a mortal and climb up step by step. But he is the actual ruler of two worlds after all. And Jia can't do things that are too embarrassing. Occasionally making a joke is the best effort Jia can make. He really can't learn to smile flatteringly and bow to others. Regarding self-esteem and dignity, Jia, has already thought about it. Even if he dies, he must not take a step back. This is Jia's bottom line. After all, Jia has become so strong and worked so hard to become stronger. In addition to not wanting to die, he naturally does not want to bow his head to anyone, or even kneel down. Otherwise, wouldn't Jia have practiced in vain? A strong man must pay attention to a single thought. Soon, Jia and Alice came to the auction. To be honest, Jia and Alice came here just to try their luck. What's more, Jia just wanted to see if there would be something unexpected in this world. After all, although the strongest person in the city of the Northern King is only at the peak of level 9, it is also a place where level 11 strong men appeared before. Maybe there will be something useful for him. Although the possibility is small, it is not impossible. Moreover, is the strongest person in the Northern King city really only level 9? Or are the current people too weak to peek into the real world and posture of the strong? No matter which one, Jia felt that he had to come and see. At this moment, there were obviously many people who came to this auction with interest and simple ideas. Alice had also taken out her storage bag. Obviously, she also wanted to buy something she needed if she came across it. Of course, Alice must want medicinal materials at the moment. And this auction was not the kind of auction for nobles or VIPs. It was a square-type auction. There was a flying prop platform on a huge platform. And the platform also had various display counters. Of course, those counters were wrapped in red cloth at the moment. At this moment, Jia and Alice came over. During this period, Jia casually took out 2 spirit stones he got from the Xiaoxian world. There is a saying that one Xiaoxian, one way to the same destination. That thing is also applicable in this world. Although the stone Jia took out is a top-grade spirit stone for the Xiaoxian world. But in this world, it doesn't seem to be very strong. Obviously, this is related to the rules of the world and the world's aura. The Xiaoxian world, no matter what, can't compare to this world. Therefore, in the Xiaoxian world, some relatively precious things here are not common. But they are definitely not scarce. Fortunately, they are also successful enough. However, during the transaction, Alice's unbelievable eyes made Jia laugh. Obviously, this little guy didn't expect that Jia could take out such a valuable thing. After all, no matter what, that piece of 9th grade spirit stone is also a top grade in the Xiaoxian world. Even if it is placed in the Dao world in front of him. Even if it is not as precious as the Xiaoxian world. But it is also valuable enough. Not scarce, but valuable. At the same time, he exchanged the 2 top-grade spirit stones for money and successfully found a very good location. That is, an observation deck. At the same time, Jia also noticed that compared to the dense crowd below, some were sitting and some were standing. But this was nothing compared to the people who were driving a spaceship in the sky and standing on the spaceship to look down at the auction venue. Obviously, this auction looked rather shabby at first glance. But if you think about it carefully, you will find that it is still extremely grand. Jia could not deny that he was lucky this time. He encountered a large-scale auction that would not only be rare in a century, but also at least once in a dozen years. And many people actually wanted to pick up bargains. But such a huge auction obviously could not have only one auction venue. There are several small observation platforms under the huge observation platform. People can also calculate which auction to go to according to their financial resources. And the audience seat where Jia is currently standing is the audience seat of the largest auction venue. 2 9th grade spirit stones cost 1.5. You can imagine how expensive this time is. If converted into money, the admission ticket alone must be more than 16 million. And you know, a first-level strongman who wants to practice successfully only needs 10,000 or 20,000. If calculated in this way, this time the admission ticket is too terrifying. But Sujia obviously doesn't care. After all, even if it depreciates, it is still valuable in this world. In his eyes, the 9th grade spirit stone is no different from the stones that can be seen everywhere. After all, the entire world of cultivation has been refined by Sujia. He has as many 9th grade spirit stones as he wants. To put it bluntly, if the laws of this world and this universe can be accumulated only by resources instead of qualifications, then the cultivation tools in Sujia's hands can basically cultivate countless absolute strong men. Of course, this is a common truth for any force. Everyone has a lot of resources. But the higher you go, the more resources you need. And sometimes you can't just look at resources. You also have to look at qualifications and talents. But no matter what, the important thing is the auction venue at the moment. Because Sujia suddenly found it interesting that the old man who was presiding over the auction venue below was actually an 8th level strongman. This is getting interesting. You know, the strongest person in Baiwang City right now is only at the peak of level 9. And this auction host is at level 8. You can easily guess that the owner behind this auction is either the Wangquan family or other forces. But no matter what, just this level 8 strongman has enough aura when he stands there. No wonder this auction is so grand. And because Sujia didn't choose a too amazing occasion, therefore, there are many people sitting around him. Although Sujia, only needs to add 1 more spiritual stone. 3 spiritual stones are enough for him. Sujia and Alice to go to the private room. Or just stand on the spaceship and look down. In that kind of too prominent. No need. After all, what Sujia needs is to be low-key. Of course, this is just Sujia thinking that he is very low-key. In the eyes of others, Sujia is already very high-profile. Because to put it bluntly, the people who can stand on the same seat with Sujia at this moment must be at least level 6 or 7. Or Alice has to feel a little bit painful to get the seat. In other words, those who can stand on this seat are either powerful or have a family or clan behind them. And Sujia suddenly raised his eyebrows and found something interesting. He just felt it a little bit and found that Alice's brother, the young man Greta, was also here. It is estimated that he wanted to come to the auction to try his luck and see if he could find the materials and medicinal herbs his sister needed. However, Sujia did not bother him. After all, he was now playing the role of an ordinary person. Moreover, Greta did not find that. But he found it himself, which was too unusual for him. Moreover, the two people were far apart. In such an occasion, no one would be stupid enough to casually probe others. If they were discovered, it would be a provocation. And suddenly, Sujia found a commotion around him. The second prince of Dongwang City is here. That's our eldest princess of Baiwang City. Obviously, 2 heavyweights suddenly appeared, riding on a spaceship. It seemed that the owner of this auction venue had already reserved a seat. And the 2 spaceships were directly stranded there. Such a spaceship full of fantasy style still looks so shocking. Looking back not long ago, Sujia was just an ordinary person. Now he can be in the current location, and can watch these super science fiction and super reality things calmly. Even if Sujia wants, he can show a more shocking scene than the current one. While feeling quite emotional, many practitioners were also shocked. The second prince of the East King City is a handsome man wearing a white robe, a ponytail, elegant, and holding a paper fan. And the eldest princess of the North King City is an unexpected image. She is in the form of a girl, but she is wearing a green dress. She doesn't have the airs of a princess at all, but looks like a fighter. But the more this is the case, the more interested Sujia is. Looking at the heroic princess, she gives people a sense of sharpness and competence. The high ponytail matches her heroic appearance. She gives people a sense of a heroic female general. And it is this kind of woman who seems to be very popular in the world of immortal cultivation. But the other party is the princess of the Northern King City, and a strong candidate for the throne. Not many people dare to say those disrespectful words here. Of course, the main reason is that this is the area of the Northern King City after all. If it is placed in other places, there will be some dirty jokes and some more yearning disrespectful words. And this spaceship does not seem to show off. But looking at the second prince of the East King City, you can find that although both of them docked their spaceships, The second prince of the East King City really gave people a feeling of showing off vanity. On the contrary, the eldest princess of the North King City just quietly docked the spaceship. And the eldest princess came directly to the edge of the spaceship, picked up the double cultivation and watched the auction indifferently, giving people a serious feeling. In this horizontal comparison, it is obvious that the former is a bit cheap, and the latter is more impressive. Looking casually, watching the second prince of the East King City hugging beauties on both sides, and the beauty talking and laughing in a smiling style. Many people, or many male cultivators, have obvious envy and jealousy. On the contrary, many female monks are more yearning. After all, this is a world that worships the strong, and it is also relatively open about marriage and love. Many female monks also want to get rich overnight. Of course, there are also many female monks who disdain people like the second prince. There are thousands of flying clouds in the world, and thousands of people have thousands of faces. And Su Jia also learned about the strength of the second prince and the eldest princess from other people, converted to the level and standard set by Su Jia. The strength of the second prince is at the high level of level 7. The practice method is the overlord body. When fighting with others, every punch hits the flesh. Obviously, sometimes you can't just look at the surface. The man who gave people a weak sculler holding a folding fan, hugging left and right, like a gentleman, is a bit frivolous. Just looking at the surface, everyone thought the other party was weak. But who would have thought that when the second prince fought with Ant-Man, he would show off his muscles while Ant-Man punched him hard? The eldest princess was beyond everyone's expectation. Looking at the eldest princess, I thought the other party was a sword cultivator. As a result, the eldest princess unexpectedly turned out to be a gun cultivator. But it also seemed very reasonable. The eldest princess obviously didn't look like a mage turret. That kind of capable and heroic style gave people a sharp atmosphere of close combat. And the eldest princess didn't have any special blood in her body. However, because of this, the eldest princess's strength can still be ranked among the top few of the peerless geniuses in the 4 King City area. It is conceivable that without any bloodline blessing, the princess can still reach this level. How terrifying her qualifications must be. At least how amazing her qualifications in terms of combat and cultivation must be. Soon, Su Jia also heard from others about the purpose of these two coming to this auction. The second prince came with a purpose. The auction had been rumored for a long time to auction the 9-color True Lotus. And the second prince of the East King Field came for this reason. The 7-color True Spirit is the best supplement for the second prince, who cultivates the overlord body and has the overlord bloodline. And it is also the dream of all physical cultivators. At the same time, the second prince has a secret that is unknown to others. But, at this moment, the second prince seemed to have seen something and suddenly jumped off the spaceship. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, the second prince walked directly towards Su Jia. Under the shocked gaze of others, the second prince came to the dog alone with a folding fan, blowing gently, with a gentle smile on his face. Then he ignored Su Jia's eyes and stared at the red-haired girl. Alice. Then, the second prince stretched out his hand in a gentle voice. Miss Alice, the main reason I came this time is because of you. I have heard about the bad behavior of the southern prince. Miss Alice, you should know me. If I want to compete for the throne of the Eastern King City, no one can beat me. But I concentrate on cultivation and don't care about those so-called rights. And if Miss Alice is willing to form a Taoist partner with me, I will solve the problems in the Southern King City. I am even willing to give up the position of the second prince for Miss Alice. After hearing these words, who would not be confused? Not to mention Alice, a little girl who has never been out of society. Of course, the two sides have no emotional foundation. And Alice really doesn't think she likes the second prince. Touching is touching. But some things can't be represented by touching. So, Alice looked at Su Jia for help. Su Jia was also thinking in his heart. He finally found a decent bodyguard. After Alice was unsealed, she would quickly reach the 8th or even 9th level of strength. Even the level of an 11th level strongman was not far away. Where could he find such a good bodyguard? The guy who appeared in front of him wanted to kidnap his bodyguard as soon as he appeared. How could he tolerate this? Therefore, Su Jia spoke directly and coldly. What you said are all minor issues. And don't just talk. You have to do it. Let's do this. You should first negotiate with the Greta family and support the eldest princess to become the new Northern King. After doing this, we can talk about these things again. Su Jia saw at a glance that the second prince of the East King City in front of him was just thinking of getting something for nothing. It is estimated that he just wanted to run away after playing. Therefore, this kind of irresponsible promise and words, seemingly touching, are actually useless. After Sujia said this, the second prince of the East King City suddenly turned cold. At the same time, he looked at Sujia coldly and scolded him without any mercy. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Just when Sujia raised his eyebrows and was about to do something, he saw the crowd making noise again, and under everyone's unexpected gaze, the eldest princess of the Northern King City actually walked straight towards this side. Princess of the Northern King, Wang Yuyan. The second prince favored by the Eastern King immediately put away his sloppy appearance and became serious after seeing this heroic female general walking straight towards this side. Obviously, those who can sit in the position of the second prince are not stupid, nor are they cynical. A real joke. The deep inside still cannot be changed. This is a royal family with the blood of the king. But at this moment, the Princess Wang Yuyan of the Northern King suddenly spoke. I already know about your family's affairs. I am not useless yet, and I need to sacrifice other people's happiness to increase my chances of winning. It's just a fight for the throne. It's not a big deal. I have discussed your affairs with the leader of your family, who is about to step down. You don't have to worry too much. If you fail in this election, I can also ensure that your family is safe and sound. Obviously, this time the princess of the Northern King came here specially, not to seek support from the second prince of the Eastern King City. She didn't come to watch the show, but to express solemnly, Alice, don't worry about other things anymore. To be honest, it was this princess's appearance that made Sujia admire her very much. To be honest, such people, too rare. It is said that the imperial family is too ruthless. At present, in the imperial family, it is rare to have a person like the girl in front of him. Sujia was also thinking, such an excellent talent. Do you want to know more? After all, the princess of Beiwang City has the 8th level of strength. Yes, the girl in front of him, who is only 21 years old, has reached the 8th level of strength at a young age. It is conceivable that even if you look at the universe, this is very explosive. But Sujia heard that such a royal family, especially the royal family, seems to have some secret method. Excessive improvement does not necessarily bring too much benefit to the later stage, especially the blood of the emperor. Let's take the world of Xiaoxian as an example. Many second generations are born with strong strength. But what happens then? They are too arrogant in the early stage, but also because of some reasons in the early stage, which may be due to mentality, or because they are born strong and have not experienced step-by-step climbing. In short, it is difficult for them to reach the top. Of course, people like this second generation, have surpassed countless people when they were born. But this still cannot change the fate of this kind of people without hope. They rely on the afterglow of the blood of their fathers. This also makes it difficult for them to surpass their fathers. Not impossible, but very difficult. But at this time, the eldest princess of Beiwang City, Wang Yuyan, sighed and spoke softly. There are no herbs you need in the auction this time. Alice was a little surprised when she said this. But then, under Alice's somewhat surprised gaze, her brother, the young man Greta, came over with a wry smile. Of course I knew there would be an auction this time, so I boldly invited the princess to come and visit. At the same time, relying on the princess's power, I asked the relevant personnel a little. Therefore, sorry, Alice, my sister, there is no medicinal material you need here. The one who came over was obviously Alice's brother, Greta. And it is obvious that this young Greta has successfully established a good personal relationship with the eldest princess of Beiwang City. As for whether this will be an opportunity for the young Greta to become the next generation of the Greta clan leader, it remains to be seen. But in any case, whether it is Alice or Sujia, at least they know that the eldest princess of Beiwang City in front of them is a person who cares about her subordinates. It is estimated that the reason why Wang Yuyan came here to explain these things to Alice is also because of Alice's brother. As you can imagine, some things and some favors cannot be placed entirely on the princess in front of you. Maybe it was Alice's bra. How much sacrifice did the young man Greta make to get the compromise of the princess of the north? But the more so, the more guilty Alice felt. The more tenderly someone treats you, the more you want to repay them. But obviously, selling yourself and marrying yourself off obviously cannot repay the young man Greta, who is also your brother. As for the second prince of the Ocean City, he has been completely suppressed by the princess of the north, Wang Yuyan. Comparing the two, obviously, this princess has more royal style. The prince of the East King City seemed to have not faced the world with the identity of a royal family and the pride of a royal family for too long. Therefore, he seemed a little embarrassed at this moment. But the second prince favored by the East King has strength. In his words, he is actually a strong competitor for the election of the king of the East King City. But this guy seemed to have given up. However, the attitude of this guy towards Su Jie just now also proved that the second prince in front of him was not a humble and gentle person. But he still did not dare to disrespect the eldest princess of the North King in front of him. And Su Jie soon knew why the second prince of the East King City in front of him was so honest. However, the princess of the Northern King City glanced at the second prince of the Eastern King City, and suddenly frowned and spoke. "Why don't you get out of here? You were lucky that I didn't kill you last time. But if you dare to say such rash words to my subordinates next time, don't blame me for going to the Eastern King City to take your head." At this point, the princess with a capable style also sneered. If the prince of the Southern King wants to take advantage of the situation at this time, then just do it. If you make me angry, I will be ordered by the king to chop off his dog head. Now Su Jie has a clearer understanding of the princess in front of him. He doesn't seem to take the king's power too seriously. But it can't be said that he doesn't take it seriously. The princess in front of him seems to have some ambitions, and the king's selection is just a part of her ambition. At the same time, the princess in front of him seems to be very protective of her, as long as she is one of her subordinates. The princess in front of her seems to want to protect her, and has a strong desire to protect. Moreover, Su Jie can find that the second prince is so arrogant with a simple observation, and he has a feeling that he is very powerful and confident. As a result, his strength is only in the middle of level 7. The princess in front of him has a high-end strength of level 8, which is close to the peak. It should be clear that the princess in front of him is only 20 years old. At such an age, he has reached such a terrifying level, let alone other things. Just compare it with the young man Greta, who has lived for at least 1,000 years. Alice's brother is only at the 8th level. It is conceivable. The princess in front of him is a practical person. He can also be called a martial arts fanatic. But it is not clear whether the other party really puts martial arts practice in the first place in his mind. But Su Jie knows clearly. The invisible princess seems to be almost at the limit of her talent. Other people's practice has more or less integrated their own insights. In Su Jie's opinion, the princess in front of him obviously has her own style of doing things. But why should she depend on others? The reason for saying this is also very simple. Su Jie can see that the princess in front of him has a very strong royal bloodline. At the same time, the reason why the princess in front of him grew so fast was that she over-reliant on the royal blood in her body. In other words, it was too much to force the growth of the seedlings. And the princess in front of him might be stuck at the peak of level 8 for 100 years. The smooth transition in the early stage would naturally make the princess in front of him too unsmooth in the later stage. And if Su Jie was not mistaken, the princess in front of him probably reached the first level of combat strength at the age of 3. After that, it was almost 1 level a year, until the princess in front of him was about 10 years old. She started to get stuck. In other words, the princess in the past started practicing at the age of 3, and by the age of 10, she had reached the 7th level of strength. But it took the princess nearly 10 years to reach the peak of level 8. Even in the eyes of others, this is still an extremely terrifying and exaggerated speed. But Su Jie can find out with a little estimation and observation. In these 10 years, it took the princess about 3 years to raise her strength to level 8. And it took 3 years to reach the middle of level 8. Although it seems that she has reached the high level of level 8, even close to the peak. But it is only in form. Strong combat power does not mean strong realm. The strength of the princess of Beiwang City in front of her is barely maintained at the high level. But her normal combat power is only the middle of level 8. It seems difficult for others to feel the increasingly difficult promotion. But Su Jie estimated that the princess in front of him seemed to feel it. As for the competition for the royal power, Su Jie was not too clear before or even just now. But now Su Jie has a guess. This princess may want to rely on herself to become a king of the land, and then go further with the help of the power of luck. As for whether there are other ideas, Su Jie is not clear. But at least, the situation of the princess in front of him seems to be more serious than Alice. Alice's level is stuck because of the seal of her parents. As long as the seal is lifted, Alice will reach a blowout and quickly become a 10th level strongman. Even in just a few years, it may not be impossible to become a strongman of the same level as Su Jia. The princess of Beiwang City in front of him may not be the same. It is so difficult for her to even reach the peak of level 8, let alone level 9, level 10 or even level 11. As for whether he can make his strength go further by relying on the luck of the country, Su Jia temporarily puts a question mark. After all, Su Jia has not tried such a way of cultivation. And Su Jia became the leader of a force, and the master of the universe just for resources, and to make others happy. He never thought of relying on that luck to improve his strength. In fact, Su Jia doesn't like the feeling of being bound. Because once you use luck to cultivate, it means that when the land you protect is destroyed, your strength will also drop a lot. Su Jia wants that kind of unrestrained feeling more. In other words, even if the Galactic Empire and the 10,000 races hall he just built are all destroyed, at least Su Jia is still intact. At the same time, now Su Jia also has the Pure Land. Even if the Galactic Empire is destroyed, Su Jia has the confidence to recover it. Recover all the souls and undead. Don't look at him, Su Jia has not returned to the Galactic Empire so far. That's just because he is afraid of being discovered on the way back. But the Galactic Empire is his real territory. The will of heaven in the area of the Galactic Empire has long been his. Su Jia. In other words, even if the Galactic Empire continues to expand, as long as it is labeled as the Galactic Empire, he, Su Jia, has the ability to control all living beings in the Galactic Empire and enter the Pure Land world. Because he, Su Jia, is the will of the Galactic Empire. Absolute will. Thinking of this, Su Jia looked at the princess in front of him and thought of another possibility. As a princess of Beiwang City, even if that auction was under the control of another powerful force. But as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Whatever the princess wanted before, she could probably get from the inside. Right? And even if she couldn't, she wouldn't come in person. Then, the princess in front of him couldn't have come just to say those two words to Alice? To be honest, Su Jia didn't think Alice, or her brother, had this face. So, is there a possibility? The princess in front of him came for him. Su Jia? As soon as this thought came to mind, Su Jia wanted to smile bitterly, and shook his head to show that he was too narcissistic. As a result, under Su Jia's somewhat surprised gaze, the princess suddenly turned around and asked with a cold face, "Are you Su Jia?" Su Jia was a little surprised when this was said, and then nodded calmly. And the princess continued to ask, "If you tell me the truth, I will ensure that you leave Beiwang City safely." After saying this, Su Jia obviously thought of something and showed a playful smile. After getting Su Jia's affirmative response, the eldest princess asked seriously, "Did you prescribe the medicine yourself? Does your prescription really work? Can you see the problem with me?" When the second prince of the East King City had just left, and there was no one else nearby, the eldest princess of the North King City directly took out a magic weapon that could block other people's detection, and asked all the questions in one breath. Both Alice and Greta were a little nervous. Greta's nervousness was obviously because she was afraid that Su Jia was really fake. His sister Alice's illness would not be relieved. And the princess she was loyal to would not get a solution. The reason why Alice was nervous was that she was afraid to hear Su Jia's denial. Even though Su Jia had made a heavenly oath with him, who could guarantee that no one could evade it? Although it is said that until now, no one below level 10 has been able to evade the punishment of the heavenly oath. It's better to be safe than sorry. After all, Alice has no other hope. Su Jia's prescription is her last hope. Su Jia did not disappoint others and spoke directly. "Is it true or false? You will know after the experiment. As for your problem, bloodline power, over-reliance. To be honest, I don't understand why people with your personality rely so much on the power of bloodline. And it's very strange. Many people want to rely on but can't. But you can rely on it so much. Can you tell me the truth?" After hearing this, Wang Yuyan, the eldest princess of the Northern King City, sighed and spoke softly after taking a deep look at Su Jia. "Are you sure you want to know everything? This is a very dangerous thing. And you actually saw the problem with my body. So you must help me." Su Jia nodded without comment, although he had no obligation to help the person in front of him. But to be honest, the character of this princess was quite to his liking. It's not a bad idea to help her. As for threats, Jia is not afraid. After all, Jia just wants to hide his identity and strength to gain experience. It doesn't mean that Jia will be bullied. At worst, Jia will be destroyed. Kill all the people who make him angry. And then change to another planet. From that planet. From another force. From another region. And start from scratch. Therefore, Jia was very confident. The princess was obviously a little surprised by Jia's temperament. But soon she told the truth. If that's the case, I will tell you everything. At the same time, you and I must make a vow to the heaven afterwards. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. When the princess saw that Jia still listened calmly even after she said such words, she continued to speak. You should also know that there are 4 kings in this area. But just 15 years ago, my father, the Northern King, once returned seriously injured. In this competition for the throne of King Shui, my father declared that he would concentrate on cultivation and no longer interfere excessively in matters of royal power. But in fact, my father has already stepped half a foot into the gates of hell. As for why, a wallpaper approaching level 11 can still burst out with level 11 combat power in critical situations. I can only give a brief overview. Our world is being eroded by an alien god, and my father is one of the attackers. No one else knows about this, because you should also know the human nature, even if there are foreign enemies. But humans will always start a civil war. If others knew that the Northern King, who was in charge of the Northern King city, was close to death, within a year, the other 3 kings would devour all the areas of my Northern King city at a terrifying speed. Even if the other 3 kings understood the threat of the foreign god, a powerful foreign god who was infinitely close to level 15. Even if he only projected a part of his power, he could easily kill a strong man of level 11. My father also broke out at a critical moment. So he returned with a breath. And the reason why I came to see you today is also for my own purpose. You should have seen that I have grown up relying on the power of blood since I was born. In fact, when I was 5 years old, I got rid of this dependence. I was ready to rely on my own insights to embark on the path of cultivation and strive to surpass my father. But you also know, after all, I have already said it. That is when I was 5 years old and ready to no longer rely on the power of blood and walk my own path. I returned with serious injuries. After that, maybe others are unwilling to mention it. Or my brothers and sisters know in their hearts that my royal family has a secret method. It's not a very powerful secret method. But if it is a method that increases the power of blood to the limit, it can allow the superior to borrow the body to revive. And this is the route I took. Raise the blood power I got from my father to the limit. Then let my father take over my body and be reborn. This time, I came to you to seek a prescription. I already know the problem of the Greta family. That is, Miss Alice in front of me. If the prescription you prescribe can solve her problem, then I think you should be able to solve the problem of blood shackles in my body. As for my brothers, humph! My father gave them everything. But he didn't think about giving back. And even wanted to bite back. And turned to fight for power, with the help of the King of the South. Ridiculous. After the words of the princess in front of him, Jia also understood roughly. It can only be said that this is a filial son. It is probably because he thought that the Northern King city can be without the princess. But it cannot be without the Northern King. To be honest, this realization moved Jia a little. At the same time, a trace of disgust was born towards the Northern King. Jia thought that he was not a good thing. But Jia thought that he was still better than the Northern King. After all, how could a father in the world think of taking over the body of his own children? Well, there are such people. And there are quite a few. There are even some strong people who give birth to offspring specifically, just to kill the offspring for the future blood fusion. As for the princess's plea, it was just right. Or maybe the girl was lucky. And Jia really had a similar method. It's better to say that Jia is an absolute strongman who is infinitely close to level 12. He also has 2 superpowers, and can even fight 100 top powers of the Northern King at the same time. Therefore, Jia's background is very terrifying. But Jia is also thinking about whether he should help this. After all, if he establishes a friendship with this princess, he is still very happy to help. But obviously, if he wants to help the princess in front of him, then the princess will die. On the contrary, the Northern King, who he doesn't like very much, will be resurrected. Although Sujia also has the ability to find a way to get the princess out of the Pure Land after she dies. But that is also very difficult. After all, before the world consciousness and heaven are controlled, it takes a huge price to get a soul. And the princess in front of him doesn't seem to be worth such a big price. After all, at the same price, Sujia can still summon a lot of people queuing in the Pure Land. But sometimes, you can't use value to measure a person too much. But to be honest, Sujia hates this kind of blindly loyal people. But he also likes this kind of people. In other words, Sujia likes those who are blindly loyal to him. And if the princess in front of him is willing to be loyal to him in the future after repaying the grace of giving birth, then Sujia is still very happy to help the princess in front of him. But as a princess of a country, will she really do this? And before Sujia shows his true strength, will she really be willing to be loyal to him? Let alone loyalty. Who can guarantee, after saving her father, the princess of this country is still alive? Will she do similar stupid things again in the future? If she does similar stupid things again, then the price Sujia paid will not be in vain? After a simple thought, Sujia suddenly sneered in his heart. He doesn't believe in human nature. Li Hao alone is enough to gamble on human nature. This Wang Yuyan is not qualified. But why does he have to let this princess be loyal to him openly? Isn't the Northern King a strongman close to level 11? Even the immortal emperor of the Xiaoxian world seems to be one step away from level 11. And in front of him, Sujia is likely to directly gain a level 11 subordinate. And he is still very loyal. If you want to say why, the reason is very simple. Sujia can completely prescribe medicine for this princess. Help the princess break the shackles of blood. And then let this princess be possessed by his father. After taking over the body, things that Sujia was interested in, or plans, came one after another. In Sujia's view, a person who killed his own child and daughter was not worthy of loyalty to him. There is no value comparison in life. The weight of one person's life is equal to the weight of all people's lives. Of course, it is also possible that Sujia has the Pure Land in his hands. So he equates one person's life with the lives of 10,000 people. But other people don't have the Pure Land. And perhaps they are still a little bit off from other practical ideas. But in any case, Sujia feels that what he did is not so evil. That's enough. In other words, the princess of the Northern King in front of him was used as a medicine by Sujia. After combining with other medicinal ingredients, the princess of Beiwang City will be made into a human-type pill with independent thinking. When Beiwang City takes over the body of the princess of Beiwang in front of him, it will also complete the last step of alchemy. Rather than saying it is alchemy, it is better to say it is to refine an attacking loyal puppet. And the moment Beiwang City takes over his daughter's body, that is, the moment the puppet is completed, at that time, both the princess of Beiwang City and the soul of the Beiwang will be wiped out instantly. Then only an empty shell with empty memories will remain. Because of the memory, he can perfectly play the former identity. But because he has lost his soul, his Sujia's order is everything to this puppet. Thinking of this, Sujia suddenly spoke gently. Your Highness, I will make a heavenly oath with you. I will help you solve your problem. But at the same time, I also have a request. In fact, Sujia did not have any request at all. After all, a puppet with potential or destined to reach level 11 was the biggest reward for him. Sujia. But in order not to let the princess in front of him have any suspicion or doubt him, Sujia still stated his request. After all, he did not want any reward. That is a saint. If Sujia really did not want it, it was inevitable that Sujia was afraid that the princess in front of him would think about it. Therefore, after seeing the princess of the Northern Dynasty, Wang Yuyan nodded gently. Sujia also spoke frankly. If I complete the mission of Her Royal Highness Princess, then after this time, I need Her Royal Highness Princess, or His Majesty the King of the North at that time, to equip me with 3 guards to protect my safety in future travels. I am a wanderer. I like to travel around. At the same time, I also want to improve myself, the knowledge and techniques of alchemy. But I am really weak. Therefore, I wonder if Her Royal Highness Princess can fulfill my wish. Obviously, Sujia's request is not only not excessive, but even a little too simple. But is it really too simple? After all, Sujia asked for 3 guards to serve as his bodyguards. This means that the Northern King City will lose 3 powerful fighters. But is this really just Sujia asking for too much? The princess of the northern king city obviously has some political acumen. And she agreed without even thinking about it. It seems that the request is not high. But it is actually very high. But it seems that the request is very exaggerated. Even asking too much. But in fact it has only benefits for them. After all, the purpose of the 3 guards is only to protect Su Jie. Not to be loyal to Su Jie. And for their northern king city. It is equivalent to keeping track of a miracle doctor at all times. Of course, whether Su Jie in front of him is really a miracle doctor, he still needs to prescribe a prescription. Just when the princess of Beiwang City was going to give Su Jie some time to study her physical problems. But after hearing the response of the princess of Beiwang City, Su Jie suddenly smiled mysteriously and took out a recipe for a pill from his storage bag. The princess of Beiwang City also stared at the recipe Su Jie handed over in a daze. Your Majesty, I happen to have a recipe that can solve your Majesty's problem. Is it really useful? I am very confident. Your Majesty, just try it. The princess of Beiwang City looked at the medicinal materials that were not considered noble. It also came with a very detailed technique. Obviously, the princess of Beiwang City was very shocked. At the same time, the princess of Beiwang City could not help but speak. Now I just need to take this recipe to find medicinal materials. And then find alchemy paper to refine it? But Su Jie shook his head and chuckled. Princess, you are joking. Others may be able to refine it. But the effect is not as good as 1/10 of mine. Therefore, if your Majesty finds the medicinal materials, please invite me to personally refine the elixir for the princess and His Majesty the King of the North. After this, the princess of Beiwang City understood it calmly. At the same time, no one noticed. Or the two of them didn't see it at all. At this time, both AI's intention and the expression of the young man Greta were very shocked and ecstatic. Because when Su Jie so confidently opened the recipe for the princess of a country, and said that he would make the elixir himself, this is no less than Su Jie's personal statement that he has real skills. Otherwise, he would not say that he would make the elixir himself. If he Su Jie is fake, then if he can't make the elixir at that time, won't he be executed? But it is precisely because of Su Jie's confidence that the brother and sister are very sure that Su Jie must have some real skills. Although they don't understand why an ordinary person can make such a powerful elixir. This also proves it. They made the right bet. They didn't distrust Su Jie before they drove him away. That was really great. After the discussion, the princess of Beiwang City did not force the dog to follow him, and put Su Jie under house arrest because of Su Jie's influence. At the same time, because of Su Jie's previous confident speech, the princess of Beiwang City knew that Su Jie was her most important partner at the moment. Therefore, after thinking about it, the princess of Beiwang City directly handed over her personal maid to Su Jie. Xiaoyu, from today on, you are responsible for guarding Mr. Su Jie's safety. The girl whose name was called was a short-haired girl, and the girl was obviously dressed in a capable manner. Of course, the girl seemed very unhappy at the moment. After all, in the girl's view, protecting the princess was her own responsibility. But what if she was asked to protect a man she had never seen before? Even if the man was handsome. So what? After all, she had already given her heart to the princess. But even though she was extremely reluctant, the princess seemed to see that her personal maid, Xiaoyu, who actually treated her as her own sister, was so unhappy. And she comforted her softly in the future. Don't worry. It won't take too long. I will definitely bring you to my side. But as soon as these words came out, the girl named Xiaoyu said unwillingly with a crying voice, But Sister Yuyan, if you succeed, you will definitely die. Now Xiaoyu really sees you one day less. Obviously, this girl named Xiaoyu knows everything. The eldest princess sighed lightly, but did not say much. And Xiaoyu just complained lightly, and did not intend to disobey the order of her master. Su Jie was a little curious about this. Why are you so obsessed with dying? Obviously, this statement is disrespectful. After all, the princess of Beiwang City wants to save her father. Even if we ignore this meaning, he is still the king of the north. If it were normal, this girl named Xiaoyu would definitely scold Su Jie harshly. Why did she scold Su Jie for being so disrespectful? He dared to say such words that would make him want to be beheaded. But this time, Xiaoyu was surprisingly quiet. After all, to a certain extent, Su Jie also spoke out Xiaoyu's thoughts. Yes, Xiaoyu is just the eldest princess's personal maid. Not to mention that the eldest princess has raised her as her own sister since she was a child. And the so-called king of the north, even if he is the father of the eldest princess, is too far away. After taking a deep look at Su Jie, Wang Yuyan, the princess of the North King City, actually said words that only a royal family could say, speaking of parent-child affection. To be honest, the affection between my father and me is very shallow. Of course, there is some, and it is not too little. But compared to the father-daughter affection in the folk, it is indeed much less. However, I still dare to say that among all the children, my relationship with my father is the best. At the same time, regardless of friendship, I only recognize one thing. If my father dies, the entire Beiwang city and the people of my Beiwang city will suffer from war. The other 3 king cities will definitely not do anything. Our Beiwang city will rise again after the death of the Beiwang. Obviously, this princess of Beiwang city, this princess pays more attention to the interests of the country. Or so to say, this princess, who is heroic and like a female general, cares more about the lives of the people. To be honest, the words of the princess made Su Jie's favorability towards him increase a little. To put it bluntly, isn't Su Jie's 10,000 clans hall full of people like the princess? She cares about the people. Therefore, Su Jie suddenly raised his eyebrows and spoke in a bewitching voice. If I say, I can not only open the shackles of your bloodline, I can also help you swallow your father, so that your strength will be improved and surpass your father, then what will you think? What will you choose? To be honest, when Su Jie said this, everyone present except Alice began to tremble with fear. Even the princess of the Northern King City looked at Su Jie in amazement. Obviously, she never expected Su Jie to suddenly burst out with such a shocking statement. It should be clear that this sentence alone is enough. The Northern King's Imperial Guard slaughtered Su Jie's 9 clans 8 times. Of course, whether the few Imperial Guards of the Northern King City can do it is another matter. And Su Jie said this just to think about whether to let this Northern King Great Wall Girl take the lead of the puppet, or to leave some of the soul of the princess of the Northern King City sealed in the body at that time. Of course, the premise is that you will not let Beiwang City perish, and you will not find anything. At that time, this princess will become the new Beiwang of Beiwang City step by step without knowing that she has been controlled by Su Jie. After being stunned for a long time, Wang Yuyan, the princess of Beiwang City, looked at Su Jie deeply. Then she suddenly spoke. I don't know how a mortal like you can be so confident to say such a shocking statement. I don't know how a mortal like you can make such a heaven-defying elixir. But I hope you won't mention the speech just now again. Today I can pretend that I didn't hear it. Obviously, this princess, the princess of Beiwang City, did not commit the act of patricide. But this makes Su Jie appreciate it even more. But this kind of blind loyalty is still the same. Su Jie doesn't like it for others. But if it's for him, then he can accept it. But soon, Su Jie thought of an idea. It's better to say it's a strong desire. He has to find a way to make the princess of the Northern King City owe him a great favor. This guy doesn't care about anything. Only thinks about repaying the favor first. And then cares about the people of the world. The guy who puts himself in the 3rd place at the end is undoubtedly the subordinate that Su Jie needs most. But at the same time, Su Jie was also a little troubled. How could he make the princess of Beiwang City owe him a great favor? It would be better to say that now. To a certain extent, he already owed her a great favor. After all, the princess pretended not to hear his speech that the 9 clans would be exterminated. This matter was temporarily taken over the auction venue. And it finally began. The next moment, countless people were also looking forward to it, watching the auction on the booth. The host came to the center of the venue with an auction item. It started. It started. It's finally going to start. Countless people began to concentrate. Even the eldest princess of Beiwang City, Wang Yuyan, was a little more alert. After all, the eldest princess also got the prescription from Su Jie. And the medicinal materials on it were those that he had not asked about the auction before. Therefore, whether there would be any useful prescriptions in the auction, even the eldest princess did not know. So she had to pay special attention. Even the Beiwang did not have everything. The treasure house was also full of precious medicinal materials for cultivation. And the prescription that Su Jie gave her contained many things that the eldest princess had never heard of. The next moment, the charming host of the auction venue also spoke. Fellow Taoists, this first auction item is the sword of kingly Tao. It was the life weapon of a general in the youth battlefield. The meeting continued. There were also many things in the picture that Su Jie was interested in. But overall, there were no treasures that were too shocking. But by chance, there was an auction of medicinal herbs, which was exactly what the princess needed. It was also one of the herbs in the prescription that Su Jie had prescribed. And the princess left soon. It seemed that she was going back to the spaceship to prepare the spirit stones. At the same time, she was also preparing for the rest of the auction. Round after round of auctions passed. And during this time, the second prince of Dongwang City came over again at some point. But the second generation prince's face didn't seem very good. It seemed that the second prince also knew that he had just shown cowardly behavior in front of the princess of Beiwang City, and felt a little ashamed. But what happened has already happened. No matter how brave the second prince is, it still can't change the fact that the second prince just gave in front of the princess. This also makes the manuscript true. And a little curious. The princess seemed to have done something to the second prince in the painting. They fought. But the ending was obvious. The second prince was defeated badly. From this point of view, the princess also has a ruthless character. At least other princesses and princes of fallen countries would still think about something. But it is estimated that this princess has already prepared for death. So she doesn't pay too much attention to these. It seems that in the eyes of the princess, she is thinking of using her own life to save her father. Therefore, even if she offends some people, it is reasonable. It is reasonable to cause some trouble to her father. To be honest, it can be regarded as a daughter's last act of pampering and causing trouble for her father before she dies. To be honest, it is not a good feeling to ask Su Jie to be powerless. But at present, Su Jie is still clear that if he wants, he can definitely save the life of this princess. Even, not to mention the so-called Northern King, Su Jie can save him. As for the current princess, she has not given him any answer. In the end, will she cooperate with the princess to kill the Northern King? Or will there be any other way? Su Jie is waiting for the princess's answer. Is the other party a filial son or a filial son? The two words are the same, but their meanings are completely different. However, as Su Jie was thinking, an accident suddenly occurred at the auction venue. Or this auction is not complete. It is a fixed auction process. And many people will find the master of the treasure appraisal office to appraise the treasures along the way. Then pay the passing amount. Put your treasure into the auction. Therefore, the medicinal herbs that Alice needed, which even the princess thought would not appear, were displayed in front of the venue of the 8th auction item. It was a red fruit. It was one of the 3 medicinal herbs that Alice needed and could not find in the end. However, this fruit is useful to many people. The fruit is called the body refining fruit. The red color should be used to refine blood and blood. Of course, the treasure that the princess used to refine blood had other treasures, so it was not needed. But this played a vital role in the seal on Alice. Therefore, when Alice saw the red fruit that appeared at the auction venue, she was immediately excited. At the same time, countless people were excited. After all, Alice was just thinking about breaking the seal. But no one knew that after Alice broke the seal, she would reach level 11 in a short time. At worst, she would reach the peak of level 10. But for others, isn't it so precious? Although the effect is definitely not as perverted and exaggerated as Alice's. After all, Alice broke the seal and harvested her father's legacy. Leading others to use this red fruit can also improve their own qualifications. It is important to know that in this world of cultivation, the most difficult thing to improve in this cultivation is the qualification limit. Level strength and skills. You can work hard to improve. Only the upper limit of qualifications cannot be exchanged for hard work. Therefore, even the second prince was slightly tempted. The next moment, when the female auctioneer at the auction venue took out the rose-red fruit, Alice wanted to bid directly. But Su Jie suddenly stopped her. This made Alice frown with some confusion and complete incomprehension. Why stop me from bidding? Isn't the body refining fruit the medicinal herb primer I need? Before Su Jie could say anything, the second prince, who was embarrassed in front of the princess, suddenly spoke. Miss Alice, do you want the rose-red fruit? The body refining fruit that improves qualifications and bloodline. I think Miss Alice doesn't have much savings. Right? How about this? This prince will take a picture for you. As soon as these words came out, Alice frowned. Su Jie glanced coldly at the second prince of Dongwang City at this time, and said directly, No need. As soon as these words came out, the second prince of Dongwang City's face turned cold. To be honest, He didn't like Su Jia in front of him. Originally, he just thought he was a servant beside Alice. As a result, although the sound and mental detection here were blocked just now, the second prince still saw that this mortal was actually chatting and laughing with the eldest princess. In addition, Su Jia casually stopped Alice in front of him. And she was so obedient. This obviously made the second prince feel a little worried. But more of it was anger. In his opinion, who exactly is Su Jia? Even if he is a powerful genius, he is just a waste and a mortal without the qualifications to practice. Why dare to treat me like this? Why dare to talk to me like this? The next moment, the auctioneer next to him directly made an offer. And someone else also offered a price of 30,000 spirit stones. The second prince also sneered in his heart at this time, thinking that you are capable. Aren't you? I'll auction the things off. And then I'll see whether Alice will beg you or me. The next moment, the second prince raised his hand directly. It was also a generous offer. I'll give you 50,000. At the same time, the second prince also smiled confidently, looked at Alice, and said softly, Miss Alice, if it is auctioned, I will definitely give it to you. Hearing this, Alice's eyes flashed with disgust. Obviously, she didn't want to have anything to do with the second prince of Dongwon City. She was wondering whether to give up. After all, the appearance of this medicinal material proved that there must be other places. But at this moment, Su Jia raised his auction number slowly and spoke softly. I'll give you 100,000. As soon as this action appeared, Alice was stunned. She couldn't help but look at Su Jia. And at the same time, she slightly pulled the corner of Su Jia's clothes and roared in a low voice. Are you crazy? I only have 100,000 spirit stones on me. If I spend all the money just by auctioning this body refining fruit, what should I do with the remaining herbs? This scene, in the eyes of others, or in the eyes of the second prince, is like two couples flirting. And the girlfriend also feels sorry for her boyfriend because of his generous spending. Such a look immediately made the second prince gnash his teeth in anger. He glanced at Su Jia coldly. It was obvious that the second prince did not put his resentment on Alice. On the contrary, all his anger was involuntarily directed at Su Jia. At the same time, the second prince also slammed the table and raised the auction number directly and roared. I'll offer 200,000 spirit stones. I lack everything in Dongwon City, but I don't lack spirit stones for cultivation. Such competition has shocked everyone in the audience. Obviously, the body refining fruit is valuable, but its total value is only 150,000 spirit stones. Now it's over 50,000. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is enough to cultivate for more than a year. This is an extremely extravagant behavior. After all, it should be clear that the extra 50,000 is not 50,000 yuan, but 50,000 spirit stones. It's enough to support a level 5 cultivator to cultivate for a year without stopping. And Su Jia's next speech shocked everyone again. I'll give you 300,000. When this was said, countless people looked at him sideways and wondered in their hearts who this unfamiliar person was. At the same time, many people could not detect the level of cultivation in Su Jia's body. So they began to speculate whether Su Jia's cultivation was too high, so they couldn't see Su Jia's depth. In fact, this group of people were not wrong. But the second prince seemed to see through other people's thoughts and sneered immediately. A mere mortal is so arrogant. I don't believe you have so many spirit stones in your hand. However, Su Jia didn't take it seriously at all and waved his hand casually. Okay, if you don't have money to raise the price, shut up. To be honest, Su Jia thought this kid was funny, so he wanted to tease him. It was precisely because of Su Jia's words that the veins on the head of the second prince of Dongwon City popped up, and he stretched out 5 fingers and spoke in a heavy and powerful voice. I'll pay 500,000 spirit stones. The whole audience was in an uproar. A body refining fruit worth only 150,000 spirit stones is now directly overpriced at 350,000. It is conceivable that the person who took out this body refining fruit must have laughed crazy behind the scenes. But Su Jia suddenly shut up and stopped talking. The second prince of Dongwon City also smiled at this moment. Obviously, the second prince felt that he had won. So he immediately opened his heart and showed off. Miss Alice, I think you should not get too close to such a person who has no money but pretends to be rich. Don't you need this body refining fruit? Don't worry. I will give it to you after the transaction. After hearing what the second prince said, Alice's face flashed with disgust. And she also looked at Sujia with some resentment. It's all your fault for provoking him. If I accepted the fruit, the favor I owed would be 500,000 spirit stones. Obviously, if this body-refining fruit was auctioned for 150,000, then their family would only have to pay 150,000 to repay the favor. But now, the price has been raised so high that their family has to return the gift if they want it. A treasure worth 500,000. Overall, it is a great loss for their Greta family. Although Alice has made up her mind that she will never accept any gift from the second prince of the East King City. If she accepts, there will be constant trouble in the future, and the other party will definitely entangle her. A prince from the South King City is enough to give her a headache. If there is another second prince from the East King City, then she really doesn't know what to do. But to be honest, Alice's appearance is really rare in the world. No one of the princes of the two major king cities want to compete for Alice's attention. As for whether the two princes really liked Alice's appearance, or coveted the unknown power in Alice's body, only the two princes knew it in their hearts. But in any case, the second prince auctioned off the body-refining fruit at a high premium of 500,000. But Sujia suddenly chuckled at this time. The body-refining fruit is usually not harvested only one. According to what I know, once this thing is discovered, there will be at least 10 plants. Do you want to make a bet? Alice. When the auctioneer behind the scenes saw that his body-refining fruit could be sold at such a high price, he would definitely not be able to hold back and auction off the remaining iron-refining fruits on his hand. This training fruit is usually hard to find. But if you can find it, there will definitely be no less than 10 of them. This is a well-known common sense. At the same time, the reason why Sujia was so confident was because his strength was stronger than everyone present. Therefore, Sujia had sensed through his perception that the young man, who was ecstatic behind the scenes, had already taken out the other two body-refining fruits, and was hesitating whether to auction them. Therefore, Sujia was so confident. When the second prince heard what Sujia said, his face suddenly fell. The cold and gloomy eyes made Sujia almost laugh out loud. As expected, sometimes the powerful people fight occasionally. This kind of immature kid is quite interesting. The next moment, the excited voice of the female auctioneer came from the auction below. Good news. After seeing that the body-refining fruit is so popular, the seller behind us specially took out the second body-refining fruit for auction. This is the last body-refining gemstone. The higher the bid, the more virtuous it is. The starting price is 100,000 spirit stones. Obviously, the seller behind the scenes thought that Sujia and the second prince had such a fierce auction. But in the end only one person snatched it away. So the remaining person must also need the iron-refining fruit very much. And at the same time, he was very unwilling. Therefore, the seller thought about taking it out again. And this time, the elevator fruit was obviously tailor-made for Sujia. Alice was also immediately delighted. At this time, the second prince's face was not very good, although he had a need for the iron-refining fruit. In fact, the iron-refining fruit did not have much effect on him. This thing is just very difficult to find in normal times. The effect is just SOSO. Very ordinary. As we all know, the reason why the second prince snatched the body-refining fruit from Sujia was just to compete with Sujia. He didn't want Sujia to get this body-refining fruit. Now, he has spent a huge price to buy the first body-refining fruit. Can he really watch Sujia get the second body-refining fruit at a lower price? The sunk cost is too high. So the second prince thought that even if it disgusted Sujia, he would raise the price a little. The next moment, before Sujia spoke, the second prince raised his hand and said coldly, "I'll pay 300,000. Alice's face, which had just been happy, suddenly became embarrassed. And the second prince also looked at Sujia with a sneer on his face, waiting for Sujia to speak. He had already made up his mind. As long as Sujia was offered, even if he only offered about 10,000 spirit stones, he would stop. As a result, he waited and waited until the second prince became impatient and looked at Sujia fiercely. Later, he saw Sujia spread his hands and shrugged with a bit of amusement. "Why are you looking at me? I don't plan to buy it." Alice was a little anxious, but Sujia patted her head directly to make her quiet down. Alice was surprisingly obedient, although she felt a little aggrieved and wanted it very much. She didn't continue to speak. This scene directly made the second prince angry. Not to mention that he was tricked again and was cheated of 300,000 spirit stones. The intimate behavior between Sujia and Alice was enough to make the second prince's blood boil. What made the second prince angry the most was that Alice did not resist at all. As if Sujia patted her head and felt at ease, and it was a normal thing. Although he is a royal family. Although he is only a royal family of the East King Field. Not a royal family of the North King Field. But no matter what, he is still a royal family. But in fact, in the four major families, like the Greta family, the strength and status of some particularly important people are actually not lower than those of the royal families. Therefore, the second prince did not say anything offensive to Alice. But despite this, the second prince was almost pissed off. What made him even angrier was that, then, after he auctioned off the second body-hunting fruit, the auctioneer below actually spoke again. Our seller has discovered that the body-refining fruit is still so popular. Now he has decided to take out the last body-refining fruit that the seller originally intended to use for himself, with a starting price of 150,000, while constantly raising the price. It was obvious that the seller behind him was also thinking about raising the price a little bit. Whether he wanted it or not, he would use it for himself. At this time, the second prince really hesitated. He was really pissed off by the seller behind the body-refining fruit. But now, he was also thinking about one thing. Should he auction the third body-refining fruit? Again, the total value of the body-refining fruit is only 150,000. He would not lose money if he auctioned it directly. But the starting price was 150,000. So he had to increase the price a little. As a member of the royal family, he certainly could not increase the lowest price by 10,000. That would be too embarrassing. But if he continued to spend too much, wouldn't it be a bit of a loss? However, at this moment, Sujia spoke before him. I'll offer 150,000 spirit stones. Obviously, Sujia didn't have so many concerns. He started the auction directly at the lowest price. The second prince was really about to explode with anger at this time. How could he allow Sujia to trade at such a low minimum cost? However, the second prince, who was about to speak, hesitated again. The same question. Is it worth it? Will he be cheated by Sujia again? What if Sujia shuts up as soon as he raises the price? He is not the prince. And he does not have too much money in his pocket. He has already taken out so many spirit stones. If he consumes too much again, he may not have much resources left for cultivation this year. But he really didn't want to let Sujia bid for the body-refining fruit at such a low price. The next moment, the second prince decided. He wanted to gamble. He wanted to gamble. This was the last fruit. At worst, if he doesn't need it, he can give it to the prince, his elder brother, as a favor. It just so happens that the remaining 200,000 spirit stones in his hand are enough. Therefore, the second prince chuckled under Alice's complaining gaze. You are so slow in raising the price. I will offer 200,000. This made countless people sigh. Not only did they sigh at the second prince's generosity, but they also sighed that the second prince was really a bold person. Of course, as to whether others think the second prince is a bold person or a narrow-minded person, it depends on the specifics. But the reality is that the third body-refining fruit that appeared was still auctioned off by the second prince. However, the second prince looked at the people around him, exclaimed and envied, and his inner loss of balance and anger also eased a little. His heart was already swirling, which could be regarded as buying an emotional value for himself. And the prince also smiled, and looked at Sujia with a proud look. That look clearly said that if you have the ability, you can bid. Anyway, this prince will only raise the price this time. At the same time, the second prince also wanted to find Alice. He said that he would definitely leave a body-refining fruit for Alice. As a result, the second prince looked around but couldn't find Alice. Just when the second prince was confused, not too long later, Alice suddenly held a red fruit and happily jumped over. The fiery red hair looked particularly gorgeous while jumping. It also reflected Alice's lively personality. At the same time, Alice's sweet voice came. Sujia! Sujia! You really guessed it right. The seller actually still had the body-refining fruit in his hand. And he sold me one for 100,000. While trotting, Alice came to the dog and happily took out the body-refining fruit and presented it. The second prince almost popped his eyes out when he saw this scene. No wonder he couldn't find Alice for a while. It turned out that this guy was instigated by Sujia to run to the auction venue. And then, he had a private transaction with the seller of the body-refining fruit. It was as if he had become the clown of the whole place. Although no one else had much reaction, the second prince was still keenly aware that everyone who saw this scene was holding back their laughter. It was just that they didn't dare to show it openly because of his noble status as the second prince. The second prince, with a sullen face, didn't laugh until the end of the auction. But he had to admit that this guy was worthy of being the son of a king. Before leaving, this guy even said that if Alice was interested in the future, she could come to visit him at any time. If there was any help needed, he would definitely do his best. I don't know how to describe how a dog licks to this extent. Of course, this is probably the last bit of dignity that the 12th prince left for himself. Su Jie just wanted to amuse the child, and didn't want to make him collapse. Therefore, there was no ridicule or mockery in the end. Of course, perhaps it was because of Su Jie's arrogant attitude that made the second prince tremble with anger. But in the end, the second prince still maintained his dignity and composure. To a certain extent, it can be regarded as saving his life. Because if the second prince suddenly attacked at this time, Alice would definitely not be able to save Su Jie. And Su Jie had to show his strength. Then the price is, Su Jie only has two ways to choose. Leave this world directly, or kill everyone present. Therefore, the second prince could hold back, which can be regarded as saving everyone's life. Of course, when the second prince left, he did not forget to glance at Su Jie with a sinister look. That look clearly said, "Wait for me. I will definitely kill you if I have a chance." Of course, Su Jie naturally did not even look at him. At the same time, looking at the three-dimensional fruit that Alice gave him, Su Jie was also a little absent-minded. To be honest, it has not been a short time since he came here. I really don't know how Li Hao is doing now. Has his own 10,000 races hall conquered the world of spirit tools? It seems that he has to speed up here, at least in the short term. We must find a way to break through to level 12, or even level 13. At the same time, while quickly increasing the level, we must find a way to swallow the world master of this world. This world master has reached the powerful level 15, which can be said to be the first life form under the ancient gods. Yes, that's right. The ancient gods who are beyond the mundane world, not in the three realms, not in the five elements, are only a level 16 creature. But in other words, it's just like the world where Hong Yi is. The gap between ordinary humans and newcomers with new human bodies is indescribable. In other words, no matter how many level 15 masters there are, it is difficult to defeat the level 16 masters. But Su Jie, has this opportunity. The reason comes from the Pure Land. It also comes from his Hook, who has been cultivating his ancient god body until now. If he hadn't just thought about cultivating his ancient god body, he wouldn't have only been at the peak of level 11. But in other words, as long as he can reach level 13, he will have some confidence to fight with the 15th level world master. And then, he will swallow the super large world formed by the fusion of several large planets. After swallowing the world that is more than 5 times larger than the world of cultivation, he has the confidence to improve his strength to level 14, or even level 15. Even if he can't reach level 15, he can return to the Galactic Empire openly. After death, his Pure Land will be completely expanded to the range of the cableway of the Galactic Empire. Then by then, Su Jie, will be a level 15. As for the path of the ancient god in episode 16, Su Jie, has already thought about it. The promotion route he is going to take is very simple. Find an ancient god to fight. Sublimate in the battle. As long as Su Jie, does not die within 3 moves. After 3 moves, Su Jie, will definitely be able to achieve the power of the ancient god. Yes, that's right. Compared to other energy stacking or upper limits. Bottlenecks. Want to become a life form of level 16. Want to become a powerful existence similar to the ancient god in the legend. A promotion ceremony is required. One of the very dangerous, but heroic promotion ceremonies is to choose an ancient god to fight with. If you survive 3 moves, you can achieve the power of a true god. And this true god is not the true god in the mouths of the backward natives of those small planets in the mortal world. This true god is the true god who truly masters the rules of the universe between the worlds. In other words, if Su Jie can kill all the ancient gods, then collect all the authority of the ancient gods, and this universe will be his home court. Hisujia can even write the rules of the universe and redefine cultivation. In other words, in the eyes of some ancient gods, no matter how strong you are, as long as he slightly revised some rules, you, a level 15 strongman, will instantly become a level 1 scum. This is why it is difficult for even more level 15 warriors to defeat a level 16 ancient god. But Sujia is different. Again, he has the surprise of the Pure Land. It is a great thing that transcends the world. In other words, do you really think that there is no such thing as the destination of the dead souls after death, such as the Pure Land, in this universe and this world? The answer is definitely yes. But Sujia has found a new rule, or one of the fragments of the rule that has not yet been perfected. Until now, Sujia is quite emotional. To be honest, the world where Hong Yi is, for him, really has too many surprises. At the same time, Hong Yi is also one of the most promising subordinates under his seat. Of course, the Frost Woman is also one of the most promising subordinates. With these two subordinates in hand, wait until Sujia achieves the title of True God. At that time, he will pull his instrument clone. That is, the Frost Woman and Hong Yi at the same time. This universe will be at your fingertips. The remaining step is to slowly conquer other universes until all observable universes are ruled. In the end, with his ideal, Sujia will completely bring all intelligent life to an absolute utopian world. All life will return to the Pure Land from birth. Those who are bored with the Pure Land can come to this real world and realize their life value. And people no longer need to fear death. If they feel that the world is too peaceful, they can simulate the experimental site and create a planet. Then let some people who want to suffer, who think their life is too good, and who want to suffer some hardships enter the planet for trial. Throw away all memories and move towards a new life. After that person dies, he will return to the real body again. In short, there are many ways. But these are all future visions after success. At present, Hisujia is still staying in this Beiwang city as an ordinary person, which is a bit sad. But it is precisely because of these beautiful future visions that Sujia can't help but feel a sense of urgency. Time is not much. Hisujia has been in control of the Pure Land for a long time. It is estimated that it will not take long for him, Sujia, to be discovered by the ancient gods. Then, the ancient gods, who also have similar abilities to the Pure Land, will definitely do everything they can to snatch the Pure Land world from him, Sujia. The current world is a failure in Sujia's view. Therefore, he needs to change it. The only proof of change is the Pure Land. If Sujia loses the Pure Land, then he will be worthless. Therefore, the sense of urgency is getting stronger and stronger. But Sujia also knows that some things cannot be rushed. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Sujia can be regarded as regaining his smile. At the same time, he looked at the auction venue, and several rounds of auctions were held before the meeting was adjourned. At the same time, Alice looked happy, counting it all. Alice only has 2 medicinal herbs left. Alice's brother, the young man Greta, has also asked the princess of the Northern King City for help. It is estimated that it will not take long to gather all the medicinal herbs. At that time, together with Alice, we will refine the herbs needed by the princess. Some of his early plans and goals have been completed. Of course, after returning, Sujia also made a direct request. Or Sujia proposed his own reward. He needs a method of cultivation. When Sujia made this request, Sujia thought Alice might be a little dissatisfied. The young man Greta would also be a little unhappy. After all, Sujia's previous attitude was obviously that of a saint who only wanted to help others and didn't want to ask for any reward. What was the result? After Sujia made his request, Sujia found that both the young men Greta and Alice were relieved. Obviously, in their eyes, in the eyes of this brother and sister, there is no one who does not seek return. What made Sujia laugh and cry was, originally, Sujia thought that if he gave him some cultivation techniques, he would be able to integrate and innovate. It doesn't have to be very important. As a result, that night, the young man Greta directly brought their family's family techniques. In the end, they only explained that within the techniques, they had set restrictions, and Sujia would not pass it on to others. At the same time, this technique also has no flaws, and there are no strange restrictions, so Sujia can practice it with confidence. Of course, Sujia could not practice the techniques given by others with confidence. Who knows if Sujia will become someone else's puppet after training? Although Sujia's current strength is not at level 13, it is impossible to make him a puppet. But you have to be careful about everything. However, Sujia couldn't help but sigh. And he was really generous to his brother and sister. Just sent the family's skills to him. But looking at the sneaky look of the brother and sister, it is estimated that they got it secretly. But this young man Greta has now opened his heart to him. Before, he was unwilling to believe in himself. But now, he has sent the skills to him without reservation. But again, this technique cannot be passed on to others. And it is estimated that this young man from Greta is very confident in himself. At the same time, Sujia's chest was cracked. And it was a dog method. To put it bluntly, he will be considered half of the Greta family in the future. Of course, the reason why this young man from Greta, or the future family, is so confident in himself is probably because he thinks that Sujia dares to deceive the Greta family. But he probably doesn't dare to deceive the princess, who is already vigorous and decisive. It is also because of this that this young man from the Greta family dares to hand over the technique to himself so confidently. Although he still can't understand it, Sujia is also sure there must be a backup plan in this technique. And Sujia definitely couldn't practice it completely. He just borrowed a little and started to study it. And Sujia's purpose was also very simple. Under the premise of using the Greta technique as a reference, he slowly understood the rules of all the cultivation techniques in this world. At the same time, he worked out the technique that was most suitable for his own practice. And Sujia laughed dumbly, because he found the reason why the young man Greta dared to give him the technique so confidently in the technique. It was actually quite simple. After practicing this technique, there was a fatal flaw. At the same time, this technique also had the ability to locate. In other words, in the future, after Sujia succeeds in cultivation, he will face some high-level members of the Greta family. Or in other words, there are only 3 or 5 people in such a large family. But it is these 3 or 5 people who can accurately expose him, who relies on the cultivation method given by the Greta family to succeed. In other words, if Sujia really does not have his own strength, and then practices the cultivation method given by the young man of the Greta family, if he fights with the young man of the Greta family in the future, within 3 moves, Sujia will be killed. At the same time, unless Sujia exceeds the strength of the young man of the Greta family by 3 levels, there is no possibility of not being killed. It's not that he will be killed, but that his cultivation will be temporarily sealed. At the same time, after practicing this technique, Sujia, will also be located by this young man, Greta. In other words, he can't run away. He can't fight. He can't run away because Sujia, is practicing this technique and will definitely be located in the future. He can't fight because once Sujia, fights with the young man, his cultivation will be sealed. Although the sealing time is not long. Once a fight occurs, your strength will suddenly drop a lot. Not to mention falling to 1 or 2 levels. Just slipping down 1 or 2 levels would probably be a disaster of life and death. It was reasonable. But Sujia still felt a little uncomfortable being treated like this. But thinking about how Sujia had treated the people of the Galactic Empire so far, wasn't he? Therefore, Sujia could understand the same feelings. But Sujia certainly couldn't pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, and deliberately practice these broken things. Since he had discovered the flaws, Sujia naturally couldn't practice them again. In addition, Sujia also believed that his own practice was definitely several times stronger than the so-called family practice of the Greta family. There is a saying that the great way is simple, or different paths lead to the same destination. Just like all the ways return to one. Sujia is familiar with many techniques, or has successfully practiced them. Even if the techniques of this world, or the rules of this world, are stronger than those of many other worlds. But as a level 11 strongman, he still has some experience. Soon, almost 3 days passed. After Sujia got the body refining fruit, the young man Greta also got the remaining 2 medicinal materials from the princess. When everything was ready, Sujia also came to a secret room for cultivation. It was full of spiritual energy. At this time, Sujia only allowed the young man Greta to watch from the side. After all, no matter how you say it, no one is watching. It is not convincing after all. This time, Sujia will refine the elixir, and after it is finished, it will be directly applied to Alice. Therefore, although no one is needed to assist, it is harmless for Sujia to watch. As for other people in the Greta family, or some senior officials, they also want to see how Sujia helps Alice break through the shackles. Even some senior officials of the Greta family are still circling whether to take the alchemist to remember this scene and steal Sujia's technology. However, this is all under Sujia's strong request, and under the prestige of the young Greta princess. Everyone is excluded, and those who originally bit the bullet and insisted that everything about Sujia was fake, and what kind of superb technology a mortal can have, were also beaten by the young Greta to calm down. To be honest, this young Greta was quite handsome when he exploded at the end. At least, he had the responsibility of a brother. After getting close to the eldest princess, this young Greta seemed to be one step closer to the position of the head of the family. Other senior members of the Greta family did not seem to want to have too much hostility with the young Greta at this time. In this secret room, when Sujia had already taken out the medicinal materials to prepare for refining, the young Greta still couldn't help but speak. Can you really do it? Don't you need other people's assistance? Obviously, this young Greta, that is, Greta Paul, is still more worried. After all, there is no way. After all, Sujia has always shown the attitude of a mortal. In addition, in order to solve the problem with Alice, their Greta clan looked for many powerful beings, but they still had no solution. As a result, a mortal, an ordinary person, suddenly said that he had a way. This would be impossible if he did not doubt it, and had no other doubts. In response, Sujia glanced at Greta Paul and said lightly, "If you doubt someone, don't use him. If you use someone, don't doubt him. Since you believe in me, don't ask these unnecessary questions. And I know, if I fail, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave here alive? Do you think I will joke about my life?" Hearing this, Alice was about to say something, as if she wanted to say that even if she had problems, she would ask her brother to save Sujia's life. But Sujia raised his hand to stop them coldly. "Shut up, everyone. Don't worry. This little thing is impossible to happen. And I don't need your plea for any accident." Under Sujia's solemn promise, the brother and sister could only be speechless. Sujia had already prepared for the current medicine refining and methods. In the past 3 days, Sujia has briefly understood the skills of this world, and relying on his strong strength, he has raised his level to level 5. Although the strength of level 5 is just like an ant in this world, but it is enough for refining medicine. The next moment Sujia symbolically took off a token. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of the young man Greta, Paul, Sujia, who was originally just a mortal, instantly revealed the aura of level 5. When Greta Paul and Alice suddenly realized, the brother and sister also understood that Sujia was not a mortal, but just a mortal disguised as a treasure with a one-eye aura. Although level 5 is too low, but Alice's strength level is only the peak of level 6. For level 5 to treat, level 6 does not seem to be a difficult problem to accept. And it seems to be more acceptable. If the level span is too large, it would be a problem. But this is only a span of one level. The next moment, Sujia did not rely on his own strength, only the 5th level strength to refine the medicinal materials. Instead, he directly took out the strange fire and the alchemy furnace, which were obviously treasures, and mixed the medicinal materials one by one. The next moment, Sujia controlled the alchemy furnace that emitted 7 colors of light. At the same time, he controlled the strange fire to start burning. Obviously, this group burned the space distorted. However, in this closed environment, no trace of burning could be felt. Obviously, both the alchemy furnace and the strange fire were full of the smell of treasures. Greta Paul did show a greedy look at the beginning, but soon, Greta Paul gave up these. Let's not talk about it for now. This is the most critical moment for his sister. His integrity does not allow him to kill people and steal treasures. In fact, the main reason is that this great Paul does not know the preciousness of this alchemy furnace and strange fire. These are all items in a certain world that can be called the world's top treasures. In other words, at least in Sujia's eyes, there are no such absolutely upright people in the world. Their politics is just because the items they see and get are not precious enough for those upright people to break their inner bottom line. If there is no bottom line, the most upright people will break their own integrity. In other words, a person without desires, if his goal is to always want to live a lazy life, then the most basic guarantee is inevitable. Then, when someone wants to break his peaceful life, he will become aggressive. Another analogy. Be a saint. No matter what happens, he will give priority to others. When the world is about to be destroyed, as long as he kills one person and takes the treasure, he can rely on the treasure to save the world. That saint will also become aggressive. Everything can be given a reason that you can accept. Let's not talk about anything else. Take Hong Yi. This guy has hurt many people in order to achieve his ideal goals and plans. If there is really a treasure that can make him realize his ideal in an instant, do you think Hong Yi will do it? Will he kill people to get the treasure? The result is obvious. While thinking about Su Jie, he controlled his mind and placed the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace one by one. Actually, it was called an alchemy furnace. But Su Jie did not intend to make an elixir at this moment. However, Su Jie's technique at this time still shocked the brother and sister. After all, the brother and sister had never seen such an elixir-making technique. Of course, Su Jie was not making an elixir. As time passed, after the medicinal materials were put in one by one, Gret Paul seemed to have entered the most tense stage. After all, in Gret Paul's impression, the most difficult process for alchemists is the process of refining elixirs. This requires the replenishment of spiritual energy, and refining a divine elixir takes at least a few days, and even several years. What Great Paul was worried about was very simple. He was afraid that Su Jie, who was only at level 5, could not hold on. Such a long time was consumed. But who was Su Jie? Others needed several days, or even years to refine the elixir. But in front of his dog, it was just a toy made casually. The next moment, after Great Paul had just started to worry, the whole induction cooker began to vibrate. This moment made Great Paul's pupils widen. Obviously, he was worried that something unexpected would happen. After all, only he knew how difficult it was to find the medicinal materials this time. However, at this moment, a cold voice interrupted Great Paul's wandering. Practice with all your strength. After saying this, Alice sat up without thinking and began to attack her seal with all her strength, as she had said before. At this moment, Su Jie clenched his fist, and the alchemy furnace, which was obviously a treasure, collapsed instantly. The next moment, when everyone thought that the alchemy furnace was about to explode, a crystal clear but somewhat viscous liquid flowed out of the alchemy furnace. In a state of shock, Great Paul was controlled by Su Jie to release the liquid. Instantly, all the liquid covered Alice, until Alice was completely wrapped. The next moment, an even more horrifying scene appeared. Whether it was the clothes on his body or the storage bag, they were all corroded by the liquid and finally shattered. Gret Paul's pupils suddenly widened and he wanted to stop it. But he finally stopped his reckless behavior. After all, Gret Paul also saw it. These liquids have extremely strong corrosive ability. But it seems that they can't cause any harm to the human body at all. At least for now. Although everything has disappeared and damaged. But his sister Alice is still sitting there intact. Although the appearance made him, as a brother, unable to look directly at it. He immediately blushed and turned his head away. Alice seemed to feel this. And her little face was also red and hot. But she didn't save the handle, but suppressed her shyness and attacked with all her heart. There was a reason for such a stubborn look. That was because Alice was surprised to find that the seal on her body had loosened. The shackles that had suppressed her at the peak of level 6 for a long time seemed to be breaking through at this time. The liquids also flowed into the 9 orifices of the human body. At this last critical moment, 9 silver needles appeared in Su Jie's hand. They were inserted near the 9 orifices. During this period, although Alice screamed, but at least she didn't stop it. Although Greta Paul also wanted to see the situation of his sister. But there was a difference between men and women. So he still held back. At this time, an incredible scene appeared. The 9 silver needles gradually melted, and finally formed exquisite lines, which were imprinted on the skin. There seemed to be a small silver dot between the 2 earlobes. There seemed to be silver eyeshadow in the eyes. The nose and mouth were all imprinted on the inside. The double tip of the nose was imprinted in the nostrils. And the appearance was unpredictable. The mouth was imprinted on the tongue. The last 2 imprints were private, and could not be described. But it also gave people a sense of charming succubus. But in short, with Alice's appearance, it is estimated that it is impossible to show the last 2 lines to anyone. The silver needles melted instantly with the liquid. Or the function of the silver needles is to block the escape of the liquid. After Alice absorbed the essence of all these herbs, the seal that had lasted for thousands of years finally loosened. Finally, Sujia threw a black blanket full of fluff directly at Alice. At the moment when Alice suddenly opened her eyes, and her physical strength suddenly broke through to level 7. Sujia had walked to the side of Great Paul and patted the elder brother on the shoulder, saying softly, "It's done. So fast. So simple? Haha. This is not a simple problem. But the matter is over. You need to cultivate yourself well these days, and never let Alice participate in any fights." Great Paul thought of this. Although he had not turned back to see his sister's situation, the level 7 aura coming from behind almost made Great Paul shed tears. He had been preparing for this day for many years. He finally waited for this day. Even if he died now, he could happily tell his master in the underworld, "Master." Alice, who was entrusted to him, he did not disappoint. He has always been fulfilling the responsibility of a brother. The next moment, when Greta Paul was about to take out the storage ring, take out clothes from it, throw them to Alice behind him, and let Alice put them on, Alice had already walked to his side. At this time, Alice's cheeks were a little blushing, and she hugged her chest and hummed proudly. "After my storage bag was melted, everything inside fell out. So I changed my clothes directly." She seemed a little shy, and her personality didn't allow her to care too much about it. Therefore, Alice waved her hand and spoke as if nothing had happened. "Okay. Now that I have recovered, I am going to consolidate my cultivation. If you have anything to do, do it quickly." Although these words were very important, she didn't seem to be too happy. But Great Paul also saw that his sister was blushing shyly. It felt funny. And because Alice's seal broke through the shackles, the brother was relieved. Great Paul from Beijing said jokingly, "You can't get married now. Don't worry. I will let Mr. Sujia take responsibility." After saying this, Alice hit Great Paul with a brain. But after blowing, Alice didn't dare to look at Great Paul's eyes, staring at the ground, and said, "Since you have been seen naked, there is nothing you can do about it." At first, Great Paul just wanted to make a joke. As a result, Alice's appearance instantly made the smile on Greta Paul's face a little stiff. Obviously, his sister seemed to take it seriously. "When did you fall in love with each other? It's only been 2 days since they met. I guess there's no touching story? But I have to admit that sometimes love is incomprehensible. Without reason, without any story, and without any foreshadowing." But for some reason, after Greta Paul saw Alice, who was originally strong and majestic, showing this look at this time, Greta Paul actually wanted to kill Sujia. His cheeks twitched a little, and Greta Paul forced himself to calm down and pressed his trembling hands on Alice's fiery red long hair. Then he said, "Ha, ha, no more jokes. Today, Alice, you broke through the seal, and it's a happy day. Brother plans to celebrate for you at his own expense in the near future. As for that Sujia, he actually finished his work. I plan to give him a generous reward, and the reward is to take him directly to the princess." After saying this, Great Paul thought in his heart that he had to find a way to keep Alice away from that guy. For some reason, Great Paul recognized Sujia's strength. It's not about the hard power on paper, but it's about the hard power in refining these elixirs and medicinal materials. But Great Paul really didn't want his sister to get married so early. Therefore, Great Paul thought that since his affairs were over, he would just let the young master go to the princess and solve the current dilemma for her. However, after hearing what her brother said, Alice suddenly raised her head and spoke very seriously. "Although shy, I have made an agreement with Sujia. If he heals my injuries, I will serve him unconditionally for 3 years." As soon as these words came out, Great Paul almost got angry. He said coldly, "Our great family has given him the family practice. You don't owe that person a penny. You should know how precious the success method of our Greta family is. And Alice, you have to tell me, did she really say that?" To be honest, Alice always felt that she had a good relationship with this Greta Paul, who was her nominal brother. But when Alice found that she was being harassed by other family leaders, and other family leaders wanted to marry her off, Alice realized how much her brother, who was not close to her, cherished her. At this time, her brother seemed to be very angry about this matter. Although she didn't understand, Alice still said it firmly. "Brother, you don't have to stop this. This is my decision, and I have to ensure the other party's safety for 3 years." After saying this, Greta Paul's brain was a little out of order. He asked tentatively, You said that serving the other party for 3 years means being his bodyguard for 3 years? Not being a slave? After saying this, Alice glared at him, crossed her chest and snorted unhappily. Even if Brother Paul said such a thing, I would be angry. After saying this, Greta Paul immediately scratched the back of his head and laughed. For some reason, Alice always felt that after she said this, she had taken advantage, and her brother seemed to be relieved. Soon, the news that Su Jia had successfully solved Alice's physical problem spread. Countless people were instantly silent. After all, before this, not to mention most people, almost everyone except Alice thought that Su Jia must be a liar. And the reason why they were looking for medicinal materials was that they thought that their family business would store some medicinal materials anyway, which was not a big deal. Anyway, Su Jia would definitely not be able to refine any elixir that could solve the problem. What's more, the people who paid were all Great Paul. These people just wanted to watch the cold joke from the side. Therefore, these people let Su Jia speak wildly, but laughed at him in their hearts. After all, the Greta family had tried to help Alice. After all, they had spent a huge amount of money and invited a level 10 alchemist to try to solve the problem. In the end, nothing was gained. However, this thing that everyone thought was impossible to achieve. In the end, it was solved casually by Su Jia in less than an hour. It seemed that the most difficult thing was just to find medicinal materials. And they also heard about the group of medicinal materials. They didn't even prepare them. And the second one didn't even consider the possibility of success or failure. As a result, this success was too unexpected. Failure also made them sweat. If Su Jia fails in refining the first round of pills, will they give up because of this? There are still some people in the family who have some trivial knowledge about Alice's physical condition. This is why the matter of marrying Alice off is not unanimous. There are also quite a few people who are willing to refuse. It is because many people think that Alice must have a secret in her body. And today, Alice successfully broke through the secret of the seal on her body, which proves that it belongs to their Greta family. After all, Alice is a member of their Greta family, and Alice's strength is the strength of their Greta family. This war made everyone feel incredible, and many alchemists also wanted to come up and ask for an audience with the idea that they had met a hermit master. The previous look of looking down on people and the current flattering look formed a sharp contrast. But no one cared about such a shameful thing. The actual benefits were the most important. Perhaps the people of the Greta family also knew something about the treasure on Su Jia. But because those treasures are not from this world, people in this world cannot see the importance of these treasures at all. On the contrary, in the eyes of the alchemists of the Greta family and some powerful people, whether to protect or not, the value of Su Jia alone is far less. Therefore, many invitations, and the idea of wanting Su Jia to marry into the family came one after another. And in a meeting, or some family leaders were on their way to check Alice after learning that Alice had recovered. On the one hand, some powerful female people in the family checked Alice. At the same time, some powerful male people in high positions also discussed with each other. I have already inquired about it. The guy named Su Jia is just a casual cultivator. His ability is too amazing. And according to Great Paul, he should be self-taught. If he is given a good teacher, Su Jia may burst out with even more amazing talent. Yes, he is only level 5. But he can refine such amazing nectar. Why should we recruit him, or what? Since he is a casual cultivator, why not just let him marry into the family? As soon as these words came out, Alice, who was checking some female strongmen, instantly became energetic. And the elders in the clan. The next words made Alice feel a little unhappy. It just so happens that my granddaughter is in her prime this year, having just turned 18. My great-granddaughter will be 17 in half a year, and her current strength is also level 5, which is just right for her. We are all cultivators. There is no need to be so strict about age. My daughter is over 300 years old, but has never had a Taoist partner. Her strength has also reached the peak of level 7. She can definitely serve as a good wife. Come on. How old is your daughter? I have asked Mr. Su Jia, and he is only in his 20s. Therefore, several family leaders quarreled over Su Jia's matter. But just when Alice was a little anxious, and was thinking about what reason to stop the family leaders from having these stupid ideas, the sudden voice startled Alice. But outside the door, several family leaders spoke respectfully. Patriarch? Why are you here? Patriarch? You are ill now. You must not move around casually. Okay. You guys don't have to say so many polite words. I will tell you the truth. I also understand your questions just now. And I have a general understanding of the young man. The young man is indeed a talent. And he is a rare talent. I also learned from Paul that the young man had an agreement with our princess. Don't blame me for speaking harshly. Such a genius. A girl with ordinary talent can't tie him down. Nor is she worthy of him. Let's put it this way. Alice is considered the son of God in our clan. Not only is her appearance unique, but now the seal is loosened. At least her strength and future potential can reach the 10th level. Let Alice marry the world. It will be of great help to our family. As soon as these words came out, countless senior leaders of Greta were dumbfounded and shocked. And Alice, who was in the house, was examined with her eyes wide open and her mouth slightly open. Obviously, he didn't expect that the old clan leader of his family would say such words. As a result, some high-level officials were not happy the next moment. If there was no hope of removing Alice's seal before, marry her off and forget about it. Now, Alice's seal has been completely removed. And they have also learned about Alice's potential after the seal is removed in these days. Therefore, everyone wants their sons to marry Alice. Harvest Alice, the afterglow of the first time, improve their own potential. Yes, it is difficult to improve potential in this world. But the two strong men with strong qualifications will have their blood fused and their potential improved when they practice double cultivation for the first time. Who wouldn't want their children to get this chance? Moreover, it's not reasonable to give this opportunity to an outsider. However, the old man snorted coldly and instantly knocked the ground with his cane 3 times. I know your bullshit ideas better than you do. Let's not talk about anything else. Paul would never agree to his sister marrying your useless sons. And you don't know how great the potential of that young man is. The old man paused, as if he was brewing something. He spoke quickly, and the words he said also made everyone who heard them in the audience excited. When the seal was lifted, I had already received instructions, as one of the confidants who followed the new master to fight. I will tell you the truth. After the ancestor sealed his daughter, the ancestor told me something. By the way, you may not know the ability that the ancestor relies on the most. That is the destiny abacus. Yes, that's right. Our ancestor's most powerful ability is not combat power, but calculating the future. Before, you suggested marrying off Alice, the little girl. And I didn't respond because I knew that this thing would never succeed. Or when it really succeeds, I will stand up and intervene. Of course, this is also to see if Alice can break the seal by relying on urgency and pressure. At the same time, I will tell you about the new group. When the ancestor was fighting, he clearly stated that he could not come back alive. That's why he sealed all his power in Alice's body after reaching the 11th level. That's right. Alice has the power of the 11th level sealed in her body. Even if our ancestor is the strongest in the rest of his life, he only reached the 10th level. But our ancestor relied on his own calculation ability to borrow power from his future. And the power they used? Hey, it was the medicinal herbs that the young man made. Everyone was shocked when this was said. It was obvious. The medicinal herbs that they didn't think were that strong. It meant that in Su Jia's medicine making, and his superb skills, it became a causal weapon. In other words, the main reason why their ancestors forcibly raised their power from level 10 to level 11, and were able to preserve and seal the power in their daughter's body. It was because one day in the future, this young man named Su Jia made elixirs and sealed the nectar in Alice's body. It is because of this result that the cause 1,000 years ago came into being. In other words, the power borrowed by their new group is the power obtained from the elixir refined this time. Now even the dumbest people understand how shocking Su Jia's existence is. This is an existence that can refine a 10th level strongman to borrow the power of the 11th level. Greed instantly occupied the faces of every high-level person. And the patriarch seemed to have seen through the thoughts of several guys. Sighed, and said, don't really think that the other party is just a 5th level person. Don't really think that the other party is a 5th level ant. Our entire Greta family combined. I can't bear the other party's anger. This is what my ancestor told me when he was dying. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. It is obvious that no one knows the ancestral precepts of the ancestors. And Su Jia didn't know that the one who used skills to reach level 11 at the last moment. But Su Jia may never imagine the ancestor of the Greta family who temporarily broke through to level 11 and then died. His main ability, or the strongest ability, is not fighting, but calculation. or the ancestor of the Greta family, calculated everything when he died. He calculated that in the future, he, Sujia, would help his daughter to remove the seal. He also calculated that the patriarch, who was about to step down as the patriarch today, would warn the entire Greta family not to be his enemy, or not to be his enemy. Sujia. In this world, or in the entire universe, there is absolutely no weakling who can reach this point. And Sujia probably wouldn't have thought of it. Or if Sujia thought of it, he would probably break out in a cold sweat. Because Sujia would never have thought that someone would be able to calculate his appearance. Of course, there is one exception. It can be said that there are very few people who can deduce the traces of Sujia's existence. And that ancestor also paid the price of his life, and at the same time captured one of the rules of the universe that had not been revealed. And only then calculated Sujia. Ordinary people, and even some ancient gods, cannot do this. Just like he, Sujia, has some pure land that the ancient gods do not have. This kind of rule power is hard to come by. And it is also the tiny hope of every ordinary creature to become an ancient god. To put it bluntly, some level 15 peerless geniuses may not get such an opportunity in their entire lives. Therefore, this is beyond Sujia's plan. And it is normal to be unexpected. However, the rule power also died with the death of the strong man. Or it returned to the origin of the universe. And it is difficult to obtain it again. At this time, Sujia had already dealt with the affairs of the Greta family. Alice also eavesdropped on the conversation between the clan leader and other high-level officials. Blushing and pretending not to hear anything. She naturally couldn't deny anything. Even Alice would never tell anyone that after hearing the conversation between the high-level officials and clan leaders. She actually felt a little secretly happy in her heart. Although they didn't spend much time together. For some reason, Sujia's appearance has always appeared in her mind. Not only is his appearance unique, but he is also very capable. And his confident qualities and temperament make Alice's heart beat faster. At the same time, on this side, after successfully gaining the favor of the Greta family and the cultivation method of this world, what Sujia has to do now is to fulfill or complete the agreement with the Princess Chung of the Northern King. Of course, now, Sujia is not in a hurry to do these things. He has successfully established a foothold in this world. The rest is to find a way to cooperate with the highest authority in the Northern King City and take over his power. Before that, Sujia naturally wants to make sure whether the things in the spirit world and Li Hao are over. And Sujia, who is the first to bear the brunt, naturally plans to go to the spirit world to see his own 10,000 races hall first, and how it is going now. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Sujia announced to the outside world that he was in seclusion before leaving. At the same time, a mental clone was also left behind. Afterwards, Sujia hid his body directly, left the galaxy world formed by the 6 planets, and headed for a certain location comparable to the world of cultivation. And this location is the area surrounded by the spirit world and countless interstellar warships and space stations. And just as he approached the space station, Sujia saw a figure that made him a little unsure of how to face. This person was none other than the god. Or it could be said that it was the alternative clone that Sujia had left behind. Or created. That is, the Frost Woman. At this time, the Frost Woman was discussing something with her master Inruoro. Sujia? However, when Sujia appeared, the Frost Woman looked at Sujia with a complicated expression. Others may not know the relationship between the Frost Woman and Sujia. The only one who knows is Sujia's master. But the Frost Woman is definitely aware of her existence and identity. To a certain extent, Sujia is the father of the Frost Woman. However, they cannot recognize each other. Of course, it is absolutely impossible for them to recognize each other. The complexity of this is bloody. And the Frost Woman just left after taking a deep look at Sujia. As soon as the Frost Woman left, Sujia's master, Inruoro, poked Sujia with her elbow with a smile and chuckled. Why are you embarrassed to look at your former clone? I like Hongyi now. After saying this, Sujia also shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Of course, it is a little embarrassing. But it is normal for this guy to be with Hongyi. Because Hongyi deserves it. He has paid too much for his majesty. And I am far inferior to him. At this point, Sujia looked at the interstellar sky in the distance with some emotion. After all, he only gave life to the Frost Woman. However, the Frost Woman's life had died in that war. The person who really gave the Frost Woman, or gave the Frost Woman a second life, or a life in the true sense, was Hong Yi. However, Su Jie seemed to remember that Hong Yi originally only wanted to train the Frost Woman as his own offspring. As a result, this guy is fine. He was taken as a child bride. Although the appearance of the icy woman looks to be in her 20s. According to the current calculation, according to the time on the planet, the actual age of the Frost Woman must be in her 20s or 30s. But what about Hong Yi? This guy is at least 500 or 600 years old. However, in front of this long-lived species, the gap of 500 or 600 years does not seem to be that important. However, as time went by, Su Jie was also worried about one thing. After all, living beings are living beings. Will they lose their feelings after a long time? Of course, this is not important. Su Jie was too lazy to care. Finally, Su Jie also expressed the purpose of his trip. Let's talk. Master, at present, how is the progress of the world of spirits? Inruoro also returned to his seriousness after hearing Su Jie's words, and spoke with a serious face. It is now the final stage of the decisive battle. The entire spirit world has been successfully occupied in many places, compared with places similar to feudal society. Our democratic world, equal values, and successful culture have invaded the spirit world. At this point, Inruoro couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes, defeating a country, a nation, or a planet is never done by violence. It's cultural invasion. Before, we fought bloody battles with the weapon spirit world. But it was stubborn. However, when we stationed in the 70 world in batches, and spread our equality and inner ideas, many ambitious geniuses actually came to join us. Originally, those geniuses and monsters who came to join us were unwilling to use their butcher knives to chop their compatriots. However, when we demonstrated the power of the Pure Land world, those geniuses no longer had any concerns. In fact, the world of spirits could have been successfully occupied by us a year ago. At present, the so-called decisive battle is also after the strong men in the world of spirits know that they can be resurrected after death. The agreement reached after discussing with us. The war continues to make progress together. Those with superior results will be revived first and join us. Killing is not allowed. Therefore, it is better to say that it is an internal competition that we have discussed together, rather than the previous invasion war. It's just that this competition covers the meaning of life and death. But at present, it is also because we, or Hongya and Xinshang woman, have demonstrated the resurrection ability of the Pure Land world. The boundary between revenge and hatred of life and death has been blurred. Even if the other party kills your whole family, the orphan can still have a good chat with the enemy, because everyone has a tacit agreement to give a quick death. And when dying, there is no pain, and you can be resurrected. The absence of hatred has led to the current lack of motivation for mutual progress and common progress. When Inruoro said this, Su Jie also waved his hand and said softly, even if the hatred disappears, there is not much progress. Then you can go directly to the world of spirits and talk to the rest of the people to join directly. We have more important things to do. Hearing Su Jie's words, Inruoro raised her eyebrows and turned her head to look at Su Jie. Is your plan about to be completed? Su Jie was silent for a while, then turned and spoke. I have touched the threshold of promotion to level 12. After I break through the biggest and most difficult threshold, I will successfully promote to level 15 in a short time. And during this period, I need you to improve and upgrade together. Prepare for the battle with the ancient gods. Therefore, the farce of childishness should end now. Inruoro nodded, and Su Jie continued to properly arrange some matters. And after preaching, he quickly left the world of spirit instruments without reminiscing too much with others. Time is of the essence. After all, he came here from the 6-star world, and the journey took a lot of time. His identity in that world was, after all, just a level 5 guy. He was not used to being in seclusion for too long. Therefore, he had to go and come back quickly. And he had to bring such a huge thing as the 10,000 Races Hall with him. At the same time, Su Jie was also considering whether to cooperate directly with the Galaxy Empire. After all, he originally wanted to ruin the reputation of the 10,000 Races Hall. But the current reputation of the 10,000 Races Hall seemed not only not bad, but also had a positive trend. Then it would be better to cooperate directly with the Galaxy Empire openly, and finally unite many powerful people to kill the ancient god together. Of course. Will it be so soon? Su Jie still has some concerns. But one thing is certain. Li Hao. In the world where Li Hao is, although the strongest person is only at the peak of level 10, but Su Jie has observed the world where Li Hao is. And there have been many strong people at level 11. As for whether those strong people finally broke through the unique restrictions of level 11 and broke through to level 12, Su Jie is actually pessimistic. The barrier from level 11 to level 12 is too difficult to break through. After all, after breaking through level 12, it is almost smooth sailing to break through to level 15. The next level and realm barrier will be from level 15 to level 16 of the ancient god realm. Therefore, Su Jie not only wanted Li Hao to try to break through level 12, he also wanted to learn from it. Su Jie broke through level 12 with the body of the ancient god. It is much more difficult than ordinary strongmen. Although Su Jie can directly break through to level 12 now. But the longer the suppression, the stronger the combat power will be in the future. In addition, his imaginary enemy is not those ordinary level 15 strongmen, but the legendary level 16 ancient god. Thinking of this, Su Jie couldn't help but recall the days when he just set foot on this interstellar journey. Those pioneers probably never thought that such a strong person would be born on that day. If Su Jie had not calculated correctly, the strongest pioneers at present could only reach level 10, which was the best. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of most pioneers, apart from other things, the strongest people around level 10, that is, the existence that many pioneers in the world of cultivation need to look up to. However, Su Jie easily took them down and took them under his command. Soon, Su Jie left the world of spirit instruments and the space station. After countless years, Su Jie crossed the space universe and finally came to this bloodline world where many level 10 peaks were hidden, waiting to impact level 11 together. In summary, this place relies on bloodline rebirth. Those with more blood can be kings. Of course, having more blood is not all good, and the nobleness of the blood is also needed. Of course, Su Jie, does not intend to practice the skills of this world. There are great flaws, and there is always a weird taste that Su Jie can't describe. Soon, when Su Jie rushed into this world again, he found that he came quite by chance. At this time, Li Hao has successfully reached the 8th level of strength. It is even the peak of the 8th level. At the same time, Li Hao seems to be fighting against the most evil and powerful forces in this world. In other words, Su Jie is challenging the castle of the demon lord in this world. But the purpose is to try, or to hold a firm belief, to rescue his master. The master that Li Hao mentioned was no one else but Su Jie, the old man with the golden finger. Seeing this scene, Su Jie was inevitably moved. Reaching the 8th level of strength can be called the strongest. In some planets, it can be called the master of the planet. In other words, many planet masters have not reached the 8th level. Level 5 can become the master of a ball. Even some 1st and 2nd level masters can be domineering on a planet, a backward planet. However, Li Hao never forgot his original intention and always kept himself in mind. Even though he knew that the road ahead was difficult and dangerous, it was very likely that he would die and all the hard-earned cultivation in his life would disappear. Li Hao still held the belief that he would die, and bravely entered the castle of the evil forces, wanting to rescue himself. Of course, Su Jie came here this time, and it was impossible for him to continue to wait for Li Hao to grow up. But Su Jie didn't want to interfere too much with Li Hao's growth. After thinking again and again, Su Jie made a decision. It was still free range. But the premise of free range is that you have to give the other party more kindness. Looking around at this time, in this huge castle, countless dense zergs and some powerful monks are attacking this evil force. But Li Hao was the first to bear the brunt, going deep into the castle alone, facing many powers alone. It seems that he already knows the location of Su Jie's clone. He wants to rescue his master and then evacuate. It seems that so many zergs are the development of Li Hao during these years. As for those who are willing to risk their lives with Li Hao to attack the most powerful force in the world, Li Hao seems to have done very well. But it must be said that Li Hao is too weak. In addition, this castle seems to be the base of the most powerful force in the world. But in fact, it is just a castle on the surface. The real base of this evil force is not here. In the real base, there are 2 level 10 strong men, one of whom is the strongest in the world today, a level 10 peak soul master. However, in this castle, the strongest person is only level 9. However, Even if he is only level 9, he is not an enemy that Li Hao can continue to fight against. This is beyond the scope of what Li Hao can bear. Therefore, Su Jie thought of something interesting. This level 9 strongman was preparing to go find Li Hao at this time. But Su Jie also saw that Li Hao seemed to have some killer in his hand. And he didn't seem to be afraid of this level 9 strongman. But this is not what Su Jie is happy to see. Therefore, Su Jie immediately chuckled and disappeared from the barrier of this planet in an instant. When Su Jie appeared next time, he went directly to the level 9 strongman, who was trying to hunt down Li Hao. Who is it? However, as soon as this 9th level strongman discovered Su Jie's existence, Su Jie directly waved his hand, and the 9th level strongman's spiritual consciousness was directly wiped out by Su Jie. This is the confidence of an absolute strongman, let alone Su Jie. Even if there is such a huge gap between level 11 and level 12, Su Jie is confident that he can kill any opponent of level 12, as well as those above, middle, and below level 12, or even the peak level. Only when he encounters a level 13 opponent, Su Jie may have some concerns. It is conceivable that facing such a weaker strength level than him, Su Jie, it is impossible for him to survive a single move. After killing the opponent, Su Jie did not say anything and directly poured in his strength, forging the 9th level strongman in front of him into his own puppet. The next moment, the simple plan started directly. On this side, just as Li Hao fought hard and finally killed 5 opponents of the same level as himself, and continued to move forward, it seemed that he was only one step away from saving his master. Su Jie directly controlled the 9th level strongman, and the puppet made on the spot blocked in front of Li Hao. Li Hao was covered in blood, but still said coldly, "I don't want to kill you. It is not easy to cultivate to the 9th level. I came here just to save my benefactor, my master, my teacher. If you leave, I won't kill you." Su Jie laughed a little dumbly when he heard this. And then Su Jie became serious and immediately controlled the corpse of the 9th level strongman, that is, the puppet, and sneered, "How can you be so confident as a mere level 8 ant? You say you can kill me?" Su Jie laughed 3 times, and the level 9 puppet rushed forward without saying a word. The next moment, Su Jie defeated Li Hao with only 3 moves. Su Jie also controlled the puppet to continue to perform the villain's behavior in Su Jie's impression. "That's it? Where did you get the courage and confidence to say those arrogant words before?" When Li Hao heard this, a trace of entanglement flashed across his face. But Su Jie continued to control the puppet and laughed wantonly. "To tell you the truth, you completely annoyed me this time. Anyway, your master has never revealed any useful information. Since he can't get anything out of me, I have decided, after killing you, I will kill your master immediately. I advise you not to think about running away. If you fail to kill me, I will also kill your master." As soon as these words came out, Li Hao, who was still a little entangled, had bloodshot eyes in an instant. Obviously, he had made up his mind. The next moment, Li Hao took out a blood lotus under the gaze of the 9th level puppet. This is a blood lotus composed of the blood of many beasts. It contains a huge and diverse power. Then Su Jie also cooperated to control the 9th level puppet and screamed, "What on earth are you doing? Stop it, you bastard!" Su Jie used the 9th level puppet to show an angry look, and the next moment, he grabbed Li Hao directly. But Li Hao sneered and threw the blood lotus in his hand fiercely. The next moment, the huge and deep explosion maintained a balance. Although it did not directly impact, it directly swallowed up most of the entire castle. There was no shock wave, no huge range, but in the area of the explosion, everything was annihilated. What 9th level strongman? What building made of noble materials? There are other guards stationed. All vanished into thin air. The next moment, Li Hao's arm was broken and one leg fell out. Obviously, this move also killed 1,000 enemies and injured 800 of his own. But Li Hao burst into laughter. Obviously, he successfully killed the 9th level strongman. And Li Hao also understood the location where his master was imprisoned. Therefore, Li Hao laughed like this because it was a sure thing for him to rescue his master. After all, the strongest opponent had been killed, and all the people outside were his. However, the next moment, when everyone else smiled, Li Hao also laughed out loud. A figure landed, making everyone present look stunned. The person who came was the 9th level strongman. Of course, the 9th level puppet was naturally destroyed by Li Hao. Su Jie did not expect that Li Hao would create such a terrible killing move. This kind of attack power can be compared with the moves of the natal weapon that specializes in attack in the spirit world. It can be said that this seems to be a new skill and move created by Li Hao based on the skills of the spirit world and the flying sword after Su Jie left the flying sword before him. This is probably an advanced version of the weapon spirit world. It further increased the attack. Even the attack range can cover the master who launched this attack. It is a suicidal attack. But the power is also worth the price. However, the disappearance of the 9th level puppet caused Li Hao's plan to fail. How could Su Jie be willing? Therefore, when Su Jie saw the 9th level puppet being killed, he immediately changed his face and form, as well as his external energy stance. He directly moved out and pretended that the 9th level strongman blocked this move, and fell from the sky. This scene instantly made everyone present look gloomy and terrified. Li Hao even forced himself to swallow the miraculous medicine with his broken body. The missing arm and leg all grew out. But obviously, compared with the body that had been tempered in various ways before, the newly grown arm and leg were obviously much weaker. But at least it could restore some combat power for Li Hao. The next moment, Li Hao shouted at the people around him at the top of his lungs. Everyone, go. I'll stop this guy. All Zergs listen to my orders. Head to the depths of the castle. Save my master at all costs. It was obvious that Li Hao directly asked all his companions to run first. At the same time, half of the elites were separated to follow Li Hao to fight against the 9th level strongman in front of him. And another half of the elite Zerg were separated to save his master at all costs, while he led part of the Zerg to stop the opponent in front of him. Even after the current situation, he took everyone into consideration, but not himself. This made Su Jie's heart tremble. His good impression of this cheap apprentice increased a few points. The next moment, Su Jie laughed cheerfully. Come on. Let me see how much strength and ability you have. Su Jie. This is a happy smile. Of course, this was heard by Li Hao. This is naturally the kind of mocking voice. The next moment, before Su Jie could make a move, a shocking scene appeared. All the people who came to fight side by side with Li Hao did not try to escape. Instead, all those who were above level 6 stood beside Li Hao, fighting against the powerful and desperate level 9 warrior in front of him. The companions who were weaker than level 6 followed the Zerg and rushed into the depths of the bunker. The division of labor was clear. One part was responsible for blocking, and the other part was responsible for saving people. Su Jie couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. You are really a group of solid and good companions. This was praise, and also praise. However, Li Hao's face was extremely ugly. Why don't you leave quickly? What are you doing here? What's the point of dying in vain? I can stop him by myself. Get out of here. Obviously, Li Hao was very angry and anxious at the moment. Facing a level 9 opponent, Li Hao knew that he would never be able to stop the opponent. And if the opponent wanted to kill the people around him, it would be easy. Su Jie naturally had this idea. This group of companions is good, but they are too weak. In the future, helping Su Jie become a god or a king will definitely not help but be a burden. Therefore, Su Jie plans to deal with all the weak here. This is likely to make Li Hao decadent for some time. And it may also make Li Hao bear some infamy. So what? This is the only way for the strong. And Su Jie has already set up a plan and paved the way. The next moment, Su Jie set off directly, under Li Hao's horrified gaze. This 9th level strongman hit anyone but Li Hao, and Li Hao couldn't catch up. As soon as he caught up with the 9th level strongman, he instantly flashed in front of one of Li Hao's companions and took off the other's head in front of Li Hao. The next moment, when Li Hao continued to rush over, Su Jie flashed to Li Hao's companion again, took out the other's heart directly, and crushed it. The massacre continued. Li Hao also kept shouting, "No!" However, these are impossible. The weaker ones are not qualified to accompany his good disciple. Kill them and take them away, and follow him to the 10,000 races hall to train. Of course, Su Jie has also thought of the excuse. The next moment, when Su Jie flashed in front of Li Hao's 2 wives, Queen Li was instantly furious. However, Su Jie, who played the role of the 9th level strongman, showed a cold smile. Under Li Hao's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was helpless and collapsed. Su Jie directly cut the bodies of the 2 stunning beauties in half with a knife. An angry roar was heard. Su Jie laughed wildly. Su Jie, killed most of the people in this wave, leaving only a small group of companions who were at the same level as Li Hao. Level 8. Of course, Li Hao was at the peak of level 8. But those companions were only at the elementary level 8. But they could help Li Hao to some extent. So Su Jie, left those people. As for Li Hao's 2 wives, actually, they are wives. One of them was an accident, and Su Jie couldn't say much about the other one. But after all, they were the candidates who would definitely become Li Hao's wives in the future, and were killed by him. Su Jie. In fact, the strength of these 2 wives of Li Hao was not bad. One was at the early stage of level 7, and the other was at the high stage of level 7. But as the wife of his good disciple, it is naturally not okay to be so weak. Su Jie planned to take these 2 guys to the 10,000 Clans Hall and take special care of them later. However, when Su Jie showed that he should kill the weak ones and cleared them out, at the same time, he planned to attack Su Jie himself. The next moment, a loud voice came from the ruins. A soul body instantly became huge, and appeared in the ruins of the castle like an ancient hero. Li Hao, I taught you that when facing the enemy, anger is a taboo. After these words, Li Hao collapsed and looked behind him blankly. Then he saw Su Jie's clone, his master, appearing there. His master had turned into an extremely huge heroic spirit. Some illusion seemed like an energy body. A smile that seemed to be crying and laughing hung on the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be happy that his master was rescued. However, the next moment, Li Hao was terrified again. Master, don't. Li Hao had seen this scene before with his other master. His master's wife, Inruoruo, was also in this state when she was dying. Obviously, this was the subconscious that Su Jie had deliberately planted in Li Hao's heart. This is the final killing move. An absolute killing move. And you will definitely die after using it. Li Hao obviously realized this. However, after receiving the will of his original body, Su Jie's clone laughed directly. My dear disciple, your reaction should mean that the other one has told you. Our death is not real death. Okay, my dear disciple. See how the master will destroy this monster? The next moment, Su Jie's original body, Su Jie, who was playing the role of the 9th level strongman, also deliberately showed a look of horror. How could it be? You have been imprisoned and tortured for so many years. Why can you still burst out such a terrifying power? At this time, Su Jie's clone laughed in unison. I don't know how you got the magic weapon to trap souls. But after so many years, although I have been trapped, I have accumulated a lot of strength. Now that I have escaped, let's settle the old and new hatreds together. The next moment, the monstrous palm slapped directly to kill. Su Jie's original body also showed a proper exclamation of fear. With the palm slap, it disappeared. Looking at this scene from now on, he was a little stupid and dazed. Obviously, he didn't expect that his master was so powerful that he killed this 9th level strongman with one move. However, the next moment, Li Hao looked at his master with tears in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. At this time, it should not be said that it was other people, but Li Hao's original body, who had successfully occupied his clone, continued to control the illusory appearance of the uniform, looked at his good disciple from a distance, and smiled calmly. I don't have much time. There is nothing to tell you. You did a good job. I am proud. As he said, Su Jie glanced at the ruins and various corpses around him. The next moment, Su Jie also sighed and spoke directly. I will take away the souls of those who died for me today. Try to communicate with my original body, and let my original body revive them. Child, if there is a chance, go find my original body. Those who died today will all be resurrected by my original body. At this point, the illusory huge spirit on Su Jie's side became more and more illusory. The voice became more and more distant and high. Disciple, you will see my original body in the future. If he refuses to recognize you, it proves my memory and my existence cannot affect him. Don't conflict with the original body. Take the resurrected people away and leave directly. Don't conflict with my original body. Obviously, Su Jie is creating an illusion. Others can be resurrected. But at this moment today, his 2 masters may not be able to be resurrected, because his 2 masters are not dead at all. The one who died was just an insignificant clone. Li Hao was both happy and sad when he realized this. He was happy that he saved his master, but ended up hurting him. At the same time, those who died seemed to have been resurrected. What was sad was that he seemed to have lost his master forever. Many of his companions had died before, but Li Hao always held the view that he would resurrect them after he became absolutely strong. However, resurrection today was obviously not impossible. But there was a way. Li Hao understood. Anyone could get a chance to be resurrected. But the two masters who had been so kind to him had no such chance at all, and waited for Su Jie to perform casually, then beat the 9th level strongman to death, and then disappeared immediately. Li Hao also showed an expression that was uglier than crying. At this time, when other people saw this scene, they were shocked. Obviously no one could have thought that Li Hao's master was so powerful. At the same time, no one expected that such a powerful person would be trapped by this evil force. Although according to what Master Li Hao said, the reason why the strongman was captured was because he was too weak before. And this time, while being trapped, Li Hao's master took the opportunity to recover and reach this level. But it was shocking enough. As you can imagine, that was just a clone. And a clone can kill a 9th level strongman with just one move. Even, according to what Master Li Hao said, those who died today may be resurrected by Master Li Hao's original body. Therefore, some people have a little resentment towards Li Hao in their hearts. After all, too many people died for Li Hao. They also lost that little bit of resentment in their hearts because of Master Li Hao's words. Even if Master Li Hao didn't say this, they wouldn't show it. After all, it's just to save people who wouldn't fantasize about being caught in the future and Li Hao saving them at all costs. Therefore, luck is only a degree. And people are more shocked. Shock! Li Hao's master is so powerful. At the same time, countless people began to imagine, thinking about the specific meaning of Master Li Hao's words. What does it mean? Don't conflict with the original body. Is the concept of this clone mutually exclusive with the concept of the original body? This matter naturally led everyone into reverie. And the specific things are probably only Li Hao himself can understand clearly. However, no matter what, at this time and in this battle, they seem to have won. But it seems that they have not won. Some temporary combat teams have successfully broken through the headquarters of the most powerful force in the world. It can be seen that they will be respected for quite a while. It is possible to walk sideways on the continent of this world. But what is the truth? It is estimated that only Li Hao himself knows. After all, Li Hao heard about this place from his other master in Ruoruo. And it was just a shield on the surface. There are still 10 levels of true powerhouses. Level 9 is not the end. Even level 10 is not the end. The real end is out of reach. It is the legendary level 11 powerhouse. It is the majestic level 12 powerhouse. It is the extraordinary level 13 powerhouse. There is no end to the road of martial arts. The real powerhouse will never stand still.